In Theramotoric Foreston Thebak Mountain of Washan. 一个水晶般清澈的泉水在明亮的月光下闪烁。Itamitsahazi Witamist, clear lie showcase in characteristic Sesa hot spring. Suddenly, a thunderous lap echoed through Hesky, followed by excellence. Akrams and lightning bolt had descended from the heavens like a colossal dragon. A lightning strike he hit the ground beside the spring and struck a handsome youngman Ling Hu Kong Hawasprala duton the ground. Phew! Ling Hu Chong jolted awake, sitting upright with a look of terror in his deep-set eyes, his pupils trembling violently. Where am I? A distinct lie remember exploring Gonancian true and how did I sudden lie in Japint his salat wilderness? Confusion flooded his mind. Ashep prepared to stand up and observe his surroundings, a suit and intense pain pierced through his shed. Ah! Ling Hu Kong clasped his shed in Agonya Sataran Tof Memoriist hat did not belong to him, surged forth Washan sect, Shurzuan, Dongfang Bubi, Webuchuan. These fragments of fin formation threatened to destroy his mind, causing severe headaches, veins to bulge in his forehead, cold sweat to stream down his face, and his eyes to become bloodshot with a fear. In the end, unable to bear it any longer, Ling Hu Chong fainted. After an uncurtained period of time, he woke up again, this to me not feeling confused, but shocked and in disbelief. 他确实 ventured into the realm of martial arts, 特别是进入了笑傲江湖的世界，甚至成为了华山派的令狐冲的弟子。Ironically, his name was Thesemist Hatofta character from the original story. One Sea Marie orphan from that one of first century of Blue Planet, had been adopted by the obsessed headmaster of an orphanage who named him Ling Hu Chong. Now, has surely become the embodiment of that name. Reflecting on the event spree ordo his transmigration, here a Khalid exploring Shening Jarion delving into ancient cave ruins when unexpected calamity struck. Deep in the cave, he discovered a mysterious stony and a flickering light source. Asher reached out to touch them, blood from ease wounds inexplicably drifted toward the objects, which then intertwined to form a massive vortex resembling a black hole, engulfing him. Upon awakening, he found himself in this unfamiliar place. To his surprise, that objects followed him during the transition. As Ling Hu Kong intended to examine it, he artifacts, AC Lishov Wasaresone Tethrut heavily. He turned around Dan Sawainligan Twoman lying gaunt the nearby grass. In the moonlight, her fair skin radiate divine glow, and here exquisite clothing did little to conceal her captivating figure. Shurzu and no, Ning Zhongza. Upon recognizing Fuman's face, Ling Hu Chong speed in surprise. The beautiful woman lying gone the ground is indeed his master, Ning Zhongza. At that moment, Shemoana in agony, so hot. Ling Hu Kong was filled with perplexity, suddenly feeling an unusual heat coursing through his body, and a meatless fire igniting in his dinshin. He realized that this might be due to the drug powder they had been scattered earlier. Having inherited the original memories, he understood the context of the situation. It turned out that the original owner had been Nambu Shed Wiley accompanying Master Ning Zongzi and Anarand, and after fighting desperately to escape, had sustained serious injuries. In order to evade a pursuit, the decided to climb Huashan from the steep back mountains. However, Botwar areas lie in Jordandex housed, unabledo continue. They collapsed halfway up the mountain. Eiffel so hot Ning Zongzi had semi how crawladon toling Hu Chong, her breath a tandripid. Ling Hu Kong gazed at their exquisite face, feeling the flames in his own more. 他努力压制内心的动荡，摇晃着宁中泽的娇弱身躯，试图唤醒他，但无济于事。In the end, unable to withstand the torment of drugs, Ling Hu Kong lost his sanity and got involved with Ning Zhongza. 2小时后，令狐冲醒来，头痛得厉害。Looking down, he saw Ning Zongzi nestled in his embrace, her face showing a serenity and satisfied expression. 他感到震惊，回忆起发生的事情，心中充满了恐惧。Heck knew that Ning Zongzi was a person of integrity and kindness, generous and unyielding, with a proud spirit. If Shuake Japan finds out what happened, she will definitely feel very frustrated. Ling Hu Chong hesitated, unsure of what to do. 就在那时，宁中则轻轻动了一下，似乎快要醒来了。Ling Hu Kong quickly held his breath, closing his eyes to pretend to be asleep. However, Ning Zongzi suddenly opened her eyes, staring at Theman in front of her, her whole body trembling. She propped herself upan looked at Ling Hu Chong beneath, a thunderous voice echoing in her mind chonger. Why? How cold the shapen? Ning Zong shed throbbed painfully, unable to comprehend the reality before her. She pressed her hand tightly in her head, trying hard to recall what that happened. Soon, the truth became clear, and despair and sorrow were chid on her face. Misfortune, what a tragedy! Ning Zong's agazadatling hu changshik, her heart trenching jinjini, overwhelmed by despair. 在绝望的时刻，他下定决心采取行动，抓起令狐冲身旁的匕首，毫不犹豫地将其刺入自己的胸膛。Don't, Shizuan, Ling Hu Kong exclaimed in horror, leaping forward to embrace Ning Zhongzi. Inadvertent lipositioning is back at the path of teglinting dagger. Thud! Thediger Pierce said, throwing Hu Chong's back, blood gushing forth. Hella tautama fledro and asawe via fintinsa pain hithim. Chonger, Ning Zong's wastikan abak, never expecting Ling Hu Kong to awaken it, thought Momin Tan shield himself with his body. Shekwakla pulled out the dagger, eager to stop Thebi Gond heal him. Im fine, Shizuan, Ling Hu Chonger plead weakly, relieved that the dagger had not struck Shishiart, thought a Peyton was intense. Upon hearing Shizuan, Ning Zongzi visibly trembled. Tears swelled in here Isa saluk dat Ling Hu Chong. Chonger. This is our faulty south host Richard beings wardo blame. Let me go, iltekekerio fire wounds. I refuse, master, I fire li seem, you will surely zeek to endure life fee gain. Ling Hu Chong clung to Ning Zong's delicate form, unwilling to let go. After being stabbed, his body became increasingly weak. Heckled no talo Ning Zongzi to seek diathagain, so he held until heightly. Ning Zongzi left speechless Ling Hu Chong's insistence. Master! The sisnodi our faltafan yon shudi, it should beam. I am unworthy Ophia I am lethanabiest. Ling Hu Chong whispered in her ear, his voice faint and broken. Ning Zongzi deeply moved and quickly replied, Chonger, don't say such things master doest blamia. It's noti our faulty south host poor creature is fault. Let me go, Anna will take care of your wounds. No, swear it, Ling Hu Kong was not convinced by her words. Ning Zongzi was momentarily taken aback. Looking into Ling Hu Chong's determinities, she finally zayed in resignation and swore, all right, is where he will not sectoin my life again. Now, please let me go. Ling Hu Kong slowly released his grip, allowing Ning Zongzi to tinto his wounds. Chapter 3-inch Chonger, do not. Whether it was the piercing insight into his thoughts or the irritation stirred by Ling Hu Chong's obstinacy, Ning Zongzi reprimanded him sharply, Chonger, this is sheer nonsense. Release me at once. I shall tend to your wounds. I refuse. Ling Hu Chong, equally incensed, summoned an unexpected strength and bellowed, momentarily silencing Ning Zongzi. Only if you vow to me that you will not seek to end your own life, and that you will cherish every moment henceforth. Swear it. Otherwise, I shall not relinquish my hold on you, even in death. You, Ning Zongzi, exasperated, sighed in resignation, do not force my hand, please. I am not coercing you, Shermu. I merely wish for you to live well, for the sake of Huashan and for our junior sister. Do you truly intend to abandon us, to depart with a heart of stone? If that is the case, I shall die alongside you. Seeing Ning Zongzi regain her composure, Ling Hu Chong invoked the names of Huashan and their junior sister, Shige, Shaner. At the mention of his words, images flickered in Ning Zhongzi's eyes, and tears cascaded uncontrollably down her cheeks, falling like pearls upon Ling Hu Chong's shoulder. Choking back sobs, she implored, Chonger, do not speak this way. You cannot perish, for you are the future of Huashan, and Shaner needs your care. I care not. If you do not acquiesce to my request today and persist in seeking death, I shall follow you into the abyss. Ling Hu Chong shouted vehemently. You, Shermu. I cannot bear to witness your demise before my very eyes. Thus, permit me to take the first step. Noticing Ning Zhongzi's lingering hesitation, Ling Hu Chong resolved to take drastic measures. What do you intend to do? Ning Zhongzi exclaimed in alarm. Ling Hu Chong grasped a dagger from the ground and abruptly rose. The suddenness of his action caused another sword to swing perilously close to Ning Zhongzi's face. He pressed the dagger against his throat, looking down at Ning Zhongzi with a grave expression. Farewell, Shermu. He prepared to make the fatal cut. Do not. Ning Zhongzi gasped, her face paling in horror as she sprang to her feet and seized his hand, preventing him from inflicting harm upon himself. A drop of crimson blood trickled onto the dagger's blade. Ning Zhongzi, witnessing this, was seized by panic and exclaimed, Chonger, do not. Please, I promise you. I shall not pursue death. Do not act foolishly. Is this true? Shermu? A smile flickered across Ling Hucheng's face at her words. Indeed. I swear, Shermu shall not seek to end her life. Will you release my hand? Ning Zhongzi pleaded, her eyes brimming with tears that flowed freely. Wonderful, Shermu. Ling Hucheng smiled gently, discarding the dagger and tenderly wiping away the tears from the corners of Ning Zhongzi's eyes. Chong'er! Ning Zhongzi could no longer contain her emotions, throwing herself into Ling Hucheng's embrace, weeping uncontrollably. Whether from relief, fear, guilt, confusion, or helplessness, she unleashed the tumult of her complicated feelings. Ling Hucheng, observing the distraught Ning Zhongzi in his arms, felt his heart stir. Even the renowned Ning heroine of the Jianghu felt utterly helpless, anguished, and desolate, at a loss for what to do. In that moment, she needed support. Gently, Ling Hucheng extended his arms, encircling her delicate waist, cradling her trembling form and soothing her distressed spirit. Ning Zhongzi's body quivered slightly before she steadied herself, releasing even more intense cries. Ling Hucheng held her quietly, tenderly caressing her back, allowing her to weep freely. Perhaps this would alleviate her pain. Time passed, though it felt like an eternity. At last, Ning Zhongzi's emotions began to settle. Enough, Chong'er. Release me. I must attend to your wounds. Only then did she remember the treatment, whispering softly. However, Ling Hucheng remained unresponsive to her call. Chong'er, Chong'er. Ning Zhongzi called out twice more, yet still received no reply. A sense of foreboding washed over her as she withdrew from Ling Hucheng's embrace and propped him up. She noticed that his eyes were shut tight. He had fainted. Chong'er, what has happened? Do not frighten Shermu. Ning Zhongzi cried in alarm, gently patting his cheek. Yet, Ling Hucheng's body swayed unsteadily, collapsing toward her and burying his face in the snow. Chong'er, Chong'er. Ning Zhongzi hurriedly laid him down gently. However, for some reason, he could not lie flat. A blush crept across her fair face, and disregarding all else, she lifted Ling Hucheng onto a large round stone. Then, she rummaged through their belongings on the ground for healing ointments, wound powders, calming pills, and hemostatic powder, essentials for their adventures in the Jianghu. After locating the healing ointment, she first cleaned the wound on Ling Hucheng's back, then disinfected it, finally sprinkling the wound powder directly onto the injury inflicted by the dagger. Ah! A piercing scream echoed throughout the valley, startling the small creatures hidden among the rocky hills. The pain was excruciating, and Ling Hucheng was jolted awake by the agony. Chong'er, you are awake. Ning Zhongzi's face lit up with joy upon seeing him regain consciousness. Shermu, what have you applied? It hurts terribly. Ling Hucheng turned to Ning Zhongzi, tears streaming from his eyes due to the pain. It is the wound powder. Endure it. It will soon subside. Ning Zhongzi paid no heed to his protests, firmly holding his body still as she continued to apply the medicine, sprinkling it bit by bit. Hiss! Oh! Ling Hucheng grimaced, his face contorted in pain, his body trembling uncontrollably. What are you shouting about? Now you understand pain. A true man must endure. What is a little discomfort? Ning Zhongzi scolded, sitting firmly upon Ling Hucheng to keep him still, as his movements had caused some of the powder to scatter. Feeling the weight upon him, Ling Hucheng's eyes brightened. This arrangement was not entirely unappealing. He promptly closed his eyes and began to relish the experience, embracing both the pain and Ning Zhongzi's gentleness. The sensation was extraordinarily intense, a dichotomy of icy and fiery. After what felt like an eternity, Ning Zhongzi finally finished applying the medication and bandaged the wound. All done. After completing her task, she clapped her hands, brushing off the medicinal powder. All done. Ling Hucheng blinked in surprise, still immersed in the aftermath of the treatment, feeling an inexplicable sense of longing. Indeed. Ning Zhongzi responded softly. She then gracefully bent down to retrieve a piece of cloth from the ground, draping it over Ling Hucheng. She donned a similar garment before settling beside him, exhausted from the ordeal. Shermu, Ling Hucheng murmured, glancing back at her. Ning Zhongzi remained silent, her gaze fixed on the two full moons in the sky, her expression somewhat vacant. In that moment, she appeared ethereal, evoking a sense of pity and admiration in Ling Hucheng, rendering him momentarily speechless. The events of the evening felt surreal. Both were reluctant to believe it was reality. For a time, Silence enveloped the valley, broken only by the melodious chirping of insects hidden among the underbrush. The season had turned to autumn, and the air had grown crisp. The nights on Huashan were particularly frigid, especially at this elevation, where the cold wind howled. Ning Zhongzi instinctively wrapped her arms around herself, her delicate form curling inward. Despite her efforts, the chilly breeze caused her soft body to tremble slightly. Chapter 4. Master, I am so cold even the sturdy physique of Ling Hucheng began to tremble under the biting cold wind. The primary reason lay in the severity of his injuries and excessive blood loss, rendering him painfully cold. Moreover, both he and Ning Zhongzi had yet to regain their internal energy. Their condition was not merely inferior to that of an ordinary person. It was far worse. Nonetheless, neither spoke nor made any sound, maintaining an awkward yet tense atmosphere. As time passed, the night deepened, and the valley grew increasingly frigid. The piercing cold wind sliced through the thin fabric covering them, unable to shield against the bone-chilling cold. Both began to shiver uncontrollably. To make matters worse, Ling Hucheng lay on the icy stone, curling up against the chill, his lips quivering incessantly, his teeth chattering with a clattering sound that echoed starkly in the stillness of the rocky valley. Ning Zhongzi buried her head in her knees, shaking in the cold, her ears catching the sound of Ling Hucheng's chattering teeth. At that moment, he managed to turn his neck with great difficulty to gaze at her. Master, he stammered, his voice trembling. Ning Zhongzi turned her head, her own body trembling. Upon seeing Ling Hucheng's pale complexion and lips turn purple, devoid of their usual color and warmth, her heart jolted. I am so cold. Ling Hucheng shivered. I will fetch some firewood. Please wait, she replied, not daring to delay. Hastily rising to gather wood, Ling Hucheng watched her graceful figure depart. A warmth blossomed in his heart. Before long, Ning Zhongzi returned, arms laden with firewood. Once the bonfire was kindled, she came to support Ling Hucheng. Come, let us warm ourselves by the fire. Thank you, master, he stuttered, trembling as he felt the icy coldness radiating from her. Given her naturally cold constitution, she was not in a much better state than he was yet. Despite her own discomfort, she tended to him with utmost care, truly a remarkable woman. As they leaned against the bonfire, they finally felt a modicum of warmth. However, the small blaze was hardly sufficient against the biting winds of Mount Hua, and they continued to shiver uncontrollably. Master, Ling Hucheng murmured. Ning Zhongzi replied softly. Allow me to hold you. It will be warmer. Upon hearing this, Ning Zhongzi's proud figure quivered slightly, remaining silent. Ling Hucheng, noticing her reaction, felt unsure of her thoughts. However, recognizing the need for him to take initiative, he reached out, grasping her shoulders to steady her, then slowly shifted his body. Positioning himself beside the fire, he gently enveloped Ning Zhongzi's curvaceous form in his embrace. Suddenly, she stiffened as if electrified, a look of panic flashing across her face. This unexpected reaction startled Ling Hucheng. Why you need to move back a bit, she murmured without turning her head, her voice tinged with anxiety and a hint of fear. This left Ling Hucheng perplexed, yet he swiftly composed himself, a sheepish smile breaking across his face. Maintaining distance was indeed prudent. Ning Zhongzi, the upright heroine, was thoughtful as always. He shifted back slightly, maintaining a distance of over 20 centimeters, before once more drawing her into his embrace. This time, she did not resist, settling comfortably against him, as they nestled together for warmth, bolstered by the bonfire. Their bodies gradually began to thaw. The once pallid hue of Ning Zhongzi's beautiful cheeks returned, taking on a rosy glow. Are you feeling warmer, master? Ling Hucheng whispered near her ear. She replied softly, her voice gentle and sweet. Ling Hucheng smiled tenderly, quietly cherishing this moment of warmth with her. The warmth of his breath tickled her ear, causing her to involuntarily shift slightly. Ling Hucheng's embrace was not only warm but radiated a masculine heat. At that moment, Ning Zhongzi found herself enveloped in a sense of security and comfort, akin to floating within a warm ocean. For a time, she forgot all her worries, her heart tranquil and serene, devoid of anxiety, fear, or trepidation. She felt ethereal and peaceful. Ning Zhongzi nestled closer into Ling Hucheng's embrace, seeking the most comfortable position, her eyes lazily closing as she savored this warmth and serenity. Soft breaths filled the air, they unknowingly drifted into a peaceful slumber. Suddenly, a miraculous phenomenon unfolded. Golden streams of light emanated from Ling Hu Cheng's body, cascading around them, then merging into their forms, flowing through their meridians and dantian before re-emerging, cycling through repeatedly. Gradually, their internal energy began to restore, noticeably quicker than before. Under the veil of golden light, serene expressions graced their faces, with smiles curving at their lips, as if they were in a state of ecstasy. Incredibly, the golden light coursing over their wounds caused them to heal at a visible rate, a truly mysterious and miraculous occurrence. Unfortunately, neither was aware of this extraordinary event. Time passed, and without the fuel of fresh wood, the flames of the bonfire gradually dimmed. Soon, only smoldering embers remained, glowing faintly. The cold winds continued to blow around them, yet under the protective embrace of the mysterious golden light, Ling Hu Cheng and Ning Zhongzi felt no chill. Their faces still bore smiles, radiating warmth and contentment. As time wore on, the golden light healed their injuries entirely, their internal energy now even more robust than before. However, aside from this, their skin and pores began to exude a foul, mud-like dirt, reeking unpleasantly. After a while, the golden light completely entered Ling Hu Cheng's body, vanishing without a trace. The valley returned to its tranquil state. A gust of cold wind swept through, carrying with it a hint of unpleasant odor that wafted into Ning Zhongzi's nostrils. Her delicate brows furrowed slightly, her nose twitching in response to the discomfort, indicating signs of awakening. Shortly after, Ning Zhongzi murmured softly, rousing from her slumber. Dazed and bewildered upon waking, she glanced at the bonfire, astonished to find it completely extinguished. How long had she been asleep? She shifted her body and turned to see Ling Hu Cheng seemingly still in deep slumber, in this warm embrace. Gazing at Ling Hu Cheng's handsome, sunlit face, she felt an inexplicable pull, and before she realized it, her hand reached out to caress his cheek. Chapter 5. After a nap, Master S wife's powers surged as Ning Zhongzi found herself lost in thought. Ling Hu Cheng's brows twitched slightly, startling her into retracting her hand and softly calling out, "Chenger, Chenger." Ling Hu Cheng let out a muffled grunt before awakening. Upon opening his eyes, he was greeted by the enchanting blush on Ning Zhongzi's cheeks, instantly brightening his gaze. "Master's wife, what has happened to me?" Ling Hu Cheng inquired, perplexed. "Chenger, it seems we both fell asleep." Ning Zhongzi replied with a gentle smile. This smile had a profound effect, leaving Ling Hu Cheng momentarily stunned as he inadvertently exclaimed, "So beautiful." "Chenger, what are you saying?" Ning Zhongzi, hearing his murmurs, chided him playfully. After all, she was his master's wife. Such words were not fitting. A charming blush crept onto her face, and she shyly lowered her gaze, unable to meet Ling Hu Cheng's eyes. Witnessing this scene, Ling Hu Cheng's mouth fell open in astonishment. It was hard to believe that Ning Zhongzi, who had previously exhibited a stern demeanor, was now displaying such a delicate femininity. What had transpired? Had a mere nap altered everything? Feeling as if he were in a dream, he shook his head to clear his thoughts, yet upon opening his eyes, he still beheld Ning Zhongzi's endearing form. Scratching his head, he chuckled awkwardly, "Master's wife, I speak the truth. You are the most beautiful woman in the world." His words were sincere. In this world of pride and rivalry, no woman's beauty could surpass that of Ning Zhongzi, the jade maiden of Huashan. At best, there were only a few who could be her equals. "You still dare to say that?" Ning Zhongzi blushed deeper, indignantly striking her small fist against Ling Hu Cheng's chest, expressing her displeasure. Yet, inwardly, she felt a tinge of delight. What woman would not relish compliments on her beauty, especially one with the title of Jade Maiden of Huashan? Hee. Ling Hu Cheng grinned foolishly. "You still dare to laugh?" Ning Zhongzi shot him a glare, wishing to give him a light slap, yet for some reason, her hand remained suspended in the air. Ling Hu Cheng, sensing the shift in atmosphere, wiped the smile off his face, deciding it prudent to cease before things escalated. "What is that smell? It's so foul." Suddenly, Ling Hu Cheng caught a whiff of a sour odor, his brows knitting together. "Yes, I smell it too." Ning Zhongzi nodded in agreement. "Master's wife, it seems to be emanating from you. Have you eaten something?" Unbeknownst to him, Ling Hu Cheng had leaned closer to sniff at Ning Zhongzi. "What are you doing?" Step back. Ning Zhongzi exclaimed, startled, and pushed him away. Ah. Ling Hucheng stumbled backward. Not just from me, you smell too? Ning Zhongzi remarked, gazing at him on the ground, wrinkling her nose with a playful huff. Oh, I smell too? Ling Hucheng was taken aback and quickly raised his hand to sniff himself, realizing it was indeed true. Moreover, there was a dark, muddy stain on his body. What is happening? Ling Hucheng expressed his confusion, glancing at Ning Zhongzi, only to suddenly exclaim, Ah! Master's wife, your injury. What's with the sudden outburst? What's wrong with my injury? Ning Zhongzi, who had been inspecting herself, jumped at Ling Hucheng's scream, casting him a reproachful look. Your injury. Ling Hucheng pointed at her chest, where a prior sword wound had vanished without a trace. My injury has. Ning Zhongzi, bewildered, looked down at her chest and was taken aback. How did it heal? My wound. It's healed, completely healed. I have no injuries whatsoever. What on earth is going on? Ning Zhongzi examined her whole body and found her injuries had mysteriously disappeared, leaving her unscathed. Master's wife, it seems my injuries have also healed. Ling Hucheng checked himself and discovered that his previous wounds had also miraculously vanished, leaving no scars behind. What? Chonger, your injuries have healed too? Ning Zhongzi gazed at him in disbelief. Yes. Ling Hucheng nodded excitedly, his eyes gleaming as he looked at Ning Zhongzi's cheeks. What could possibly explain this? Why have all our wounds vanished? Indeed, how is it possible? We merely took a nap, and yet our injuries have completely healed. It's utterly astonishing. Ning Zhongzi shot Ling Hucheng a glance, a seductive blush gracing her cheeks, as his words bore a hint of ambiguity. However, Ling Hucheng paid no mind. They had indeed simply rested, yet upon awakening, all their injuries had miraculously vanished. It was perplexing. What is truly going on? Both furrowed their brows, unable to fathom this inexplicable occurrence. Master's wife, have you felt anything unusual in your body? Ling Hucheng asked with a serious expression. Given the strange phenomenon, he hoped there would be no unforeseen consequences regarding their health. Upon hearing this, Ning Zhongzi hurriedly checked her condition, and suddenly her eyes widened in disbelief, reflecting a glimmer of astonishment. How is this possible? What's wrong, Master's wife? Ling Hucheng was startled by her reaction, fearing she might genuinely be unwell. My powers have actually surged, advancing 2 realms in succession, breaking through to a super first-class level. Ning Zhongzi looked at Ling Hucheng, her expression a mix of incredulity and surprise. Her powers, once at the late stage of first class, had now surpassed the peak stage and the barrier of super first class, achieving an extraordinary level. This was truly unfathomable. What, is that true? Ling Hucheng was taken aback, his face a canvas of disbelief as he stared at Ning Zhongzi. Yes, it's true. Chonger, you should check your own powers as well. All right. Ling Hucheng quickly began to assess himself, astonished to discover his own powers had indeed increased. Master's wife, my powers have surged too, skyrocketing from mid-second class to late first class. What? Chonger's powers have also increased, and to late first class, even surpassing my own. Ning Zhongzi exclaimed, her expression one of sheer disbelief. Both had experienced an astounding surge in power unbeknownst to them. What could this possibly mean? They both wore bewildered expressions, their minds filled with questions, seeking answers yet finding none. Never mind, Master's wife. Perhaps it is a sign of divine favor. Maybe the heavens are assisting us. Ling Hucheng waved his hand dismissively. Ning Zhongzi nodded in agreement. Since they couldn't comprehend it, there was no point in pondering further, especially since it was not a bad thing. At that moment, she realized she had once again been embraced by Ling Hucheng and, with her face flushed, murmured, Chonger, could you please let go of your Master's wife? Master's wife, we should wash up first. Ling Hucheng did not release her, observing the dirt and grime that covered them both, along with the unpleasant odor. We. Ning Zhongzi's eyes widened in disbelief as she looked at Ling Hucheng. Yes. I can't reach my back. Master's wife, please help me. Without waiting for her consent, Ling Hucheng lifted her off the ground in a swift motion. Ah. Stop, Chonger, you should wash yourself. How could I possibly help you wash? Ning Zhongzi shrieked, struggling fiercely in Ling Hucheng's grasp, desperate to escape. Chapter 6. Once more the dawn had yet to break, yet the bashful moon was gradually descending on the back mountain of Huashan. Wow, this is so delightful. I never expected this to be a hot spring. Immersed in the warm, gentle waters, Ling Hucheng displayed an expression of utter bliss. I can't believe there is such a hot spring on the back mountain. It's truly marvelous. Ning Zhongzi scooped up the warm spring water, extending her slender jade fingers towards the moon hanging in the sky. The comforting water cascaded down her arm, cleansing the grime that clung to her skin, as droplets sparkled like sanctified halos. This is simply divine. Ling Hucheng exclaimed exuberantly, having not enjoyed such a soothing hot spring in ages, his robust voice resonating throughout the night sky and the sea of clouds. Keep your voice down. Startled by Ling Hucheng's exuberance, Ning Zhongzi's face blanched with concern as she shoved him lightly. Ling Hucheng slipped, tumbling headfirst into the depths. Whoa! He inadvertently swallowed a mouthful of water. His eyes widened in panic as he held his breath, peering through the surface to behold two large, round moons suspended above. Chonger. Noticing Ling Hucheng had not resurfaced, Ning Zhongzi couldn't help but call out anxiously, her hands frantically searching beneath the water for his figure, fearing he might drown. It seemed as if Ling Hucheng were playing a game of hide and seek, for no matter how desperately Ning Zhongzi searched, she could not find him. Unbeknownst to her, Ling Hucheng had circled around to her rear, quietly surfacing. Observing her worried expression, he smiled gently and called out, Shizhuan, I'm right here. Chonger. Ning Zhongzi turned around in delight upon hearing his voice. However, the next moment, she was met with a splash of water as Ling Hucheng playfully struck the surface. The warm, clear water drenched her completely, leaving her resembling a drenched chicken. Ha ha ha. Ling Hucheng laughed heartily, delighted by his successful prank. Chonger, how dare you tease your Shizhuan? I shall skin you alive. Ning Zhongzi, incensed, was frustrated at having worried for Ling Hucheng while he toyed with her. Infuriated, she lunged at him, knocking him back into the water. She then seized the nape of his neck, lifting his head and forcefully plunging it back into the water. Ling Hucheng was unable to resist, choking on several mouthfuls. No. Please. Shizhuan, gurgle. I was wrong. I won't dare again, gurgle. Ling Hucheng pleaded for mercy, but he could only articulate his words in fleeting moments as he surfaced for air, causing his desperate pleas to be interrupted. Humph. Yet, Ning Zhongzi merely huffed in response, still angry and unable to hear his entreaties. Her actions showed no sign of relenting as she continued to subdue Ling Hucheng. After what felt like an eternity, Ling Hucheng went still. Ning Zhongzi's heart sank with worry as she pulled him up from the water. Chonger, are you all right? Startled by his dazed expression, she felt a surge of fear. I'm fine. Ling Hucheng weakly shook his head. He was unharmed, merely feeling slightly dizzy. Your complexion is quite alarming, and you claim to be fine? Do not frighten your Shizhuan. Ning Zhongzi furrowed her brows, her face etched with deep concern. Yet, this pitiful demeanor left Ling Hucheng momentarily entranced. Shizhuan, you are truly beautiful, Ling Hucheng murmured, captivated, sensing that Ning Zhongzi appeared even more radiant and youthful than before. You, at such a time, still uttering words to provoke your Shizhuan. Ning Zhongzi cast a reproachful glance, her tone laced with playful annoyance, though she felt little resentment. Ever since awakening, she found it hard to stay angry with Ling Hucheng, her heart inexplicably drawn to him. Ling Hucheng stood from the water, steadying himself against Ning Zhongzi, his gaze deeply fixed upon her eyes. Chonger, what are you trying to do? Ning Zhongzi felt flustered under his intense stare, lowering her gaze as a charming blush graced her cheeks. Ling Hucheng gazed at her flushed visage, his voice softening. I speak the truth, Shizhuan. Hearing this, Ning Zhongzi's pupils widened slightly, her fingers nervously fidgeting in the water, her heart racing uncontrollably. The atmosphere fell into a profound silence. In a moment of impulsiveness, Ling Hucheng drew Ning Zhongzi's voluptuous form into his embrace, an overwhelming wave of masculine warmth enveloping her. This sudden closeness jolted her back to reality. She quickly pressed her hands against his chest, shaking her head. All right, Chonger, do not act recklessly. If this continues, Your Shurzuan will be angry. Let me wash your back instead, and once done, we shall return. Ling Hucheng gazed at her exquisite face for a moment before gently replying, Thank you, Shurzuan. Turn around. Yes. Ling Hucheng complied, presenting his back to her. Ning Zhongze took a cloth, dampening it in the water, and then began to tenderly wipe his back upon noticing the fresh crimson stains on his bandage. Her heart ached, her brows slightly furrowing with concern. She gently brushed her fingers over the wounded area, her voice laced with tenderness. Does it hurt? Not at all, Shurzuan. Ling Hucheng shook his head, aware of the meaning behind her inquiry. Liar. The entire dagger had sunk in, and you still claim it doesn't hurt. Ning Zhongze's heart ached even more at his words, a twinge of regret surfacing within her. Hee. Ling Hucheng chuckled foolishly. While it had indeed hurt immensely before, he felt no discomfort now, as if he had healed completely. After a while, all done, Ning Zhongze announced, having cleaned his back thoroughly. All done? Ling Hucheng turned his head, feeling a sense of reluctance, wishing it could last a while longer. Yes. Ning Zhongze replied softly. At that moment, Ling Hucheng noticed her damp hair and felt compelled to say, Shurzuan, your hair is wet. We should wash it to prevent you from falling ill. Mentioning this caused Ning Zhongze to frown, retorting coldly, Humph. This is all your fault. My apologies, Shurzuan. I shall make amends. Ling Hucheng smiled sheepishly. No need. I can manage myself. Ning Zhongze insisted, her tone firm. She then let her cascading black locks flow down, immersing them in the water to wash. Observing this, Ling Hucheng hurried over to assist. I said there's no need. You, a man, should not wash a woman's hair. Ning Zhongze protested, trying to pull her hair away from him. There were societal beliefs that a man washing a woman's hair would bring misfortune, thus she had always tended to it herself. What is the big deal? What is embarrassing about washing a girl's hair? Ling Hucheng countered, refusing to back down. He grasped her hair once more, carefully washing it. You? Ning Zhongze found herself at a loss for words, taken aback by his boldness. This time, she did not resist, allowing Ling Hucheng to tend to her flowing locks. Feeling his gentle touch, warmth flooded her heart. It was the first time she experienced such care. Not having to do it herself felt wonderful. Though silence enveloped them, the atmosphere became increasingly intimate. This scene resembled that of a devoted couple, as the cherished man tenderly washed the beloved woman's tresses. Suddenly, Ling Hucheng broke the tranquility. Shurzuan, has your poison been resolved? Upon hearing this, Ning Zhongze's curvaceous form trembled slightly, fully aware of the nature of the poison Ling Hucheng referred to. Facing away from him, a delightful flush graced her stunning complexion. She lowered her head in silence. It seems it hasn't tea. Ling Hucheng noted her silence, a sly smile gracing his lips. He slowly wrapped his arms around her perfectly sculpted figure from behind. Ning Zhongze tensed, her body rigid with anxiety. Chapter 7. The overbearing Ling Hucheng. You mustn't. Your injury has yet to heal. You cannot engage in strenuous activity. You need to rest properly. It's nothing, master. I 1T dive from it on the majestic and towering Mount Hua. 2.5 hours later, the two circular moons in the high sky shyly concealed themselves. The eastern sky began to brighten with a fishbelly white, as if nature itself was lifting the veil of night. The dawn gradually approached. Beside the spiritual spring, on a smooth, massive rock, a couple embraced each other tenderly. Ling Hucheng gazed at the enchanting beauty in his arms, a gentle and proud smile gracing his face. Ning Zhongze rested quietly against Ling Hucheng's warm and broad chest, exhaling softly, her expression one of languid satisfaction. As time flowed on, the horizon gradually blushed with a delicate hue, reminiscent of Ning Zhongze's bashful cheeks, the rosy tint spreading slowly. The area widened, the color deepening from pale pink to a vibrant orange, and finally to a fiery crimson. The sun began to rise. Master, look, Ling Hucheng exclaimed excitedly, pointing at the half-sun just peeking above the horizon. Ning Zhongze lazily lifted her alluring eyes to the fiery sun, a captivating smile illuminating her face as she murmured, so beautiful. Indeed, Ling Hucheng nodded, for he had never witnessed such a breathtaking sunrise, especially in the company of such a stunning woman as Ning Zhongze. Everything felt so exquisite and warm, surpassing anything else. The dazzling light reached out like tentacles, exploring this nascent world, bringing with it infinite possibilities and hope. Before long, the fiery sun had fully risen. Its golden rays cascaded over the undulating peaks of Mount Hua, adorning the summits with a brilliant golden edge. Bathed in the warm sunlight, Ning Zhongzi felt an unparalleled sense of ease and elation, as if years of pent-up emotion had finally been released. She relished this serene, harmonious, and comfortable moment. For a fleeting instant, she wished this moment could last forever, and no longer preoccupied with thoughts. Ning Zhongzi simply wanted to savor this beautiful moment, closing her lovely eyes once more, seeking the most comfortable position to lie down. She was utterly exhausted. All she desired was a moment of genuine rest. Ling Huchong looked down at the enchanting woman in his embrace, a tender smile gracing his face. It felt as though he were in a dream, so surreal was this experience. The two remained quietly entwined, relishing the beauty of the sunrise and the warmth of the moment. From a distance, their figures appeared as if they truly resembled a pair of celestial lovers. Time passed unnoticed. Slowly, Ning Zhongzi awakened from Ling Huchong's embrace. Her eyes fell upon his broad, sturdy chest, and she widened her bright eyes, a flicker of panic flashing within. Suddenly, she sprang up from Ling Huchong's arms. "What is wrong, master?" Ling Huchong asked, puzzled by the drastic change in her demeanor. Ning Zhongzi remained silent, hastily rising to the side to pick up her coat from the ground and donning it. What was happening to her? Why had she not resisted Ling Huchong's outrageous request? Ning Zhongzi felt an overwhelming sense of confusion and fear regarding her own actions. Once dressed, she prepared to take flight. Just then, Ling Huchong grasped her arm, exclaiming, "Master, what is the matter? Why the sudden change? Let go of me." Ning Zhongzi replied coldly. Ling Huchong was momentarily taken aback, witnessing her transformation back into the dignified and serious master. Recognizing the change, he promptly released her arm. Ning Zhongzi, expressionless, turned away once more. As she prepared to depart, Ling Huchong suddenly seized her arm, pulling her back into his embrace, then turning to press his lips against her delicate, blossom-like mouth with fervent passion. Ning Zhongzi's eyes widened in shock, struggling desperately, but to no avail. After a prolonged moment, he released her. Slowly, Ning Zhongzi opened her eyes to find Ling Huchong wearing a triumphant grin, igniting her frustration. "Humph," she huffed, pushing him away with both hands. Without hesitation, she raised her hand and, with a sharp crack, slapped Ling Huchong across the face. She then turned and, employing her lightness skill, soared towards the summit of Mount Hua, the sound of Ling Huchong's anguished cry trailing behind her. "Ah!" Ling Huchong cried out as he was sent spiraling backward by Ning Zhongzi's slap, landing with a splash in the warm spring, sending droplets flying in all directions. When Ling Huchong emerged from the water, he could only see Ning Zhongzi's graceful figure dancing along the cliff's edge. "Master!" he shouted after her retreating silhouette, but alas, there was no reply. As Ning Zhongzi's figure vanished into the mist, an ethereal and melodious voice floated down from the heavens. "Come back soon." Yes, Ling Huchong's face brightened at her words, and he let out a resounding cry that echoed throughout the vast expanse. Returning to his thoughts, Ling Huchong finally had the opportunity to sort through the chaotic and absurd information. To his astonishment, he had somehow traversed into a martial arts world. His heart raced with excitement. After all, like many in his youth, he had harbored dreams of the martial arts, and now those dreams had materialized. If that were the case, a true man should embark on a journey of swordplay, wandering the rivers and lakes. From the memories of his original self, it seemed the plot had yet to unfold, though it was imminent. He wondered which version of the smiling, proud wanderer this was. Ling Huchong emerged from the spring, revealing his robust torso, his muscular physique strikingly impressive. He bore no wounds, and the injury inflicted by Ning Zhongzi was now healed. As for the bandages, they had been torn away during their intense skirmish. Now, there was one crucial matter to address. During the battle, he had sensed the golden light in his mind blossoming, forming a multitude of golden symbols that flowed throughout his body. These golden runes seemed to possess a mysterious energy, continuously cleansing his meridians and enhancing his martial prowess. This resulted in an ever-increasing combat power, making him feel as though he had boundless strength, a ceaseless flow of energy that could sustain him for days and nights of combat, had he not been concerned for Ning Zhongzi's well-being. Thus, Ling Huchong hurriedly examined the mysterious stone and golden light in his mind. To his shock, The golden mass had indeed transformed, an unexpected change that left him dumbfounded, his eyes gleaming with astonishment. Chapter 8. The Art of Enchanting Women. Art of Enchanting Women. By heavens, I am about to prosper. I shall transcend to immortality. Ling Hucheng gazed in astonishment at the four shimmering golden characters floating in his mind, his eyes widening in disbelief. This was indeed the legendary, unparalleled skill. The art of enchanting women. Goodness gracious. No wonder his power had been surging uncontrollably during the battle. It turned out to be this supreme technique. Prosperity was upon him. This was truly a moment of elevation to the celestial realm. According to ancient lore, in a distant epoch, the Yellow Emperor Xianyuan attained his immortal roots and opened the 9 celestial gates through this extraordinary art, ascending to the heavens in broad daylight. While it may be true that his innate talent could not compare to that of the ancient ancestor, the Yellow Emperor, he possessed a resolute spirit. Such a monumental opportunity promised unimaginable wealth. If 3,000 was insufficient, then perhaps 30,000 would suffice. Surely 30,000 would allow him to ascend in broad daylight. If 30,000 failed, then perhaps 300,000. Ahem, that might be a tad exaggerated. Even if one's talent were exceedingly dull, surely 3 million was unnecessary, was it not? Calm down. He must remain composed and not panic. The path to immortality was still a distant goal. Though he could not transcend at present, he could still indulge in the moment. Ling Hucheng endeavored to steady his mind, first examining the legitimacy of the technique. No, he meant to ascertain its authenticity. He promptly sat cross-legged, channeling the supreme mind technique. As his thoughts stirred, the golden runes in his mind began to circulate once more, radiant streams of golden light coursing through every part of his being. Instantly, both his body and soul were immersed in a warm and comforting ocean, free and unrestrained, as if soaring through the skies. Yin and yang intertwined, the essence of creation manifested. Ling Hucheng felt a sacred and mysterious golden energy surging into his dantian like a boundless river. Upon entering, this energy stirred the chaos within him like a divine dragon, ceaselessly churning and cleansing his dantian. Subsequently, this energy coalesced into a vital force of yin and yang, an ever-flowing, life-giving essence that surged into his entire network of meridians and consciousness sea. Wherever it flowed, every sinew and fiber of his being seemed to rejoice, erupting in a cacophony of sounds, akin to a grand celebration. His consciousness sea was clear and bright, as if reborn. Meanwhile, atop Mount Hua, the Huashan sect was nestled in its grandeur. At this moment, dawn had broken, and all disciples and elders had assembled in the great hall and martial arts arena for the morning lessons. As the sect leader, Yu Buchuan was no exception. Ning Zhongzi, having experienced a significant surge in her power following a fierce battle, utilized her lightness skill to hasten her return to the Huashan sect. Upon her arrival, she did not proceed to the main hall atop the mountain, but instead ventured to the residence where she typically resided. She needed to change into a new outfit, as her current attire had become tattered during the fight. How could she face others in such a disheveled state? The entire Huashan would be thrown into an uproar. Ning Zhongzi cautiously surveyed her surroundings, refraining from making any loud noises, anxious about being discovered. Returning home felt akin to a thief in the night. She tiptoed down the corridor towards her chamber, her bright and nimble eyes scanning for any suspicious figures in pursuit. With a heart full of trepidation and exhilaration, she finally reached her door. Just as she was about to push it open, she glanced around once more, ensuring no one was following her. Only after confirming her solitude did she prepare to enter. However, at that moment, the door swung open from within, revealing a tall figure who pulled it wide. In an instant, 2 pairs of eyes locked in surprise. Ning Zhongzi stood frozen, her eyes wide in disbelief. "Junior sister," Yu Buchuan exclaimed, recognizing the familiar face before him. The next moment, a piercing scream echoed across the summit of Huashan. "Ah!" Ning Zhongzi shrieked, shutting her eyes tightly as she forcefully pushed Yu Buchuan aside and dashed into the room. With a swift kick, she sent him stumbling out. Bang! A loud crash resonated as she shut the door behind her, executing the motion with an effortless grace. Bewildered, Yu Buchuan stood momentarily stunned, struggling to comprehend the situation. "Junior sister! Junior sister!" he called out, regaining his composure as he stood up and shouted towards the room. He pushed against the door, only to find it locked, prompting him to pound on it repeatedly. "Brother, please do not enter," Ning Zhongzi replied, bracing herself against the door, her tone laced with urgency. At this moment, her heart raced with anxiety, and her face reflected a mixture of fear and trepidation. She could not fathom why Yu Buchuan was still in the room. Was he not supposed to be presiding over the morning lessons? Ning Zhongzi's mind raced, her thoughts clouded with confusion. Had Yu Buchuan seen her disheveled appearance? Panic surged within her. "Junior sister, please open the door. What has happened? Why have you and Chong'er lost contact?" Yu Buchuan implored, his voice tinged with desperation. Since the moment Ning Zhongzi and Ling Huchong had gone silent, the entire Huashan sect had been engulfed in turmoil, dispatching disciples to search for the two. Just before dawn, news had emerged that a surprise ambush had occurred at the last location where they were seen. Yu Buchuan, incensed by the report, resolved to venture out himself to investigate, only to unexpectedly encounter Ning Zhongzi upon his return. This left him bewildered, eager to uncover the truth. Moreover, he had caught a glimpse of Ning Zhongzi's disheveled state, raising his concern even further. "Junior sister." Not receiving a response from within, Yu Buchuan knocked once more with urgency. Inside, Ning Zhongzi hurriedly searched for a clean outfit, finally finding one of her usual elegant garments. She swiftly changed, then sought a place to hide her tattered clothes, aware that they could not be seen by Yu Buchuan, lest she struggle to explain herself. Scanning the room for a suitable hiding spot, Ning Zhongzi felt a wave of anxiety wash over her as she considered the inadequacy of her options. Suddenly, her gaze fell upon the hem of her skirt, and an idea sparked in her mind. After concealing her discarded attire, she steadied her nerves, suppressing her fears and unease. She patted her cheeks, regaining her composure and restoring the dignified elegance befitting the heroine of Huashan. Having accomplished her preparations, Ning Zhongzi approached the door, unbolting the lock and pulling it open once more. Chapter 9 Disappointment. Junior sister. Junior sister. Outside, Yu Buchuan continued to pound on the door while calling for Ning Zhongzi. The sudden opening of the door startled him, and he nearly stumbled forward. "Do not shout." Ning Zhongzi's expression was calm as she cast a glance at Yu Buchuan and spoke in a measured tone. Seeing Ning Zhongzi had opened the door, Yu Buchuan's face lit up with joy. He stood upright and, gazing at his beloved wife, voiced his lingering curiosity. "Junior sister, what were you doing inside?" "Oh, you've changed into a different outfit?" Ning Zhongzi furrowed her brow. Shouldn't he first inquire about her well-being? Why ask such things? As she regarded the familiar face before her, she momentarily lost her focus but quickly regained her composure and asked, "Senior brother, shouldn't you be leading everyone in morning prayers at the front hall? Why are you still here?" "Believe it or not, I am here because of you and Chong'er," Yu Buchuan replied earnestly. "You and Chong'er?" Upon hearing Yu Buchuan's words, Ning Zhongzi's heart skipped a beat, and a hint of panic flickered across her face. Could he have found out? Impossible. Ning Zhongzi shook her head, convincing herself it was unlikely. During that time, the back mountain should have had no one else around. "Junior sister, what on earth happened to you and Chong'er? We haven't heard from you for several days. I dispatched disciples down the mountain to search for you, and this morning I received news that you had been attacked and gone missing. Hence, I returned to gather supplies, preparing to descend the mountain to find you," Yu Buchuan explained in one breath. Although his words carried an undertone of concern, his expression remained composed, devoid of much anxiety or tension. "So that's the case," Ning Zhongzi realized, a bitter smile emerging on her face. "What an incredible coincidence. Junior sister, what exactly transpired? Were you attacked?" Yu Buchuan pressed. "Yes, senior brother," Ning Zhongzi responded, regaining her focus and nodding, her face now etched with seriousness and anger. The memory of those despicable men in black surged forth, and a powerful aura of killing intent emanated from her. Had they not resorted to underhanded tactics and poison, she and Chong'er would not have found themselves in such a predicament. Yu Buchuan, sensing the terrifying aura radiating from Ning Zhongzi, was momentarily taken aback. His usually graceful and refined wife had unleashed such formidable killing intent. At that moment, he too grasped the gravity of the situation and inquired, "Junior sister, what exactly is going on?" "Senior brother, I suspect there is a traitor among us at Mount Hua," Ning Zhongzi said gravely. "A traitor?" Yu Buchuan asked, bewildered. "Chong'er and I descended the mountain in secrecy, with hardly anyone aware of our whereabouts, yet somehow our movements were leaked. On our way back, we were ambushed by a group of mysterious men in black, each possessing formidable skills. I fought fiercely alongside Chong'er to carve a bloody path to escape. While hiding, we inadvertently overheard them mention that they had their own people on Mount Hua, and should we appear on the road leading to Mount Hua, we would be ambushed. What? Such a thing exists? Who are they? I will not let them go unpunished. Yu Buchuan seethed with fury, enraged that anyone would dare challenge the dignity of the Mount Hua sect. After all, the Mount Hua sect is one of the 5 sacred sword sects, a prominent faction, and though it may have diminished somewhat, it was utterly unforgivable for anyone to plot against its members in broad daylight. Senior brother. Ning Zhongze felt a surge of emotion at Yu Buchuan's anger, but then guilt washed over her as she recalled her encounters with Ling Huchong. Rest assured, junior sister, I will find these culprits, avenge you both, and restore the honor of the Mount Hua sect, making it clear that we are not to be trifled with, for we are one of the illustrious 5 sacred sword sects, not a target for petty provocateurs, Yu Buchuan declared, his heart ablaze with righteous indignation. He valued the reputation of the Mount Hua sect above his own life, and the audacity of someone reaching out to challenge him was simply intolerable. Ning Zhongze, hearing Yu Buchuan's words, felt her expression freeze. She had misjudged his fury. It was not for her sake, but for the sake of Mount Hua. A sense of disappointment coursed through her. She knew how much Yu Buchuan valued the reputation of Mount Hua, dedicating his life to its revival. For decades, he had focused solely on its development and managing its affairs, while she felt more like an assistant in his quest to restore Mount Hua than a devoted wife. During this time, Yu Buchuan had failed to fulfill the role of a husband, which caused her inner turmoil, yet she could only accept it silently, for she too was a member of Mount Hua, and all their actions represented the entire sect. Very well, senior brother. I believe you will succeed, Ning Zhongze said, her brow quivering slightly, her mind elsewhere as she spoke. She had grown weary of listening to Yu Buchuan's words. He had not once inquired about her well-being, not even asking if she was injured. And what happened next, junior sister? How did you return? Yu Buchuan inquired again. Were you not concerned about potential dangers in the front mountains? So, I took Chong'er to the back mountain to hide until our strength was restored before returning. As she mentioned this, Ning Zhongze briefly lost her focus, fleeting images of her time with Ling Huchong flashing through her mind. At such a moment, she could not afford to reveal any oddities, lest Yu Buchuan notice something amiss. Ning Zhongze refrained from mentioning that they had flown up from the back mountain using lightness skills. That would be too astonishing. Previously, her skills had been insufficient to ascend from the back mountain, let alone while carrying Ling Huchong, and she was reluctant to expose her current prowess. I see. In that case, it truly seems we may have a traitor among us at Mount Hua, Yu Buchuan remarked, nodding as comprehension dawned upon him. He then asked, Junior sister, who do you think this traitor might be? He was furious, suspecting that this traitor might have been planted by one of the other 5 sacred sword sects, with the most significant suspicion falling on the Songshan sect. Under the leadership of Zhuolingchan, the Songshan sect was flourishing, showing signs of becoming the foremost among the 5 sacred sword sects. Zhuolingchan harbored grand ambitions, aspiring to unify the 5 sacred sword sects and become the leader of the martial world, commanding all under heaven. Moreover, he had been covertly suppressing Mount Hua, causing Yu Buchuan to seethe with anger and frustration. Yet he could only endure and bide his time due to his insufficient strength. Ning Zhongze grew somewhat exasperated and retorted, I do not know. Junior sister. Yu Buchuan was taken aback. This was the first time Ning Zhongze had reprimanded him, a stark contrast to her usual demeanor. Realizing her outburst, Ning Zhongze placed her delicate hand on her head, massaging her temples, and softened her tone, saying, All right, senior brother. I am weary and wish to rest for a while. You may carry on with your tasks. Both Chong'er and I are unharmed, so do not worry. Ah, yes, it is indeed time for you to rest. It is my oversight. Given that you both must have endured great hardships while evading pursuers these past few days, and your attire is in tatters. Have you sustained any injuries? Let me check and also summon a physician. Only now did Yu Buchuan exhibit concern for her well-being. One must wonder where his attentiveness had been moments ago. When Ning Zhongze heard Yu Buchuan mention her torn clothing, a flash of panic and a blush swept over her face, and she replied somewhat awkwardly, No need, senior brother. They are merely superficial wounds, and my clothes were torn during the struggle and while fleeing. Chapter 10. A renewed surge of power. Ning Zhongzi was not lying. Her clothing had indeed been torn during the skirmish. However, the rips could be attributed to two distinct encounters, one with nefarious individuals and another with benign adversaries. Allow me to show you. Yu Buchuan inquired with genuine concern. Really, it's unnecessary. I am quite well. Please do not worry, senior brother. You should attend to your matters first. There are numerous affairs awaiting your attention at Huashan. Ning Zhongzi waved her hand, steadfastly refusing to let Yu Buchuan inspect her injuries. With a decisive step, she crossed the threshold and gently pushed aside her standing senior brother while simultaneously shutting the door behind her. Junior sister, weren't you supposed to rest? Why did you come out to close the door? Yu Buchuan observed Ning Zhongzi's peculiar actions with evident puzzlement. I intend to rest in Shana's room. Ning Zhongzi replied nonchalantly, her heart untroubled. Why go to Shana's room for rest? Why not stay here? Yu Buchuan appeared bewildered, a multitude of questions swirling in his mind. It's too bright here. I cannot sleep during the day. Shana's room is darker and has calming incense, which will allow me to rest more soundly. Very well, junior sister. Do not overthink it. After being pursued by those mysterious black-clad figures, you must require a tranquil space for recuperation. Following the events of the previous night, a sense of discomfort lingered within Ning Zhongzi, leading her to feel an urge to distance herself from Yu Buchuan. This sentiment struck her as absurd, hence her inclination to seek solace in her daughter Yu Lingshan's chamber. Oh! Yu Buchuan's realization dawned upon him, as he nodded in understanding. All right. You may go, junior sister. Rest well, and once I have dealt with my affairs, I shall come to see you. Without a hint of suspicion, Yu Buchuan acknowledged that the mental toll from evading deadly pursuers would necessitate proper rest. Yes, do attend to your tasks, senior brother. I shall take my leave. With that, Ning Zhongzi pushed past Yu Buchuan, making her way towards her daughter Yu Lingshan's quarters, wary of revealing too many inconsistencies in her demeanor. Senior brother. Yu Buchuan watched the retreating figure of his beloved Ning Zhongzi, his hand poised to speak yet faltering. A struggle flickered across his brow as he lowered his hand, the words lingering unspoken upon his lips. Even as Ning Zhongzi vanished from sight, he remained silent, letting out a resigned sigh as he relinquished his grasp. After Ning Zhongzi's departure, Yu Buchuan turned, a slight furrow in his brow as he murmured, Why does junior sister seem peculiar in her gait? Perhaps she is simply fatigued. A few days of rest should suffice. Yu Buchuan gazed at the now closed door, hesitating momentarily before stepping inside. He surveyed the room, seemingly in search of something. After a thorough inspection, Yu Buchuan's brow creased in confusion as he scratched his head. Strange, where could it have gone? Could it have been discarded down the cliff or hidden away? Upon this thought emerging, Yu Buchuan shook his head. Impossible. It is merely a piece of clothing. Why would she hide it? It must have been discarded down the cliff. Never mind. I should focus on urgent matters. How audacious of them to dare to provoke Huashan. Fueled by indignation, Yu Buchuan exited the room. Ning Zhongzi wasted no time, hastening towards Yu Lingshan's chamber. Bang! Upon entering the room, she secured the door, leaning against it for support. Ha! Ha! Ning Zhongzi gasped for air, her heart racing, her striking figure displaying an exquisite curve. Her eyes widened, her complexion pale, betraying a profound sense of fear and anxiety. What a terrifying ordeal! She had narrowly avoided detection, her swift reflexes having saved her. Suddenly, a sound of something dropping echoed in the stillness. Ning Zhongzi froze, glancing down to discover the discarded attire she had just changed out of. Bending gracefully, she retrieved it from the floor. Initially, she had contemplated casting it off the cliff, yet fear of it being discovered led her to conceal it in the room, wary of Yu Buchuan stumbling upon it. Perhaps I should burn it, she murmured softly. At that moment, a wave of drowsiness washed over her, her body swaying slightly, her eyelids growing heavy. Ning Zhongzi yawned, succumbing to a state of drowsiness. I am utterly exhausted. Perhaps a brief slumber is in order. What a fool I am, remaining awake all night without respite. I can no longer endure this. I am far too fatigued. Ning Zhongzi shook her head, striving to rouse herself, and in her daze, She stowed away her garments before curling up in Yu Ling Shan's bed. In an instant, a gentle sound of breathing filled the otherwise silent room. On the back mountain, midway up the slope, on the soft grass beside the hot spring, Ling Hucheng exhaled a plume of warm vapor. After Ning Zhong's departure, he had diligently cultivated for an additional hour. Achieving the superlative realm, my power has been firmly consolidated. Remarkably, in just 1 hour of practice, his martial— How astonishing! The legendary skills were indeed extraordinary. The enhancement in power was greatly attributed to the assistance of his esteemed mentor, Ning Zhongzi. During their earlier confrontation, his strength had surged from late first-rate to peak first-rate. Moreover, a portion of Ning Zhongzi's energy lingered within his dantian. Harnessing this energy for cultivation ultimately allowed Ling Hucheng to breach the barrier of the superlative realm, achieving a new level. Nonetheless, although he now resided within the superlative realm, the martial prowess derived from the supreme celestial scripture was far beyond the ordinary superlative level, potentially surpassing all other superlative masters in the martial world. What is that foul odor? Suddenly, Ling Hucheng's brow furrowed as he detected the acrid scent once more. Inspecting himself, he discovered yet another layer of grime. Ah, I see. It appears the same occurred previously. It must be the process of cleansing the sinews and marrow. Indeed, it was the cleansing of sinews and marrow. The golden luminescence was a testament to the unique nature of the technique, which, during its inaugural practice, possessed the ability to completely transform one's being. Earlier in the night, he had undergone the cleansing process, albeit without conscious awareness, rendering it incomplete. This time, however, with intentional cultivation, the mysterious energy had thoroughly purified his entire being, marking the true metamorphosis. No wonder their injuries had healed spontaneously. The clash between the two had activated the technique, allowing it to operate autonomously. This extraordinary skill emphasizes the refinement of essence into qi, the transformation of qi into spirit, the return of spirit to the void, and the convergence with the Tao, leading to transcendence. As for what essence is refined and how it is refined, that is a matter for another discussion. Chapter 11. The appearance of Feng Qingyang Ling Hucheng found himself lost in contemplation as he recalled his master's wife's demeanor from the— This was undoubtedly the result of the formidable prowess of the unparalleled cultivation technique. After practicing it, one would inherently exude a unique charm, an allure that holds a lethal attraction and an innate affinity for women. Moreover, after training together, a woman's thoughts would naturally gravitate closer to oneself. Such power is truly remarkable. No wonder it is the legendary technique passed down by our forefather, the Yellow Emperor Xianyuan. Filled with gratitude, Ling Hucheng resolved that once he had mastered this supreme celestial method, he would erect a grand ancestral hall in honor of his forebear, ensuring it was well revered. Since he had been granted a second chance at life, he vowed not to disgrace this extraordinary art, but rather to disseminate its power throughout the world, ensuring that his ancestor would not suffer any shame. Ling Hucheng's expression was resolute. Rest assured, I shall take good care of my master and junior sister. I will not allow any tragedy to unfold upon them. This was a farewell to his former self. Ling Hucheng was he, and he was Ling Hucheng. With this realization, he felt a surge of clarity in his mind, and his former self began to dissipate. Now that I possess great power, I still lack a formidable martial skill. Although Ling Hucheng's strength was substantial, there remained a gap when compared to the top-tier masters. This disparity lay in the techniques and skills of combat. Until he achieved invincible prowess, martial techniques would remain crucial. Once he attained such power, the specifics of martial skills could be deemed secondary, as a mere punch would suffice to vanquish foes. If he were to acquire a powerful martial art, nothing could compare to the Dugu Nine Swords, a peerless sword technique. Moreover, he need not venture far, for it resided atop Huashan. Very well, my next task is to obtain the Dugu Nine Swords. With his determination set, Ling Hucheng rose from the ground and leaped into a nearby hot spring. After cleansing himself and donning his attire, he squatted by the water's edge, gazing at his reflection. A single word echoed in his mind: handsome. He was exceedingly handsome, more so than ever, 100-fold increase in charm after his transformation. His skin radiated with the smoothness of exquisite jade, and his deep-set eyes sparkled with an otherworldly brilliance. After a moment, Ling Hucheng stood up, lifting his gaze towards the towering peaks of Huashan, anticipation flickering in his eyes. Master, I am coming. Ah, no, Huashan sect, I am on my way. With that, Ling Hucheng executed his lightness skill, soaring towards the summit of Huashan. Huashan truly lived up to its reputation as the world's most perilous peak, with sheer cliffs and craggy ridges. Yet the scenery was breathtakingly beautiful and unique. Verdant waters and lush mountains receded beneath him. Ling Hucheng felt as light as a feather, dancing and leaping between the cliffs and foliage, as if he were soaring through the air, each light step propelling him a considerable distance. Ha ha! This is exhilarating. His jubilant shout resonated throughout the valleys of Huashan. After some time, Ling Hucheng gradually approached the mountain's pinnacle, his eyes catching sight of the outlines of grand structures. At that moment, on a precipice, an elderly man with flowing white hair and an ethereal aura approached the edge of the cliff, stretching his limbs in a leisurely manner. He gazed down at the magnificent peaks of Huashan, a gentle and warm smile gracing his face. This man was none other than Feng Qingyang, the guardian of Huashan and a supreme master of the martial world. Oh! Someone has managed to ascend from the back mountain. Such profound power, though their lightness skill is somewhat lacking. Feng Qingyang's white brows furrowed slightly, and with a swift movement, he leaped several paces away, his figure resembling a ghost as he pursued the direction of Ling Hucheng. His lightness skill far surpassed Ling Hucheng's. He was curious to discover who possessed such formidable power and what their intentions were in infiltrating Huashan. Should they harbor ill intentions, he would administer a minor punishment and drive them away. Heave-ho! Ling Hucheng climbed the final cliff, finally reaching the summit of Huashan. Never mind, I shall report in first and then visit my master. Ling Hucheng brushed off the dust from his hands and murmured to himself. Without further delay, he hastened towards the halls of the Huashan sect. After Ling Hucheng's departure, Feng Qingyang emerged from behind a massive rock. Could it be that this lad is a disciple of Huashan sect? Ling Hucheng's words led Feng Qingyang to speculate that he might indeed be one of their own. A look of astonishment and surprise crossed Feng Qingyang's face. If Ling Hucheng were truly a disciple of Huashan, possessing such extraordinary prowess at such a young age, it would be remarkable indeed. A prodigy of the highest caliber. This time, Yu Buchuan has truly trained a fine disciple. Ling Hucheng's arrival piqued Feng Qingyang's curiosity. In order to further ascertain whether Ling Hucheng was indeed a disciple of Huashan, Feng Qingyang decided to follow him discreetly. Ling Hucheng dashed forward, eager to reunite with his master Ning Zhongze. He harbored genuine concern that she might disclose their circumstances to Yu Buchuan. If that were to happen, it would spell disaster. Suddenly, Ling Hucheng's brow furrowed as he halted in his tracks. In that instant, he sensed someone trailing him. He scanned his surroundings, but found nothing amiss. Was that merely an illusion? Ling Hucheng furrowed his brow, then shook his head. Never mind, I should return. Without lingering further, he resumed his journey. After his departure, Feng Qingyang, concealed behind the boulder, wore an expression of disbelief, holding his breath and daring not to make a sound. Once Ling Hucheng had left, Feng Qingyang stepped out from behind the rock, watching Ling Hucheng's retreating figure with a glimmer of admiration and surprise in his aged eyes. What a clever lad, so perceptive, nearly uncovering my presence. A benevolent smile appeared on Feng Qingyang's face, and his curiosity towards Ling Hucheng deepened. Moments later, he followed Ling Hucheng's figure once more, though this time he kept his distance, wary of being discovered. As Ling Hucheng traversed the path, he finally arrived at the martial arts arena below the main hall. Gazing at the majestic palace perched upon the towering steps, a joyful smile lit up Ling Hucheng's face. He had finally arrived. Senior brother, you have returned? Just then, upon hearing the voice, Ling Hucheng turned and recognized the newcomer as his junior brother, Lu Hoer, prompting him to greet, Junior brother Lu. Senior brother, you have finally come back. Ever since you and Master disappeared, Huashan has been in a frenzy. Everyone has gone down the mountain to search for you too. What on earth happened? Lu Hoer inquired with concern. We'll discuss that later. First, tell me, has Master returned? Ling Hucheng did not delve into explanations, but prioritized. By the way, speaking of which, the Master is currently waiting for you in the main hall. He said that anyone who sees you return should prompt you to meet him immediately. You should hurry. Good to know she is back. Upon hearing that Ning Zhongze had returned, Ling Hucheng felt an immediate sense of relief, and he continued, I will go see Master right away. With that, Ling Hucheng dashed towards the main hall. Why does Chapter 12. Confronting Yu Buchuan. As Liao Hucheng approached the grand entrance of the main hall, he paused to observe the imposing doorway. The plaque above, adorned with the elegant characters Hua Shan, showcased the artistry of calligraphy, though its gilded paint had begun to peel, revealing the passage of time. Peering inside, he discerned the tall, slender silhouette of an individual standing at the far end of the hall. Drawing upon the memories of his previous self, he immediately recognized the familiar figure and attire. It was none other than the current leader of the Hua Shan sect, and also his master, the gentleman's sword, Yu Buchuan. Upon seeing Yu Buchuan, an involuntary sense of trepidation and restraint washed over Liao Hucheng. I must face this sooner or later. Onward, he murmured, shaking his head slightly, stealing his expression as he stepped over the threshold, his heart fluttering with anxiety as he entered the hall. Upon entering the main hall, a solemn and dignified atmosphere enveloped him. The interior was brightly lit, with sunlight streaming through the intricately carved window panes, complemented by the flickering flames of candles standing resolutely on the altar. As Liao Hucheng approached closer, he noted that Yu Buchuan had his back turned to him, facing a solid wooden wall upon which a single, elegant character, Qi, was inscribed, representing the essence of the Qi school. The Hua Shan sect, at present, primarily focused on cultivating internal energy, with external sword techniques serving as a supplementary practice, thus earning the designation of the Qi school. There once existed a sword school as well, but a cataclysmic upheaval known as the Sword versus Qi conflict had led to the dissolution of the sword school long ago. Stopping a short distance behind Yu Buchuan, Liao Hucheng called out, "Master, your disciple has returned?" Startled from his reverie by the sudden voice, Yu Buchuan turned swiftly to face Liao Hucheng, visibly relaxing upon recognizing him. "Why do you walk so silently?" he inquired. "Ah." Liao Hucheng was taken aback, his mind racing with various scenarios of what Yu Buchuan's first words might entail, yet he had never anticipated such a question. However, he quickly regained his composure and stammered, Is that so?" Yu Buchuan waved his hand dismissively. "No matter. Tell me everything that transpired during your time away with the mistress." Spare no Chapter 13. Encountering Yu Ling Shan. Ah, what a fright! After emerging from the main hall, Ling Hucheng let out a long sigh of relief, his heart racing with trepidation. How could he allow Yu Buchuan to examine his injuries? Such an inquiry would surely expose the truth. The wounds on their bodies had all been miraculously healed by an extraordinary power. If Yu Buchuan discovered that both of them bore no injuries, he would undoubtedly grow suspicious. Thankfully, he had managed to escape swiftly. "First, I must change into clean clothes, and then I will visit my master's wife." Ling Hucheng glanced at his tattered attire, which was quite unbecoming. If not for his strikingly handsome features, he would hardly be distinguishable from a beggar. His master's wife had truly exerted herself. What was the need for such vigor? Upon returning to his quarters, Ling Hucheng hurriedly sought out a clean outfit, carefully concealing the discarded clothing. It would not do to simply discard it, as it was a memento of remarkable significance. After completing his preparations, Ling Hucheng set off, dashing towards his master's wife's residence with utmost urgency. He soon arrived at the small courtyard where his master's wife, Ning Zhongze, and Yu Buchuan typically resided. Ling Hucheng glanced around to ensure he was not being followed, then cautiously entered the courtyard. Walking along the wooden corridor, he felt a twinge of anxiety beginning to stir within him. Stealthily, he made his way towards the room where his master's wife resided, careful not to make a sound. Though the distance was not great, it seemed to take him an eternity, and he struggled with each step. At long last, after overcoming numerous obstacles, he finally reached his master's wife's door. With a racing heart, he gently knocked twice. Knock, knock, then, he softly called out, "Master's wife." The air grew still, but no response came from within the room. Ling Hucheng furrowed his brow, thinking that perhaps his voice had been too soft for her to hear. This time, he knocked a bit harder and called out again, "Master's wife." After waiting in silence for a moment, the room remained quiet. No sound emerged. "How strange! Has she gone out?" Ling Hucheng murmured, moving to the other side of the room. Peering through the slightly ajar paper window, he scanned the interior but saw no sign of anyone. "No one is here. Where could she have gone?" Ling Hucheng pondered as he retraced his steps, lost in thought. At that moment, a graceful figure approached him, exuding an enchanting presence. A melodious, yet pained, scream pierced the air. Ling Huchong collided directly with her, enveloping her in a soft embrace. Elder brother, what are you doing? You should watch where you're going. You nearly knocked me over. The newcomer was none other than his junior sister, Ling Shan, who clutched her chest, a hint of reproach in her gaze as she looked at Ling Huchong. Ah, it's you, junior sister? Ling Huchong exclaimed, startled. He quickly raised his head and realized that it was indeed his junior sister, Ling Shan. He was taken aback. He had been so lost in thought that he hadn't noticed her approach, which was quite careless of him. However, when Ling Shan beheld Ling Huchong's face, she was momentarily stunned. Are you all right, junior sister? Did my collision hurt you? Let me take a look, Ling Huchong observed as she gently rubbed her aching chest, his expression filled with concern. He instinctively reached out to support her arm, examining whether she had sustained any injuries. In that instant, the youthful essence of the maiden enveloped Ling Huchong, stirring ripples in his usually calm heart. Now grown, Ling Shan had perfectly inherited her mother's virtues. In her prime, she already exhibited about 50% of Ning Zhongza's remarkable grace. With a delicate, graceful figure and well-defined curves, her slender waist could barely be grasped by a single hand. Her waist flared outwards, suggesting a blossoming beauty. The subtly accentuated fabric of her dress hinted at a figure that might measure a sea in size. Though her prowess was commendable, it paled in comparison to the unparalleled charm of her mother. Nevertheless, Ling Shan exuded a vibrant, youthful energy that her mother, Ning Zhongza, did not possess. Each possessed their own unique allure. Her charming countenance resembled that of a neighboring jade, her radiant complexion tinged with the blush of youth. Her expressive eyes sparkled with clarity, exuding a hint of cleverness and whimsy. With a finely sculpted nose and lips as luscious as cherries, her long, lustrous hair was elegantly styled in a bun, radiating a refreshing, ethereal quality. A playful charm enveloped her entire being, exuding an innocent yet captivating allure. At that moment, Ling Huchong could not help but recall two words in his mind: delicious dish, junior sister, it was my fault. I apologize for bumping into you. Did I hurt you anywhere? Ling Huchong inquired with genuine concern as he gazed into Ling Shan's eyes. You look so handsome. Ling Shan's eyes sparkled with admiration as she beheld Ling Huchong, utterly entranced, her gaze fixated on his strikingly handsome face, marked by sharp brows and an ethereal charm. Junior sister, Ling Huchong called out, shaking her gently to rouse her from her reverie. Elder brother, Ling Shan finally came to, her voice barely a whisper, her eyes shimmering with affection. Junior sister, what brings you here? Where is Master's wife? Ling Huchong asked. Elder brother, you've become so handsome and charming. Did you consume some divine elixir during your journey? Ling Shan exclaimed, completely oblivious to his inquiry, her gaze still fixed adoringly upon him. Ling Huchong was momentarily speechless, aware of his newfound allure but unable to divulge the truth about his master's wife. Indeed, I consumed a wondrous fruit on the back mountain, which transformed me into this. Ling Huchong concocted a casual explanation, knowing this was a rather lax setting. Wow, is that true? Mother has also become much more beautiful. Did she eat a divine fruit as well? Are there any left? Elder brother, would you take me to have one too? Ling Shan's eyes sparkled with excitement, her expression brimming with eagerness and urgency. There are none left, but let us not dwell on that. Have you seen Master's wife? Where is she? Please take me to her, Ling Huchong urged, his thoughts entirely focused on Ning Zhongza. None left. Ling Shan looked crestfallen and despondent, so much so that she hardly registered the rest of Ling Huchong's words. She appeared as if she had lost her sense of self. Ling Huchong felt a headache coming on, his heart racing with impatience. However, given the current situation, he knew he could not leave this adorably naive girl until they resolved her feelings. All right, Shan, although the fruit is gone, I still have a way to make you even more beautiful, Ling Huchong said gently, caressing Ling Shan's silky hair with a warm smile. His handsome features, combined with his unique charm, nearly caused Ling Shan to swoon. Are you for real, elder brother? Ling Shan exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with excitement. That of course, during my journey, I learned a secret method, and under its influence, you, Shan, will become increasingly beautiful, the most exquisite woman in the world. Really? Elder brother, can you truly make me the most beautiful woman in the world, even more so than mother? Indeed, when have I ever deceived you? Hooray! That is wonderful. Now, Elder brother, please start. Transform me into a stunning beauty, the most beautiful in the world. Yu Lingshan urged eagerly. Junior sister, do not rush. Such an important matter cannot be hurried. It requires time and care. Now, please tell me where Master's wife is? Ling Hucheng chuckled, realizing that such transformations could not occur instantaneously, as they needed time and affection to flourish. All right, mother is in my room. No sooner had Yu Lingshan finished speaking than Ling Hucheng vanished in a flash, leaving her standing there, bewildered by the suddenness of it all. Elder brother, wait for me. Once she regained her senses, Yu Lingshan stamped her foot in frustration before chasing after Ling Hucheng. Chapter 14. The sleeping mistress Ling Hucheng appeared outside Yu Lingshan's room. Gazing at the tightly shut door, he found himself hesitating, unsure of whether to knock, as a wave of trepidation washed over him regarding how to face Ning Zhongzi. He raised his hand, mimicking the action of knocking, yet after an eternity, his hand remained suspended in the air. Engaged in an internal struggle, he finally steeled himself, ready to knock. Just then, a melodious voice called out from behind him, "Wait a moment." Turning around, he was taken aback to see Yu Lingshan rushing toward him. "You can't knock, senior brother?" she exclaimed, her curvaceous figure slightly hunched, one hand resting on her waist while the other reached out toward him, panting heavily. She had sprinted after him, her feet barely touching the ground, desperate to catch up. Confounded by Ling Hucheng's swift movements, she feared he might inadvertently disturb her mother's slumber. In her fervor, she almost arrived too late, which left her heart racing. "Sister, why are you so exhausted? What harm could come from my knocking?" Ling Hucheng questioned, stepping forward to support Yu Lingshan, whose delicate waist felt as supple as a water snake. "It's all your fault. You ran so fast that I could barely keep up," Yu Lingshan retorted, casting him an exasperated glance. "Why would you need to chase me?" Ling Hucheng asked, perplexed. "Isn't it obvious? I was worried you would disturb mother. She's asleep inside." Yu Lingshan glanced toward her room before turning back to him. "You were this close to causing a disaster, senior brother. If you wake her, you'll be in for a scolding." "Oh, so that's the reason," Ling Hucheng exclaimed, suddenly enlightened. He felt a wave of relief wash over him, grateful that Yu Lingshan had arrived just in time to prevent him from waking Ning Zhongzi. "Now do you see how considerate I am?" Yu Lingshan smiled. "Indeed. You are truly remarkable, sister. You saved me from a predicament." Ling Hucheng praised her heartily. "However, why is mother sleeping in your room?" he inquired, baffled. Yu Lingshan pursed her lips thoughtfully, resting her right index finger against her cheek as her eyes rolled upward in contemplation. "I'm not entirely certain. I heard from father that mother mentioned my room is darker and quieter, making it more suitable for sleep." "Ah, I see. May I take a look?" Ling Hucheng asked, intrigued. Though he was uncertain of Ning Zhongzi's reasoning, he suspected it was related to the events of the previous night. After all, they had fought for so long, and she must be exhausted and in need of rest. "Just be gentle. We mustn't wake her," Yu Lingshan cautioned. "Understood." The two of them quietly approached the door, and Ling Hucheng gently pushed it open with both hands. Creak! The door emitted a slight sound. Once it was ajar enough for entry, Ling Hucheng paused. They then tiptoed inside. As they entered the room, a delicate fragrance, unique to a girl's chamber, enveloped them instantly. Clunk! The door closed softly behind them. Ling Hucheng exchanged a glance with Yu Lingshan and placed his finger to his lips in a shoo gesture. She nodded in understanding. Holding their breath, they stealthily made their way to the bedside. There, they beheld Ning Zhongzi, lying serenely on the bed. Her graceful figure, even partially obscured by a thick silk quilt, could not fully conceal her exquisite curves. She appeared to be in a deep, sweet slumber, her regal features graced by a gentle smile, exuding a healthy, rosy glow. Her lips, as delicate as peach blossoms, parted slightly in rhythm with her tranquil breathing, while her elegantly straightened nose occasionally twitched in her sleep. Like a sleeping beauty, she radiated an enchanting allure, making it difficult for them to look away, as if they might tarnish her sacred beauty. Ning Zhongzi emanated a captivating charm that was utterly intoxicating. Ling Hucheng found himself momentarily entranced, his heart finally settling at ease. Unconsciously, he reached out his hand, daringly extending it toward Ning Zhongzi's exquisite cheek. Slap! Yu Lingshan swiftly swatted his hand away, the sound soft yet enough to cause Ning Zhongzi's brows to twitch slightly, though fortunately, she did not awaken. Both felt a sigh of relief wash over them. Yu Lingshan shot Ling Huchong an admonishing look, her irritation evident. He smiled sheepishly, an expression of apology crossing his face. Internally startled by his own actions, he glanced at Yu Lingshan, hoping she would not misconstrue his intentions. Fortunately, Yu Lingshan did not overthink it. She believed Ling Huchong had acted out of concern. Observing her mother's blissful and serene expression, she too was momentarily captivated. Never before had she witnessed such a beautiful sight of her mother, who appeared so utterly free of worries, radiating tranquility and joy. Ling Huchong settled onto the edge of the bed, quietly admiring Ning Zhongzi's beauty. After all, she was the first woman with whom he had shared such an intimate bond, and a complex array of emotions stirred within him. Yu Lingshan sat beside him, silently keeping her mother company. Thus, the two remained by Ning Zhongzi's side for the span of 2 hours. As noon approached, Yu Lingshan felt a pang of hunger. Leaning closer to Ling Huchong, she whispered softly, "Senior brother, I'm hungry. Shall we go get something to eat?" Ling Huchong glanced at her and replied in a low voice, "Sister, I'm not hungry. You go ahead and eat. I wish to stay here with Mother. One of us should remain. So leave it to me. Come back after you've eaten." Yu Lingshan furrowed her brow, casting a glance at her slumbering mother before conceding, "All right. I'll go eat something quickly and return soon." Ling Huchong nodded reassuringly, urging her to depart without worry. Once she had left, Ling Huchong turned his attention back to the sleeping Ning Zhongzi. A complex expression of guilt and unease etched across his face, realizing that none had anticipated such a turn of events. "No, this cannot be." Suddenly, Ning Zhongzi murmured in her sleep, as if caught in a nightmare. "Ning Zhongzi?" Ling Huchong gasped softly, alarmed by her distressed expression. He instinctively grasped her exposed hand, hoping to soothe her troubled spirit. A miraculous scene unfolded. It seemed to work. Ning Zhongzi's furrowed brows gradually relaxed, the anguish on her face dissipating. Returning to the peaceful slumber she had enjoyed moments before, her lips gently pursed, adorned with a hint of warmth and sweetness. As he gazed at the slumbering beauty of Ning Zhongzi, Ling Huchong found himself increasingly entranced, his body involuntarily leaning closer. Chapter 15. Massaging the junior sister in front of the mistress, Ling Huchong gently pressed his lips against the pure, jade-like forehead of his mistress, Ning Zhongzi. Seemingly sensing the gesture, Ning Zhongzi's delicate brows quivered slightly before she fell into a tranquil slumber. After this incident, she slept much more soundly, devoid of any murmurs in her dreams. Yet, Ling Huchong remained somewhat anxious, fearing that if Ning Zhongzi uttered any scandalous revelations in her sleep that reached the ears of Yu Lingshan and Yu Buchuan, it would spell disaster for all involved. Not long after departing, Yu Lingshan returned. Approximately half an hour later, as she approached the courtyard, Ling Huchong noticed her presence and promptly tucked Ning Zhongzi's delicate hand back under the covers. After ensuring everything was in order, Ling Huchong sat upright at the head of the bed, his expression composed and natural. When Yu Lingshan reached the door, she hesitated momentarily before refraining from immediately entering. She leaned her head against the doorframe, straining to listen for any sounds from within, but heard nothing. All her actions were observed by Ling Huchong, who couldn't help but chuckle silently at her whimsical behavior. Was she concerned for him, or had she sensed something amiss? Creaking softly, Yu Lingshan pushed the door open and peered inside. Upon locking eyes with Ling Huchong, an inexplicable smile graced her face, perhaps born of guilt. She approached him, leaning in to whisper sweetly in his ear, "Brother Chong, I've finished eating. You should go have your meal too. If you delay, there may be nothing left. I'll stay here with Mother." The warm breath tickled Ling Huchong's ear, provoking a tingling sensation within him, accompanied by a faint fragrance reminiscent of orchids. Unconsciously, the extraordinary energy within him began to circulate. Turning to glance back, he found Yu Lingshan leaning closer, causing his lips to brush gently against her cheek. Yu Lingshan's entire body shivered at the unexpected contact, as if a current of electricity surged through her wide, dark eyes reflecting disbelief as she gazed at Ling Huchong. Soon after, joy illuminated her face as she delicately touched the spot where he had kissed her, her heart swelling with sweetness. Ling Huchong and Yu Lingshan had grown up together, their bond well known throughout Mount Hua. Everyone believed that Ling Huchong would ultimately be with Yu Lingshan, just as their master and mistress had been, destined to inherit the entire Hua Shan sect. Within the sect, They were regarded as the most treasured gems. Ling Hucheng stared in astonishment at the blushing, elated Yu Lingshan, feeling an overwhelming confidence that she would comply with whatever he asked of her. How could such a wonderful girl slip away? If he were to take the initiative and secure her affection sooner, perhaps there would be fewer complications. Now, he was no longer the original self. Endowed with remarkable abilities, he would suppress any obstacles to his unification without exception. Indecisiveness and timidity were not part of his nature. With a sweeping gesture, Ling Hucheng gently pulled Yu Lingshan into his embrace. The sudden hug startled her, nearly prompting a scream, but he swiftly covered her mouth, preventing any noise that might disturb Ning Zhongza's slumber. Yu Lingshan's eyes widened in incredulity as she regarded Ling Hucheng. He smiled tenderly, shaking his head as if to silence her. Instantly captivated by his charming smile, she nodded in agreement and settled comfortably into his arms, savoring the sweetness of the moment. After a time, Yu Lingshan lifted her head and softly urged Ling Hucheng, "Chenggu, you should eat something." The endearing title filled her face with a radiant smile. Ling Hucheng shook his head slightly, whispering in her ear, "Brother is not hungry." "Oh," she replied, her clever eyes sparkling as she continued, "Chenggu, what is that method to become more beautiful? Why don't you try it on me now?" Ling Hucheng was both amused and exasperated. This girl had been fixated on the idea that it seemed that unless he satisfied her curiosity, she would persistently pursue him, making it difficult for him to focus on mastering the Dugu 9 swords. "Very well. Since you are so curious, I shall assist you," he whispered. "Wonderful," Yu Lingshan exclaimed, nearly calling out in her excitement, but thankfully, Ling Hucheng was quick to cover her mouth again. He made a shushing gesture, signaling her to remain quiet, and she nodded in understanding as he slowly withdrew his hand. Then, leaning close, he spoke softly, "This method is something I discovered in an ancient text. By massaging the meridians and acupoints throughout the body, combined with nurturing inner energy, one can achieve longevity and enhance beauty." This was no falsehood, but rather a truth recorded within the profound teachings of his extraordinary abilities, where the dual cultivation of yin and yang extended far beyond a singular aspect, revealing boundless mysteries. Is that really true? Yu Lingshan questioned, her skepticism evident. "Of course. When have I ever deceived you?" Ling Hucheng asserted earnestly. "Then, please begin." Yu Lingshan urged eagerly, her face lighting up with anticipation. Ling Hucheng nodded, encouraging her to position herself comfortably. He placed his hands on her shoulders and commenced the massage. At the same time, he channeled the yin and yang energy from his dantian into his palms, initiating the flow of his inner power to warm and nourish Yu Lingshan's meridians and bones. Yu Lingshan sighed softly, feeling a warm current coursing through her body, enveloping her in a cocoon of comfort, as if she were submerged in a gentle, warm sea. From that moment on, Yu Lingshan began to trust Ling Hucheng's words, quietly relishing the experience, her heart brimming with joy and expectation. Ling Hucheng's hands moved gracefully as he unreservedly employed his internal energy to nurture her meridians and bones. Before long, Yu Lingshan's body began to radiate heat, wisps of white mist rising from her head. This process continued for about an hour. Ling Hucheng's forehead glistened with beads of sweat as he withdrew his energy, for this was no easy task. It was quite taxing on his strength. Yu Lingshan, having absorbed a significant amount of energy, had succumbed to a deep slumber, her body exhausted from the experience. Once she processed and refined this energy, she would gradually awaken. Ling Hucheng gently laid her down beside Ning Zhongza, covering her with a blanket. The sight of the mother and daughter lying together, their features strikingly similar and breathtakingly beautiful, was nothing short of exquisite. Subsequently, Ling Hucheng settled into a meditative posture to regulate his breath, quickly restoring his energy. Surprisingly, through this experience, he found that his abilities had increased slightly. Though minimal, it was far superior to years of arduous training. Certainly, this could not compare to the accelerated progress he achieved while training with his mistress. If he were to engage in a few more sessions with her, his strength would likely see another breakthrough. Logically, such a significant expenditure of energy should not have occurred, but due to the constraints he faced, his precision had been slightly lacking, resulting in greater energy consumption. Another hour and a half passed before signs of Yu Lingshan's awakening began to manifest. Chapter 16. The young rascal grows increasingly audacious. Yu Lingshan stirred from her slumber, her long, beautiful eyelashes fluttering gently as she adjusted to the light. The first sight that met her eyes was the charmingly handsome visage of Ling Huchong. A smile illuminated her face, and just as she was about to speak, Ling Huchong silenced her with a gesture. He placed a finger to his lips in a shu motion, urging her to remain quiet. He had not departed but had instead waited patiently until now. In an instant, Ling Shan comprehended everything. Turning her head, she saw her mother still deep in sleep, and glancing at the silk quilt draped over her, a wave of warmth surged within her heart. Finally, she turned her gaze back to Ling Huchong, her eyes brimming with profound affection and sweetness. Ling Huchong offered a gentle smile in return. Subsequently, Ling Shan rose quietly, managing not to disturb Ning Zhongzhe. Once upright, she hurried to the bronze mirror, eager to assess her transformation. After scrutinizing her reflection, a joyful smile spread across her face. Indeed, there was a change. A subtle beauty now graced her features. Yet, Ling Shan was not entirely satisfied and approached Ling Huchong. Understanding her unspoken thoughts, he preemptively spoke, "Junior sister, one must not rush such matters. This is merely the first treatment. More is to come, but the next session will require a wait of 7 days. What? 7 days? Upon hearing the duration, Ling Shan's expression dimmed slightly. Indeed, as you have observed, you fell into a deep sleep almost immediately. Your body must adapt gradually, otherwise it will yield counterproductive results, Ling Huchong assured her. Now I understand. Very well, thank you, Chongge. Ling Shan exclaimed, her face lighting up with realization. Ling Huchong couldn't help but chuckle, relieved to have successfully calmed the girl. 7 days was neither too long nor too short, just right. Chongge, you have kept vigil for an entire day. You must be weary. Why not return to rest? I can keep watch here, Ling Shan suggested, feeling a pang of concern for Ling Huchong, who had not eaten all day. Let us wait a little longer, Ling Huchong replied nonchalantly. Ling Shan, upon hearing this, fell silent and settled back into Ling Huchong's embrace. Together they continued their quiet vigil. As time passed, the sky gradually darkened. Throughout the day, Yu Bu-kun had not come to check on Ning Zhongzhe, perhaps believing that Ling Shan's care was sufficient. Just then, Ning Zhongzhe stirred, softly murmuring as if awakening from her slumber. Ling Huchong, startled by the sound, felt a surge of anxiety. He found himself reluctant to face Ning Zhongzhe. He hastily stood up, realizing he needed to leave. Before departing, he instructed Ling Shan, "Junior sister, I am leaving. Do not inform master that I have been here all day, understand? Why must you go, senior brother? Were you not here to see mother? Now that she has awakened, you wish to leave. And why can't I tell father?" Ling Shan questioned, perplexed by Ling Huchong's abruptness. "Do not ask so many questions. Just heed my words, all right?" Ling Huchong replied, retreating towards the door. Very well." Ling Shan, though confused, nodded in compliance. Seeing her response, Ling Huchong's face broke into a satisfied smile as he opened the door and stepped outside. However, he did not venture far, instead hiding in the shadows to observe. Inside the room, Ning Zhongzhe's delicate eyelids fluttered slightly, and in the next moment, she slowly opened her enchanting eyes, a hint of confusion clouding her gaze. "Mother, you are awake," Ling Shan exclaimed joyfully, seating herself at her mother's bedside. "Shanner?" Ning Zhongzhe looked at her daughter, her expression a mix of bewilderment and joy. Glancing around, she recalled having come to rest in her daughter's room that morning but was unsure how long she had slept. "Shanner, how long have I been asleep?" "You've been asleep for 6 or 7 hours, from day into night," Ling Shan replied, gesturing with her fingers. "Such a lengthy slumber," Ning Zhongzhe remarked, astonished that she had rested so long, yet she felt utterly refreshed. "Shanner, have you been here the entire day with me? I seemed to hear someone speaking earlier. Did someone visit?" Ning Zhongzhe inquired, having caught a faint echo of Ling Huchong's voice in her drowsy state. "Mother, it was senior brother. He has been here with me all day, keeping you company. I stepped out for a meal at noon, but senior brother is truly remarkable. He did not leave the room once and seemed neither tired nor hungry while accompanying you." "Isn't he wonderful?" Ling Shan gushed, her admiration for Ling Huchong evident, oblivious to the complex emotions flickering across Ning Zhongzhe's face. Hearing her daughter's words, Ning Zhongzhe's heart jolted, a wave of panic washing over her. Ling Huchong had indeed stayed by her side all day. She recalled a moment in her dreams when she felt a warm hand clasping hers, which must have belonged to him. A blush crept onto Ning Zhongzhe's radiant face as her heart raced with a mix of warmth and indignation. That young rascal grows increasingly audacious, she muttered under her breath. Though she spoke thus, warmth flowed through her heart. It was not in vain that she had raised this mischievous boy, who showed care and filial piety towards his master's wife. What mother? Who are you calling a young rascal? Yuling Shan asked, puzzled. And nothing. By the way, where is your father? Ning Zhongzhe, realizing she had momentarily lost her composure, quickly diverted the conversation. Father? I saw him at lunch. He asked how you were doing. I told him you were still asleep, but after that, I do not know what he went off to do. He must be busy with the affairs of the sect, Yuling Shan replied, her tone tinged with some resentment towards her father for not having checked on her mother. I see. Ning Zhongzhe felt a twinge of disappointment, but could not fathom why she felt relieved that Yubu-kun had not come. She then inquired, and what of Chonger? Where has he gone? Seen your brother? You know, mother. Isn't it's strange. He was so worried about you and kept vigil all day. Yet when you began to awaken, he hurriedly fled, as if he had done something wrong. It is truly baffling. What does he fear? You wouldn't harm him, would you? Yuling Shan expressed her confusion and frustration. Ning Zhongzhe felt a flush creep across her cheeks at her daughter's words. Indeed, there was a kernel of truth in the jest. Her daughter had indeed metaphorically devoured her senior brother. However, such thoughts were not ones she dared voice aloud. Reflecting on Ling Huchong's devotion in contrast to Yubu-kun's silence, Ning Zhongzhe found herself lost in thought, sighing softly, well, if he has left, so be it. In truth, she was uncertain how to confront Ling Huchong, and the same could be said for him. An encounter would only heighten the awkwardness between them. Junior sister, Shaner. Just then, a voice resonated from outside the room, belonging to Yubu-kun. Chapter 17. The rebellious disciple dares to defy the matriarch father is here. Yuling Shan turned her gaze towards the door, whispering softly. Ning Zhongzhe swiftly concealed the unusual expression that had graced her face, adopting the demeanor of a typical matriarch. Before long, a figure appeared at the threshold. Junior sister, Shaner, are you both inside? Yubu-kun called out from outside the door, refraining from entering directly. Ning Zhongzhe remained silent. Yuling Shan hesitated to respond immediately, casting a glance at Ning Zhongzhe before inquiring, Mother, should we let father in? Let us not delay any longer. We should go out. It's rather late, and he must be here to summon us for dinner, Ning Zhongzhe suggested. With that, she rose from the bed, donning the elegant palace attire that hung nearby, adorning her curvaceous figure with grace. The two then proceeded towards the entrance. Junior sister, Shan Creek. As the door swung open, Ning Zhongzhe and Yuling Shan emerged. Upon seeing them, Yubu-kun momentarily froze, a look of confusion crossing his features as he asked, Junior sister, Shaner. You inside. Why did you not respond to me? His brow furrowed slightly, revealing a hint of dissatisfaction. Didn't we just get up and come out? Ning Zhongzhe replied casually. Ah, I see. That explains it. Yubu-kun felt somewhat relieved, and with a concerned look at Ning Zhongzhe, he asked, How are you, junior sister? Are you feeling better? I've summoned a physician. He shall examine you shortly. I'm much improved. There's no need for the physician. His skills may not even surpass my own. I am well aware of my body. There's nothing grave. Just a few days of rest will suffice. Ning Zhongzhe responded nonchalantly, not wishing to see the doctor, confident in her own assessment. If she were to have the physician examine her, it would inevitably lead to an unnecessary fuss over nothing. Well, very well. If you prefer not to see him, then so be it. Yubu-kun found himself at a loss for words. Indeed, he understood her reasoning. Although Ning Zhongzhe was not a renowned physician, her medical knowledge surpassed that of ordinary practitioners. Since she expressed no desire for a consultation, he felt no obligation to insist. However, he sensed a coolness in his wife's demeanor that seemed more pronounced than before, leaving him uncertain if it was merely his imagination. By the way, senior brother, aside from that, is there anything else on your mind? Ning Zhongzhe inquired with a hint of indifference. Yubu-kun had not visited all day, and now that he had arrived, he bore an unsatisfactory expression, prompting Ning Zhongzhe to feel disinclined to engage further. Oh, nothing more. I merely came to check on you and to call you for dinner. It is nearly time. He raised his hand, recalling the purpose of his visit. Let us proceed then. Ive napped all day and feels somewhat hungry. Ning Zhongzhe nodded slightly, her face betraying little emotion. Yubu-kun nodded in agreement, saying, if that is the case, let us hasten to our meal. I will go call senior brother. At the mention of food, Yu Shan recalled that Ling Huchong had yet to eat all day and dashed out eagerly. Wait, Shaner. At that moment, Ning Zhongzhe suddenly called out to the rushing Yu Shan. What is it, mother? Yu Shan halted, turning back with a perplexed expression. Visualizing Ling Huchong's form in her mind, Ning Zhongzhe felt a wave of agitation, instinctively blurting out, there's no need to summon Chong-er. I do not wish to see him for the next few days. Why not? Yu Shan and Yubu-kun spoke in unison, both gazing at Ning Zhongzhe with confusion, their heads adorned with question marks. Mother, did senior brother do something wrong? Did he anger you, prompting you to avoid him? Yu Shan recalled how Ling Huchong had remained by her side today like a contrite child, leading her to believe he had erred in some way. Yubu-kun shared a similar thought, his expression tightening with seriousness as he remarked, Junior sister, is it as Shaner suggests? Has our eldest disciple offended you? That rascal, always causing trouble. I shall teach him a lesson this time. In his mind, Ling Huchong was an unruly character, perpetually stirring up discord, and he felt compelled to reprimand his eldest disciple thoroughly. Upon hearing Yubu-kun mention the term offend, a sudden flush of panic crossed Ning Zhongze's face as she realized her words had been hasty and overly emotional. She quickly clarified, No, you've misunderstood. Chong-er has not done anything wrong. He had not erred, merely dared to challenge her for an entire evening that, of course, she could not voice that part of her thoughts. Hearing that Ling Huchong was not at fault, Yu Shan felt a wave of relief wash over her. What then? They both inquired simultaneously. I merely considered that we have been pursued by mysterious figures in dark attire these past few days, living in constant trepidation. This has placed immense strain on our minds, and thus, I thought it best for Chong-er to rest without disturbance, a fabrication. Ning Zhongzhe was entirely concocting this tale. At this moment, she had no wish to encounter Ling Huchong, uncertain of how to face him, particularly at the dinner table with Yubu-kun present. The mere thought of such a scenario was overwhelmingly daunting. Ah, I see. Yu Shan and Yubu-kun nodded in unison, entirely believing Ning Zhongze's words. Previously, Ning Zhongzhe had shown great affection towards Ling Huchong. At this moment, they interpreted her statement as genuine concern for him. Yu Shan thought of how Ling Huchong had not rested all day. Indeed, he needed a proper respite, thus she did not dwell further on it. Yubu-kun, fully trusting Ning Zhongze's words, felt no need to ponder further. Very well, we shall dine alone, Ning Zhongze declared. Without waiting for their responses, she walked away with an elegant and composed gait. As she turned her back to them, Ning Zhongze slightly parted her lips, exhaling a breath of relief as the tension in her chest eased somewhat. Yubu-kun and Yu Shan exchanged glances, remaining silent before following suit. Once the three had departed, Ling Huchong, hidden in the shadows, cautiously stepped forward. Phew! Ling Huchong exhaled deeply. The earlier situation had been quite nerve-wracking, fearing that Ning Zhongze might reveal everything. Fortunately, she had not, or else he would have been forced to leave Huashan altogether. He could understand her desire to avoid him. After all, she was an esteemed matriarch, revered by all at Huashan, and how could she face such an incident? Sigh! Ling Huchong lamented. The situation was rather complicated. Gurgle, gurgle. At that moment, his stomach growled, betraying his hunger. He patted his empty belly. Having not eaten all day, and after enduring a prolonged battle, the moment he relaxed, hunger struck him like a tidal wave. First, I must find something to eat. With a swift motion, Ling Huchong disappeared from sight. Chapter 18. Another encounter with soft fragrance. Within a subtly elegant chamber at the dining table, Yu Shan and Yubu-kun held their chopsticks and bowls aloft, suspended in midair, gazing in astonishment at Ning Zhongze. There she sat, poised and composed, her head slightly bowed, delicate brows furrowed, exuding an air of melancholy. Her gaze, somewhat absent-minded, fixated on the bowl of rice before her. With unwavering focus, she deftly lifted a grain of glistening white rice with her chopsticks and gracefully placed it in her mouth. After a brief pause, her lips moved slightly, and, following a moment's hesitation, she swallowed the rice with a noticeable roll of her throat. Clang! At that moment, The chopsticks in Yu Ling Shan's hand slipped, falling onto the table with a crisp sound. Shaken from her stupor, she looked at her mother with concern and asked, "Mother, are you all right?" "Indeed, junior sister. What troubles you? Speak your mind. Bottling it up is detrimental to your health," Yubu-kun added, his expression equally troubled, genuinely alarmed by Ning Zhongzhe's demeanor. Oh, I'm fine. What could possibly trouble me? Let us eat." Ning Zhongzhe raised her head, meeting the concerned gazes of her daughter and husband. Realizing her lapse in composure, her eyes momentarily darted away in a flurry of anxiety. After speaking, she lowered her gaze, bringing the bowl closer to her exquisite lips, and swiftly maneuvered her chopsticks to sweep the rice into her mouth, beginning to chew. The elegant porcelain bowl obscured her beautiful visage, a makeshift shield against the turmoil and guilt swirling within her. Her dark, luminous eyes flickered slightly, peering over the rim of the bowl to gauge the reactions of Yubu-kun and Yu Ling Shan. Noticing their peculiar stares, her heart raced with growing trepidation. She hastily shoveled in several more mouthfuls of rice before pausing again. Clatter! Ning Zhongzhe placed the porcelain bowl down upon the table, rising abruptly, rice still in her mouth, stammering, "I'm full now. You both take your time, I shall step outside for a while." With that, she swiftly exited the room, laden with an eerie atmosphere. Yubu-kun and Yu Ling Shan stared in a daze at Ning Zhongzhe's retreating figure, mouths agape, utterly bewildered. What was transpiring? She was full already? After merely a few grains of rice, she had not even touched the dishes. What was this? Wasn't she supposed to be famished after a whole day without food? Yu Ling Shan glanced at the empty doorway, then turned to her father, her bright eyes blinking in confusion, radiating a sense of wonder. "Father, what has happened to Mother?" Yubu-kun met his daughter's gaze, his expression one of bewilderment, shaking his head as he replied, "I do not know either. This is truly peculiar. Mother is never like this. Could it be that the recent attack has taken a greater toll on her than we realized?" Yu Ling Shan speculated, her brow furrowed in concern. "Alas, that must be it," Yubu-kun sighed, then urged, "Shaner, please eat quickly. Afterward, go check on your mother in the coming days, spend more time with her. We cannot allow her to brood in silence." "Understood, father." Yu Ling Shan nodded, promptly resuming her meal. Upon emerging from the dining room, Ning Zhongzhe wandered aimlessly along the cobblestone path, her mind adrift. The early autumn night sky resembled a deep blue satin, serene yet profound. The moon hung high, akin to a bright lantern, casting a gentle silver glow, illuminating the world and rendering the autumn night even more chilling. Sigh. Ning Zhongzhe gazed skyward, observing the diaphanous clouds drifting lightly, momentarily obscuring the moon. With a deep sigh, her eyes reflected a complex array of emotions. What am I to do? As the thin clouds passed, the moon re-emerged, and Ning Zhongzhe focused on its luminous face, uncertain whether she was posing the question to herself or to the moon. Regardless, neither seemed to offer her any answers. At that moment, she beheld a strikingly handsome visage suddenly materializing against the moon's glow. "Chong-er," she murmured softly. The next instant, she jolted back to reality, shaking her head in alarm, fear flickering in her eyes. She was bewildered by the unexpected thought of Ling Huchong. With hurried steps, she hastily departed the area. As she walked, Ning Zhongzhe found herself unconsciously approaching the kitchen's exterior. Pausing, she noticed a beam of light illuminating the ground ahead. Gradually lifting her gaze to follow the light, she observed the kitchen door ajar, a flicker of flame spilling forth from the crevice. At this late hour, who could still be in the kitchen? Were those mischievous children pilfering food again? Ning Zhongzhe furrowed her brow, her expression turning serious as she approached cautiously. Recently, food had been mysteriously disappearing from the kitchen, leading her to suspect theft. Thus, she had interrogated the most unruly of the lot, but they all maintained a unified tale, claiming it was mice that were to blame, infuriating Yubu-kun to the point of nearly drawing his sword. Now, she had a chance to catch the culprits red-handed and was determined to teach them a lesson. Ning Zhongzhe, brimming with indignation, reached the door, refraining from barging in. She intended to observe how these rascals executed their mischief, as they had left no evidence in the past. Peering through the door's crack, she was suddenly frozen in place by an unseen force, her breath catching in her throat. There, within, was the very figure that unsettled her heart, busily engaged in some task. Chong'er. Ning Zhongzai's heart raced, for the person in the kitchen was none other than Ling Huchong, and he was alone. Is he cooking? Ning Zhongzai mused, watching as Ling Huchong wielded a spatula, stirring the contents of a pot. Her curiosity piqued as a fragrant aroma wafted toward her, confirming her suspicions. Observing Ling Huchong's industrious form, she felt an inexplicable delight bubbling within her, teasingly scolding him, "You rascal! After a whole day of fasting, are you finally seeking sustenance?" "Who?" The sound startled Ling Huchong, interrupting his culinary endeavors. He swiftly approached the door, flinging it open. "Ah!" Ning Zhongzai, leaning against the door, was caught off guard and stumbled into Ling Huchong's embrace, enveloped by his warmth. "Shiz!" Ling Huchong exclaimed, cradling her soft, voluptuous form, surprise dancing in his eyes as he recognized her. "You, let go of me!" Ning Zhongzai protested, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment, a delicate rosy hue blooming across her stunning face, swiftly spreading to her ears. The familiar, intoxicating scent of masculinity enveloped her, leaving her momentarily unsteady. She had not anticipated Ling Huchong's sudden entrance. "Ah, oh." Ling Huchong steadied Ning Zhongzai, gazing into her beautiful countenance, his voice tender. "Are you all right, Shiz?" "I am fine," Ning Zhongzai replied, lifting her gaze, only to find herself lost in the allure of Ling Huchong's charming, sunlit features, entranced beyond measure. Chapter 19. A gathering in the kitchen. Ling Huchong was taken aback upon seeing Ning Zhongzai. He extended his hand and waved it in front of her, exclaiming, "Master's wife, master's wife." "Ah, oh." "Chong'er, what happened to your appearance?" Ning Zhongzai came to her senses, her voice tinged with a hint of panic, and the blush on her cheeks deepened as she slightly turned her head away, avoiding the gaze of Ling Huchong. How embarrassing, however. Chong'er looked remarkably handsome now, far more than before, as if he had transformed entirely. "My appearance?" Ling Huchong paused for a moment, then realized what Ning Zhongzai meant, smiling as he said, "You mean my appearance has changed, right?" Ning Zhongzai nodded in affirmation. "Master's wife, have you not noticed until now?" "It is not just me. You have changed quite a bit as well," Ling Huchong remarked with a smile, the corners of his mouth lifting slightly. "What? My appearance has changed too. Have I become less beautiful?" Ning Zhongzai was taken aback, her greatest concern being that she might have become unattractive. Ling Huchong chuckled softly, producing a copper mirror from seemingly nowhere and holding it up for Ning Zhongzai to see. "You have not become less beautiful. Rather, you have become even more exquisite." Ning Zhongzai gazed into the copper mirror at her stunningly beautiful visage, exclaiming, "Heavens! Is this truly me?" In disbelief, she snatched the mirror from Ling Huchong's hands to admire herself. "Who else could it be if not you, master's wife?" Ling Huchong replied with a grin, knowing well that every woman delights in beauty, especially the radiant daughter of Mount Huashan. "This is simply too beautiful. I feel as if I've regained a decade of youth. It is utterly incredible." Ning Zhongzai gently poked her youthful, delicate cheek, which was smooth and fair, exuding a charm that made her question the reality of her own reflection. "What on earth is happening? Why have I transformed in this manner?" Ning Zhongzai inquired, her eyes filled with confusion as she looked at Ling Huchong. "Master's wife, do you not remember how our injuries suddenly healed? That is because we underwent a purification process, a complete transformation, which is why we appear as we do now," Ling Huchong explained. "Purification? Complete transformation? But why did this happen?" Ning Zhongzai remained perplexed, unable to comprehend how they had inexplicably undergone such a metamorphosis. "I have yet to fully grasp this myself. I will explain it to you later. However, it is related to what transpired last night." Ling Huchong decided against divulging the extraordinary details of their experience to Ning Zhongzai, fearing the repercussions if such sensational news were to spread. Upon hearing Ling Huchong mention last night, Ning Zhongzai felt her cheeks flush, glaring at him as she scolded, "Do not bring up last night's events." Yes, I won't mention it." Ling Huchong chuckled, admiring how endearing Ning Zhongzai appeared in her indignation. "Humph." Still laughing, Ning Zhongzai, seeing Ling Huchong's amusement, grew even more irritated and pinched him firmly at his waist. "Ouch!" In no more laughing, Ling Huchong gasped, quickly suppressing his smile. Seeing his reaction, Ning Zhongze released him. Ling Huchong let out a sigh of relief, rubbing his sore waist. It truly hurt, and upon lifting his shirt, he discovered that the area had turned bruised. Humph, serves you right, Ning Zhongze remarked as she noticed Ling Huchong's sudden reveal of his chiseled abs, a fleeting blush crossing her cheeks. Rather than feeling pity for the bruised area, a sense of joy welled up within her, almost wishing she could pinch that flesh again. Ling Huchong, wearing a bittersweet expression, attempted to change the subject. Master's wife, what brings you here? I? Ning Zhongze struggled to articulate her thoughts, unsure how she had ended up in the kitchen. Surely, she could not confess to having wandered here in a daze. Ling Huchong gazed at her slightly parted lips, elegant and enchanting, wishing he could fill them with words. Could it be that you two have come in search of food, master's wife? Yes. I came looking for something to eat. Ning Zhongze quickly followed along with Ling Huchong's words. But weren't you dining with master and junior sister? As soon as Ling Huchong uttered this, he regretted it, but it was too late. The last two words came out as a mere whisper. Indeed, Ning Zhongze fixed her gaze on him, questioning, How do you know I was dining with your master and junior sister? Were you eavesdropping on us? And no, master's wife. I did not mean to. I was just worried about you and peeked in, Ling Huchong hastily explained, waving his hands in a flurry. You? Ning Zhongze felt her cheeks burn at his candid admission, a mixture of anger and warmth swelling within her. She wanted to reprimand him but found herself at a loss for words, finally settling for a playful scold. Who asked you to worry? Though her words seemed dismissive, her tone carried a hint of pride and delight, akin to a petulant girl. Ning Zhongze turned away, not wishing Ling Huchong to witness the peculiar expression on her face. Yet, even as she endeavored to conceal her feelings, Ling Huchong detected the subtle shift. He understood that Ning Zhongze was not truly angry but rather feeling a bit shy. Indeed, master's wife. I should not have worried, Ling Huchong replied, choosing not to press the matter further, his tone melancholic. Upon hearing the hint of disappointment in his voice, Ning Zhongze felt a pang of sympathy. She turned back towards him, stating, That was not my intention. It is only natural for a disciple to worry about their master. And not what? Ling Huchong feigned ignorance. And not. Ning Zhongze's face flushed as she found herself embarrassed, realizing she had overstepped, her next words failing to materialize. Finally, she exclaimed, Oh, it's nothing. No need to think too much about it. Oh. Ling Huchong responded nonchalantly, yet the corners of his mouth curled into a knowing smile. What is that smell? Just then, Ning Zhongze's nose twitched slightly, a peculiar aroma wafting through the air. Smell? Ling Huchong, puzzled, took a brief sniff, only to be jolted upright, exclaiming, Oh no! The rice is burning. He hurried back to the stove, swiftly reducing the flame. Peering into the iron pot, a wisp of smoke escaped, carrying the scent of charred food. Seeing this, Ling Huchong quickly grabbed a large bowl and used a spatula to flip the fried rice, discovering that the bottom was slightly burnt. He dared not delay further and transferred all the fried rice into the bowl. What is this? Ning Zhongze, having secured the door, approached to investigate the bowl containing the somewhat charred eggs mixed with fragments of rice, looking quite perplexed. Fried rice. Ling Huchong replied. What? This is fried rice. Where is the rice? Ning Zhongze exclaimed in disbelief, staring incredulously at the bowl in Ling Huchong's hands, which was filled primarily with eggs, with only a few grains of rice clinging to the fried pieces. Chapter 20. Almost caught by Yuling Shan upon hearing this, Ling Huchong coughed a couple of times and, with a serious demeanor, remarked, When I arrived, the meal was already gone, and I could only scrape together a bit of leftover rice from the pot, just about half a spoonful. So, I made do, and prepared some fried rice with eggs. Made do? Is this merely a little? Did you compromise on the rice or the eggs? Ning Zhongze widened her bright eyes, staring intently at Ling Huchong. At that moment, she caught a glimpse of a pile of eggshells in the corner, and her expression turned to one of disbelief. How many eggs did you crack? Ling Huchong's eyes shifted slightly as he pondered. Then he gestured with his fingers towards Ning Zhongze, saying, Not many, just a few, about 20 or so. 20 or so? Ning Zhongze exclaimed, grabbing Ling Huchong by the collar and glaring fiercely at him. Is 20 or so not a lot? Are you a pig? Who makes fried rice with so many eggs? And you dare to say it's just a little? This is truly an egg fried rice. I suppose it's 1 grain of rice per egg, isn't it? I haven't eaten anything for a day and a night. I was starving after all. I expended a lot of energy and needed to replenish some, Ling Huchong replied, feeling quite aggrieved. You? Ning Zhongzai's face instantly flushed. The image of Ling Huchong battling fiercely flashed through her mind, illustrating the substantial energy he must have expended. Eating more eggs for nourishment was only reasonable. After all, one should eat what one needs. Having come to this realization, Ning Zhongzai, now blushing, released Ling Huchong and said, "This time I'll let it slide, but next time you must not crack so many eggs. The amount you use could feed us at Huashan for several days." He understood, thank you. Shermu? Ling Huchong replied with a smile. Ning Zhongzai nodded, her gaze unexpectedly drifting down to Ling Huchong's waist. The flush that had faded from her cheeks returned in an instant. Ning Zhongzai blinked, quickly averting her gaze. Noticing that she did not pursue the matter further, Ling Huchong beamed with joy and began to pick out the burnt parts of the fried rice. After cleaning it up, he took a whiff, the aroma wafting up enticingly. Looking at Ning Zhongzai, he asked, "Shermu, would you like to have some?" Ning Zhongzai glanced at the slightly crumbled eggs and rice in the bowl, her appetite utterly diminished. She waved her hand and replied, "I'm not hungry. You eat it yourself?" "All right then." Ling Huchong readily agreed, not wanting to impose, and began to eat. He used his chopsticks to shovel the fried rice into his mouth, his cheeks bulging as he chewed hurriedly before swallowing. He devoured it like a starving ghost, completely devoid of any semblance of decorum. Ning Zhongzai watched in astonishment, bemused by Ling Huchong's voracious eating. Is it really that delicious? Seeing him enjoy it so fervently stirred her curiosity, and her taste buds urged her to try a bite. It's delicious, Shermu. Although it may not look like much, the taste is quite good. It's definitely a flavor you're familiar with. Ling Huchong nodded affirmatively. It remained uncertain whether his last comment was intentional. Upon hearing this, Ning Zhongzai's thoughts wandered, and her cheeks flushed. She scoffed, "What nonsense, what familiar flavor? Fried rice tastes like fried rice. What else could it be? Have I never eaten fried rice before? Indeed, I didn't specify what it was. It's just the usual fried rice flavor, a familiar taste, that's all." "Shermu, why are you reacting so strongly? Have you ever tasted a different kind of fried rice?" Ling Huchong asked innocently, his sparkling eyes filled with confusion. Who is reacting strongly? Am I reacting strongly? I'm merely stating that it tastes like fried rice, a familiar flavor. Ning Zhongzai's gaze flickered, her eyes darting about, her tone betraying a hint of agitation mixed with insecurity. Indeed. Ling Huchong chuckled at her flustered expression. Ning Zhongzai, noticing his laughter, stiffened her expression and huffed, "Ling Huchong, how dare you mock me?" However, before she could finish her sentence, he abruptly stuffed a fried egg into her mouth, silencing her. Ning Zhongzai's eyes widened in disbelief as she stared at Ling Huchong, unable to fathom that he would dare treat her this way. "Eat up, Shermu. It's delicious." Ling Huchong insisted, thrusting the fried rice into her mouth, effectively blocking any reprimand she might have had. Ning Zhongzai was furious. She had no intention of eating, but suddenly her stomach grumbled audibly. She had only had a few bites and was not yet full. The rich aroma of the fried egg wafted through her senses, making it impossible to resist. Her mouth instinctively moved, and she began to chew as she did. The flavor exploded in her mouth, enveloping her senses and hunger, and her eyes sparkled with delight. Ling Huchong, witnessing her reaction, smiled subtly and withdrew his chopsticks. "Isn't it fragrant?" Ning Zhongzai swallowed the fried rice and, without saying a word, turned her gaze towards the bowl of fried rice in Ling Huchong's hands, her expression filled with longing and a sense of incompleteness. Seeing her like this, Ling Huchong understood without words and scooped up another helping of fried rice, bringing it to her lips. Ning Zhongzai beamed at the golden fried rice, her face lighting up with joy. Just as she was about to take a bite, her peripheral vision caught sight of the chopsticks beside her. Suddenly, she recalled something, her eyes widening, and a charming blush spread across her face as she looked up at Ling Huchong with a mixture of shame and anger. "Wah, what is wrong?" Ling Huchong was startled by her reaction, his lips trembling in confusion. "Those are your chopsticks." Ning Zhongzhe exclaimed, her voice trembling with indignation and embarrassment. Ling Huchong had actually used the chopsticks he had eaten with to offer her food, which implied something more intimate. Ning Zhongzhe shivered slightly at the thought. Had it not been for Ling Huchong's innocent demeanor, she would have certainly slapped him for such audacity. Oh, I forgot. I'll get a new pair immediately. Ling Huchong suddenly realized his faux pas and hurriedly attempted to fetch another pair. However, Ning Zhongzhe called out to stop him, "No need. I've already eaten. What is the point of getting a new pair now? You'll have to wash them." "Shermu, you don't mind? What do you think?" No. I want to say anything more." Ling Huchong returned to Ning Zhongzhe, gazing at her exquisite face with a sheepish smile. "Are you still hungry, Shermu? What do you think?" Ning Zhongzhe shot him a glance, her expression suggesting she suspected him of mischief. Seeing this, Ling Huchong hastily scooped some fried rice and brought it to her lips again. Ning Zhongzhe hesitated for a moment, prepared to lift the bowl herself to eat. Yet, inexplicably, she found herself parting her lips slightly to accept the fried rice he offered. She continued to eat bite after bite, her movements graceful and natural, while Ling Huchong kept feeding her. In that moment, the atmosphere shifted, becoming strangely tense yet serene, with only the subtle sound of her chewing breaking the silence. Ning Zhongzhe savored each bite, and she could not quite comprehend why this act brought her such warmth and comfort. Ling Huchong gazed at her gentle and beautiful countenance, a smile of joy spreading across his face. After a while, Ning Zhongzhe raised her head, letting out a satisfied burp, and shook her head at Ling Huchong. "Are you full now, Shermu?" Ling Huchong inquired, holding up his chopsticks. You can finish the rest?" Ning Zhongzhe nodded. "All right." Ling Huchong, upon hearing this, looked at the remaining half of the fried rice in the bowl, and without hesitation brought it to his mouth, once again devouring it ravenously. Ning Zhongzhe watched as he consumed the rice with the very chopsticks she had just used, a delightful blush returning to her cheeks. This time, she said nothing, quietly observing Ling Huchong as he feasted, her heart warming at the sight of his unrestrained enjoyment. Just then, footsteps echoed from outside. Where on earth could Mother be? I've searched everywhere. Shortly after, Yu Lingshan's voice reached their ears. Ning Zhongzhe and Ling Huchong exchanged wide-eyed glances, their hearts racing with anxiety. Why is the kitchen still lit? Is someone inside? Yu Lingshan noticed the bright kitchen and, filled with curiosity, slowly approached. Hearing the approaching footsteps, Ling Huchong and Ning Zhongzhe were seized by panic, frantically scanning for a place to hide. However, they found no suitable refuge that moment. Yu Lingshan had reached the doorway and was about to open the door. Ling Huchong and Ning Zhongzhe's eyes were fixed on the door, their pupils constricting as their hearts raced to a fever pitch, their minds going blank. Chapter 21. The Kitchen in Chaos Snap? Yu Lingshan pushed open the kitchen door, her gaze sweeping inside, only to freeze in astonishment the next moment. How peculiar! I distinctly heard some noises just now. As she stepped into the kitchen, she cast a quick glance around. Aside from the kitchenware, there was not a soul in sight. With her brows slightly furrowed, she scratched her head, pondering, could it be a mouse? Her confusion deepened, for the candlelight flickered brightly, yet no one was visible. At that moment, Ling Huchong and Ning Zhongzhe were hidden within the dark confines of a large rice jar. The space was cramped, barely accommodating the two, leaving them in close proximity, their cheeks almost touching. They held their breaths, afraid to make a sound, yet could still perceive the faintest exhalation from one another. A surge of masculine energy enveloped Ning Zhongzhe, causing her cheeks to flush with a captivating hue, though the darkness concealed it from Ling Huchong's view. Had he caught a glimpse, who knew what might ensue? Not only was Ning Zhongzhe in turmoil, Ling Huchong, too, felt the tension mounting within him, as the alluring fragrance and sensation constantly tested the limits of restraint. In the shadows, Ning Zhongzhe furrowed her brow, finally realizing why they were hiding. It was a clandestine meeting. Was it not entirely reasonable for a master and disciple to be found in the kitchen at such an hour? Was it not natural for a master to be concerned about her disciple's nourishment? Why then, were they so anxious and fearful, resorting to concealment? Regret washed over her. She should not have allowed Ling Huchong to hide. There would have been a plausible excuse. Now, however, it was utterly impossible to emerge. Should Yu Lingshan discover them, it would be an untenable situation. With this thought, anger surged within Ning Zhongzhe, directing all her frustration towards Ling Huchong. She reached out, her hand exploring his waist. Ling Huchong felt the warmth of her delicate hand against him, causing him to shudder involuntarily, his eyes widening in disbelief at the outline of her face before him. Could it be that his master was truly serious? Yet, in the next instant, he realized he had misjudged. Ning Zhongzhe twisted sharply at his waist, her grip tightening. Hiss! Ling Huchong inhaled sharply, letting out a faint sound in response to the sudden pain. This startled Ning Zhongzhe, who quickly covered his mouth with her other hand. However, the sound had already caught Yuling Shan's attention. What was that noise? Yuling Shan suddenly turned, her eyes fixed intently on the corner where the rice jar stood. Terrified, Ling Huchong and Ning Zhongzhe froze in place, their hearts racing as they sensed Yuling Shan's footsteps drawing near. Crouched within the cramped confines, they dared not breathe, beads of cold sweat forming on their foreheads, their heartbeats echoing like drums in their chests. In that moment, they could almost hear each other's anxious heartbeats. Yuling Shan's footsteps grew increasingly closer. Ling Huchong and Ning Zhongzhe's minds raced, searching for a way to break free from this predicament. It seemed they were of one mind. Their gazes met in the darkness, silently communicating their thoughts. They shared a singular resolve. Should Yuling Shan approach and open the rice jar, they would leap out with lightning speed, incapacitate her, and make their escape. Given their agility and skills, there was a high probability she would not be able to discern their identities. They nodded in silent agreement, their inner energies slowly circulating throughout their bodies. Yuling Shan was now but a few steps away from the rice jar. Ling Huchong and Ning Zhongzhe braced themselves, ready to launch their surprise attack. Just then, a mouse scurried out from behind the rice jar, darting towards Yuling Shan's feet. Oh, a mouse! Yuling Shan screamed, leaping back in fright. The mouse, equally startled by her shriek, hastened to dive into a nearby hole. Yuling Shan watched the creature disappear, exhaling a relieved sigh. So it was just a mouse. What a scare. She patted her chest, still trembling from the shock. With that, she dared not approach the rice jar any closer. The two hidden within the jar, Ling Huchong and Ning Zhongzhe, also breathed a sigh of relief. Well then, I should hurry to find Mother, Yuling Shan said, her demeanor shifting as she blew out the candle, then exited the room. Clang! The kitchen door was firmly shut behind her. Ah! Once Yuling Shan had distanced herself, Ling Huchong and Ning Zhongzhe let out a long breath, feeling fortunate not to have been discovered. The lingering warmth of Ning Zhongzhe's aura filled Ling Huchong's senses, igniting a surge of excitement within him, as his extraordinary inner energy began to circulate autonomously. In a moment of impulsive recklessness, Ling Huchong, shrouded in darkness, suddenly pressed his lips against Ning Zhongzhe's. Startled, she gasped, her eyes widening in disbelief as she stared at him, her mind momentarily blank, utterly forgetting to resist. How dare he? An overwhelming tide of shame and indignation surged within her. She raised her hand, channeling her formidable energy into a strike aimed directly at Ling Huchong. Bang! A thunderous crash echoed through the kitchen as the rice jar shattered, sending Ling Huchong hurtling backwards into a pile of firewood beside the stove. What was that noise? The resounding blast startled the entire Huashan. Yuling Shan, who had not ventured far, turned back towards the kitchen, bewildered. Did the kitchen just explode? She swiftly retraced her steps, heading back towards the kitchen. Chonger, you've gone too far. Ning Zhongzhe's face flushed as she glared at Ling Huchong, who lay amid the firewood, before storming out. The commotion would surely attract the attention of others in Huashan. Ning Zhongzhe hurried away, her expression tense as she scanned her surroundings, wary of being discovered. However, she failed to notice Yuling Shan approaching from the opposite direction. Thud! The two collided. Ah! That hurts. Yuling Shan cried out, looking up to see who had bumped into her, ready to express her anger. The next moment, she was taken aback. Mother, is that you? Shaner! Ning Zhongzhe, equally surprised to have run into her daughter, momentarily displayed a look of panic. Mother, what are you doing here? I've been searching everywhere for you, Yuling Shan asked. Oh, I was just taking a stroll nearby when I heard some commotion and came over, Ning Zhongzhe replied, fabricating her excuse without a second thought. But your direction is the opposite, Yuling Shan remarked, her brows furrowing slightly. Her lips pursed in a charmingly adorable manner. I was about to call for someone. Ning Zhongze replied, her cheeks flushing as her voice quivered. Is that so? Yuling Shan regarded her with suspicion. Ning Zhongze felt her anxiety rising, her eyes darting about until a spark of inspiration struck her. Shaner, since you're here, let us go take a look. The noise seemed to come from the direction of the kitchen. Oh, right, let us go, mother. Yuling Shan said, her momentary uncertainty dissipating, realizing the urgency of uncovering the source of the recent loud crash. Ning Zhongze let out a sigh of relief, silently praying that Ling Hucheng had already vacated the kitchen. The mother and daughter hurried towards the kitchen. Chapter 22. Ning Zhongze. Tonight, I shall sleep with Shaner in the kitchen. Oh, how painful. Ling Hucheng emerged from the pile of firewood, his body entangled with dry branches, a wave of agony washing over him, leaving him in a disheveled state. I must leave this place at once. Ignoring his injuries, Ling Hucheng spat out a mouthful of dry grass and peeked out the door, only to discover that, in the distance, Ning Zhongze and Yuling Shan had returned. Thus, without further delay, he utilized his agile movements, slipping into the night. A shadow darted swiftly through the darkness, catching Ning Zhongze's attention and causing her heart to skip a beat. At that moment, Yuling Shan suddenly exclaimed in astonishment. What is it, Shaner? Ning Zhongze inquired, her expression tightening. I think I just saw a shadow flash by over there. Yuling Shan pointed towards the kitchen door. What? A shadow? Where? Ning Zhongze feigned looking around and replied, There's nothing. Perhaps you mistook it for a stray cat. Perhaps. Yuling Shan nodded. The shadow had moved with remarkable speed. Aside from her father, who else on Mount Hua could match such swiftness? She convinced herself it must have been a mere cat. The two approached the kitchen door. Yuling Shan gazed at the wide-open door, puzzled. That's strange. I clearly shut the door just now. Why is it open? Could someone have come in? Ning Zhongze's face flushed at her words, her expression becoming somewhat uneasy, but she remained silent. Just then, Yu Buchuan arrived, looking at Ning Zhongze and Yuling Shan at the kitchen entrance, and called out loudly, Junior sister, Shaner. What has happened? Father's here. Yuling Shan turned back and murmured. Ning Zhongze said nothing, but her heart began to race with anxiety. She felt a sense of guilt towards Yu Buchuan, perhaps stemming from her own perceived wrongdoing. Behind Yu Buchuan trailed a group of disciples from Mount Hua, who quickly gathered at the kitchen door. Yu Buchuan scrutinized Ning Zhongze and Yuling Shan, asking, What is going on? Why such a commotion? Father, we just arrived and are still unclear about what happened. Yuling Shan replied honestly. Did the sound come from the kitchen? Yu Buchuan cast his gaze towards the pitch-black kitchen, unable to discern the cause. It seems so? Yuling Shan was uncertain. Let us go inside and take a look. Yu Buchuan declared. He grabbed a lantern from one of the disciples and stepped inside, lighting the candles in the kitchen. As the kitchen illuminated, everyone peered in, only to find themselves frozen in shock. It appeared as though a fierce battle had taken place. What on earth happened? Yu Buchuan exclaimed, observing the shattered rice jar and the scattered rice and firewood, his face contorted with anger and confusion. How could this have happened? How did the rice jar break like this? Ning Zhongze gasped, her expression mirroring surprise and bewilderment. Her demeanor was so convincing that it hardly seemed like her doing. Feeling a surge of shame, Ning Zhongze wished she could vanish into the ground. Could it be those little rascals sneaking into the kitchen again, causing a ruckus? Yu Buchuan bellowed, his authoritative gaze sweeping over the disciples outside the door. No. It wasn't us, master. The disciples trembled, hastily denying their involvement. Humph. Yu Buchuan scoffed, turning his eyes to Ning Zhongze and Yuling Shan, junior sister Shaner. Did you see any suspicious individuals on your way here? Father, I was nearby when I heard the explosion and rushed over. I encountered Mother on the way, and we came together. I didn't see anyone suspicious, Yuling Shan replied, omitting any mention of the shadow. I didn't notice anything suspicious either, Ning Zhongze added slowly. What suspicious individuals could there possibly be? The most suspicious one was her. Nothing. Yu Buchuan's brows furrowed deeply. He believed their words, yet the scene around them clearly indicated human intervention. Someone must have slipped out of the kitchen before they arrived. Approaching the stove, he noticed sparks still flickering from within, further solidifying his suspicion that someone had been pilfering food in the kitchen. Ning Zhongzi watched Yu Buchuan's actions closely. If he continued to observe, he might stumble upon something. Enough, master. It's merely a broken rice jar, which has been in use for quite some time and needed replacing. As long as no one was harmed, it's fine. We can just discipline them more strictly in the future, Ning Zhongzi suggested. Junior sister, you are too lenient with them. These little rascals blew up the rice jar today. Who knows what they might do tomorrow? They might even blow up the kitchen, or worse, bring down Mount Hua itself. We cannot indulge them. A strict investigation is necessary, Yu Buchuan replied, his anger palpable. Master, we were wrong. We won't do it again. The disciples, witnessing Yu Buchuan's fury, were unable to remain still. If he truly investigated, none of them could escape blame, for not a single one of them had stayed away from the kitchen. Humph, so you admit it now, Yu Buchuan said coldly, his icy tone sending shivers down the spines of the disciples. All right, junior sister. They seem to realize their mistakes, so let us not pursue it any further, Ning Zhongzi interceded. The more they protested, the more she felt guilty. It wasn't their fault at all. It was all Ling Huchong's doing. In her heart, she silently cursed Ling Huchong. Yu Buchuan cast a deep glance at Ning Zhongzi, recalling her recent brush with death, her spirit worn thin and not suited for too much worry. With a weary sigh, he relented. You spoil them too much. Very well, I shall let you all off this time. Upon hearing this, the disciples collectively exhaled in relief, their gazes filled with gratitude and relief towards Ning Zhongzi, who had been so kind to them. However, do not think this is over. Tonight, you are to copy the rules of Mount Hua 20 times and submit them to me by tomorrow morning, Yu Buchuan commanded, glaring at the disciples outside. What? No way. The disciples lamented, dreading the thought of transcribing the lengthy rules, which would keep them awake all night. What are you whining about? Hurry up. Yes. Yu Buchuan thundered, sending the disciples scattering in a hurry. Once the disciples had departed, Yu Buchuan turned his gaze to Ning Zhongzi and said, All right, junior sister, your body has yet to recover. Let us return and rest early. Ah. Ning Zhongzi was momentarily taken aback, hesitating as she looked at Yu Buchuan, her heart filled with reluctance. What is it? Yu Buchuan asked, puzzled by her reaction. Ning Zhongzi bowed her head in silence for a moment before speaking, Master, I wish to sleep in Shan'er's room tonight. Why? Both Yu Buchuan and Yu Lingshan exclaimed in unison, their faces a mixture of astonishment, confusion, and disbelief. I haven't been with Shan'er for a long time. I miss her. Let me stay with her for a few days, Ning Zhongzi pleaded. This, Yu Buchuan pondered for a moment before replying, very well. He considered that perhaps being with his daughter, Yu Lingshan, could help ease Ning Zhongzi's troubled mind. However, Yu Lingshan was left bewildered, exclaiming, Father, Mother, I haven't even agreed yet. Ning Zhongzi shot her an annoyed glance. What? Is it such a hardship to sleep with your mother? No, it's not. Yu Lingshan quickly waved her hands, forcing a smile. Yu Buchuan, with a serious expression, told Yu Lingshan, Shan'er, listen to your mother. She just escaped a perilous situation and is not in the best state of mind. You must keep her company, understand? With that, Yu Lingshan had no choice but to comply, obediently nodding, all right. She would have to endure it. The upcoming days would mean no more secret meetings with her senior brother in her room. Seeing this, Ning Zhongzi felt a wave of relief wash over her. All right then, let us head back and rest. All right. Senior brother, you should also get some rest, Ning Zhongzi replied, and after saying this, she took Yu Lingshan's hand and hurriedly left the contentious scene behind. Sigh. Yu Buchuan watched their retreating figures, letting out a sigh before glancing back at the kitchen, shaking his head in frustration, resolving to address the mess tomorrow. On the other side, Ling Huchong returned to his room. Mother-in-law was too harsh. He clutched his painfully throbbing chest and pulled aside his clothing, revealing a vivid red, elongated handprint. But it was worth it. Ling Huchong suddenly broke into a silly grin. Despite the pain, the memory was undeniably sweet. He chuckled to himself, aha. After yawning, he declared, I can't take it anymore. I'm utterly exhausted. Time to sleep. After such a tumultuous evening, he felt completely drained. He approached the bed and collapsed heavily onto the soft mattress, a wave of drowsiness overtaking him instantly. With heavy eyelids closed, he sank into a deep slumber. Before long, the room was filled with the sounds of his steady, sleeping breaths. Chapter 23. How Handsome the Senior Brother Is. The following morning, the eastern sky was tinged with the pale hue of dawn as the sun gradually ascended. A delicate layer of morning mist enveloped the majestic peaks of Mount Huashan like a gossamer veil. The tranquil forest began to resonate with the melodious chirping of birds, as if awakening the slumbering mountain eye in the boudoir of Yuling Shan. A soft ray of light filtered through the gauzy window, illuminating the room within. Ning Zhongzhe had risen early, donning a pale blue palace-style silk gown. The wide sash of the same hue cinched her waist, accentuating her slender figure and graceful curves exquisitely. At the center of the sash, a piece of jade-like mutton-fat white jade was set, its translucence carved into an intricate design of auspiciousness, adding an air of elegance to her dignified attire. She draped a light moon-white silk cloak over her shoulders, as ethereal as a cicada's wing, enveloping her in a dreamlike haze that further enhanced her otherworldly charm. At that moment, Yuling Shan, who had been resting on the bed, stirred. She turned over, her cheek facing Ning Zhongzhe, eyes still closed, murmuring, "Mother, why are you up so early?" A tender and maternal smile graced Ning Zhongzhe's face as she sat beside the bed, gently caressing Yuling Shan's cheek. "It is not early. The sky is already bright. Shaner, you should rise. It is time for your morning lessons." "Oh." Yuling Shan pouted slightly, gently rubbing her cheek against her mother's delicate hand, her face radiating happiness as she savored the warmth of her mother's tender touch. Ning Zhongzhe looked upon Yuling Shan with boundless affection, her eyes brimming with tenderness and indulgence. After a moment, Yuling Shan opened her dreamy eyes, meeting the kind visage of her mother. "Hee." She smiled softly, sitting up and embracing Ning Zhongzhe, their cheeks affectionately pressed together. "Mother, I slept so soundly last night. It was the most restful sleep I've had in ages." "Is that so? How about I accompany you every night, then?" "Mother, you jest. Father would never agree. No need for his consent. My approval is sufficient." Mother is the most formidable." "You little rascal." Ning Zhongzhe chuckled. Yuling Shan sensed the playful tone, yet realized her mother was genuinely uncertain about how to respond. "All right, time to get up." "Okay." Yuling Shan nodded, rising to dress. Once she was properly attired, Ning Zhongzhe said, "Let us wash up and then have breakfast in the main hall." Ning Zhongzhe led the way while Yuling Shan followed closely behind. As they walked, Yuling Shan's gaze fell upon her mother's graceful figure. Noticing a few grains of rice stuck to her mother's shoe, she called out, "Mother." Ning Zhongzhe turned back, inquiring, "What is it? Why do your shoes seem to have some uncooked rice grains?" Yuling Shan asked in confusion. "Ah?" Ning Zhongzhe exclaimed, lifting her foot to inspect the white grains, her face momentarily flashing with alarm, though she quickly regained her composure and replied with a sheepish smile, "Oh, I must have stepped in some while in the kitchen last night." "But you didn't enter the kitchen, did you? Did you perhaps go in beforehand?" Yuling Shan continued to question. Ning Zhongzhe hurriedly shook her head, denying, "No, I did not enter. Perhaps there were some grains outside, considering the rice jar exploded and a few grains could have scattered." "Oh, I see." Yuling Shan nodded, accepting this as a possibility. "Yes, indeed." Ning Zhongzhe felt a twinge of guilt. Even if you had gone to the kitchen, it would not matter. "Yet you seem somewhat flustered," Yuling Shan observed, frowning. Ning Zhongzhe quickly composed herself, replying nonchalantly, "I am not flustered. It merely feels a bit peculiar with you asking me like that." "All right, it's nothing to worry about. Let us hurry along." Yuling Shan nodded, and the mother-daughter duo departed the room. On their way, Ning Zhongzhe wiped her shoe against the grass to remove the rice grains. In Ling Huchang's chamber, he sat up in bed, stretching luxuriously. "Ah," he sighed, "what a delightful sleep. This has been the most comfortable slumber of my life, leaving me utterly refreshed, and I even dreamt a wonderful dream." He had envisioned his splendidly beautiful master, Ning Zhongzhe, playfully engaging with two fluffy white rabbits. After rising from bed and folding the bedding, Ling Huchong furrowed his brow, realizing it was time to wash and change. "Never mind. I shall attend the morning lessons first." He stepped outside, washed up, had breakfast, and made his way to the main hall. Upon entering the hall, he overheard his fellow disciples discussing his master. Have you noticed? The master seems to have returned looking even younger and more beautiful. Indeed, it's astonishing. Standing next to the junior sister, one might mistake them for sisters. How incredible! What could be the reason? Ling Huchang's lips curled into a subtle smile, a knowing expression gracing his features as he strode confidently forward. Ah, senior brother. A disciple spotted Ling Huchong and immediately greeted him with respect. Ling Huchong replied coolly, not bothering to glance at him, continuing to walk with his head held high. Good morning, senior brother. The chorus of greetings erupted from the surrounding disciples. A simple acknowledgement showcased the grandeur of the Huashan sect's eldest disciple. The surrounding disciples, captivated by Ling Huchong's unmatched grace, could not help but exclaim in awe. Wow, is this really our senior brother? He is so handsome. What is going on? Why does he radiate a divine glow? Absolutely stunning. Oh, senior brother. One disciple exclaimed in a flirtatious tone. This startled another disciple beside him, who blushed and exclaimed, What are you doing, you little flirt? It's just involuntary, came the playful reply. Stop that. In an instant, several disciples could no longer contain themselves, surrounding and playfully beating the flirtatious disciple. Ling Huchong paid them no mind, viewing it as mere child's play. Senior brother. At that moment, Yuling Shan spotted Ling Huchong and called out joyously. Ling Huchong smiled faintly and walked slowly toward her. As he passed the first row, the second disciple of Huashan, Lao Denua, greeted him. Senior brother. Ling Huchong glanced at him, his eyes shimmering with a mysterious light, yet he said nothing. However, that fleeting gaze sent a shiver down Lao Denua's spine, as if he were being observed by some primordial beast. Is it just my imagination? He pondered, sensing that Ling Huchong seemed different. Senior brother, you look exceptionally handsome today, chimed Lu Hoer, standing beside Lao Denua. Huh? When am I not handsome? Ling Huchong replied, brimming with self-assurance. Indeed, our senior brother is always handsome. Good lad, you have good taste. I have high hopes for you. Hee hee. Lu Hoer chuckled. After exchanging a few casual words with Lu Hoer, Ling Huchong approached Yuling Shan, standing side by side with her. Good morning, junior sister, he greeted, then turned his gaze toward Ning Zhongzhe, who stood ahead. Good morning, master. This was the customary salutation, as his gaze lingered on Ning Zhongzhe. Today, she appeared far more enchanting than ever before. Her beauty was resplendent, her form graceful and elegant. She exuded an alluring charm and ethereal presence that could drive one to madness. Even from several meters away, Ling Huchong could still sense the familiar fragrance wafting toward him. Ning Zhongzhe felt his unabashed scrutiny, her heart racing as her body involuntarily trembled, sensing an overwhelming vulnerability as if she were completely exposed before him. She remained silent, her complexion slightly pale, turning her head away in an attempt to shield herself from Ling Huchong's penetrating gaze. With no place to hide, the only recourse was to lessen the pressure of his invasive attention. Ling Huchong, witnessing this, grew bolder in his examination of Ning Zhongzhe, taking in every detail from head to toe. Yuling Shan's gaze remained fixed on Ling Huchong, and noticing a withered twig stuck in his hair, she reached out to remove it, asking curiously, Senior brother, why do you have a twig in your hair? Suddenly, the entire Huashan sect hall fell into an awkward silence, the stillness palpable. Chapter 24. Understanding the sword technique through its words, terrifying talent and comprehension. Upon hearing this, Ning Zhongzhe and Ling Huchong felt an involuntary jolt in their hearts. However, Ling Huchong, quick to react, hastily explained, It might have fallen off a tree when I passed by the small grove this morning. I see. Yuling Shan, without a hint of suspicion, dismissed the matter. The grand hall once again resumed its lively exchanges. Ning Zhongzhe breathed a sigh of relief, but shot a glance of mild reproach at Ling Huchong, as if to imply he should have tidied himself up. Ling Huchong noticed her gaze but shrugged it off nonchalantly. With so many trees on Mount Hua, it was entirely reasonable to have a few dead branches on him. Seeing Ling Huchong's nonchalant demeanor, Ning Zhongzhe felt a surge of indignation, her silver teeth clenching. This fellow seemed utterly unperturbed, as if he were a dead pig unafraid of boiling water. Did he not fear raising other suspicions? Was he not at all concerned about the truth being uncovered? Ling Hucheng, too, felt a twinge of fear, yet the more anxious he became, the less he could afford to show it. Doing so would only deepen other suspicions. Just as both were beginning to relax, Yu Ling Shan's gaze fell upon a faint red mark beneath Ling Hucheng's collar. Senior brother, what happened to your chest? Why is there a red mark? Did someone hurt you? With that, she reached out to lift his collar for a closer inspection. This startled both Ling Hucheng and Ning Zhongzi. Reacting swiftly, Ling Hucheng drew his collar together, preventing Yu Ling Shan from looking further, and explained, "It's nothing, junior sister. It's not a wound. I merely got scratched by a little kitten." The words little kitten were deliberately emphasized, and his brow twitched slightly. Upon hearing little kitten, Ning Zhongzi felt a rush of shame and anger, a charming blush gracing her cheeks. She also caught the hint of frivolity in Ling Hucheng's brow and nearly ground her teeth in frustration. How had she not realized before how mischievous this fellow was? A little kitten? What kind of kitten has claws that big? Yu Ling Shan said, gesturing with her hand, the mark nearly matching the width of her finger's point. One had to admit that Yu Ling Shan's imagination was quite vivid. She did not suspect anything but envisioned a cat the size of a person waving its paws at Ling Hucheng. If Ling Hucheng were to learn of this, he would surely burst into laughter. Hearing her daughter's words, Ning Zhongzi's elegant and beautiful cheeks flushed with another charming hue. All right, that's not important. Where is master? Ling Hucheng quickly shifted the topic, fearing that if Yu Ling Shan continued to inquire, she might uncover something more. Oh, father sent someone to the kitchen. Master, good. Before Yu Ling Shan could finish her sentence, she was interrupted, as everyone turned to see Yu Buchuan entering through the main door. Good day, master. The disciples greeted in unison, their voices ringing out. Yu Buchuan remained silent, striding directly to Ning Zhongzi's side. Ling Hucheng's gaze sharpened at this sight, feeling a wave of discomfort wash over him. Ning Zhongzi seemed to notice Ling Hucheng's change of expression and instinctively pulled a little away from Yu Buchuan. Yu Buchuan surveyed the hall, and the disciples immediately straightened their postures. He did not pursue the events of the previous night, but instead looked towards Ling Hucheng, asking, "How are you feeling, Cheng? Are you better?" "Thank you for your concern, master. I feel much improved," Ling Hucheng replied. "That's good to hear. You need not attend morning classes or practice swordplay for the next few days. Focus on recovering first," Yu Buchuan instructed. Ling Hucheng's expression brightened at this news, uncertainly asking, "Really, master?" "Indeed. Yes, thank you, master." Ling Hucheng was elated. This meant he would have time to seek out Feng Qingyang on the back mountain. "Junior sister, you as well. Having narrowly escaped death, you should take this time to rest. I will handle matters concerning Mount Hua." Yu Buchuan turned to Ning Zhongzi. "Yes, senior brother." Ning Zhongzi did not argue. This was better for her, as it spared her from facing that daunting figure. "Shaner, you should stay with your mother these days. There's no need for you to do anything," Yu Buchuan instructed Yu Ling Shan. His words made it sound as if she usually handled significant affairs. Yu Ling Shan nodded in agreement, quite content with this arrangement. Subsequently, Yu Buchuan turned his attention to the other disciples, saying, "All right, the rest of you may head to the training grounds for morning practice. This will be the routine for the next few days, led by Denua." "Yes, master." Denua clasped his hands in respect, then led the disciples out of the grand hall. Once the crowd had dispersed, Ling Hucheng addressed Ning Zhongzi and Yu Buchuan, saying, "Master, mistress, I shall take my leave now." Ning Zhongzi said nothing, while Yu Buchuan replied, "Go ahead." As Ling Hucheng turned to leave, he whispered to Yu Ling Shan, "Take good care of mistress, junior sister." Yu Ling Shan nodded. Although she longed to remain with Ling Hucheng, her priority was to care for her mother. Ling Hucheng, seeing her response, smiled in satisfaction before striding away. Yu Buchuan paid little mind to their small exchange, having observed their budding relationship over time and silently approving of it. Watching Ling Hucheng's retreating figure, Ning Zhongzi withdrew her gaze and turned to Yu Buchuan, saying, "Senior brother, I shall return to rest as well." "Very well, junior sister. Do take care of yourself, and if you need anything, do let me know," Yu Buchuan replied. "Yes, thank you, senior brother." Ning Zhongzi nodded slightly, then gracefully turned to depart, her slender waist swaying elegantly. "Goodbye, father." Yu Ling Shan called out before hastily following her mother's footsteps. After watching them leave, Yu Buchuan returned to his solitary study of the empty box, the Sunflower Manual. Upon exiting the grand hall, Ling Hucheng procured some plump chickens and fine wine from the kitchen before making his way to the Cliff of Remorse. Throughout the journey, his mind was consumed with thoughts on how to lure Feng Qingyang out in order to learn the Dugu Nine Swords. Yet, he could not devise a suitable plan. Feng Qingyang was a master of the Qingzi lineage, unparalleled in his mastery of the Dugu Nine Swords. He was free-spirited, shunning the constraints of sectarian dogma and the power struggles within the clan, a trait that resonated with Ling Hucheng's own nature. Over 2 decades ago, during the internecine conflicts between the Sword and Qi sects, he had been absent from the sect for some reason, missing the chance to engage in combat. Upon his return to Mount Hua, he found that only the Qi sect remained. Thus, he was forced into seclusion atop the mountain. Ling Hucheng arrived at the Cliff of Remorse, which spanned approximately 100 square meters. 3 sides were sheer cliffs, while one side had a mountain wall with a cave. The area was tranquil and secluded, offering a breathtaking view of the peaks of Mount Hua, evoking a sense of unparalleled independence that naturally led one to introspection. There was also a small pavilion in the open space. As Ling Hucheng ascended the Cliff of Remorse, Feng Qingyang had already taken notice of him from the shadows. He was surprised. Why would Ling Hucheng come here? Could he be seeking me out? Feng Qingyang chuckled and shook his head, deeming it unlikely. Aside from Yubuchuan and a few others, no one on Mount Hua knew of his existence. Ling Hucheng scanned the entire Cliff of Remorse, seeking traces of Feng Qingyang. Though draw him out, he needed to display some degree of martial talent. Only then would he stand a chance. Perhaps the moment he set foot on the cliff, Feng Qingyang had already been observing him in secret. Thus, if he could create a bit of commotion, Feng Qingyang would surely reveal himself. Ling Hucheng made his way towards the cave, which concealed many secrets and might yield some discoveries. Upon entering, he found the interior quite spacious, albeit dimly lit. He surveyed his surroundings, aware that this cave held remnants of the secrets from the righteous and demonic factions from years past. His gaze fell upon the cave's stone wall, where he noticed a section covered in vines, revealing a series of deliberately etched marks. Ling Hucheng's face lit up with excitement. Without hesitation, he employed his lightness skill to leap up and clear the vines from the stone wall. As he landed, he raised his head to behold the now exposed stone wall, where several elegant characters were carved. Feng Qingyang. The 3 characters flowed gracefully, strong and vigorous, executed in one breath. This was undoubtedly a mark left by Feng Qingyang's sword energy on the stone wall. Ling Hucheng stared at these elegant characters, his heart in turmoil. Gradually entranced in that moment, he seemed to see an old man in a blue robe with white hair, floating in midair, using his finger as a sword, executing movements with effortless grace. In Ling Hucheng's eyes, this was the essence of swordplay, profound and unfathomable. Gradually, he observed the old man's movements becoming increasingly ethereal, his sword techniques transforming into an endless array of variations, intensifying with each moment. Unable to resist, Ling Hucheng drew his long sword and began to mimic the movements. However, from the shadows, Feng Qingyang watched this scene with wide eyes, filled with disbelief, murmuring, "How is this possible?" Chapter 25. A once-in-a-millennium martial arts prodigy in Ling Hucheng's grasp, the long sword danced like a swimming dragon. The shimmering blade flowed as if it were a flash of purple lightning, its forms changing with a rapidity that was breathtaking. Ling Hucheng's footwork resembled that of a ghost, while his swordplay exhibited a harmonious blend of rigidity and softness, strength intertwined with grace, light and ethereal, as though he were an otherworldly being, causing the very air around him to seem to freeze in that moment. After a brief interval, he sheathed his sword, exhaling a breath of white, turbid that instant. A transformation appeared to take place within him. His aura became restrained and steady, enveloped in an ethereal and transcendent quality. Could this be the Dugu Nine Swords? Ling Hucheng pondered, though he quickly shook his head. This was certainly not the Dugu Nine Swords. He was certain of that, however. It must possess some semblance of that renowned technique. This was an entirely new swordsmanship that did not belong to any existing martial arts of the world. In other words, he had unknowingly comprehended a new sword style from the nuances in Feng Qingyang's writings. How is this possible? Ling Hucheng found it hard to believe, yet the truth stood before him. But why did it happen? Why was he able to perceive the flow of swordsmanship simply by gazing at Feng Qingyang's characters? Ling Hucheng furrowed his brow, wrestling with these thoughts for quite some time, but could arrive at no conclusion. He could only attribute everything to 2 words, Genius. At that moment, an ancient voice resonated from behind him. Have you ever studied the Duga Nine Swords? Who goes there? Ling Hucheng exclaimed in surprise, swiftly turning to behold an elderly man in a blue robe with white hair standing behind him, seemingly appearing out of nowhere. Upon recognizing the visitor, Ling Hucheng's expression relaxed, and a faint smile graced his face. Clad in a blue robe, with flowing white hair and beard, exuding an otherworldly aura, there was no mistaking it. Disciple Ling Hucheng pays his respects to Master Feng. Ling Hucheng promptly clasped his fists in greeting. His swift action caught even Feng Qingyang off guard, who exclaimed in astonishment, "Oh, you actually know of me? The illustrious name of Master Feng is one I cannot be ignorant of. I have grown up listening to tales of your exploits. Your swordsmanship is unparalleled, a beacon in the martial world," Ling Hucheng replied with a slight smile. "Haha, good lad. It seems you have indeed come seeking me." Feng Qingyang realized with clarity that Ling Hucheng had indeed come for him. Hee. Ling Hucheng smiled silently. "You have yet to answer my previous question. Have you studied the Duga Nine Swords?" Feng Qingyang pressed on, unfazed by Ling Hucheng's intentions. "Ah? The Duga Nine Swords? No, I haven't," Ling Hucheng replied, looking bewildered. "Then why did I see traces of the Dugu Nine Swords in the swordplay you just demonstrated?" Feng Qingyang frowned. "Oh, that?" Ling Hucheng suddenly understood. It seemed Feng Qingyang had been present all along, witnessing his recent display of swordsmanship. He chuckled, "Master Feng, I owe my insights to you, as I comprehended it from the characters you left on the stone wall." "What? You mean to say you gleaned swordsmanship from those three characters?" Feng Qingyang was taken aback, his eyes almost popping out of their sockets in disbelief. "Indeed." Ling Hucheng nodded. "How is that possible?" Feng Qingyang was stunned, his gaze falling upon the few large characters he had inscribed. Aside from their aesthetic appeal, they held nothing extraordinary. He had left nothing particularly special on that wall. "How did you manage that?" Feng Qingyang's breath quickened. It seemed he had stumbled upon something remarkable. This lad might indeed be a martial arts prodigy of a century. "I don't know, I just saw it." Ling Hucheng could not clarify further. "A martial arts prodigy, a martial arts prodigy? Ha ha ha. Our Huashan will soon have a dragon among us." Feng Qingyang suddenly burst into raucous laughter. "Master Feng, are you all right?" Ling Hucheng inquired timidly, as Feng Qingyang's exuberance unsettled him. "Ling Hucheng, is it? Allow me to test once more to see if this is indeed true." "Ah, what?" Ling Hucheng was bewildered. However, before he could grasp the situation, Feng Qingyang suddenly sprang into action, his movements ghostly and swift, closing the distance to Ling Hucheng in an instant. Using a finger as a sword, he launched an attack. Ling Hucheng, caught off guard, was compelled to engage in combat. Feng Qingyang's swordplay was fierce, his assaults rapid, each strike unexpected, leaving Ling Hucheng scrambling, unable to retaliate. "What is this? Did you not claim to have comprehended swordplay from my characters? Where is the technique you just demonstrated?" Feng Qingyang aimed to elicit the swordplay Ling Hucheng had recently grasped. His interest in that technique was genuine, for it was indeed profound. Ling Hucheng understood Feng Qingyang's intent. It seemed testing was unavoidable. He smiled, "Then I must take my leave, Master Feng." "Haha, come forth." Feng Qingyang laughed heartily. Ling Hucheng's gaze sharpened, his demeanor shifting as he became serious, gripping his 3-foot azure blade. The light of the sword flickered as he began to counterattack. Feng Qingyang was astonished. Ling Hucheng had gradually begun to parry his assaults, occasionally executing unexpected moves. In a moment of distraction, Ling Hucheng executed a thrust that startled Feng Qingyang, prompting him to dodge hastily. Yet, the passing sword managed to sever one of Feng Qingyang's beard hairs. This was no trivial matter. Feng Qingyang could not afford to be complacent and began to treat the encounter with utmost seriousness, unleashing an even more ferocious onslaught against Ling Hucheng. Ling Hucheng found himself retreating once more, struggling to withstand the barrage. The two figures flickered like phantoms within the cave, the sword light flashing, the air filled with the clashing of blades. A fierce confrontation ensued. Ling Hucheng grew increasingly adept as the battle progressed, while Feng Qingyang felt a rising sense of alarm. Ling Hucheng's rate of growth was astonishing, far exceeding his expectations. In the span of just a moment, He had reached a level of competence that allowed him to engage effectively with Feng Qingyang. Swish! Feng Qingyang suddenly distanced himself from Ling Hucheng. Ling Hucheng also halted, regarding Feng Qingyang with confusion. He had been enjoying the fight, so why had it stopped? Master Feng? Haha, good lad, you have truly opened my eyes. In that case, let us play a little longer and see where your limits lie. Feng Qingyang exclaimed with excitement, lightly stamping his foot upon the ground, sending a withered branch soaring into the air. Feng Qingyang reached out to grasp the branch, pointing it at Ling Hucheng with a grin. Let us go again. Upon witnessing this, Ling Hucheng's face brightened. Excellent. As soon as he spoke, the two engaged in battle once more. This time, Feng Qingyang's onslaught was exponentially more rapid and varied than before, placing immense pressure on Ling Hucheng, as each of Feng Qingyang's strikes seemed to preempt his movements, thwarting his attacks. This was the art of anticipating one's opponent, truly the Dugu Nine Swords. Ling Hucheng was overjoyed, taking the fight seriously as he sought to glean swordsmanship from Feng Qingyang. However, the old fox was indeed cunning. Ling Hucheng, lacking experience, fell short during the 100th exchange when Feng Qingyang's branch found its mark against Ling Hucheng's throat. The outcome was clear. Ling Hucheng gazed at Feng Qingyang, grinning broadly. I concede, Master Feng. Young man, are you mocking me? Feng Qingyang puffed out his chest, his beard fluttering in the wind. Though it seemed he had emerged victorious, in truth, he had already lost. It was evident that Ling Hucheng lacked combat experience, and his swordplay had been improvised amid the battle. Nevertheless, he had managed to engage the seasoned veteran in a thrilling exchange. This was utterly extraordinary. In the end, Feng Qingyang had been compelled to draw upon the Dugu Nine Swords, expecting to swiftly subdue Ling Hucheng, only to discover that this young man could learn and adapt. There was no alternative. To preserve his dignity, he had to unleash his full might. Yet, this alone was enough to leave one astonished. Feng Qingyang recognized that Ling Hucheng was a martial arts prodigy not of a century, but of a millennium. Master Feng, shall we have another go, please? Ling Hucheng furrowed his brow, looking earnestly at Feng Qingyang, for he had gained new insights from their recent duel. Feng Qingyang regarded Ling Hucheng's earnest expression and nodded. Seeing this, Ling Hucheng's countenance brightened. In an instant, the cave was once more illuminated by the glimmer of swords. Chapter 26. One day, the mastery of the Dugu Nine Swords was achieved. Stop, stop, stop. No more fighting. Feng Qingyang hurriedly called for a halt. After conceding to Ling Hucheng's request, the two engaged in combat for several hundred more rounds, yet he was still unable to subdue Ling Hucheng, which left him feeling somewhat vexed. Huh? No more fighting? Ling Hucheng paused, a hint of reluctance evident in his voice. Feng Qingyang discarded the twig in his hand and approached Ling Hucheng, inquiring, Chenger, what was that you just used? It differs significantly from the sword techniques you employed previously. In this bout, Ling Hucheng's swordsmanship was clearly distinct from the last, having transcended the techniques he had previously mastered. His movements were more intricate and pure, seemingly unbound by form or conventional techniques. Oh, it's like this, esteemed granduncle. I have completely forgotten all my previous sword techniques and entered a state of mental clarity, allowing me to focus entirely on countering your swordplay, Ling Hucheng explained. Feng Qingyang was taken aback, exclaiming, It appears you have grasped the edge of formlessness. Chenger, you truly are a prodigy of martial arts, a talent seldom seen in a millennium. Thank you for your praise, esteemed granduncle, but I still have much to learn and need to practice diligently, Ling Hucheng replied humbly. Feng Qingyang nodded in satisfaction, saying, Good, remain neither arrogant nor complacent, neither servile nor overbearing. Only then can you traverse further along the path of martial arts. He was exceedingly pleased, even fond of Ling Hucheng's performance. By the way, esteemed granduncle Feng, the sword technique you just displayed was remarkably profound and intricate. Might you teach it to your disciple? Ling Hucheng feigned ignorance, rubbing his palms together eagerly as he gazed at Feng Qingyang. What? You wish to learn the Dugu Nine Swords? Feng Qingyang chuckled upon hearing this. Yes, indeed. Ling Hucheng nodded eagerly. Will you not regret this in the future? Feng Qingyang suddenly inquired. Ling Hucheng was momentarily taken aback but quickly grasped the implications. This involved the hidden secrets of Mount Huashan and the contest of sword energy, Such an esoteric and profound sword technique would inevitably attract suspicion in the future. Nevertheless, he cared little for these concerns and looked at Feng Qingyang with unwavering resolve, declaring, "Esteemed granduncle, I will not regret it." "Excellent." Feng Qingyang nodded, a look of gratification spreading across his face as he said, "Logically, as a disciple of Yu Buchuan, I should not impart this sword technique to you. However, if the Dugu 9 swords are not passed on to you, it may be lost in a few years. Therefore, I shall teach you the Dugu 9 swords." Ling Hucheng was overjoyed, bowing slightly with clasped hands, exclaiming, "Thank you, esteemed granduncle." The Dugu 9 swords, created by the sword demon Dugu Qiubai, possesses the characteristic of overcoming the formed with the formless, striking first to intercept. This swordplay is solely offensive and unbound by internal energy, requiring a high degree of innate talent and comprehension to master. Feng Qingyang elaborated as they walked. Ling Hucheng listened attentively. The Dugu 9 swords consist of 9 techniques. The general principle, the breaking sword, the breaking blade, the breaking spear, the breaking whip, the breaking rope, the breaking palm, the breaking arrow, and the breaking chi. The general principle is fundamental, allowing for countless variations, embodying this overarching principle. The incantation of the Dugu 9 swords goes, "Return to the maiden, approach the void approaches." After finishing his explanation, Feng Qingyang turned to Ling Hucheng and asked, "So, Chonger, does this not sound exceedingly challenging? Consider the return to the maiden." However, before Feng Qingyang could finish his sentence, he was interrupted by Ling Hucheng, who confidently replied, "Yes, esteemed granduncle, I have memorized it." "You remembered?" Feng Qingyang exclaimed in surprise. Then, to Feng Qingyang's astonishment, Ling Hucheng recited his earlier words verbatim. "Did I speak correctly, esteemed granduncle?" Ling Hucheng smiled. "You truly haven't studied the Dugu 9 swords before?" Feng Qingyang furrowed his brow, still somewhat disbelieving. Ling Hucheng shook his head, affirming, "No." "Then how do you know this incantation?" "Esteemed granduncle, it is precisely how you pronounced it." "Very well, very well. Not only do you possess a remarkable memory, but your comprehension is also exceptional. Perhaps the Dugu 9 swords can manifest even greater brilliance in your hands." Feng Qingyang was thoroughly impressed with Ling Hucheng's innate talent, even feeling a twinge of jealousy. "Esteemed granduncle, you flatter me," Ling Hucheng said, somewhat embarrassed. "Then I shall begin teaching you starting with the first technique, the general principle," Feng Qingyang declared. "Yes, esteemed granduncle." Ling Hucheng nodded in agreement. He then began to follow Feng Qingyang in practicing the Dugu 9 swords. Time gradually passed. Mount Huazhan died in a serene and beautiful courtyard. "Ha!" A series of crisp, ethereal cries echoed. Yuling Shan practiced her sword techniques in the courtyard, wielding her long sword. Her movements were graceful, yet her techniques appeared somewhat naive, lacking finesse and practical experience. Meanwhile, Ning Zhongze sat alone in a nearby pavilion. Facing Yuling Shan, she rested her right elbow on the stone table, cradling her elegant face in her palm, gazing vacantly ahead, lost in thought. Her slouched posture perfectly accentuated her alluring curves, with subtle contours barely visible. A hint of worry graced her beautiful, refined face, rendering her enchanting yet sorrowful, evoking a sense of compassion in onlookers. Sigh. Ning Zhongze let out a deep sigh, one that she had uttered countless times before. She wished to forget everything, yet no matter how hard she tried, she could not. This left her mind in a tumultuous state, often haunted by terrifying visions. "Mother, what is troubling you?" "You've been sighing all morning," Yuling Shan remarked, noticing her mother's exhalations. She sheathed her long sword and slowly approached Ning Zhongze, sitting beside her with a worried expression. "Shaner, I am fine." Ning Zhongze glanced at her. Yet again, those were the same words. Yuling Shan had heard them countless times. No matter how many times she inquired, the answer remained the same. But how could it be true? An observant person could easily discern her mother's inner turmoil. Yet, since her mother refused to speak, she felt powerless. "Oh well, it's noon. I shall go fetch lunch," Yuling Shan said, resigned. "Emmett." Ning Zhongze murmured softly. Yuling Shan stood up and hurried toward the dining hall. Her mother's condition weighed heavily on her mind, and she needed to return swiftly. "I wonder what senior brother is up to. Has he gone to lunch yet?" After a brief walk, Yuling Shan arrived at the dining hall. She scanned the room but found no sign of Ling Huchong, which puzzled her. She then approached Lu Hoer and asked, Lu Hoer, where is senior brother? I don't know. I haven't seen senior brother all morning, Lu Hoer replied, shaking her head. How strange. Where could he have gone? Skipping lunch, Yuling Shan remarked, her brows furrowing slightly. Just then, Yu Buchuan approached and asked, Shaner, where's your mother? Yuling Shan turned around, her face lighting up as she replied, Father, mother is in the Tranquil Heart courtyard. How is she? Is she feeling any better? Yu Buchuan inquired. Yuling Shan hesitated, a look of concern crossing her face. It's hard to say. Mother seems troubled and has been sighing constantly. Troubled? What troubles her? Yu Buchuan's brow furrowed slightly. I don't know. When I ask her, she doesn't say. Yuling Shan shook her head. Alas, it seems this incident has greatly affected her. It won't be easy for her to recover. You should spend more time with her, engage her in conversation, and help her regain her composure, Yu Buchuan sighed. I will take her lunch, Yuling Shan said. Go ahead. She returned to the Tranquil Heart courtyard with the meal. Soon, another half-day had passed. As the sun set behind the western mountains, the evening glow over Mount Huashan was exceptionally beautiful, as if the entire mountain were about to transcend into a realm of ethereal splendor. At the cliff of reflection, sword light flitted like shadows, and sword energy intertwined. Stop, stop, stop. Feng Qingyang shouted, raising his hand to halt Ling Huchong, who was about to launch an attack. He appeared somewhat disheveled, his blue garment showing signs of wear at this moment. Feng Qingyang had lost the ethereal demeanor of a master and instead resembled a disheveled elder. It was hard to fathom what he had endured throughout the day to arrive in such a state. Ling Huchong retracted his long sword, looking at Feng Qingyang in confusion. What is it, esteemed granduncle? Look, the sun has set, night has fallen. Let us conclude our practice for today, Feng Qingyang said, supporting his aching back. He felt as though his entire body was on the verge of collapse after the relentless training with Ling Huchong, who had insisted on practicing swordplay without a moment's respite. Ling Huchong was taken aback, turning to gaze toward the west where the sun was nearly gone. He had not realized how swiftly the day had passed. Time had flown. He barely felt as though he had wielded his sword much, yet an entire day had come to an end. All right then, Ling Huchong replied, a touch of lingering desire evident in his tone. You. Are you still not satisfied? In just one day, you have brought the Dugu 9 swords to the pinnacle of mastery. Such innate talent and comprehension in martial arts is unprecedented. Feng Qingyang marveled. He had underestimated Ling Huchong's martial prowess. This was not merely a once-in-a-millennium talent. This was truly a prodigy. Chapter 27. The path of cultivation in the swordless realm, It is all thanks to my esteemed master uncle's excellent teaching and the guidance he has bestowed upon me that I, as a disciple, have made such remarkable progress in mastering the Dugu 9 swords. Ling Huchong humbly replied with a smile. Ha ha ha. Feng Qingyang chuckled heartily upon hearing this, saying, Your words are indeed pleasing, and they bring joy to your master uncle. However, there is no need for such flattery. I can see for myself, Chonger, your innate talent and comprehension in martial arts are exceedingly rare in this world. I hope you will always remain true to your heart, diligently cultivate your skills, and perhaps in the future, your achievements will be boundless. Ling Huchong's talent was truly formidable, and he could hardly fathom the heights he would reach in the future. He clasped his fists and bowed slightly, stating earnestly, Disciple will heed the teachings of my esteemed master uncle, engrave them in my heart, remain steadfast, and diligently pursue the pinnacle of the grand path. Feng Qingyang stroked his beard gently, a look of contentment gracing his face. As he gazed at Ling Huchong, who was bathed in the radiant glow of the sunset, he suddenly felt a fleeting moment of distraction, and in his mind appeared the phrase, shattering the void. It was as if he could glimpse a future extraordinary powerhouse within Ling Huchong. Chonger, I perceive that your internal energy is remarkably profound, already rivaling that of a peak first-rate expert. Tell me, did Yu Buchuan impart the Zixia divine skill to you for cultivation? Regardless of Ling Huchong's martial prowess, Feng Qingyang was utterly astonished by the depth of his internal cultivation. At such a young age, He possessed internal energy that nearly matched that of the utmost masters. It was likely that in just a few years, Ling Hu Chong's power would surpass his own. Ling Hu Chong, momentarily taken aback, responded, "Esteemed master uncle, my master did not bestow the Zixia divine skill upon me. Then how did you acquire such formidable power? Have you been practicing the internal arts of another sect?" Feng Qingyang inquired, puzzled. "Oh, that is because I chanced upon a peculiar fruit while on the mountain, and thereafter my power manifested in this manner." Ling Hu Chong casually concocted an explanation. What kind of fruit is so miraculous that it could greatly enhance one's power? Feng Qingyang furrowed his brows, curiosity piqued. "Well, I am not entirely certain," Ling Hu Chong admitted, shaking his head. Feng Qingyang shot him a sidelong glance and remarked, "You dare to eat what you do not know. Aren't you afraid of harming yourself?" Ling Hu Chong scratched his head and chuckled, "I was simply too hungry at the time." "You are fortunate and blessed indeed. This also serves to prove your extraordinary destiny. You are destined for greatness. However, do not act so recklessly in the future." "Yes, esteemed master uncle." Feng Qingyang chose not to press further, having already gleaned from Ling Hu Chong's description that the young man was indeed extraordinary and that he dared not interfere excessively. Each individual has their own fortune, and throughout history, there have been those who, through misfortune, ingested heavenly materials and treasures, thereby unlocking their meridians and ascending to the realm of the utmost masters. Ling Hu Chong was undoubtedly one such fortunate individual, destined for greatness. "Esteemed master uncle, please wait a moment while I go catch a few mountain chickens to roast," Ling Hu Chong said, patting his hungry stomach. "Very well." Feng Qingyang nodded with a smile. Moments later, Ling Hu Chong leaped from the cliff of the thought-reflecting rock and disappeared into the abyss below. Watching him deftly navigate the cliffs, Feng Qingyang couldn't help but exclaim, "Ah, youth is truly vibrant." Ling Hu Chong did not take long. Approximately half an hour later, he returned, carrying 4 or 5 plump wild chickens he had already prepared. He raised the chickens high, excitement evident on his face as he called out to Feng Qingyang, "Esteemed master uncle, look." "Excellent. Bring them here. The bonfire is already set up for you," Feng Qingyang said, sitting comfortably on a stone beside the fire with a warm smile. Ling Hu Chong nodded, skewered the chickens, and placed them by the fire to roast, then seated himself opposite Feng Qingyang. Feng Qingyang looked at him and remarked, "Chonger, you have already mastered the Duga 9 swords. There is little more I can teach you." Ling Hu Chong was taken aback and exclaimed, "No, esteemed master uncle. I still have many shortcomings that require your guidance. You cannot leave. Do not be anxious, I will not depart. Besides, Huashan is my home. Where else could I go?" Feng Qingyang chuckled. "Then what do you mean?" Feng Qingyang replied, "With your current mastery of the Duga 9 swords, you are nearly surpassing me. There is little I can teach you, however. If you wish to spar with someone, I can practice with you, though our sessions must not exceed an hour each day." "Oh, I see. You startled me. I thought you were about to leave. We have only just met, and I would be loath to see you go," Ling Hu Chong sighed in relief. Feng Qingyang saw through Ling Hu Chong's thoughts, playfully admonishing him. "I believe you are more reluctant for me to leave because you fear having no one to practice swordsmanship with." Upon hearing this, Ling Hu Chong grinned foolishly and replied, "How could that be, esteemed master uncle? I truly do not wish for you to depart." "Ah, your master uncle understands. Then I shall accompany you for a few more days." Feng Qingyang laughed heartily, genuinely delighted. Ling Hu Chong had piqued his interest. In just a single day, he had mastered the Duga 9 swords, a feat that had taken Feng Qingyang decades to accomplish through countless duels with top-tier experts. Ling Hu Chong had traversed decades of his journey in merely one day. Such talent was indeed astonishing. He was eager to see what further surprises Ling Hu Chong would bring and how far he could elevate his swordsmanship in the days to come. Ling Hu Chong, overjoyed, said, "Thank you, esteemed master uncle. Chonger, with your internal power coupled with the fully realized Duga 9 swords, there are few in the entire martial world who could surpass you now, not even your own master. However, you must exercise caution as you traverse the Jianghu. Unless absolutely necessary, do not carelessly reveal your martial skills. The world is fraught with peril. If you are too weak, others will bully you. If you are too strong, others will fear you and resort to cunning schemes to eliminate you. Only when you are at a comparable level can you survive. Therefore, you must learn to conceal your true self. Feng Qingyang imparted his wisdom about navigating the martial world to Ling Hucheng. Yes. Ling Hucheng nodded earnestly, saying, "Thank you for your teachings, esteemed master uncle. I shall remember them well." Feng Qingyang nodded with satisfaction. The two continued to converse casually for a while, and soon the chickens were ready as they savored the delicious roasted fowl and sipped fine wine. Bursts of laughter from Ling Hucheng filled the air. The atmosphere was extraordinarily warm, reminiscent of a grandfather and grandson sharing familial tales, infusing the otherwise desolate thought-reflecting rock with a vibrant sense of life. After dinner, Ling Hucheng reclined on a large stone at the cliff's edge, gazing at the luminous full moon, lost in contemplation. He pondered the path ahead. Although he had mastered the Dugu 9 swords, he felt unsatisfied as he had yet to attain the swordless realm. His next objective was to devise a method to reach that state. Achieving the swordless realm would require countless encounters with masters, which could prove challenging to find. Nevertheless, he could first practice with a heavy sword, for even the legendary Dugu Qiubai had wielded one in his pursuit to defeat the world's greatest experts. Perhaps this approach would also bring him closer to the swordless realm. Even if he did not reach that state, it would still serve to strengthen his physique. To become a supreme being, physical training was indispensable. Resolutely, he decided to start training with the heavy sword the very next day. After resting for a brief moment, seizing the early night, Ling Hucheng sprang to his feet and resumed his sword practice. From a distance, Feng Qingyang observed this scene, a gentle smile of approval gracing his aged yet kind face as he stroked his white beard, nodding in satisfaction. Chapter 28. The desire for progress that night, Ling Hucheng did not descend the cliff of reflection, but rather spent the night in contemplation atop it. The following dawn, the entirety of Mount Hua seemed enveloped in a tranquil veil. The night had yet to fully recede, and the sky donned a profound indigo hue, with a few stars still twinkling majestically, as if bidding farewell to the approaching dawn. The eastern horizon began to blush with the first light, gradually revealing the shadowy outlines of the mountain peaks. Within the cave, a roaring bonfire illuminated and warmed the entire space. Aha! Ling Hucheng sat up from his stone bed, stretching luxuriously. His gaze drifted toward the cave entrance, which appeared shrouded in indigo. Exiting the cave, he was greeted by a gentle, cool breeze that caressed his cheeks, whisking away the remnants of drowsiness. Standing at the cliff's edge, he gazed at the emerging white light along the eastern horizon, heralding the imminent dawn. The chorus of birds began to stir amidst the peaks. At this moment, it was approximately 5 o'clock in the morning. Good, time to practice. Ling Hucheng slapped his cheeks, rousing himself further as he prepared to commence his morning training. Grasping his 3-foot-long Qingfeng sword, he began to dance with it in an instant. The cliff of reflection was aglow with flashing sword light, the sword energy slicing through the air with a resounding whistle, harmonizing with the mountain winds to compose a stirring battle hymn. Ling Hucheng's vigorous movements roused Feng Qingyang, who stood at the cave entrance, watching the fleeting shadows of Ling Hucheng's swordplay with a mix of admiration and astonishment. This lad has risen early to practice his swordsmanship. After observing for a while, Feng Qingyang smiled and turned away. Ling Hucheng cast a glance at the cave entrance before immersing himself once more in his training. After a brief respite, Ling Hucheng completed a set of sword techniques and came to a halt. His warm-up concluded, the true arduous training was about to begin. He secured a sturdy vine from the cliffside, then located a rock weighing approximately 50 kilograms, binding the vine tightly around it. Once all preparations were complete, Ling Hucheng turned his back to the rock, grasped the vine with both hands, and grunted, "Lift!" Summoning all his strength, he hoisted the substantial rock onto his back. After a moment's assessment, he found the 50-kilogram weight manageable. Onward! Adjusting the rock to a comfortable position, he fixed his gaze ahead and began to jog up the mountain. While lifting the weight was initially manageable, sustaining this burden over time proved to be a formidable challenge. At first, the run felt relatively easy, but as he ascended to the mid-slope, beads of sweat began to form on his forehead. Ling Hucheng was not merely engaged in weight training. Throughout the endeavor, he was also circulating his internal energy to refine his meridians, blood, and bones, which significantly drained his stamina. The process of refining his physique through spiritual energy was accompanied by a hint of pain. At that moment, Ling Hucheng felt every cell in his body quivering, his energy surging wildly. With each step he took, A wave of heat radiated from him. Gritting his teeth, he maintained a steady rhythm in his movements. Approximately half an hour later, he descended the cliff of reflection, his body completely drenched in sweat. Without pausing to rest, Ling Hu Chong ventured deeper into the forest to hunt a few wild chickens. After successfully capturing the chickens, he turned around and continued his ascent back up the cliff of reflection. The journey up the cliff was arduous, especially with the 50-kilogram boulder on his back, presenting a challenge of near infernal proportions. Huff, huff. Ling Hu Chong gasped for breath, his posture becoming increasingly stooped, veins bulging on his forehead as the fiery blood coursed through him like a surging river. Sweat droplets, resembling pearls, cascaded down his body, leaving a trail of moisture with each step. Despite the exhaustion, Ling Hu Chong persevered, aware that with each moment, he was progressing, transforming, and growing stronger. Regardless of the reason, his desire for improvement was insatiable. The ascent took Ling Hu Chong approximately an hour. At this point, he had nearly reached the summit of the cliff of reflection, his limbs writhing on the ground. Feng Qingyang, who was performing his morning exercises, observed Ling Hu Chong struggling up the cliff with the boulder on his back, perplexed. "Chonger, what on earth are you doing?" Upon reaching the top, Ling Hu Chong collapsed onto the ground, and hearing Feng Qingyang's question, he struggled to lift his gaze and replied, Teacher, I am practicing." Exhausted, each word required considerable effort, punctuated by deep breaths. "Practicing? What kind of training is this?" Feng Qingyang inquired, further puzzled. "Huff, let me catch my breath first, teacher," Ling Hu Chong replied, flipping over to rest on the ground. Feng Qingyang, taken aback, settled onto a nearby rock, observing Ling Hu Chong with keen curiosity. He realized that this disciple never failed to surprise him with his novel ideas and actions. After a brief recovery, Ling Hu Chong addressed Feng Qingyang, "Teacher, this is a sudden inspiration for a physical training method. I believe that to become a master, one must cultivate not just internal skills but also physical prowess. Balancing both is essential. Thus, I have taken to weight training to strengthen my body." With a grin revealing his bright teeth, Ling Hu Chong chuckled. Understanding dawned on Feng Qingyang, who then exclaimed, "Ah, I see. Chonger, you truly astonish me. Not only are you extraordinarily gifted, but your perseverance is equally remarkable. The balance of internal and external cultivation is indeed a brilliant notion, though the training of external skills is exceptionally grueling. I hope you can endure it." Having witnessed the rigors of external training firsthand, he knew it was far more arduous than internal cultivation. However, if one succeeded in mastering external skills, the resultant strength was formidable, often surpassing that of an internal practitioner of the same level. The current martial arts luminaries, particularly the Shaolin of the Wudong sect, excelled in external training, their bodies akin to impenetrable fortresses, capable of overcoming all challenges. Ling Hu Chong replied earnestly, "Teacher, I understand, and I will persevere, of course, without neglecting my internal cultivation." "That's good to hear." Feng Qingyang nodded, relieved, as he had been concerned that Ling Hu Chong might focus excessively on external training at the expense of his internal practice. "Teacher, I shall prepare breakfast," Ling Hu Chong declared, rising from the ground, ready to roast the wild chickens he had just caught. Feng Qingyang watched as Ling Hu Chong insisted on carrying the boulder while undertaking his tasks and asked, "Chonger, why do you not set the stone down?" "It's nothing, teacher. For the time being, I intend to carry it continuously, whether eating or sleeping, to achieve the desired training effect," Ling Hu Chong explained. Feng Qingyang was left speechless. This was truly extreme dedication in that moment. He could not help but admire Ling Hu Chong's resolve and tenacity. After finishing breakfast, Ling Hu Chong felt invigorated, remarking to Feng Qingyang, "Teacher, I shall return for a while." "Go ahead." Feng Qingyang nodded. Shortly thereafter, Ling Hu Chong descended the cliff of reflection, making his way back to the Huashan sect. If he wished to cultivate the heavy sword technique, he first needed to possess a heavy sword. Yet the entire Huashan sect lacked such a weapon. Chapter 29. The misunderstanding of Ning Zhongzi. As Ling Hu Chong strolled along, he found himself deep in thought, contemplating the necessity of forging a heavy sword from mysterious iron. However, the endeavor required a substantial sum of silver, likely amounting to several hundred or even 1,000 taels, if not more. A daunting predicament indeed. At this moment, his entire fortune barely amounted to a few taels, a far cry from what he needed. It seemed imperative to devise a means to acquire some funds. He considered borrowing from the disciples of Huashan. Those who managed to ascend the mountain for training must possess some wealth. Naturally, as they were apprentices, they owed a certain tuition or incense money. Among the multitude of Huashan disciples, only a handful, like Ling Huchong, had been taken in and raised, while the majority hailed from well-to-do families in the mundane world. Thus, borrowing silver from them appeared to be a feasible option. Yet, he wondered if he could manage to secure 1,000 taels. How fortunate it would be to have his master's wife lend a hand. She could easily produce several thousand taels without a second thought. The Huashan sect, after all, boasted considerable real estate and business ventures in the secular realm. Otherwise, how could such a large faction sustain its expenses? Alas, given the current predicament, he could not rely on Master Ning Zhongzi for assistance. Besides the regular disciples, there were also those who had infiltrated the sect. For instance, there was Lei Dinuo, the spy sent by the Songshan sect. He would be a prime target for exploitation. If everything went smoothly, he might even gather the necessary funds for forging the heavy sword from him. Ling Huchong's thoughts danced as a sly smile crept across his lips. He seemed to have settled on a plan. Determined, he resolved to seek out Lei Dinuo once darkness fell. After about an hour, Ling Huchong returned to the Huashan sect, dragging his weary body back from the cliff of reflection. The journey back had proven considerably more arduous than usual, yet this time, descending from the cliff of reflection had not been as taxing as before. With a heart full of joy, he exclaimed, "Indeed. If this continues, I should adapt to the 50-kilogram burden within a few days." Upon arriving at the Huashan sect, Ling Huchong refrained from disturbing anyone and headed straight to his quarters. His purpose for returning was to gather some belongings for his time on the cliff of reflection. Having rushed up the previous day without bringing anything, he found the cave rather chilly at night. Thus, he intended to fetch some clothing and blankets, planning to spend an extended period on the cliff. After packing his belongings, Ling Huchong prepared to leave. However, just as he closed the door and was about to step outside, he encountered Yu Lingchan, who had hurried over. Having not seen Ling Huchong all day yesterday, she felt a deep yearning and had come in search of him. After searching several places without success, she was surprised to find him in his quarters, and the sight before her was quite peculiar. "Senior brother, what are you doing? You are carrying a large stone on your back and holding luggage in your hands. Where are you off to?" Yu Lingchan inquired, her brow furrowed in confusion. Ling Huchong had not anticipated running into her. He chuckled and replied, "Little junior sister. What brings you here?" "I'm not going anywhere, just preparing to head to the cliff of reflection. I'll be practicing there for the next few days." Yu Lingchan was taken aback. "What? You're going to practice on the cliff of reflection?" She dashed in front of him, reaching out her delicate, fair hand to touch his forehead, asking, "You don't have a fever, do you?" "Senior brother, have you been bewitched by those bad people? The cliff of reflection is a place for deep contemplation, cold, desolate, and perilous. Why would you want to practice there?" Ling Huchong set down his luggage, then gently removed her hand from his forehead, squeezing it lightly as he said, "Junior sister, I'm not quite sure how to explain this to you, but I am indeed practicing. Please, don't concern yourself with it." Feeling her hand clasped in Ling Huchong's warm grip sent a sweet sensation coursing through Yu Lingchan's heart, yet she remained puzzled. "But senior brother, this seems so strange. If you wish to practice, you could do so here. Why must it be on the cliff of reflection?" Ling Huchong took hold of her slender waist, drawing her closer into his embrace, looking down at her with a gentle smile. "Junior sister, I cannot explain everything to you right now, but I promise I will when the time is right." Yu Lingchan was caught off guard by his affectionate gesture. Gazing into his handsome, tender face made her heart race wildly, and she felt herself utterly captivated, a blush blooming on her cheeks as she nodded shyly, "All right. But you must visit me often. You didn't come at all yesterday. I couldn't find you anywhere." Ling Huchong nodded slightly. "I promise to see you every evening." Yu Lingchan's eyes sparkled with delight. "Really?" Ling Huchong thumped his chest confidently. "Of course. When have I ever deceived you?" "Great. Shall we make a pinky promise?" With that, Yu Lingchan extended her delicate finger, eager to seal their pact. Ling Huchong chuckled softly, intertwining his pinky with hers. Overjoyed, Yu Lingchan released his hand and leaned against him, a subtle fragrance enveloping Ling Huchong, stirring emotions within him as he gazed into her eyes for a prolonged moment. Sensing his intent gaze, Yu Lingchan felt a surge of anticipation and slowly closed her eyes. Ling Huchong, however, could not allow this opportunity to slip away. He was not one to miss such a chance. After what felt like an eternity, their lips met. A radiant smile graced Yu Lingchan's face, her heart brimming with sweetness, as if honey had been spread within. She mused that Ling Hucheng had finally come to his senses. Casting an eye towards a stone table in the courtyard, Ling Hucheng suggested, "Let us sit over there for a while." "All right." Yu Lingchan nodded enthusiastically. Without hesitation, Ling Hucheng swept Yu Lingchan into his arms, striding towards the stone table. Yu Lingchan, far from alarmed, nestled comfortably against his chest like a little bird. As Ling Hucheng settled onto the stone bench, holding Yu Lingchan close, he inquired, "Junior sister, how is Master's wife faring? Is she feeling better?" Yu Lingchan rested her head on Ling Hucheng's shoulder, worry etched on her face. "Mother seems distant. She simply sits and stares into space all day, occasionally sighing, looking burdened with thoughts. I am quite concerned. I fear something terrible might happen if this continues. Senior brother, what should I do?" She was distressed. She had tried numerous ways to cheer her mother, but to no avail. Ling Hucheng was momentarily taken aback. He too felt lost as to how to remedy the situation. Given the circumstances, it was fortunate that Ning Zhongze had not resorted to extreme measures, yet the emotional turmoil she faced seemed insurmountable. "Junior sister, since Master's wife does not wish to speak of her troubles, there is little we can do. She is closest to you, and only you can truly support her. You must spend more time with her. Perhaps, in time, she will feel better," he advised. Currently, the only solution was for Yu Lingchan to provide companionship to Ning Zhongze, a notion that weighed heavily on his heart, for he knew Ning Zhongze least desired to see him. Yu Lingchan sighed, "I understand, senior brother. I will be sure to look after mother, ma'am." Ling Hucheng nodded, holding her quietly in his arms. After a tender moment shared between them, Yu Lingchan spoke again, "Senior brother, I must head back now. I cannot be away from mother for too long." Ling Hucheng assented with a nod. "Yes, go on. Spend more time with Master's wife. Once she has recovered, I shall accompany you every day." Yu Lingchan's face lit up with joy. "Hee, wonderful." Before departing, Ling Hucheng bestowed another kiss upon her. With a skip in her step, Yu Lingchan left his courtyard, while Ling Hucheng did not linger, setting off on his journey back to the Cliff of Reflection. As Yu Lingchan hummed a cheerful tune, she returned to the Jingxin courtyard. Spotting her in such high spirits while watering the flowers, Ning Zhongze inquired, "Chan, where have you been? Why do you seem so cheerful?" Upon hearing this, Yu Lingchan dashed to Ning Zhongze's side, linking her arm with her mother's, and replied with a smile, "Mother, I want to find senior brother." Ning Zhongze straightened her posture, frowning as she asked, "What? You sought out that scoundrel? What is he up to?" Yu Lingchan looked at her mother incredulously. "Mother, why do you refer to senior brother in such a manner?" In the past, Ning Zhongze had always affectionately called Ling Hucheng by his name, treating him like her own son with great fondness. Realizing her slip of tongue, she brushed it off, stating, "That rascal is always causing trouble. What is wrong with me saying so? Nothing at all. You may call him however you please. However, mother, isn't it odd? Senior brother seems well. Why would he head to the Cliff of Reflection? He was carrying a large stone on his back, weighing at least 100 pounds. Yu Lingchan recounted Ling Hucheng's peculiar behavior to Ning Zhongze. Ning Zhongze was taken aback. "What did you say? Chong has gone to the Cliff of Reflection, carrying a large stone? What does he intend to do?" Yu Lingchan nodded. "I'm not sure what he is thinking. He mentioned he was practicing, and he went to the Cliff of Reflection yesterday, even spending the night there. I happened to run into him at his quarters, and he was laden with luggage, seemingly planning to stay on the cliff for some time." Ning Zhongze was left astonished, a thought flashing through her mind. Could it be that Chong was feeling guilty about something and had gone to the Cliff of Reflection for introspection? That seemed plausible. This foolish child. Ning Zhongze let out a bittersweet smile. Ling Hucheng's actions brought her a profound sense of relief. She had not anticipated him to go to such lengths. None of this was Ling Hucheng's fault, yet he bore the weight of it silently, embarking on a path of self-reflection. Ning Zhongze understood his intentions. It was unfair for him to shoulder such burdens alone. Yu Lingchan nodded in agreement. "Mother, you feel the same, don't you? Senior brother is indeed peculiar." Ning Zhongze smiled gently. Ling Hucheng was no fool. While others might not perceive it, she was acutely aware. "Chan, the next time you see your senior brother, please persuade him not to go. Just say it's what mother wishes." Yu Lingchan nodded in response. "All right, but I sense that senior brother is quite serious about this. I doubt it would be effective to dissuade him. Ning Zhongzi fell silent, her thoughts racing. Chapter 30. Mastering Lightness Skill. Extorting laudanum. As the sun hung low on the horizon, the clouds appeared as if set ablaze, interwoven with hues of red and orange, creating a breathtaking spectacle akin to a natural oil painting. At the cliff of reflection, Ling Huchong, burdened from behind, held a sword in both hands, its blade embedded with a massive stone weighing approximately 30 kilograms. With a powerful downward strike, an intense gust of wind surged forth, and beads of sweat the size of mung beans cascaded from his body. 9999, 10,000. Ling Huchong let out a muffled grunt, having finally completed 10,000 sword swings, and he released a long sigh of relief upon setting down his sword. Lacking the heavy, mysterious iron sword, he had temporarily added weight to his blade, and it felt quite satisfactory in use. Throughout the day, Ling Huchong had been running up and down the cliff of reflection, laden with weight in the morning, and in the afternoon, he wielded the heavy sword, executing sets of 10,000 swings. The number of sets he had completed was beyond his reckoning. His extraordinary maneuvers left Feng Qingyang utterly astonished. Ling Huchong turned to Feng Qingyang, who was sipping tea in a pavilion, savoring the tranquil moment, and said, "Master Uncle, I shall prepare dinner." Feng Qingyang nodded with a smile. "Go ahead." As soon as the words left his lips, Ling Huchong approached the cliff's edge and leaped into the air, soaring down the precipice. Channeling all his internal energy, he darted like a nimble monkey, weaving and leaping between the sheer cliffs. Few would dare to leap from such heights burdened with 100-pound stone, but Ling Huchong, with his profound skills and the extraordinary techniques he practiced, felt no fear of exhausting his energy to the point of shattering his bones. His speed was remarkable, and it wasn't long before he reached the base of the cliff. Bang! Ling Huchong landed heavily, startling the small creatures of the forest into a frantic retreat. After surveying his surroundings, he chose a direction and plunged into the underbrush. After a brief search, he discovered the traces of wild chickens, approximately 4 or 5 in number. Without a moment's hesitation, he scooped up a handful of pebbles from the ground and hurled them at the birds. Swish, swish, swish. The wild chickens fell to the ground. Ling Huchong smiled at the sight, emerging from the thicket to pick up the chickens, which were quite hefty and succulent, and proceeded to the riverbank to clean them. He wrapped the cleaned chickens in lotus leaves. Ling Huchong also foraged for some wild vegetables, ensuring a balanced mix of nutrients. Retracing his steps, he utilized his lightness skill to bounce back up the cliff. The Duga 9 swords inherently possessed unparalleled agility, and while Ling Huchong found the burden somewhat taxing, he continuously adjusted and refined his internal energy's rhythm in accordance with the technique's characteristics. Thus, the Dugu 9 sword's extraordinary agility became the most suitable lightness skill for himself. As his technique improved, he adeptly channeled his internal energy throughout his body, rendering his movements increasingly light and graceful, even with the added weight. Before long, Ling Huchong had nearly reached the summit of the cliff of reflection. Feng Qingyang, standing at the cliff's edge and enjoying the breeze, was taken aback by Ling Huchong's agile movements, exclaiming, "This lad is constantly surprising me. Just one day has passed, and his lightness skill has become so refined. If he were to shed the stone on his back, his skill might even surpass mine." Feng Qingyang had no doubt that Ling Huchong's lightness skill had indeed exceeded his own at that moment. Swish! While Feng Qingyang was still in a daze, Ling Huchong had already arrived at his side. "What a remarkable lad! In just a day, your lightness skill has achieved such greatness." A warm smile spread across Feng Qingyang's aged face, and the more he observed Ling Huchong, the more astonished and fond he became. Ling Huchong flashed a bright grin. "I have gained some insights." Another revelation. How many insights can one attain in a single day? Feng Qingyang was at a loss for words, unable to express the extent of Ling Huchong's extraordinary abilities. Ling Huchong chuckled silently. He did not intend to attain insights, but the arrival of inspiration was simply irresistible. "I shall prepare dinner." He took 4 plump chickens to roast, while the remaining one he stewed with wild vegetables and yam. As time passed, the rich aroma soon wafted throughout the cliff of reflection. Ling Huchong handed a roasted chicken to Feng Qingyang, saying, "Here, Master Uncle." Feng Qingyang, holding a porcelain bowl with a gentle smile, replied, "You eat first." "I shall have some soup." "All right." Ling Huchong began to devour the roasted chicken with great delight. He consumed 3.5 chickens, originally intended for 2 each, but Feng Qingyang, caring for him, only had half. However, he barely touched the stewed chicken, only sampling a bit of wild vegetables and yam along with several bowls of soup. It is worth mentioning that the broth from the wild chicken was truly delectable. After feasting and chatting for a while, Ling Hucheng informed Feng Qingyang, "Master Uncle, I shall descend the mountain now. I won't be returning tonight." Feng Qingyang replied with a gentle smile, "Very well, be cautious. The path is unclear in the dark." Understood. Ling Hucheng's figure swiftly vanished, leaving behind only a few words drifting in the air. Upon returning to the Huashan sect, Ling Hucheng first visited his residence, shedding his attire and donning a suit of night clothes, entirely black except for his exposed eyes. Calculating the time, he deduced that the disciples of Huashan sect should have returned to their quarters for rest. He secured his room and then melded into the night, heading straight for the loft where the disciples resided, his figure moving like a specter in the darkness. Before long, he arrived atop the disciples' living quarters. Ling Hucheng crouched on the roof tiles, directly above the room of Laudana, the undercover disciple of the Songshan sect. Silently, he lifted a roof tile, peering inside to see the flickering candlelight. Laudana sat at a table, engrossed in writing something. Then, Ling Hucheng approached the window, attaching a prepared note to a small bamboo arrow and, channeling his internal energy, propelled it into the room. Whoosh! The small bamboo arrow flew swiftly, piercing through the paper window and almost instantaneously embedding itself in Laudana's table. Who? Laudana was taken aback, springing to his feet to survey his surroundings. Noticing the hole in the window, he hurried to the edge to look outside but found nothing amiss. His anxiety had been heightened these past few days due to the return of Ning Zhongzi and Ling Hucheng. He was uncertain whether they had uncovered anything, particularly since it was he who had relayed their movements to the Songshan sect. Finding nothing, he returned to the table, only to be startled by the deeply embedded bamboo arrow. Realizing that to accomplish this feat, the assailant's skill must be at least at the level of the sect leader, he struggled to extract the arrow, retrieving the note attached to it. Upon opening it, he was instantly thunderstruck, hastily folding it back up, his expression turning frantic as he glanced around, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. Laudana panicked, swiftly packing his belongings, preparing to flee Huashan. However, he soon regained his composure, halting his actions. If he fled now, he would confirm his status as an undercover agent and traitor, and returning to the Songshan sect empty-handed would undoubtedly incur the wrath of Zhuolongchan. After a moment's contemplation, Laudana decided to report the matter first. After extinguishing the candle, he exited his room and quickly descended the mountain under the cover of night. Ling Hucheng observed Laudana's every move, watching as he hurriedly left Huashan, a slight smile creeping onto his lips, revealing a hint of a devilish grin. "Master! Soon, I shall avenge you," Ling Hucheng murmured, his icy gaze emanating a terrifying killing intent. Chapter 31. A midnight encounter. Mistaken identity. Ling Hucheng returned to his residence and changed his attire, leaving only the quiet anticipation ahead. It was now time to seek out Yu Lingshan, as they had arranged to meet that evening. Upon arriving at the Peach Blossom Grove, he beheld a graceful figure seated in the pavilion, her back turned to him as she leaned against a pillar, gazing up at the luminous moon in the sky. Ling Hucheng was taken aback to find Yu Lingshan had arrived before him. A smile crept upon his lips as his eyes sparkled with mischief. He stealthily approached her from behind, covering her eyes with his hands, and whispered softly in her ear, "Guess who I am?" The delicate figure quivered slightly, yet remained silent. Assuming her silence was due to shyness, Ling Hucheng decided to tease her further by blowing a gentle breath near her ear, saying, "Little sister, can't you recognize your senior brother's voice?" Suddenly, the figure erupted with a sharp exclamation, "Chong'er, it's me." By the heavens! Ling Hucheng was startled, his body recoiling in shock as he gazed at her in terror. "Martial aunt!" Ning Zhongzi rose from her seat and turned around, her exquisite visage flushed with embarrassment, the crimson hue extending to her ears as she glared at Ling Hucheng. Feeling awkward, Ling Hucheng chuckled nervously, realizing the gravity of his blunder. "Martial aunt, what brings you here?" Ning Zhongzi shot him a piercing look, retorting, "What? Am I not allowed to be here beside you?" "And no." Ling Hucheng hastily waved his hands in protest. "You insolent disciple, can you not even recognize your own martial aunt?" Ning Zhengze was furious, not merely because he was here clandestinely meeting her daughter, but rather incensed that he had mistaken her for Yu Lingshan. After observing for so long, he could not even discern her silhouette. This was simply unforgivable. Ling Hucheng felt overwhelmed, cold sweat beading on his forehead as he stammered, "No, martial aunt, I truly did not expect it to be you. Why are you still awake at this late hour? Moreover, it's quite dark, and I. At a loss for words, he faltered. Hearing his response, Ning Zhengze's demeanor softened slightly. With a huff, she remarked, "Do you need to concern yourself with whether I rest or not? What about you, wandering here at such a late hour?" She feigned ignorance. I came to admire the moon," Ling Hucheng finally managed to utter after a prolonged pause. Upon finishing, he sheepishly glanced at the moon above. "You admire the moon, yet you rush over to embrace me. Pray tell, what moon are you actually gazing at?" Ning Zhengze directly exposed his lie. Ling Hucheng was momentarily dumbfounded, caught speechless. Just then, Yu Lingshan entered the peach blossom grove, calling out, "Senior brother." Ling Hucheng's heart leaped with joy at her arrival. "Little sister." He hurried to her side, pulling her aside and whispering, "Where have you been? Why did you arrive only now?" Yu Lingshan felt a twinge of guilt and replied, "Senior brother, my mother and I arrived long ago. I was just outside the courtyard waiting for you, intending to intercept you, but I never expected you to come inside. How did you manage to enter without my noticing?" Realization dawned upon Ling Hucheng. It was maddeningly obvious. He had flown in. I did not use the entrance," he lamented, feeling foolish. This, Yu Lingshan was at a loss for words, then asked, "You didn't do anything to my mother, did you? She seems a bit upset." Ling Hucheng shook his head vigorously, and no. At that moment, Ning Zhengze interrupted their hushed conversation. "Lingshan, it's time to go home. Why are you awake at this hour, staring at the moon?" Yu Lingshan was taken aback, having just reunited with Ling Hucheng, only to be called away. "What do you mean, Come along with your mother." Ning Zhengze began to approach them. Seeing this, Yu Lingshan made a pleading face. "Mother, may I?" However, her words were cut short by Ning Zhengze. "No, we are leaving." There was no room for negotiation. Ning Zhengze's formidable presence left both Ling Hucheng and Yu Lingshan utterly speechless. Yu Lingshan cast a reluctant glance back at Ling Hucheng before letting out a soft, dejected, "Oh." Ling Hucheng responded with a gentle, comforting smile, acknowledging that their meeting would have to wait for another day. Ning Zhengze reached their side, giving Ling Hucheng a disdainful look before turning to Yu Lingshan, "Let us go." With that, she proudly turned her head and strode away, leaving no opportunity for the two to linger. Ling Hucheng could not discern if he was imagining things, but in Ning Zhengze's gaze, he perceived a fleeting sense of vindication and triumph. Yu Lingshan, feeling aggrieved and reluctant, looked at Ling Hucheng. "Senior brother, I must return." Ling Hucheng nodded. "It's all right, little sister. There will be plenty of time ahead." This reassured Yu Lingshan, who turned away, glancing back 3 times as she departed. Ling Hucheng, filled with a sense of longing, glanced at Ning Zhengze, who did not turn back, and then suddenly reached out, pulling Yu Lingshan back. In her astonishment, Ling Hucheng leaned down towards her rose petal-like lips. Ning Zhengze, sensing something amiss, turned abruptly, but all she saw was the two parting with smiles. She shot them a dangerous glare. "Lingshan? Why are you dawdling? Hurry along." With a beaming smile of joy, Yu Lingshan replied sweetly, "I'm coming. I'm leaving, senior brother. Go on." Ling Hucheng pressed his lips together lightly, revealing a charming smile. Yu Lingshan departed, her heart brimming with happiness. Ling Hucheng watched her leave, his gaze lingering on Ning Zhengze, admiring her alluring figure as she walked away, and waved, "Martial aunt, take care." Ning Zhengze paused momentarily, her body slightly trembling, before continuing on her way. Once they had both left, Ling Hucheng sighed and returned to rest, for he would rise early to practice the next day. The night passed without further incident. The following dawn, the sky was a deep shade of blue. Cock-a-doodle-doo. The crowing of a rooster shattered the tranquility, heralding the arrival of a new day. Ling Hucheng awakened from his slumber, realizing it was approximately 4:30 in the morning. Rising from his bed, he freshened up briefly before embarking on his arduous training journey. Having removed the weights the previous night, he resolved to double his burden for today's training, intending to ascend the reflecting on regret cliff with 100 kilograms strapped to him. With all preparations complete, Ling Hucheng dashed towards the cliff. As dawn broke, Leodino returned to Mount Hua just before the morning lessons, having disseminated the news and now awaiting the response from the Songshan sect. Upon returning to the Huashan sect, Leodino was engulfed in anxiety and unease, feeling insecure within the confines of Mount Hua, knowing that someone had uncovered his undercover identity. Yet, the adversary had refrained from exposing him immediately, harboring ulterior motives. This extortion was likely merely a test. Thus, time slipped by quietly and unremarkably. Ling Hucheng repeated the same routine each day, immersed in arduous training or en route to endure it. Chapter 32. The reaction of the Songshan sect. Feng Qingyang departed 3 days later at the Cliff of Regret. Ling Hucheng stood tall at the edge, his gaze piercing into the distant sea of clouds. Considering the time, the news should have reached the Songshan sect by now. Given the distance between the Huashan and Songshan sects, it would take 4 to 5 days by horse. However, should a skilled practitioner exert their full mastery of lightness skills, the travel time could be reduced to 2 or 3 days, or even less. Yet, employing such techniques demands a significant expenditure of internal energy, and thus is rarely employed unless in urgent and critical situations. Therefore, it is reasonable to conclude that the messenger should have arrived at the Songshan sect within 3 days. He had set the deadline for Lao Dinua on the note to 1 month hence, instructing him to prepare 10,000 taels of silver, with the specific location for the transaction to be discussed later. By the time a month passed, his skills would undoubtedly surpass what they were now, rendering him unafraid of any machinations the Songshan sect might employ. Ling Hucheng smiled faintly and resumed his training. In just a few days, he had managed to ascend and descend the Cliff of Regret while bearing a weight of 100 kilograms. At the Songshan sect, within a dimly lit chamber, this worthless fool has been caught with his shortcomings exposed. Truly a useless wretch. Zhuo Lengchan slammed the note returned by the spy onto the table in a fit of rage. Ding Mian, standing opposite Zhuo Lengchan, was startled by his fury and cautiously inquired, "Senior brother, what troubles you? See for yourself." Zhuo Lengchan pushed the note towards Ding Mian, prompting him to read it. Ha ha. At that moment, Zhuo Lengchan unexpectedly let out a cold laugh, incensed by the contents of the note, a chilling aura emanating from him. How interesting. I, Zhuo Lengchan, have traversed far and wide yet have never encountered such an audacious individual who dares to extort me. Truly, they possess great boldness. Ding Mian's heart raced as he glanced at Zhuo Lengchan, having never witnessed such fury before. After reading the note, his expression changed dramatically, and he exclaimed, "What audacity! How dare they extort the Songshan sect? Since our establishment, we have never encountered such arrogance. Senior brother, I will arrange for someone to capture him immediately and skin him alive." With that, he turned to leave, intent on mobilizing forces to the Huashan sect. Why the haste? We do not even know who our opponent is yet. What use is sending people now? Zhuo Lengchan called out, halting Ding Mian's departure. Ding Mian turned back, bowing respectfully. "Senior brother, what do you suggest?" "This person is so brazen as to tread upon the Songshan sect's dignity. If we do not eliminate him, how shall we maintain our standing in the martial world? First, we must lure him out. I want him to understand the consequences of offending me." Zhuo Lengchan declared coldly, an air of terrifying chill surrounding him, frost forming on everything within 3 feet of him. Ding Mian felt the dread of this icy aura, his heart trembling. He sensed that Zhuo Lengchan's powers had deepened significantly. "Senior brother, shall I prepare some fake silver and arrange for assassins to lie in wait?" "No need for deception. Give him the real silver. I wish to see if he dares to claim it," Zhuo Lengchan replied with utmost confidence, exuding the arrogance and dominance of a sect leader. "Understood, senior brother," Ding Mian responded. "To be cautious, send Juku Jian Zhongzhan and Shun Bian Dengbagong along as well," Zhuo Lengchan added. "What?" Ding Mian was taken aback, his eyes wide with disbelief. Juku Jian Zhongzhan and Shan Bian Dengbagong were both among the 13 protectors of the Songshan sect. Each was a formidable warrior of the highest caliber. Even one of them would resonate throughout the martial world. Yet now, for an inconsequential figure, 2 top-tier experts were to be dispatched. Ding Mian felt this was excessive. "What, do you have doubts?" Zhualengchan noticed Ding Mian's hesitation and furrowed his brows in displeasure. Ding Mian, startled, quickly replied, No, none at all. Then go make the arrangements. Yes. Ding Mian respectfully acknowledged, bowing as he exited the chamber. Once Ding Mian had departed, Zhualengchan's expression turned frosty, and the sturdy wooden table before him disintegrated into dust upon contact with his aura. Time flew swiftly, and before long, a month had elapsed on this day. The sun shone brightly, and the Huashan sect remained as harmonious and tranquil as ever. It's the cliff of regret. The glimmer of swords danced as an elder and a youth practiced sword techniques. Ling Hucheng, burdened with a heavy stone, sparred against Feng Qingyang, their fierce sword energies surging across the small cliff top, which measured less than 200 square feet. From their duel, it appeared that Ling Hucheng held the upper hand at that moment. Feng Qingyang's brow furrowed, beads of sweat forming on his aged forehead, his face reflecting a mix of shock and admiration. Ha! Ling Hucheng called out lightly, unleashing a powerful sword energy aimed at Feng Qingyang. Seeing this, Feng Qingyang did not dare be complacent. He summoned all his internal energy and countered with a swing of his own sword. Bang! The two sword energies collided in midair, sending shockwaves through the atmosphere, the terrifying aftermath of their clash stirring up dust and shaking the cliff. Both Ling Hucheng and Feng Qingyang remained steadfast, their stances unwavering, as if the impact had resulted in a stalemate. Just as Ling Hucheng was about to launch another attack, he was interrupted by Feng Qingyang. Enough, Chong'er. Let us conclude here. Your great-uncle is growing old and cannot withstand such exertion. Feng Qingyang gazed at Ling Hucheng, his eyes filled with affection tinged with a hint of melancholy. The spirit of competition was waning. It seemed that henceforth, he would no longer be Ling Hucheng's match. The pace of Ling Hucheng's growth was astonishingly rapid. Not only had he surpassed Feng Qingyang in swordsmanship, but his internal power was nearing equivalence as well. Such remarkable progress was unparalleled in Feng Qingyang's experience, making it difficult to fathom just how far Ling Hucheng would advance in the future. Ling Hucheng ceased his movements and, filled with gratitude, addressed Feng Qingyang, "Great uncle. Thank you for accompanying me in my sword training this past month." "Ha ha, young man, it is no trouble at all. Seeing your growth brings me great joy. From this point forward, it is likely that few will rival you in the martial world. The rest of your journey must be forged by your own efforts," Feng Qingyang replied with a smile. "Indeed, great uncle. Your boundless kindness will forever be etched in the heart of your disciple," Ling Hucheng said, cupping his fists in reverence. Feng Qingyang nodded with satisfaction. "Chong'er, as long as you have this intent, it is enough. I can see you are about to venture into the martial world. I have no gifts to offer you, only this advice. Tread carefully and never trust others easily. Your disciple will remember." Ling Hucheng nodded earnestly. Feng Qingyang had treated him with utmost sincerity, imparting his exceptional skills without reservation. This kindness would never be forgotten by Ling Hucheng. "Chong'er, once you leave, be sure not to mention my existence in front of others, not even to your master. Do you understand?" Feng Qingyang cautioned, signaling that it was time for farewell. Ling Hucheng trembled at his words, fully aware that Feng Qingyang was departing, and he expressed his reluctance. "Great uncle, your disciple understands. Are you truly leaving?" "Chong'er, all gatherings must eventually disperse. I may not leave Huashan, but henceforth, we should not meet again," Feng Qingyang sighed. "Is it because of the sword energy dispute?" Ling Hucheng inquired, understanding Feng Qingyang's disappointment regarding the current state of the Huashan sect. "Seems you grasp the situation. Let us speak no more of past grievances. Chong'er, your future achievements will undoubtedly extend beyond the Huashan sect. I only hope you will not forget your roots," Feng Qingyang stated, wishing to avoid dwelling on the past. He recognized that Ling Hucheng was destined for greatness, but did not impose any burdens upon him, merely hoping he would remember the Huashan sect. "I will not forget, great uncle. The Huashan sect is my home. I will remember it above all else," Ling Hucheng declared earnestly. "Good, then I can rest easy." Feng Qingyang nodded, then added, "Chong'er, I must take my leave." With that, without waiting for Ling Hucheng to respond, he vanished in Chapter 33. The astonishing sword intent and the extraordinary phenomena of heaven and earth. The departure of Feng Qingyang left Ling Hucheng with a tinge of reluctance and melancholy, yet he soon regained his composure. "It has been a month. It is time to shed the constraints that bind me. A faint smile graced Ling Huchang's lips as he untied the vines that bound him and dislodged the massive stone resting on his back. Bang! The stone crashed heavily onto the ground, producing a tremendous sound that reverberated through the air. Ling Huchang stretched his body, feeling an unprecedented lightness and exhilaration wash over him. He leapt gently in place, and in the next moment, soared into the sky as if propelled by a rocket, reaching a height of 100 meters. Suspended in the air, he blinked in astonishment, his eyes gleaming with an incredible light. Suddenly, he burst into hearty laughter. Ha ha ha! This is splendid. I can fly. My body feels so nimble. This method of cultivation is indeed remarkable. How light indeed. Ling Huchang's jubilant laughter echoed across the vast expanse as he danced through the skies like a feather, gliding freely and effortlessly like a fish in water. He felt astonishingly weightless, as if he bore no mass at all. Moments later, he descended gently to the ground, standing tall as he clenched his fist, feeling an overwhelming surge of power coursing through him, and thumped his chest, realizing he had become infinitely stronger than before. Excellent. Let me test my speed. Ling Huchang picked up a stone from the ground and hurled it forward with all his might. Whoosh! The stone whistled through the air, its speed so rapid that it was nearly imperceptible to the naked eye. As the stone flew away, Ling Huchang sprang into action, darting forward like a bolt of lightning. With a resounding crack, in the blink of an eye, Ling Huchang reached the stone before it could land, catching it effortlessly in his hand. He opened his palm to examine the stone, now reduced to mere dust. A look of shock and joy spread across his face. Incredible! My strength and speed have reached a level beyond my own belief. Ha! Now I can roam the martial world with confidence. With a light stomp of his foot, a branch soared into the air, which he grasped firmly, beginning to execute his unparalleled sword techniques. Ling Huchang's figure moved with the swiftness of lightning, his sword aura slicing through the heavens and the earth. He was utterly immersed in that unparalleled power, unable to extricate himself from its allure. After a brief while, Ling Huchang landed at the edge of a cliff, gazing out at the boundless landscape, feeling a sense of triumph akin to standing atop the highest peak, surveying the lesser mountains below. At that moment, a mysterious sword energy enveloped him, and the scenery around him underwent a sudden transformation, as if all of creation had manifested as a sword. The true heart is a sword, the mountains and rivers are swords, the flora and fauna are swords, the clouds and seas are swords, heaven and earth are swords, the stars are swords, the universe is a sword, and the entire cosmos can be a sword. The sword is the self, the sword arises from the heart, the sword is to forge ahead fearlessly, the sword is to defy all, the sword cleaves through the heavens, the sun, the moon, and the stars. Ling Huchang ascended into the air, an overwhelming and fearsome sword intent erupting from him. Instantly, the heavens shifted colors, and the wind surged. Centered around Ling Huchang, the indomitable sword intent radiated outward like a tidal wave, influencing the will of heaven and earth. Buzz, buzz, buzz. An invisible force seemed to stir, as if the very heavens were rejoicing, emitting a jubilant roar. In that instant, the entire world felt the extraordinary change in the heavens. On the back mountain of Huashan, beneath the great tree at the edge of the cliff, Feng Qingyang was suddenly overcome by a heart-stopping sensation. He gazed toward the direction of the thinking over cliff, his face reflecting a look of astonishment. What is happening? At the Huashan sect's martial arts arena, the sound of clanging swords filled the air. Ding, ding, ding. Whether swords held in hand or those lying idle, they all resonated with vibrations and roars. It seemed they were responding to some unseen summons, drawn by a mysterious force. They were celebrating, rejoicing as if heralding the emergence of a supreme being. What is going on? Why is the sword in my hand roaring? Mine too. Mine as well? What on earth is happening? The disciples of Huashan were taken aback, their faces displaying disbelief and confusion at this inexplicable phenomenon. In the grand hall of the Huashan sect, Yu Buchuan also sensed the anomaly. The treasured sword he had placed on the rack was now vibrating violently. Furrowing his brow, he stared at his sword in bewilderment. What is going on? Yu Buchuan grasped his sword, channeling his internal energy in an attempt to suppress the disturbance, yet it was of no avail. The sword continued to tremble uncontrollably, leaving him dumbfounded, his heart racing with tumultuous waves. Master, something terrible has happened. At that moment, a Huashan disciple rushed into the hall, panic-stricken and tumbling over himself. What is with all the commotion? What has occurred? Yu Buchuan scolded, his tone laced with irritation. Master, you must come outside and see. The sky, and the swords. The disciple stammered, unable to articulate his thoughts clearly. Again with the sky and the swords. What on earth is happening? Yu Buchuan replied impatiently. Master, you should go and see for yourself. I cannot explain it. The disciple was in a state of sheer terror. Humph, if you cannot even express yourself, then I shall see what has transpired. Yu Buchuan glared at the disciple, snorted, and with a flash of his figure, exited the grand hall. Upon stepping outside, he was taken aback by the sight before him. Countless swords were vibrating and roaring, and the entire Huashan was enveloped in a terrifying vortex. I am the Huashan Peach Blossom Spring. Mother, I am so scared. What is happening? Why are our swords trembling and roaring? And the sky seems as if it is about to collapse. Yu Lingshan clung tightly to Ning Zhongzi, her face a mask of terror as she stared at the ominous vortex in the sky. Ning Zhongzi held Yu Lingshan close, her own face grave as she looked upward, equally perplexed by the unfolding events. Before them lay two treasured swords, thrust into their scabbards, now shaking violently and emitting piercing roars. Though Ning Zhongzi felt a twinge of anxiety, she remained far more composed than Yu Lingshan at a tea that moment. She noticed that the center of the storm seemed to be at the Thinking Over cliff, and recalling that Ling Huchong was still there, she gasped in alarm. The eye of the storm is at the Thinking Over cliff. Chong'er is up there. He cannot be in any danger. What? Yu Lingshan was startled, suddenly looking in the direction of the Thinking Over cliff. Seeing that the storm indeed centered there, her expression changed drastically, and she cried out, Senior brother, I must go find him. With that, Yu Lingshan broke free from Ning Zhongzi's embrace and dashed toward the cliff. Wait, Shaner. Ning Zhongzi called out, her voice filled with urgency. We do not know what is happening up there. You cannot go. Quickly, find your father and stay by his side. I will go find Chong'er. What? Yu Lingshan exclaimed, shaking her head fervently. No, mother. You cannot go. It is too dangerous. I must go. I cannot abandon senior brother. Nonsense. What are you thinking at a time like this? Listen to your mother. Go and stay beside your father. Ning Zhongzi scolded Yu Lingshan, resolutely refusing to allow her daughter to face such peril. Mother, then I shall go with you. No. It is far too dangerous. Your skills are too weak. If you encounter any danger, I may not be able to protect you. Stay with your father. I promise you, I will bring your senior brother back safely. Ning Zhongzi gently embraced Yu Lingshan, gazing into her eyes with utmost seriousness and concern. Mother. Yu Lingshan's expression flickered, her gaze filled with turmoil as she looked at her mother, deeply unsettled. All right, Shaner. Listen to your mother. It will be fine. I promise I will return safely with your senior brother. Ning Zhongzi assured Yu Lingshan, a tender smile gracing her face. Though she felt uncertain inside, these words were merely meant to comfort Yu Lingshan. Hearing this, Yu Lingshan's expression became conflicted, and after a long pause, she finally spoke painfully. Mother, you must promise me, if you encounter any danger, you will return immediately and not push yourself. She understood that her presence would only be a burden to her mother, so she refrained from insisting on accompanying her. Yes, I promise you, if there is any danger, I will turn back immediately. Now, go to your father. Ning Zhongzi nodded, and upon finishing her words, she gently pushed Yu Lingshan away. Mother, you must be careful. Yu Lingshan called out with concern. Ning Zhongzi nodded, smiling reassuringly as she waved her hand, urging Yu Lingshan to depart quickly. Yu Lingshan turned to leave, glancing back 3 times, her eyes filled with reluctance and worry. Once Yu Lingshan had departed, Ning Zhongzi's expression shifted, becoming grave and resolute. She gazed toward the Thinking Over cliff, her eyes reflecting both determination and concern, and with a swift movement, she used her lightness skill to hasten toward the cliff, at the same time. She was not the only one making her way to the Thinking Over cliff. On the back mountain of Huashan, Feng Qingyang also took to the skies, heading back toward the cliff. Chapter 34 The World Shakes. Feng Qingyang returns to the Cliff of Reflection. The sky roils with tumultuous winds and swirling clouds, as a colossal vortex appears to threaten the very consumption of Mount Huashan. Within the sea of clouds, massive thunder dragons writhe and roar, seemingly intent on annihilating all that exists. Between heaven and earth, an enigmatic and overpowering sword intent pervades the atmosphere. Ling Huchong is enveloped by a torrent of sword energy, which sparkles and dances through the air, emitting sharp, piercing howls. He appears to enter a profound state of enlightenment, as if the cosmos itself lies within his grasp. With a mere thought, his sword rises in response. The myriad sword energies in the world seem to be summoned by some unseen force, surging towards the cliff of reflection. Such a grand spectacle sends tremors throughout the realm, stirring not only swords but also every weapon, leaving hearts in turmoil. The Huashan sect's martial arts arena. Everyone gazes in astonishment at this terrifying phenomenon. In that moment, their swords slip from their grips and unsheathe themselves, crawling towards the cliff of reflection as if in reverence to some supreme existence. Is this the arrival of an immortal? One disciple utters in a daze, yet no one is able to respond. Yu Buchuan, too, is profoundly shaken. This event has transcended his understanding. Ian Yangzhou, within a lavish and opulent chamber, a breathtakingly beautiful woman stands by the window, gazing into the distant void, her elegantly arched brows furrowed, her expression grave. What is this? It feels as if a terrifying will is suppressing the entire universe, imparting a suffocating sense of oppression. The woman exudes a unique charm, imbued with a touch of coolness akin to a mountain stream, emanating an ethereal quality detached from the mundane world. Each word she speaks seems capable of crystallizing into ice flowers in the air, suggesting her extraordinary nature. Come here, she commands, her back turned to the vast emptiness of the room. With a sound of crack, a masked man enters, kneeling immediately without uttering a word. I pay my respects to the leader, he declares, bowing his head deeply, his gaze fixed on the floor, betraying a hint of fear and unease. Investigate this matter thoroughly. If it is indeed a rare treasure emerging into the world, you must retrieve it, even if it means digging 3 feet into the earth. Her voice carries an air of pride and undeniable authority. Understood, the man replies respectfully before hastily exiting the room. Once alone, the woman murmurs to herself, that direction seems to lead to the Huashan sect? Her deep, luminous eyes convey boundless wisdom, eager to unravel the mystery behind this strange phenomenon. Simultaneously, the Songshan sect, Hongshan sect, Taishan sect, and countless other sects throughout the realm experience similar occurrences. In every corner of the world, exquisite swords fall to the ground, resonating with thunderous sounds. Investigate. Quickly send people to uncover what is happening. In an instant, numerous factions stir into action, dispatching individuals to trace the source of this anomaly. In a dark dungeon, the surroundings are damp and shrouded in silence. The walls are constructed from hard stones, covered in moss, exuding an air of decay. Occasionally, droplets of water seep through the crevices, falling with a monotonous, slightly eerie sound that echoes the passage of time. A faint light penetrates through a narrow, barred vent high above, casting a dim glow that barely prevents the dungeon from being enveloped in utter darkness. Yet, the flickering shadows only serve to accentuate the surrounding gloom and decay. Suddenly, a fearsome figure emerges from the darkness, with disheveled hair cascading over his shoulders and chest, clad in tattered garments stained with filth. His hands and feet are bound by heavy iron chains, which clank noisily as they scrape against one another. Ren Wuxing raises his gaze towards the faint light filtering through the bars, his eyes shimmering with a fierce intensity, his pupils quivering as if confronted with some dreadful revelation. What is happening outside? Why do I feel such a sense of foreboding? Ren Wuxing's voice is rich and laden with inquiry. He then bellows at the cell door, "Someone, release me! I must get out." His voice reverberates through the dim confines of the dungeon, but after a prolonged silence, no one responds. His eyes blaze with resentment and fury as he shouts again, "Damn you, Dongfang Booby! I will make you pay dearly." No, I must think of a way to escape. Ren Wuxing quickly regains his composure, his gaze shifting as he contemplates an escape from the dungeon. In the depths of the capital, within the imperial palace, in a dim secret chamber, an emaciated old man with white hair sits cross-legged upon a stone platform. Suddenly, he opens his eyes, a flash of brilliance igniting within them. In an instant, he vanishes like a wraith from the room. When he reappears, he stands atop a resplendent golden roof. Dressed in the attire of a eunuch, he gazes into the distance, his murky eyes reflecting the weight of countless experiences, his dry lips trembling slightly. Is it the will of martial arts? He seems to perceive the celestial phenomena differently from others, as if he understands the cause of this upheaval in the universe, yet uncertainty lingers in his depths, marked by profound shock. Atop Mount Huashan, on the cliff of reflection, Ling Hucheng suddenly opens his eyes, brilliance erupting from within. A formidable sword intent surges from him, piercing through the cloud cover above, expanding outward. Before long, the clouds enveloping Mount Huashan dissipate, revealing an unprecedented clarity in the heavens, the azure sky unmarred by any impurities. The vibrant, warm sunlight bathes Ling Hucheng, casting a sacred radiance around him. Standing there in serene majesty, he emanates an aura of unparalleled supremacy over the heavens and the earth. A subtle smile graces Ling Hucheng's lips as he slowly raises his hand, bringing his index and middle fingers together, pointing forward. With a gentle tremor, an immense, formless sword energy bursts forth, cleaving the sky in two. Chonger, what is this? Feng Qingyang appears behind Ling Hucheng, witnessing this unparalleled sword strike, his voice trembling with awe. Ling Hucheng turns at the sound, his face lighting up with joy upon seeing Feng Qingyang's return. Master Uncle, you're back. Chonger, what transpired here just now? That terrifying celestial phenomenon, was it conjured by you? Feng Qingyang strides towards Ling Hucheng, anxiety etched upon his features. I am not certain. I was merely contemplating the sword here. I do not know if I caused that upheaval, Ling Hucheng replies honestly, unsure of the nature of the extraordinary events. Contemplating the sword? What insights did you gain? What was that fearsome sword strike? Feng Qingyang questions, his gaze fixed on Ling Hucheng, ablaze with fervor. It seems I have grasped the essence of sword intent. Ling Hucheng scratches his head, smiling innocently. Sword intent? Feng Qingyang is momentarily bewildered. How should I put it? It's as if I have distilled my understanding of swordsmanship, the characteristics of the sword, and the principles of offense and defense into a unique spiritual realm, Ling Hucheng explains slowly. In truth, he finds it difficult to articulate. Such concepts can only be intuitively grasped, not explicitly conveyed. A spiritual realm? Insights into the sword path? Feng Qingyang's aged visage creases with concentration, caught in contemplation, as he struggles to comprehend. Chapter 35. A sword to suppress. Feng Qingyang, sticking out his tongue at his master's wife, the concept of sword intent was exceedingly profound. Even with Feng Qingyang's extensive experience, he found himself at a loss to comprehend it. His gaze towards Ling Hucheng was filled with yearning. Chonger, could you possibly demonstrate your sword intent once more for your granduncle to witness? Certainly, granduncle, prepare yourself. I shall allow you to experience it firsthand. Ling Hucheng replied without hesitation, nodding. Very well. Feng Qingyang's expression brightened. After a moment of contemplation, he retreated to a distance, gathering all the true energy within his body and condensing the sword energy at his fingertips. Chonger, your granduncle is ready. Unleash your sword. Feng Qingyang instructed. In response, Ling Hucheng smiled nonchalantly. Granduncle, why don't you strike first? Are you certain? Feng Qingyang furrowed his brow. Ling Hucheng nodded affirmatively. Good. Then brace yourself for my sword. Without further hesitation, Feng Qingyang launched an attack, his arm sweeping through the air as a tremendous wave of sword energy surged towards Ling Hucheng. Seeing this, Ling Hucheng maintained an exceptionally calm demeanor, quietly observing the formidable sword strike. The sword energy was overwhelmingly powerful and swift, yet in Ling Hucheng's eyes, it appeared to move in slow motion, allowing him to discern the intricate flow of its trajectory. Feng Qingyang was taken aback to see Ling Hucheng standing motionless. Just as the sword energy was about to strike him, Feng Qingyang instinctively opened his mouth to warn Ling Hucheng to evade. In that moment, Ling Hucheng's aura shifted dramatically. His gaze sharpened, and an intangible sword intent erupted forth, effortlessly dispersing Feng Qingyang's sword energy. But that was not the end. The sword intent pierced through the air, hurtling towards Feng Qingyang, grazing his neck and severing a few strands of his snowy hair. In that fleeting instant, Feng Qingyang felt a chilling breeze against his neck. When he glanced sideways, He saw the fallen white strands resting on his shoulder. Stunned, Feng Qingyang swallowed hard, realizing the gravity of the situation. Had this been a real combat scenario, he would have undoubtedly met a dire fate. He had been utterly oblivious to how Ling Hucheng had executed his move. All he sensed was an unparalleled aura emanating from Ling Hucheng, followed by the shattering of his sword energy, leaving him bewildered. Chonger, is this what sword intent truly is? It is terrifying, capable of killing in an instant. Feng Qingyang gazed at Ling Hucheng, his pupils trembling violently with profound shock and fear. Indeed, granduncle, you have. Ling Hucheng smiled and nodded, but before he could finish, Feng Qingyang interrupted. Impressive, Chonger. I have devoted my life to mastering sword techniques, yet I have never encountered such an extraordinary sword path. Could you possibly teach your granduncle how to cultivate sword intent? Feng Qingyang implored, his excitement palpable in his expression, his ancient eyes sparkling with fervor and longing. Ling Hucheng, sensing Feng Qingyang's disappointment, responded with a wry smile, Granduncle, you flatter me. I, too, am unaware of how to help you cultivate sword intent, as each individual's understanding of the sword path is unique. Is there truly no way? Feng Qingyang's voice carried a hint of despondency. His passion for the sword path surpassed even Ling Hucheng's. He believed he had reached the pinnacle of his journey, yet Ling Hucheng had rekindled his vision of progression. How could he simply acquiesce to despair? Noticing the disappointment in Feng Qingyang's expression, Ling Hucheng felt a pang of empathy. How about this, granduncle? I shall leave you a fragment of my own sword intent. You may attempt to forge your own sword path from it. Really? That would be splendid, Chonger. You truly are a treasure to your granduncle. Feng Qingyang's face lit up with joy, his entire demeanor radiating excitement as he began to dance with glee, resembling a spirited child. Then, granduncle, do you still intend to leave? Ling Hucheng inquired playfully. Leave? Where would I go? Mount Hua is my home. Why would I depart? Feng Qingyang replied earnestly. Indeed. Ling Hucheng smiled gently, relieved that Feng Qingyang chose to stay, for it meant he would have opportunities to see him again. Suddenly, Ling Hucheng's brow furrowed, his gaze shifting towards the path leading up to the cliff of regret. What is it, Chonger? Feng Qingyang inquired. This aura seems familiar. Ling Hucheng sensed a very recognizable presence ascending the mountain. Master's wife. A realization struck him, and he turned to Feng Qingyang, exclaiming, Granduncle, my master's wife is coming. Ah? Feng Qingyang froze, peering down the mountain but seeing no one. There is no one there, Chonger? Feng Qingyang asked, perplexed. Ling Hucheng remained silent, his gaze fixed at the end of the path. After a prolonged moment, he finally declared, She is here. No sooner had he spoken than a graceful figure appeared at the path's terminus. This? Feng Qingyang was rendered speechless upon seeing the approaching individual, staring incredulously at Ling Hucheng as if he were witnessing a ghost. Chonger, how did you know? He was baffled as to how Ling Hucheng could anticipate someone ascending the mountain without having seen them. Could this be another manifestation of the powers gained through sword intent? I cannot say. It is just a feeling I had, Ling Hucheng replied, shaking his head. Granduncle, should you perhaps find a place to hide? Oh, yes, I shall retreat for a moment. Feng Qingyang finally grasped the situation, swiftly darting into the cave. Ling Hucheng turned his attention to Ning Zhongze, who was making her way up the mountain. A warm feeling blossomed in his heart. She was likely concerned about him. However, facing Ning Zhongze in this state would undoubtedly lead to inquiries about the recent celestial phenomena. Though harmless, explaining it would prove cumbersome. Ling Hucheng furrowed his brow, glancing at the cave. An idea sparked in his mind. With a thud, he collapsed to the ground, suppressing his aura and feigning unconsciousness. Ning Zhongze, nearing the summit of the cliff of regret, wore a worried expression as she called out, Chonger, Chonger. Hearing her voice filled with concern, Ling Hucheng felt deeply touched. Chonger, where are you? Ning Zhongze leapt up to the cliff's edge, scanning the area for Ling Hucheng's figure until she spotted him lying on the ground. Chonger. Her heart tightened at the sight, and she rushed forward to cradle him in her arms. She shook him gently. Chonger, what has happened? Please wake up. Ning Zhongze, filled with anxiety, extended her fingers to feel for his breath, which was faint, prompting alarm to surge within her. She quickly checked his pulse, which was similarly weak. Ling Huchang's current state resembled that of a person on the brink of death, his breaths barely perceptible. "Chong'er, please don't scare your master's wife." Ning Zhongzi panicked, adjusting his position before sitting behind him, placing her palms on his hand to channel her true energy into him for healing. However, as her true energy flowed into Ling Huchong, it vanished without a trace, akin to a stone sinking into the ocean. How could this happen? Ning Zhongzi exclaimed in panic and confusion, redoubling her efforts. Ling Huchong, sensing her attempts to infuse him with energy, felt moved but did not immediately awaken. Instead, he circulated his own cultivation method to absorb the energy, curious about her next actions. Ning Zhongzi withdrew her hands, her face displaying disbelief. Why? Why did it not work? Ling Huchong remained unconscious in her embrace. Ning Zhongzi gazed at his handsome visage, her heart suddenly gripped by fear. There must be another way. There must be. Stay calm. Ning Zhongzi's mind raced, recalling various healing techniques from her medical texts, and suddenly she halted, mouth-to-mouth energy transfer. Looking down at Ling Huchong, a delicate blush crept onto her face as she murmured, "This is a last resort. I hope it works." With that, Ning Zhongzi gradually lowered her head. Ling Huchong, sensing her stillness, felt perplexed and opened his eyes to see what she was doing. However, just as he cracked one eye open, he caught sight of her lowering her head, prompting him to quickly close his eyes once more. Soon, he felt a jolt as a warm, soothing energy surged into his body. This energy was incredibly gentle, enveloping him in a state of blissful intoxication. Unbeknownst to him, he unconsciously extended. Chapter 36. The enraged Ning Zhongzi strikes Ling Huchong. Ning Zhongzi suddenly opened her eyes wide, raising her head to gaze at Ling Huchong with a face full of terror. Upon noticing the unusual expression on Ling Huchong's face, she instantly comprehended the situation. Ning Zhongzi clenched her fists tightly, feeling her internal energy surge violently, rushing to her head. With a countenance of humiliation and fury, she bellowed at Ling Huchong, "Ling Huchong!" Bang! Ah! With a single slap, Ning Zhongzi sent Ling Huchong flying, his anguished scream echoing as his body tumbled across the ground, eventually collapsing at a distance. Feng Qingyang, hearing the chilling cry, poked his head out from the cave to investigate, coincidentally witnessing Ling Huchong's flight. His brows knitted together, filled with confusion and disbelief, as if he had missed an extraordinary moment. Feng Qingyang's gaze fell upon Ning Zhongzi, and in the next instant, his eyes narrowed slightly. Her internal strength has reached an extraordinary level. It seems that Huashan is not as feeble as I thought. Observing Ning Zhongzi's cultivation, Feng Qingyang felt a sense of satisfaction. Ever since the sword competition at Huashan years ago, the overall strength of the Huashan sect had languished at the bottom among the 5 mountain sword sects. However, Ning Zhongzi's rise to an extraordinary powerhouse somewhat compensated for that deficiency. What on earth did Chong'er do to provoke this girl so intensely? Feng Qingyang mused with curiosity. Ouch! That hurts. At that moment, Ling Huchong staggered to his feet, his hand pressed against his cheek, feeling a searing pain wash over him. Ning Zhongzi had indeed struck with ruthless intent, showing no mercy whatsoever. He had no doubt that she had expended all her strength, and the pain was unbearable. "Martial ant, you really struck too hard. Are you not afraid of harming me?" Ling Huchong lamented, feeling wronged. Seeing this, Ning Zhongzi's fury intensified. Her delicate face flushed crimson as she gritted her teeth and retorted, "You scoundrel, better to break than to damage. Death would be even better." "I was wrong, martial ant." Ling Huchong quickly admitted his fault, not daring to provoke her further. "Humph, you shameless wretch. I am your martial ant, concerned for you, coming to seek you out, and you dare to treat me like that. Do you wish to die?" Ning Zhongzi was overwhelmed with shame and rage, a powerful surge of true energy erupting from her, driven by an impulse to strike Ling Huchong down. Such fierce words from this girl. What exactly did Chong'er do? Feng Qingyang was also taken aback by Ning Zhongzi's wrath. "Martial ant, I am sorry. I was wrong. I should not have treated you that way. If you wish to kill me, then do it." Ling Huchong approached Ning Zhongzi, pulling aside his clothing to reveal his broad, sturdy chest, closing his eyes, inviting her to strike. He presented himself as utterly unrepentant. Ning Zhongzi was momentarily stunned by Ling Huchong's audacity. As she gazed at his firm chest, she felt her face grow hot, Turning her head away, she exclaimed, "You shameless fool, quickly cover yourself." "Martial ant, you are not going to strike me dead?" Ling Hucheng chuckled, rebuttoning his garment. "Humph." Ning Zhongzi huffed, remaining silent. Strangely, the closer Ling Hucheng came to her, the calmer her heart became. She could not summon any anger towards him. This left Ning Zhongzi perplexed, for she was indeed furious, yet she found it impossible to vent her frustrations on Ling Hucheng. What is Cheng'er doing? Since Ling Hucheng had his back to Feng Qingyang, he was unaware of Ling Hucheng's actions. Ling Hucheng, from behind, admired Ning Zhongzi's graceful figure, yearning to embrace her, but with Feng Qingyang present, he dared not act, clenching his fists in frustration. A unique, delicate fragrance wafted towards him, further entrancing him. Suppressing his inner thoughts, Ling Hucheng expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, martial ant. From now on, do not act disrespectfully towards me, do you understand?" Ning Zhongzi turned around, issuing a solemn warning to Ling Hucheng. "Yes, martial ant, I understand." Ling Hucheng nodded repeatedly, secretly thinking, "Let us see how this unfolds." Ning Zhongzi's anger subsided somewhat as she inquired, "Cheng'er, what exactly happened just now? Why did you faint on the ground?" "I am not entirely sure. I only remember practicing my sword technique when a dark figure suddenly appeared and knocked me unconscious." Ling Hucheng had already prepared his explanation in his mind and recounted it to Ning Zhongzi, conveniently placing the blame on Feng Qingyang, who was adept at remaining elusive. "What? Someone knocked you out? Why would that be? There shouldn't be anyone here." Ning Zhongzi's expression tightened, her heart filled with confusion and doubt. "Did you recognize who it was?" Ning Zhongzi continued to inquire. Ling Hucheng shook his head. "I do not know. His martial arts were formidable, and I was unable to react before he knocked me out." "What?" Ning Zhongzi was utterly astonished. Ling Hucheng was now an extraordinary powerhouse, yet he had not been able to react. Could his assailant be an unparalleled master? But where would such a master come from on Huashan? Could it be? Ning Zhongzi's thoughts raced, and she suddenly lifted her head to scan her surroundings, searching for something. Feng Qingyang, witnessing this scene, hastily concealed himself, realizing that he had undoubtedly been betrayed by Ling Hucheng. He muttered under his breath, "You rascal, turning around and selling me out." Seeing Ning Zhongzi in such a state, Ling Hucheng feigned ignorance, asking, "Martial ant, what could that possibly be? Do you know who it is?" "It's nothing. I am not certain." Ning Zhongzi shook her head, glancing around but failing to spot Feng Qingyang. "Who is it?" Ling Hucheng pressed. Ning Zhongzi did not respond to his question and instead shifted to inquire about the celestial phenomena. "Cheng'er, did you notice the celestial phenomena at the Thought-Over Cliff just now? Did you find anything unusual there?" "What celestial phenomena? Unusual? I did not see anything." Ling Hucheng pretended convincingly, acting as if he truly knew nothing. "It seems you are unaware. Never mind, perhaps it is for the best," Ning Zhongzi sighed, deciding not to pursue the matter further. She suspected that this incident might be related to that elusive Master Feng Qingyang. "Martial ant, did you come to find me because of the celestial phenomena?" Indeed, the entire Huashan was shrouded in terrifying celestial phenomena. "Shaner was worried about you and wanted to come find you. I wouldn't let her come, so I came myself," Ning Zhongzi confirmed with a nod. Ling Hucheng felt a warmth in his heart at her words. Deeply moved, he said, "I see. Thank you, martial ant. You and little junior sister are truly kind to me." "Humph. Had I known you were this troublesome, I would not have come." Ning Zhongzi huffed again. Her anger rekindled at the thought of Ling Hucheng's earlier actions. Ling Hucheng stood obediently, quietly listening to Ning Zhongzi's reprimands without uttering a word. "All right, since you are fine, let us descend the mountain. From now on, do not wander about. Given the recent events, Huashan may not be safe." Ning Zhongzi noted Ling Hucheng's relatively good attitude and chose not to escalate the situation further. The disturbance had been too great, and it would surely attract many peculiar figures. She was filled with anxiety, hoping nothing untoward would occur. "Understood." Ling Hucheng nodded, noticing the worry on Ning Zhongzi's face, and comforted her, saying, "Do not worry, martial ant. No matter what happens, I will protect you and junior sister, as well as the Huashan sect." This was no jest. Should anyone dare to cause trouble on Huashan, he would swiftly deal with them with a single strike. Ning Zhongzi, upon hearing Ling Hu Chang's words, instinctively prepared to nod, only to suddenly realize something was amiss. Her face flushed as she retorted, "What nonsense are you spouting about protecting me? You are a disciple of the Huashan sect. Safeguarding Huashan is your duty, do not conflate the two. But you are still the martial aunt of Huashan. Protecting you and protecting the Huashan sect, are they not the same?" Ling Hucheng replied with innocent sincerity. "You..." Ning Zhongze was momentarily speechless, her frustration boiling over as she declared, "In any case, do not mention me, do you understand?" Ling Hucheng simply responded with an "Oh." "Do not be angry, do not be angry." Seeing Ling Hucheng's attitude, Ning Zhongze realized he had not taken her words to heart. She took a deep breath, attempting to calm herself. Lately, she could not fathom why her heart became so unsettled in Ling Hucheng's presence. "All right, let us descend the mountain. We should not keep Shaner waiting anxiously," Ning Zhongze concluded, twisting her slim waist and turning to leave. "Yes." Ling Hucheng nodded, hastening to Ning Zhongze's side, eagerly offering, "Martial aunt, you have just ascended the mountain, and now you wish to descend. It must be exhausting. Allow me to carry you down." "No need," Ning Zhongze replied coolly, continuing her forward stride. "Come on, martial aunt." Ling Hucheng persisted. Chapter 37 Ascending the Clouds with Ning Zhongze Chong. "Keep your hands still," Ning Zhongze said softly, leaning close to Ling Hucheng's ear. A faint blush spread across her exquisitely beautiful face, resembling the delicate peach blossoms of March, imbued with a mesmerizing blend of white and pink, a sight of unparalleled beauty. "Oh," Ling Hucheng replied nonchalantly, deftly traversing the rocky cliffs with Ning Zhongze on his back, skillfully utilizing his lightness skill. Just moments ago, after some persuasion, Ning Zhongze consented to allow Ling Hucheng to carry her down the cliff of Sigua. This filled Ling Hucheng with joy. As a disciple, he understood the hardships of his beloved teacher and honored her with affection, so it seemed entirely reasonable for him to carry her down the mountain. Ning Zhongze herself was somewhat perplexed by her own agreement, feeling a twinge of regret as if she had unwittingly fallen into Ling Hucheng's clever scheme. "Chong, am I heavy?" she asked, her cheeks flushed. "Teacher, are you asking about my heart or my back?" Ling Hucheng replied with a teasing question rather than a direct answer. "Why does it involve the heart again?" "Of course, I mean the weight on your back." Ning Zhongze playfully tapped Ling Hucheng's head, feeling that their conversation was veering towards him taking advantage of her. Ling Hucheng had become rather mischievous. "Oh, not heavy at all, teacher," Ling Hucheng responded cheerfully. "Then why do you always squat down before you stand up?" Ning Zhongze asked, a hint of shyness in her voice. Each time Ling Hucheng did this, it made her feel somewhat uneasy, as if it were a deliberate act on his part. "Teacher, that's because my lightness skill is not yet proficient," Ling Hucheng replied without hesitation, spinning a tall tale without a moment's thought. Previously, when he had carried a 100-kilogram boulder up and down the cliff, he had been as agile as a monkey and as steady as an old dog. Yet now, with the mere 100 pounds of Ning Zhongze on his back, he swayed unsteadily. This fellow was undoubtedly doing it on purpose. Ling Hucheng relished the sensation of Ning Zhongze's body against his back, fully aware that the squatting was merely to increase friction. "Is that so?" Ning Zhongze raised her delicate brows at Ling Hucheng's words, skepticism evident in her eyes. "Of course. What's the matter, teacher?" Ling Hucheng replied earnestly. Nothing at all," Ning Zhongze said, her face flushed, choosing to say no more. "Teacher, hold tight. There's a steep slope ahead," Ling Hucheng exclaimed as he firmly grasped her hands, leaping down the mountainside. "Slow down. Don't go too fast," Ning Zhongze screamed in fright, wrapping her arms tightly around Ling Hucheng's neck, her voluptuous form pressed against his back, terrified of being flung away. If she were to fall from such heights, the consequences would be dire, perhaps even fatal. Meanwhile, standing at the edge of the cliff was Feng Qingyang, his brow furrowed as he observed the retreating figures of the two. "Is Chong too close to Zhongze?" he pondered, feeling that their actions seemed overly intimate. However, given their student-teacher relationship, it was not unreasonable for the disciple to show concern for his beloved teacher. "Forget it, I'm an old man. Why should I concern myself with such matters? I should focus on honing my swordplay instead," Feng Qingyang sighed, indifferent to the current state of the Huashan sect's development. As he turned to enter the cave, he gazed at the fresh sword mark etched into the cliff wall, a flicker of excitement illuminating his aged face. This was a remnant of the sword intent left behind by Ling Hucheng just moments before. The lingering essence of that sword might aid Feng Qingyang in comprehending his own swordplay. Whether he would succeed depended on his own fortune, though it seemed a daunting task. At the halfway point down the mountain, Ling Hucheng was nearing the bottom of Sigua with Ning Zhongzi still on his back. "Chong, if you keep this up, I'll have to insist you put me down and let me walk myself," Ning Zhongzi said, irritation tinged with shyness. Ling Hucheng paid her words no mind, his hands wandering, clearly trying to take advantage of her. As she struggled slightly on his back, he was startled, nearly losing his balance and tumbling down the cliff. Realizing the danger, he tightened his grip on her, saying, "I understand, teacher. Please don't move. It's too dangerous. We're almost at the bottom." Ning Zhongzi finally settled, closing her eyes and resting peacefully against Ling Hucheng's back, feeling a sense of security wash over her. Sensing her tranquility, Ling Hucheng's lips curled into a subtle smile, and he resolved to give her a taste of soaring through the clouds. He summoned his internal energy, a vast and powerful force erupting forth in an instant. Ling Hucheng shot upwards, ascending into the sky toward the direction of the Huashan sect. His movements were extraordinarily smooth. Even Ning Zhongzi remained undisturbed on his back. After some time, Ning Zhongzi sensed an unusual stillness around her and lazily opened her eyes. To her astonishment, she realized they were flying in midair. Ning Zhongzi screamed in terror, staring down into the abyss below, her panic causing her to squirm. "Teacher, don't move," Ling Hucheng exclaimed, gently tapping her on the rear to keep her still. If his energy were to dissipate, they would surely plummet into the depths below. Upon hearing his words, Ning Zhongzi glanced back, her gaze landing on Ling Hucheng's handsome profile. It dawned on her that she was indeed on his back. Moments earlier, she had thought she was dreaming. "Chong, you? Ning Zhongzi stammered, incredulity washing over her as she realized they had not fallen but were soaring above the ground, her heart filled with both shock and awe. "Teacher, I'll explain later. We're almost at Huashan," Ling Hucheng said, maintaining his focus as he carried her forward. Ning Zhongzi fell silent, her mind swirling with questions and confusion, yet inexplicably, she found herself compelled to heed Ling Hucheng's words. She reached out a hand to touch the passing clouds, marveling at the breathtaking scenery below, exclaiming, "So beautiful!" In that moment, she felt an unparalleled sense of peace and lightness, akin to the drifting clouds themselves. Ling Hucheng glanced back to see the smile gracing Ning Zhongzi's face, and he too smiled in return. Before long, they arrived at Huashan. Ning Zhongzi pointed towards the peach blossom grove beneath them, saying, "Chong, can we go to the peach blossom grove first?" "Of course, teacher. Hold on tight. We're going down, mm." Ning Zhongzi wrapped her arms firmly around Ling Hucheng, pressing against his back. He descended gracefully, landing steadily amidst the grove of peach blossoms. "We've arrived, teacher," Ling Hucheng said, turning to look at her softly. "Damn." Ning Zhongzi buried her face in his shoulder, murmuring lightly to Ati. That moment, she found herself reluctant to part from his back. Seeing that Ning Zhongzi made no move to dismount, Ling Hucheng stood still, captivated by her breathtaking visage. Compelled by an unexplainable impulse, he leaned in and gently kissed her cheek. With a crisp sound, he was suddenly sent flying backward, crashing heavily against a nearby peach tree, causing its leaves to flutter down like rain. Ning Zhongzi stood there, holding the fan that had struck Ling Hucheng, a lovely blush adorning her cheeks, her brows furrowed and trembling with indignation, her body shaking with anger. Ling Hucheng gazed at her quivering form, a foolish grin spreading across his face, a thought echoing in his mind. To die beneath the peonies is to be a spirited ghost. Humph! With a final huff, Ning Zhongzi turned away, leaving. "Wait for me, teacher," Ling Hucheng called out, thick-skinned, quickly scrambling to his feet, brushing off the leaves from his head before chasing after her. At the Huashan sect's training grounds, Yuling Shan clasped her hands tightly against her chest, her gaze fixed anxiously toward the direction of Sigua. "I wonder if Mother has found senior brother yet?" Just after the celestial phenomenon had dissipated, she and the other disciples had attempted to rush up the cliff, only to be halted by her father, who insisted they wait a moment longer. Yuling Shan's sole purpose in going to Sigua was to find her mother and Ling Hucheng, while the other disciples were drawn by the allure of the celestial event. "Father, there's nothing to worry about now. Please let your daughter go. I'm so worried about Mother," Yuling Shan pleaded, turning to her father. Yu Buchuan. Yu Buchuan's brow furrowed deeply, his expression grave. Internally, he wrestled with his own anxieties. He too wished to ascend Sigua to uncover the source of the celestial disturbance. If it were a treasure, acquiring it might elevate Huashan to the pinnacle of martial prowess. Yet, the phenomenon had just passed, and he was uncertain if it would erupt again. If it did, ascending Sigua now would be perilously reckless, hence he instructed the disciples to wait. He could not allow anyone to ascend first, but now that his beloved wife Ning Zhongzi had already gone, he found himself torn about whether to follow. "Father!" Yuling Shan cried out in exasperation when she saw her father unmoved. Yu Buchuan took a deep breath, contemplating for a moment before stating, "Very well, let us go." "Wonderful, let us hurry, father. I'm afraid for mother and senior brother's safety." Yuling Shan exclaimed impatiently, quickly preparing to move. Yu Buchuan stepped forward, leading the disciples towards Sigua. Just then, "Wait, senior brother?" Ning Zhongzi arrived just in time, her voice ringing out from behind them. Everyone turned in unison to look at her. "Mother! Junior sister! Teacher!" Yuling Shan dashed toward Ning Zhongzi, throwing herself into her embrace, holding her tightly. "Thank goodness, mother, you're safe. I was so worried." Tears of relief streamed down her face. "My dear Shaner, don't cry. Mother is back safe and sound." Ning Zhongzi comforted her, gently stroking her back. "Mother, where's senior brother?" Yuling Shan asked, lifting her gaze to search for Ling Huchong, but finding no sign of him, a wave of panic swept over her. Just as Ning Zhongzi was about to speak, Ling Huchong appeared from around the corner. "I'm here, junior sister," he called out, his face alight with a gentle chapter 38. "Come to my room at night." "Oh, who could it be?" Yu Buchuan pondered in confusion, lost in thought. After a moment, a spark of realization illuminated his mind. Could it be him? But why would he knock out Ling Huchong? Is it possible he is the cause of this bizarre phenomenon? Yu Buchuan mused, as he and Ning Zhongzi both suspected Feng Qingyang. "Father, who is he? Do you know who has plotted against senior brother?" Yuling Shan inquired, peering at her father from behind Ling Huchong. "It could be anyone, and I am unsure," Yu Buchuan replied, refraining from mentioning Feng Qingyang's name. This left Yuling Shan perplexed, though she chose not to press further. "Senior brother, if you doubt it, you might as well go to the thinking cliff yourself. With your meticulous mind, you may uncover something we have overlooked," Ning Zhongzi suggested calmly. "Ah, junior sister, why would I doubt you?" Yu Buchuan said, noticing Ning Zhongzi's somewhat displeased expression, offering a sheepish smile. "Go on. I am weary and shall rest now." Ning Zhongzi, aware of Yu Buchuan's thoughts, turned gracefully and departed. Ling Huchong watched Ning Zhongzi's solitary and graceful figure, feeling a twinge of sympathy. Yu Buchuan observed the retreating silhouette of his beloved wife, his smile fading. After casting a deep glance at Ling Huchong, he turned to address the gathered disciples. "All disciples, follow me to the thinking cliff." "Yes." The disciples of the Huashan sect responded in unison. With that, Yu Buchuan led the Huashan disciples up the thinking cliff in a grand procession. Ling Huchong, watching Yu Buchuan's departing figure, felt a heavy weight settle on his heart, having noticed the lingering skepticism in Yu Buchuan's gaze. "Shaner, what are you doing?" A young girl who is yet to be married should not be so freely embracing a man in broad daylight. Just as Ling Huchong and Yuling Shan were enjoying a tender moment, Ning Zhongzi unexpectedly returned, startling both of them. Yuling Shan quickly disentangled herself from Ling Huchong and, looking at her mother in bewilderment, asked, "Mother, why have you returned?" Ling Huchong was equally perplexed. "I intended to go to the main hall but ended up taking a wrong turn," Ning Zhongzi replied, her gaze momentarily wandering, her expression betraying a hint of unease. She had returned specifically because of the two. The image of Ling Huchong embracing her daughter had played repeatedly in her mind, stirring a sense of jealousy within her. Unable to bear the torment, she had turned back, only revealing herself after Yu Buchuan had left. Upon hearing Ning Zhongzi's words and observing her unusual demeanor, Ling Huchong realized she was being disingenuous. Yet, although Ning Zhongzi was acutely aware of the innocent nature of their interaction, why had she felt compelled to return? Could it be? No, that was implausible. The thought that she might be envious of her own daughter was simply too absurd. Noticing Ling Huchong's unwavering gaze, Ning Zhongzi's face flushed with further embarrassment. She averted her eyes and hastily brushed past them, eager to escape the situation. Ling Hucheng chuckled softly at this display, a smile gracing his lips. If that were indeed the case, it would be quite amusing. There might be more to this than meets the eye. Senior brother, what are you laughing at? Yu Lingshan asked, puzzled by Ling Hucheng's sudden mirth. Nothing, just recalling a happy thought, he replied, his gaze lingering on Ning Zhong's graceful form, her enticing curves, and her alluring silhouette. Yu Lingshan followed his gaze and, noticing her mother's figure, felt a pang of envy. Mother's figure is truly perfect. When will I ever attain such a physique? She lamented, glancing down to find she could still see her toes, feeling somewhat dissatisfied. Raising her head, she caught Ling Hucheng still watching her. Frowning, she stepped in front of him, indignantly stating, Senior brother, what are you looking at? Nothing at all. Ling Hucheng stammered, snapping back to reality, offering an awkward smile. Humph. Yu Lingshan huffed, turning away, clearly annoyed and perhaps a bit jealous. Ling Hucheng shook his head, smiling as he gently turned Yu Lingshan back toward him, enveloping her in an embrace while gazing deeply into her enchanting eyes, slowly lowering his head toward her. Dealing with this little girl was a matter of ease. After a long while, they parted. Shaner, come, let us practice swordsmanship, Ling Hucheng said, tenderly stroking her cheek and smiling warmly. Yu Lingshan nodded, a charming blush blooming on her fair face. Ling Hucheng took her delicate hand and hurried toward the peach grove. Half an hour later, at the Thinking Cliff, Yu Buchuan emerged from the cave with a stern expression. How can there be nothing here? He approached the cave entrance, contemplating the sword mark left by Ling Hucheng on the cliff wall. After their group had ascended the Thinking Cliff, they had meticulously searched, finding nothing suspicious apart from this fresh marked. At that moment, Lao Duo stepped beside Yu Buchuan and respectfully reported, Master, we have scoured every corner and found nothing unusual. Yu Buchuan's brows furrowed slightly, yet he remained silent. Master, could it be possible that it was Madam or Senior brother? Lao Duo hesitated, not daring to continue. It was evident what he implied. Yu Buchuan's gaze sharpened momentarily, a glimmer of shadow passing through his eyes. He turned to regard Lao Duo coolly. Lao Duo was taken aback, quickly lowering his head in trepidation, stammering, Master, I was wrong. Denua, your thoughts are perilous. That is your madam and your senior brother. I do not wish to hear such divisive words again. Yu Buchuan spoke with his hands clasped behind his back, his demeanor grave. Yes, master, Denua was in error and will not repeat it, Lao Duo replied, his voice trembling with fear and unease. Very well, instruct them to continue searching. Not just the Thinking Cliff, the entire mountain must be thoroughly examined. Dig 3 feet into the ground if necessary to uncover the source of this anomaly, Yu Buchuan commanded. Yes. Lao Duo retreated. Junior sister, Chong'er, do you truly have nothing to share? Yu Buchuan mused, watching Lao Duo's departing figure. Huashan sect, within the peach blossom grove. Junior sister, it should be done like this, and then like that? Ling Hucheng guided Yu Lingshan from behind, one hand resting on her slender waist, the other supporting her arm as he demonstrated each move of the sword technique. Yu Lingshan nestled against Ling Hucheng, her face radiant with a sweet smile, her eyes filled with affection as she allowed him to lead her through the motions. Occasionally, she would steal glances at Ling Hucheng's handsome visage, her heart fluttering. After completing a set of movements, Ling Hucheng released her and asked, Shaner, have you grasped it yet? Senior brother, I still don't quite understand. Could you please show me again? Yu Lingshan pleaded, pulling at his arm and gazing down shyly. Again? We've done this over a dozen times already. Ling Hucheng teased, affectionately ruffling her hair. He understood Yu Lingshan's intentions all too well, yet he too felt a strain. Over the past month, he had dedicated time each evening to practice swordplay with her, using the romantic sword style they had developed together, the Chongling sword technique. This technique felt almost childlike, lacking substance, so he had dismantled the original moves to create a new, formidable Chongling sword technique, which had evolved into a powerful and unparalleled style. With his deepening understanding of sword intent, he had advanced this new technique to a remarkably high level. If Yu Lingshan mastered it, her initial second-tier cultivation would enable her to rival peak second-tier experts, and in a pure swordsmanship contest, she could dominate the entire martial world. However, Yu Lingshan had only scratched the surface of this knowledge. Beyond that, their relationship had rapidly deepened, with their evenings filled not only with practice but also with dates. They were now separated by merely a thin veil, though Yuling Shan had yet to fully prepare herself psychologically. In addition, she had learned how to manage her temper. "Senior brother, how about we spar? You can stab me with your sword," Yuling Shan suggested. "All right, after such a long practice, it's time for a break." Ling Hucheng affectionately patted her head and leaned in to whisper in her ear, "Come to my room tonight." At his words, Yuling Shan's body trembled slightly, a rush of crimson flooding her cheeks as she realized that the moment had finally arrived. She nodded, her heart brimming with a mix of anxiety and anticipation. Chapter 39. Capturing Yuling Shan. The night enveloping Mount Hua exuded an extraordinary tranquility. Ling Hucheng, clad in a black robe, stealthily navigated through the darkness towards the loft where the disciples of the Hua Shan sect resided. Throughout the day, Yu Buchuan had kept his disciples at the Thinking Cliff, and it was only after dusk that they descended, their faces covered in dust. Thus, he had no opportunity to seek out Lao Duo. Upon reaching the rooftop of Lao Duo's chamber, he gently lifted a tile, revealing a flickering candlelight within. Lao Duo sat at the table, engrossed in a crumpled note. A few days prior, he had received word from the Songshan sect, indicating that the silver had been prepared, urging him to promptly confirm the time and place for the exchange. Yet, where could he ascertain such details? The other party was elusive, leaving him in a state of anxious anticipation, in a manner akin to his previous endeavor. Ling Hucheng tied the note to an arrow, inscribing the details of the transaction, set for 3 evenings hence, in a small grove at the foot of Mount Hua, with the silver to be placed beneath a specified boulder. This time, instead of approaching the window, he enveloped the bamboo arrow with his internal energy and deftly launched it from the rooftop. The slender arrow did not fly directly to Lao Duo but instead traced a rapid, peculiar trajectory within the room before finally reaching him, all without a sound, even escaping Lao Duo's notice. Upon seeing the arrow appear as if conjured by a specter, Lao Duo was startled, leaping from his seat. His eyes darted around in panic, rushing to the window to peer outside, but found no sign of disturbance. He then hurried to the corridor, scanning for any suspicious figures, yet encountered nothing amiss. Filled with profound bewilderment, Lao Duo nodded slightly, his gaze subtly shifting upward, sensing the movement above. In an instant, he darted back to the table, extinguishing the candle, plunging the room into darkness, and simultaneously causing his own figure to vanish from sight. When Lao Duo re-emerged, he found himself atop the roof, gazing at the empty, silent expanse, his brow furrowed in confusion and disbelief. Despite the swiftness of his actions, he had failed to uncover any trace of the mysterious individual. The display of skill he had just witnessed was even more terrifying than a month prior, instilling fear within him regarding the other party's prowess and cunning. Had the other wished for his life, it would have been an effortless task, all while he remained oblivious. Lao Duo was drenched in cold sweat, his pupils dilating in the darkness, as an overwhelming fear enveloped his heart. Ling Hucheng stood silently in the void, his figure blending seamlessly with the night, observing Lao Duo below. A faint smile gracing his lips point, one could not help but commend Lao Duo's aptitude as an undercover agent, possessing a degree of counter-surveillance capability. Alas, the disparity between them was insurmountable. Ling Hucheng's maneuver was, in essence, a dimensional strike. After Lao Duo returned to his chamber, he reignited the candle, retrieving the bamboo arrow to examine the note. Upon reading its contents, he grasped his sword from beside the table, extinguished the flame, and departed the room, descending the mountain under the cover of night. Ling Hucheng watched Lao Duo's departing figure, a cold smile forming on his face as he murmured, "Songshan sect." He then vanished into the night sky. Meanwhile, in her quarters, Yuling Shan suddenly awoke, turning to glance at her peacefully sleeping mother. Gently, she lifted the covers and rose from her bed in the darkness. She located the coat rack, casually draping a garment over herself before stealthily making her way out of the room. The sound of the door creaking open was faint, yet audible. Ning Zhong, lying on the bed with her back to the door, slowly opened her beautiful eyes. After a brief glance behind her, she turned back and closed her eyes once more. Yuling Shan headed directly towards Ling Hucheng's chamber. Upon arriving outside his door, she noticed the light still flickering within and felt a surge of joy. Peeking outside, she called softly, "Senior brother." After a prolonged silence, no response came from within. Frowning slightly, Yuling Shan gently pushed open the door and peered inside, Senior brother? Finding the room empty, she stepped in, surveying her surroundings in confusion. Where could he have gone? Not spotting Ling Hu Chong, she seated herself on the bed, awaiting his return. At that moment, she could distinctly feel her heart racing like a startled deer, recalling the myriad of events that had transpired between them during her stay, a delicate blush creeping onto her cheeks, filled with a mix of joy, anticipation, and nervousness. Before long, Ling Hu Chong pushed open the door, and upon seeing the familiar silhouette seated on the bed, he exclaimed in surprise, "Mistress!" "Senior brother." Ling Shan, hearing his voice, turned around and joyfully called out, "Sister!" Ling Hu Chong's brow furrowed slightly. He had mistaken her for Ning Zhong. Ling Shan leaped into Ling Hu Chong's embrace, her delicate form pressing tightly against him. He wrapped his arms around her waist, and in a moment of curiosity, he asked softly, "Sister, why are you wearing mistress's clothes?" "Senior brother, it was unintentional. The room was too dark, and I simply grabbed a coat to wear," Ling Shan explained. After stepping out of her room, she had realized her clothing mix-up but deemed returning to change impractical. The garment fit well enough, so she let it be. Ling Hu Chong's deep-set eyes sparkled with a hint of mischief. This meant Ling Shan was dressed rather lightly at the moment. He lifted her effortlessly, closing the door with a swift motion. With a resounding bang, Ling Shan nestled into Ling Hu Chong's embrace, her body trembling slightly, the sound resonating deeply within her heart. He carried her to the edge of the bed, where he sat down. Ling Shan rested her head against his chest, rosy hue adorning her cheeks, too shy to meet his gaze, her heart racing as if it might leap from her chest, overwhelmed by nervousness and anticipation. Ling Hu Chong, holding Ling Shan clad in mistress's attire, felt an unfamiliar emotion surging within him, the flickering candlelight reflecting in his eyes. Tonight, Ling Shan was unexpectedly captivating. "Senior brother, where did you just go?" Ling Shan whispered softly from his embrace. "Oh, I just stepped out for a moment," he fabricated a casual excuse before inquiring, "Shanner, have you been here long?" "Not long, I just arrived a little while ago," she replied. "Apologies for making you wait." Ling Hu Chong tightened his hold on her. The atmosphere fell into a serene stillness, infused with a romantic essence. Ling Shan felt the warmth radiating from Ling Hu Chong's hand on her back, filling her heart with a cozy glow. They remained in quietude, relishing the moment without uttering a word. "Senior brother, why did you call for me at such a late hour?" Ling Shan timidly asked after a while. "What do you think?" Ling Hu Chong, not believing her feigned ignorance, gently caressed her silky hair, a smile gracing his face as the candlelight flickered with intensity. Ling Shan lowered her head slowly. After a lengthy pause, Ling Hu Chong lifted her gently, encouraging her to lie down and rest. "Senior brother." Ling Shan gazed at him with doe-like eyes, filled with profound affection. As he beheld the enchanting and beautiful Ling Shan, Ling Hu Chong gradually leaned down. Chapter 40. The Stealth of the Matron and the Ascent to the Pinnacle of Excellence. "This is Mother's garment, you must not." In the stillness of the night, within the confines of Ling Shan's chamber, Ning Zhongzi tossed and turned, unable to find solace in sleep. Finally, she opened her eyes in the darkness, glancing over to find her pillow vacant. Where could that child have gone? It's been an hour. Why hasn't she returned? Sitting up, the silk quilt slipped from her shoulders as she turned her gaze towards the door, her delicate brows furrowing with concern and confusion. In the absence of Ling Shan, a sense of unease settled over her, making it difficult to rest peacefully. After much internal struggle, Ning Zhongzi rose, took the last remaining coat from the rack, draped it over her shoulders, and stepped out of her room. As she traversed the long wooden corridor, a gentle breeze caressed her, causing her to shiver slightly. Instinctively, she crossed her arms, tightening her garment against her body to retain warmth. At that moment, illuminated by the lantern hanging from a pillar, she became acutely aware that the attire she wore was not solely her own. Could it be that Shanner has donned my clothing to secretly rendezvous with Chonger? The thought sent a charming blush blooming on Ning Zhongzi's fair cheeks, her words tinged with a hint of indignation. Suddenly, a vivid image flashed in her mind. Her daughter, clad in her garments, nestled in the embrace of Ling Hu Chong. The sight of that delicate figure, akin to a fledgling bird, seemed to echo the warmth of his hold, causing her own blush to deepen. "I cannot allow this. I must retrieve her." Snapping back to reality, She shook her head and hurried towards the peach blossom grove, a place where Yuling Shan and Ling Hucheng often chose to meet. Before long, Ning Zhongza arrived at the grove, circling it in search of any sign of them, but only the chilling wind greeted her. Not here. Where could they possibly be? Furrowing her brow, she left the grove and visited several familiar spots, yet still found no trace of Yuling Shan or Ling Hucheng, leaving her utterly perplexed. Could they have returned? She surmised. The possibility seemed plausible, and thus she ceased her search, preparing to head back. Just then, a faint sound caught her attention. What is that noise? The sound of weaving. At this late hour, who could be at work? Ning Zhongza listened intently, discerning the unmistakable sound of someone expertly weaving. However, this raised her curiosity, as among all on Mount Hua, she alone possessed such refined skills in this craft. Driven by her inquisitiveness, she followed the sound, unconsciously finding herself outside a small courtyard. Peering over the wall, her brows knitted in confusion and bewilderment. This is Chonger's courtyard. Could it be that he is weaving something? The sound she had heard emanated from within Ling Hucheng's quarters. This only deepened her confusion, for in her memory, Ling Hucheng had never displayed any aptitude for weaving, nor had he ever set up a loom in his room. Her curiosity piqued, she resolved to investigate further, to uncover the mystery of Ling Hucheng's activities. With a graceful leap, Ning Zhongza scaled the courtyard wall and landed softly as she gazed into the brightly lit room. A mixture of pride and concern washed over her. Ling Hucheng had always been intelligent and industrious. In every endeavor, he exerted far greater effort than anyone else. This admiration and care for him were not without reason. Yet something felt amiss. Frowning, she approached the exterior of the dwelling, lifting her delicate hand to gently poke a small hole in the paper window. Leaning closer, she peered through the opening, eager to observe what Ling Hucheng was engaged in. The next instant, her eyes widened in shock, and she retreated into the courtyard, terror-stricken. Covering her mouth with one hand to stifle any sound, she stood frozen for a moment before turning and fleeing the premises. As she ran along the forest path, her pace gradually slowed, her head bowed as she walked step by step. A blush adorned her exquisite cheeks, a result of her hurried flight causing her blood to rush. Eventually, she halted, her gaze shimmering with unspoken thoughts. Suddenly, she lifted her head and resolved to return. In the latter half of the night, Ning Zhongza, weary yet contemplative, returned to her chamber, shedding her coat and nestling into the warm embrace of her bed. A relaxed and enchanting smile graced her face, relief washing over her. With a soft sigh, she curled up beneath the silk quilt, gently closing her captivating eyes, surrendering to the realm of sweet dreams. Before long, the dim, tranquil room was filled with the sound of a delicate breath, measured and steady. The following morning, the sun had risen high in the sky, its warm rays filtering through the window into the room. Ling Hucheng gradually opened his eyes, awakening languidly. Feeling a weight upon him, he lowered his gaze, discovering that Yuling Shan lay with her head resting on his shoulder, still in slumber. A sweet smile graced her beautiful face, reminiscent of a gentle kitten, adorable and charming. Ling Hucheng raised his other hand, affectionately brushing the tip of her nose. Yuling Shan seemed to feel a tickle, her delicate nose twitching slightly, her brows fluttering, and her eyes moving beneath her closed lids. Oh no, she is about to awaken. Ling Hucheng thought to himself, sensing the impending disturbance. Indeed, the next moment, Yuling Shan slowly opened her sleepy eyes, briefly gazing at Ling Hucheng before closing them once more, murmuring, "Chonggu, why are you awake? So early?" Her voice trailed off, growing weaker as she lingered in that hazy state between wakefulness and slumber. Before long, Ling Hucheng heard her soft breaths returning to the rhythm of deep sleep. He couldn't help but chuckle, bemused by her exhaustion. It seemed she would not rouse until well past noon. Gently, he withdrew his arm from beneath her neck, rising carefully without disturbing her. At the moment he moved away, Yuling Shan felt a slight discomfort, her brow furrowing for a brief instant before relaxing into a deeper slumber. Ling Hucheng tidied himself and quietly exited the room. Standing outside, the glaring sunlight struck his face, indicating it was around 10 in the morning. Ling Hucheng stretched luxuriously, his face glowing with vitality and spirit. Turning his gaze to the paper window beside the door, he noticed a hole where someone had poked through, and as his eyes lowered to the ground, a playful smile danced upon his lips. Retracting his gaze, he stepped into the courtyard, initiating his morning practice. Although the hour was late, the pursuit of cultivation could not be neglected. After a while, he completed a set of unparalleled sword techniques. Ling Hucheng paused, exhaling a deep breath, his entire being radiating energy and vigor. I have reached the pinnacle of excellence in my internal cultivation. As he savored the profound qi surging within him, a smile of sheer joy illuminated Ling Hucheng's face. His internal prowess had surged overnight from the mid-level of excellence straight to the pinnacle, approaching the absolute peak. If he were to practice a few more times with either his junior sister or his matron, he would surely break through to the realm of supreme mastery. Though his internal cultivation had merely ascended from the mid-level to the pinnacle, the magnitude of this advancement far surpassed his previous gains, both in quality and quantity. Chapter 41. Ning Zhongzi. That rascal ruined my clothes again. Ling Hucheng speculated that this incident was likely due to Yu Lingshan's status as a paragon of purity. According to the characteristics of extraordinary martial arts, a woman of such ice-clear purity would experience a terrifying enhancement in her cultivation. Although his internal power had only reached the pinnacle of excellence, its quality and depth were already comparable to those of supreme masters at the apex of their strength. At present, even without unleashing his sword intent, relying solely on his internal cultivation, it was likely that no one in the entire martial world could rival him. With a heart full of joy, Ling Hucheng stepped out of the courtyard, intent on finding something to eat. After a night of toil until the early hours, he felt a pang of hunger. He casually found some food to satisfy his hunger before returning to his room. At noon, the sun hung high in the sky, casting its scorching rays upon the earth. This moment marked the peak of the day's fervor. Ling Hucheng lay back and shifted slightly. Yu Lingshan lifted her head, swallowed with a soft gulp, and a captivating smile graced her face. Observing this, Ling Hucheng embraced her. Yu Lingshan rested her head upon Ling Hucheng's sturdy chest, raising a delicate hand to trace circles on his chest, quietly relishing this tranquil and beautiful moment. She was blissful, having finally fulfilled her wish of becoming the beloved of her senior brother. Ling Hucheng gently caressed Yu Lingshan's silky hair, his face radiating affection and indulgence. "Shaner, let us rest for a while before we go have something to eat." "All right." Yu Lingshan's ruby lips parted slightly as she sweetly murmured, "Senior brother, did you sense any disturbances outside last night?" Suddenly, Yu Lingshan sat up, looking at Ling Hucheng with a furrowed brow. "Disturbances? What disturbances? I didn't hear anything," Ling Hucheng replied, his expression one of confusion, as if he were utterly unaware. "Really?" Yu Lingshan raised an eyebrow, clearly perplexed, convinced she must not have misheard. No need to make a fuss. There are often many night owls around here. It could just be some playful little kitten outside." Ling Hucheng chuckled while ruffling her hair. Yu Lingshan nodded, finding it plausible, and subsequently dismissed her doubts, reasoning that being in this secluded place, there shouldn't be anyone around at such a late hour. "Shaner, why don't you take a moment to sense your internal power?" Ling Hucheng suddenly suggested. "What?" Yu Lingshan looked puzzled, yet she complied and carefully attuned herself to the energy within her. In the next moment, she was taken aback. How is this possible? My internal power has actually reached the first-class realm, and it's even in the latter stage." Yu Lingshan exclaimed in astonishment, her eyes reflecting disbelief and confusion. "Senior brother, what on earth is happening? Why has my power increased so much in just one night? Am I dreaming?" She gazed at Ling Hucheng, her expression filled with uncertainty and curiosity. "Shaner, I can only tell you that this is related to the martial arts I practice. As for the rest, I will explain it to you later. And remember, do not speak of your internal power enhancement to anyone, not even to master, understand?" Ling Hucheng earnestly cautioned Yu Lingshan. "I see now. I understand, senior brother, I won't tell anyone," she replied, though she did not fully grasp Ling Hucheng's meaning. Nevertheless, she promised to keep the matter of her power increase to herself. Seeing her compliance, Ling Hucheng nodded in satisfaction, gently tousling Yu Lingshan's hair. A smile of joy lit up her face as she relished Ling Hucheng's affectionate gestures. Then, she inquired, "Senior brother, is this also a result of last night's events?" "Haha, indeed." Ling Hucheng replied with a slight smile. "This is truly astonishing." Yu Lingshan exclaimed in wonder. At this moment, Her eyes glinted playfully, and with a cheerful laugh, she suddenly sprang into action, playfully engaging with Ling Huchong. Hey, 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 what are you doing? Ling Huchong looked bewildered as he watched Yu Lingshan. Practicing, of course, senior brother, she replied, her large, beautiful eyes sparkling with innocence. All right, let us pause for now. Your master will worry if she cannot find you, Ling Huchong said, bemused by her adorableness. It was not that he forbade her from practicing. Rather, her current physical state was not suitable for rigorous training and required a gentle approach. Ah! Yu Lingshan gasped, her face displaying a look of panic. Oh no, I forgot about mother. I haven't returned all night, and now she will surely be furious with me. A young lady staying out late was no trivial matter. Hastily, Yu Lingshan stood, picking up the clothes scattered on the floor to put them on. However, the next moment, she froze. Oh no! She exclaimed, staring at the tattered outer garment with a look of despair, realizing she had ruined her mother's clothes. Junior sister, just wear mine for now, Ling Huchong said, scratching his head awkwardly. It's all your fault, senior brother. Yu Lingshan shot him a reproachful glance, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment and indignation. After donning Ling Huchong's outer garment, she hurriedly dashed out the door. Ling Huchong called after her retreating figure, "Slow down, Shaner." Upon reaching the courtyard, Yu Lingshan turned back, playfully sticking out her tongue at him before disappearing without a backward glance. Ling Huchong chuckled to himself, tidied up, and then exited. Yu Lingshan sprinted back to her own quarters. Arriving at the door, she pushed it open without a second thought. This sudden action startled Ning Zhongze, who had been soundly asleep, causing her to sit up in bed, wide-eyed as she gazed at Yu Lingshan. Yu Lingshan was equally startled, having assumed her mother would have risen early and left by now. Mother, why are you still in the room? Did you sleep until now? That I was so exhausted that I just slept in, Ning Zhongze replied, her gaze evasive and her cheeks slightly flushed, revealing a hint of guilt. Oh, I see. Yu Lingshan paid no further heed, slowly making her way toward the clothes rack. Shaner, where were you last night? Why didn't you return all night? And why are you wearing Chong'er's clothes? Ning Zhongze feigned ignorance, adopting a stern expression as she questioned Yu Lingshan. Seeing Yu Lingshan in Ling Huchong's attire, along with the tattered garment she held, Ning Zhongze instantly pieced together the situation, feeling a surge of indignation. That scoundrel had ruined her clothes again. Yu Lingshan, hearing her mother's words, jolted and quickly concealed the torn clothing behind her. Mother, she stammered, flustered and sweating, at a loss for words. Why so quiet? Were you at Chong'er's place? Ning Zhongze glared at Yu Lingshan. Mother, you know, his clothes are on you. Am I blind? And don't think I'm unaware of your little escapades. Ning Zhongze shot her a disapproving glance, lamenting how she could have such a foolish daughter. Mother, please don't be angry. You know that senior brother and I truly love each other, Yu Lingshan pleaded, attempting to appease her mother, confident that her affection would shield her from any severe punishment, perhaps only a lecture. During their conversation, she gradually approached the clothes rack by the bed, reaching for her own clothes. Don't touch that, Ning Zhongze suddenly shouted, swiftly snatching the garment away. Yu Lingshan was startled by her mother's sudden outburst, blinking her large eyes in confusion. What's wrong, mother? She asked, sounding like a child caught in wrongdoing. She merely wished to retrieve her own clothing. Why such a strong reaction? Ning Zhongze, clutching Yu Lingshan's clothes, felt a flush of warmth cross her face. It's nothing, Shaner. Did you wear your mother's clothes last night? I got up in the middle of the night and couldn't find my own clothes, so I wore yours instead, and I got it dirty, so you shouldn't wear it for now. She was not about to let Yu Lingshan wear the garment until it had been cleaned. Oh, all right. Mother, I'm sorry. I accidentally ruined your clothes too, if you don't mind. I can replace it with mine? Yu Lingshan's face turned crimson as she spoke. Is that so? That would be acceptable. Ning Zhongze nodded, feeling pleased, as her own traces were already on the garment, making her reluctant to give it back to Yu Lingshan. Yu Lingshan also sighed in relief. Then, an eerie silence enveloped the room. Chapter 42. Those who dare to covet the master's wife are on a path to death. Time flows swiftly like a fleeting horse in the blink of an eye. 3 days have passed. Since Yu Lingshan transitioned from a girl into a woman, Ling Huchong has spent nearly every day in her company, their affection profound and their emotions intertwined, diligently practicing both swordsmanship and internal cultivation. As evening fell, the sun had already set, casting a dim light across the sky. Ling Hucheng, clad in his usual black robe, stealthily followed Laodnu down the mountain. Laodnu remained ever cautious, keenly alert to the sounds around him. Soon, he arrived at a small grove at the foot of Huashan. After scanning his surroundings and confirming no one was tailing him, he raised his finger to his lips and softly whistled. In an instant, the dense branches of the grove trembled, and emerald leaves cascaded to the ground. Shortly thereafter, amidst the swirling leaves, two masked figures dressed in black emerged, carrying a large chest that floated down before Laodnu. Recognizing the formidable presence of the two, Laodnu immediately stepped forward to pay his respects. Though unfamiliar with their identities, he was acutely aware that their martial prowess surpassed his own, and he dared not display any semblance of disrespect. Concealed in the shadows, Ling Hucheng observed everything with keen interest, realizing that the Songshan sect indeed regarded him with considerable esteem, as they had dispatched such a multitude of skilled fighters. The two individuals before Laodnu were indeed peak first-rate masters. Additionally, hidden in the darkness were around 20 to 30 others, all possessing at least mid-tier second-rate capabilities. Among them were 8 first-rate masters, 3 at the initial stage, 2 in the mid-stage, 1 at the later stage, and 2 peak first-rate masters. Ling Hucheng understood that the Songshan sect would certainly send individuals to ambush him, but he had not anticipated such an overwhelming display of talent, far surpassing the previous attempt to eliminate him and Ning Zhongze. The 3 peak first-rate fighters were likely among the 13 guardians of the Songshan sect. Such a grand endeavor suggested that not all of their intent was directed solely at him. This assembly of experts was likely drawn by the celestial phenomenon, with his demise merely a secondary objective. With so many masters involved, the Songshan sect was poised to suffer significant losses this time. A faint smile curled at the corners of Ling Hucheng's lips, his eyes gleaming with a chilling light akin to a sword's edge. At that moment, one of the masked men spoke, Laodnu. The higher-ups wished to inquire about the celestial phenomenon that occurred at the Huashan sect a few days ago. Furthermore, what has Yu Buchuan been engaged in during these days? Is there any connection between him and this celestial event, or has he perhaps acquired the treasure that triggered it? This individual was none other than the peak first-rate master, Zhong Zhan of the 13 Guardians, and his companion was the formidable whip master, Deng Bagong. In response to your inquiry, my lord, I am afraid I do not possess any information regarding the celestial phenomenon. It seems no one within the Huashan sect is aware of its origins. As for Yu Buchuan, he has been investigating the matter himself, yet has uncovered nothing substantial, Laodnu replied respectfully, clasping his fists in salute. Are you certain? Zhongzhen questioned, his tone laced with skepticism. I assure you, my lord, I have been closely following Yu Buchuan's movements these past few days. Every action of his has been under my watchful eye. If he had indeed acquired anything, it would not have escaped my notice, Laodnu asserted with unwavering confidence. Very well, this implies that Yu Buchuan has not yet obtained the mysterious treasure. In the time to come, we shall conceal ourselves around the Huashan sect in search of any traces of this treasure and ensure it falls into our hands. This is the directive from above, and during this period, you must cooperate fully with us. Do you understand? Zhong Zhan commanded coldly, fixing his gaze on Laodnu. Yes, I understand, my lord, but Laodnu hesitated, his brow furrowing slightly as he contemplated whether to disclose his thoughts. What is it? Zhong Zhan pressed. My lord, it is as follows. The precise location of the celestial phenomenon occurred at the Huashan sect's reflecting cliff. At the time of the event, disciple Ling Hucheng happened to be atop the cliff. Moreover, before the phenomenon concluded, Ning Zhongze ascended as well. After the event, both descended from the cliff, and only then did Yu Buchuan lead us up. Thus, I speculate that if there exists a mysterious treasure, it is likely in the possession of either Ling Hucheng or Ning Zhongze. Laodnu revealed, such matters indeed warrant investigation. Have you looked into Ling Hucheng and Ning Zhongze? Did they acquire the mysterious treasure? Zhongzhen and Deng Bagong were taken aback by Laodnu's revelations, recognizing it as valuable information. I have not yet uncovered anything. Due to previous circumstances, Ning Zhongze has been recuperating and has rarely made an appearance before us, thus I have had few opportunities to approach her. As for Ling Hucheng, he seems to be oblivious, spending his days laboriously climbing reflecting cliff with a large stone on his back, returning at dawn and dusk. Whenever I attempt to approach him, he dismisses me, leaving me unable to gather any intelligence. Laodnu answered cautiously, a sense of trepidation creeping into his heart as he feared reprimand from these individuals. Indeed, the next moment, Zhongzhan berated him. Fool! Can't you devise a method? If you cannot even manage this trivial task, what use are you to us? My lord, please do not be angry. I will certainly find a way to clarify the situation upon my return. Laodnu implored, feeling utterly aggrieved. These individuals stood there unscathed, demonstrating no understanding of the burdens faced by those at the bottom, merely seeking to reap the rewards. If only his strength were sufficient, he would have long since dispatched these pests with a single strike. Yet, he could only vent his frustrations internally, daring not to express them outwardly, for fear that discovery would lead to his demise. Very well, I shall grant you another opportunity. Return and expedite your efforts to clarify the situation as swiftly as possible. Do you understand? Zhongzhan threatened. Yes, yes. Laodnu quivered in fear, nodding vigorously in acquiescence, his lowered gaze betraying a simmering resentment. Ling Hucheng had overheard their entire exchange, a scornful smile gracing his lips. Those who dared to covet the master's wife had already paved their path to death in the grove. Zhongzhen declared, Now, lead us to the place where the silver is hidden. A frigid aura radiated from him, instilling a sense of dread and suffocation in Laodnu, who nodded in compliance. Yes. Laodnu responded, preparing to guide Zhongzhan and Deng Bagong deeper into the grove. Just then, a voice resonated from all directions, echoing through the forest. There is no need to proceed. Open the chest and pour the silver onto the ground. Should all be in order, you may depart. The voice belonged to Ling Hucheng, reverberating throughout the grove and ringing in the ears of the Songshan sect members. Startled, they realized they had failed to detect anyone lurking in the shadows. Who goes there? Zhongzhan and Deng Bagong called out in unison, their demeanor shifting to one of high alert, faces grave with concern. The hidden masters of the Songshan sect quickly surveyed their surroundings, seeking the presence of Ling Hucheng, yet they refrained from acting hastily, choosing instead to observe from the shadows. It's him. He has arrived. Laodnu shouted in panic, spinning around in search of Ling Hucheng amidst the trees. Zhongzhan and Deng Bagong exchanged glances, sensing something amiss as they had failed to detect any unusual signs or figures, realizing that their visitor was likely a formidable opponent. My friend, since you have come, would you be so kind as to reveal yourself? Let us become acquaintances, Zhongzhan called out into the void. However, silence enveloped the forest, no response emerging from the stillness. Zhongzhan furrowed his brow. He had intended to use his voice to pinpoint Ling Hucheng's location, but the latter's caution thwarted his efforts. Reluctantly, Zhongzhan instructed Laodnu, open the chest and pour the silver onto the ground. Yes. Laodnu nodded, approaching the chest and bending down to unlock it. Chapter 43. The moment of the hunt, clatter. Laodnu toppled the mahogany chest, and a cascade of gleaming silver ingots spilled forth, resembling a silvery torrent that flowed freely across the ground, rolling and producing a melodious, crisp sound. The tranquility of the woods was shattered by this sudden bounty of silver, as if the very air was infused with the scent of wealth. Ling Hucheng listened intently to this enchanting melody. The sound of money at any moment was utterly intoxicating. Surely, no soul in this world could resist or reject such an alluring sound. A smile brightened Ling Hucheng's face as he gazed upon the bright silver. Indeed, the coins were authentic, and the chest appeared devoid of any hidden traps awaiting him. Gradually, the clinking of silver coins in the forest subsided. My friend, we have complied with your request. May we now reveal ourselves? Called Zhongzhan of the Nine to the surroundings. Silence enveloped the area, and Ling Hucheng remained unresponsive. What shall we do, my lord? Laodnu inquired, glancing at Zhongzhan and Deng Bagong. Laodnu, you may depart for now. Rest assured, we shall ensure this individual poses no further threat to you. Zhongzhan replied slowly, fixing his gaze on Laodnu. At these words, Laodnu paused briefly, casting a deep look at Zhongzhan and Deng Bagong, and understanding dawned upon him. He nodded, saying, Yes, I comprehend. With that, Laodnu took to his heels, heading towards the Huashan sect. Once Laodnu had departed, Zhongzhan of the Nine and the divine whip Dingbagong exchanged glances, nodding in agreement before vanishing from sight. They had not left but had instead concealed themselves in the shadows, awaiting Ling Huchong's appearance. Ling Huchong observed their ploy with clarity, dismissing it from his mind, and swiftly pursued the retreating figure of Laudno. Before long, he caught up to Laudno, who, as anticipated, had returned to discern his true identity. The playful smile danced at the corners of Ling Huchong's mouth as he appeared like a wraith behind Laudno. Without hesitation, he delivered a precise strike to the back of Laudno's neck, rendering him unconscious. He had no intention of killing Laudno. That task was better suited for his master, Ning Zhongza, who still harbored a grudge against this wretched individual. Thud. Ling Huchong kicked Laudno into a thicket by the roadside. Having completed this task, he retraced his steps, emerging into the woods with an air of nonchalance, strolling leisurely. The moment the Huashan sect members beheld Ling Huchong's appearance, they were momentarily taken aback, their astonishment palpable. Ling Huchong? They had not anticipated that the newcomer would be Ling Huchong. With a blade of grass held between his lips, Ling Huchong hummed a tune as he made his way towards the silver and mahogany chest. The Songshan sect members remained unmoving. Upon reaching the chest, Ling Huchong began to return the scattered silver coins to the mahogany chest. Though the Songshan sect members were uncertain if he was indeed Ling Huchong, they could only proceed with caution. After signaling to the others, Zhongzhan watched as a portion of them surged forth from the shadows, each wielding sharp weapons, encircling Ling Huchong. Upon witnessing the Songshan sect members reveal themselves, a smirk curled at the corners of Ling Huchong's lips, revealing a hint of mischief. "Boy, that does not belong to you," Zhongzhan coldly remarked, fixing his gaze on Ling Huchong. "Is that so?" Ling Huchong retorted dismissively. "Boy, are you threatening Laudno?" Zhongzhan interrogated. "Isn't it obvious?" Ling Huchong replied, nonchalantly chewing on the grass while crossing his arms, surveying his surroundings with an air of amusement and ease. Both Zhongzhan and Dingbagong exchanged puzzled glances at Ling Huchong's calm demeanor. "Boy, you seem unafraid of us," Zhongzhan noted, his tone laced with intrigue. His eyes glimmered with suspicion as he scanned the area. Ling Huchong's unusual composure unsettled him. "Could it be that Yu Buchuan had arrived?" Zhongzhan and Dingbagong shared a knowing glance, their thoughts converging. Ling Huchong discerned their speculation and chuckled. "No need to be anxious. My master has not come. It's just me." These individuals were surprisingly cautious, refraining from acting impulsively, and not all had mobilized. Yet, what use was caution in the face of absolute power? Ling Huchong was in no hurry to strike. "Ha ha ha. What difference does it make whether your master is here or not? Even if he were, what could he possibly do to us?" Zhongzhan laughed in anger at Ling Huchong's dismissive words, as if they were terrified of Yu Buchuan. With so many skilled fighters present, even the gentleman's sword, Yu Buchuan, would be powerless against them. "Is that so? Then why do you not dare to make a move?" Ling Huchong taunted. "You?" Zhongzhan was nearly choked with rage, his cold gaze directed at Ling Huchong, radiating an endless intent to kill. "Boy, you seek death." Zhongzhan bellowed angrily, turning to one of his subordinates and gesturing for him to test Ling Huchong. The man nodded in agreement and stepped forward. He was a late-stage second-tier expert, someone Ling Huchong might have struggled against previously. "Hee, boy, I'll take your head," the man declared, channeling his full power as he charged at Ling Huchong. Observing this, Ling Huchong's lips curled disdainfully, and the moment of the hunt commenced. Pfft! He spat out the grass, which shot forth like a flying sword, piercing the man's brow before he could react, extinguishing his life as he fell heavily to the ground. This sudden turn of events sent shockwaves through the ranks of the Songshan sect. Number 20. Zhongzhan exclaimed in terror, staring at the lifeless body. What just happened? Who was it that struck? The members of the Songshan sect looked around in panic, still reeling from the shock that number 20 had just perished. No need to look further. "It was I, your young lord," Ling Huchong declared, casting a scornful smile at Zhongzhan and the others. Before him, a single blade of verdant grass floated, the very one that had pierced the brow of the fallen man, and astonishingly, it bore not a single drop of blood. "What? It was you? Impossible, absolutely impossible." Zhongzhan shook his head frantically in disbelief, unable to accept that Ling Huchong was responsible. After all, Ling Hucheng was merely a disciple of the Huashan sect, with strength at best equivalent to a mid-tier second-tier expert. How could he have silently slain a late-stage second-tier expert right before their eyes? Even Yu Buchuan could not accomplish such a feat. The members of the Songshan sect were similarly incredulous, refusing to believe Ling Hucheng had done this. Since you do not believe, I shall take my time this time. Watch closely, Ling Hucheng proclaimed. As the grass before him erupted with a green light, he propelled the grass at an astonishing speed towards those standing behind him. Whoosh! Bang, bang, bang. In the blink of an eye, the grass, under the terrified gaze of Zhong Jian and his comrades, swiftly dispatched several of Ling Hucheng's opponents, leaving them sprawled on the ground. In mere moments, the number of Songshan sect experts present had been reduced by more than half. The surviving members of the Songshan sect stood frozen in shock, their eyes wide as if they had encountered a specter. Clang! One of the Songshan sect members, terrified, lost his grip on his sword, which clattered to the ground with a delightful sound. Zhong Jian, startled by the noise, turned to the man and shouted, "What are you doing? Pick up your sword." The man hastily retrieved his weapon from the ground. "It's just a trick. It's merely a trick. Everyone, do not be afraid." Zhong Jian attempted to reassure himself, forcing a facade of calm. Chapter 44. The sword chi rages, leaving behind a sea of corpses. Ling Hucheng gazed at the members of the Songshan sect with a playful expression. Heh, tricks? These individuals certainly know how to console themselves. Brat, what kind of sorcery have you employed? Zhong Jian bellowed at Ling Hucheng, his voice trembling. Such a bizarre and fearsome method of killing was something he had never encountered in all his years traversing the martial world. Are you not from the Songshan sect? Ling Hucheng retorted, disregarding Zhong Jian's query. His words sent a jolt of shock through Zhong Jian's heart. He never expected Ling Hucheng to discern their identity. This meant Ling Hucheng was as good as dead. Maintaining his composure, he replied, "No comment. There's no need for pretense. I've known it was you all along." Ling Hucheng scoffed. What? Both Zhong Jian and Deng Bagong exclaimed in surprise, unable to suppress their astonishment. Ling Hucheng continued, "Since you have come, there is no need to hide. Let all your people reveal themselves, so I may escort you on your journey." Impudent! Zhong Jian and Deng Bagong sneered in unison. Heh! Ling Hucheng let out a cold laugh, and the blade of grass floating around him began to swirl violently once more. Be careful! The 9 Zhong Jian and the divine whip Deng Bagong exclaimed in alarm, quickly retreating to distance themselves from Ling Hucheng. Their subordinates also hurriedly backed away, filled with panic. However, the blade of grass did not pursue them. Instead, it darted into the woods, heading toward the hidden elite members of the Songshan sect. Ling Hucheng harnessed his inner energy, guiding the grass to appear like a specter beside a hidden master of the Songshan sect perched on a tree. Thud! Before the man could react, the grass pierced through his skull, extinguishing his life as he fell from the tree. Bang! The sound reverberated like the tolling of death, striking. Another of their comrades had been silently killed. An overwhelming dread permeated the hearts of the Songshan sect members. This boy is too sinister. Everyone, come out and deal with him together. After a moment of composure, Zhong Jian shouted to those around him. No sooner had his words left his mouth than rustling sounds emerged from the forest. Following that, more than a dozen figures clad in black burst forth from the woods, surrounding Ling Hucheng completely. Seeing this, Zhong Jian and Deng Bagong felt a sense of reassurance. Brat, today we have so many masters here, including 4 peak, first-rate experts. Regardless of what tricks you have up your sleeve, you will undoubtedly die today. Zhong Jian's voice brimmed with confidence. Even if the gentleman's sword Yu Buchuan were present, he would not fare well against so many first-rate masters. Heh, so you have all come? Ling Hucheng gazed at the assembled masters of the Huashan sect, a slight smirk gracing his lips, his eyes filled with disdain. If that's the case, I shall no longer entertain you. Let us embark on this journey together. Ha ha ha. The members of the Songshan sect erupted into laughter at Ling Hucheng's words, as if they had heard the grandest of jokes. Brat, do you not fear your tongue slipping while boasting? Who do you think you are, Dongfang Bubi? Ha ha ha. Zhong Jian's mocking words incited further derision from the members of the Songshan sect, their gazes filled with contempt for Ling Hucheng. Alas! A summer insect cannot comprehend ice. Perish! Ling Hucheng declared, his internal energy surging forth like an ocean. What? This is impossible. Zhong Zhan's complexion changed drastically as he sensed the overwhelming force of Ling Hucheng's energy, and the peak first-rate experts were similarly affected. Damn it, everyone. Attack together and slay him. Zhong Zhan bellowed, commanding all to charge. In an instant, the masters of the Songshan sect surged toward Ling Hucheng, a speck of dust daring to shine. Ling Hucheng scoffed lightly, standing firm, his gaze sharpening like a blade sweeping across the crowd. Suddenly, countless terrifying sword energies erupted from him, slicing toward the rushing masters of the Songshan sect in the blink of an eye. The woods were filled with a flurry of sword qi, a tempest arising. The charging masters of the Songshan sect were all pierced by the merciless sword energies, their bodies bursting apart, blood raining down and staining the entire forest crimson. All of this transpired in the blink of an eye. The masters of the Songshan sect fell one after another, leaving only Zhong Zhan, who had been a moment slower, standing frozen in place. He stared blankly at the horrifying scene before him, his eyes wide with terror. At that moment, Ling Hucheng flickered and appeared directly before Zhong Zhan. He turned his body slightly, one hand resting behind his back, while the index and middle fingers of his other hand pressed against Zhong Zhan's brow, speaking with an air of nonchalance. This is merely the beginning. Upon hearing this, Zhong Zhan's pupils dilated, as if he were witnessing the apocalypse of the Songshan sect. In the next instant, a strand of sword qi pierced through Zhong Zhan's brow. Ling Hucheng withdrew his hand and departed, laden with a fortune of taels of silver, returning to the Huashan sect. Meanwhile, Zhong Zhan's body fell heavily backward, his eyes still reflecting the expressions of fear and shock. Time passed, and the unconscious Lei Dinuo awoke, gazing around in bewilderment. Suddenly remembering something, he sprang to his feet and dashed toward the woods. Upon arriving, he beheld the ground strewn with corpses and blood, his face twisting in horror and disbelief, an overwhelming dread washing over him. What on earth is happening? Lei Dinuo's complexion paled, a chilling dread surging from his feet to his heart, causing him to tremble uncontrollably. After a lengthy moment, Lei Dinuo regained his composure, casting a fearful glance around. The silence was terrifying. In a panic, he fled the scene. Just then, a voice echoed from the distance, causing Lei Dinuo to halt. Master, mistress, just ahead. Do not panic. What on earth happened? There's no need for such commotion. I don't know. It's too frightening. A Huashan sect disciple had just passed through the woods and witnessed the terrifying scene, prompting him to rush back to report to Yu Buchuan. Soon after, Yu Buchuan arrived with several others. Upon seeing the carnage, Lei Dinuo quickly sought a place to hide. Before long, Yu Buchuan, Ning Zhongze, and a dozen others arrived at the scene. They surveyed the ground littered with blood and corpses, terror etched on their faces. Some of the unbloodied disciples, witnessing the horrifying sight, could not help but run out and vomit. What is going on? Who are these people? Why were they brutally slain at the foot of Huashan? Yu Buchuan gazed gravely at the horrific scene, confusion and disbelief clouding his eyes. Ning Zhongze, upon seeing the scene, furrowed her brow slightly, recognizing the black-clad figures. Senior brother, these black-clad individuals seem to be the ones who attempted to ambush me and Chong'er that day. What? These scoundrels? Yu Buchuan exclaimed in astonishment, his voice rising in anger as he stepped forward to investigate the identity of the black-clad figures. He was furious that these individuals had the audacity to appear at the foot of Huashan. Yu Buchuan approached the body of a relatively intact black-clad figure and lifted the disguise to reveal the man's face. Upon recognizing him, Yu Buchuan was left speechless. Zhong Zhan of the Nine. What? Ning Zhongze gasped, rushing to Yu Buchuan's side, her expression mirroring his shock and disbelief as she gazed at the fallen figure. How could this be? Why would the Songshan sect send people to assassinate me and Chong'er? Ning Zhongze struggled to comprehend that the assailants were from the righteous sect, the Songshan sect. She had always assumed it was the work of the demonic sect. Junior sister, until we clarify the situation, do not jump to conclusions. Perhaps they are not the same group you encountered? Yu Buchuan said solemnly. He too found it hard to accept, but his heart was filled with an unending roar of fury. The Songshan sect's Wulengchan had gone too far, sending so many infiltrators to Huashan, completely disregarding him. Chapter 45. Ning Zhongzi's revelation. What baseless conclusions are you drawing? The evidence is plainly before us. I remember distinctly the weapons and aura of these individuals. It is undoubtedly them. Ning Zhongzi's emotions ran high, a formidable killing intent and true energy surging from her. Upon sensing the overwhelming true energy emanating from Ning Zhongzi, Yu Buchuan's eyes narrowed in shock. Junior sister, what is this? Realizing her emotional outburst, Ning Zhongzi snapped back to reality, glancing at the astonished Yu Buchuan. A jolt of alarm coursing through her as she hurriedly reined in her terrifying aura. Brother, she murmured softly, a pang of regret filling her heart for having lost control and inadvertently revealing her power. Junior sister, when did your prowess elevate to such an extraordinary level? I distinctly recall you were still at the late first-rate stage. Yu Buchuan inquired, his brow furrowed in confusion. Brother, I only just recently broke through. I haven't had the chance to inform you yet, Ning Zhongzi replied, a touch of nervousness in her voice. Oh, what did you do to achieve such rapid advancement, leaping from late first-rate to extraordinary? It is quite remarkable, Yu Buchuan expressed both curiosity and skepticism. The word did struck a chord within Ning Zhongzi, a fleeting blush gracing her delicate visage. I am not entirely sure. Perhaps it was after experiencing the life-and-death crisis last time that I had an epiphany, and during my training, I inadvertently broke through. Ning Zhongzi spoke with a hint of fabrication, her true power not derived from mere training, but rather, is that so? Yu Buchuan's brow knitted in doubt, uncertain about her ambiguous words, believing only half of what she said. There were indeed precedents where individuals experienced life-and-death crises, achieving sudden enlightenment and significant improvement in their skills, yet to elevate from late first-rate to extraordinary in merely a month seemed implausible. Could it be that Junior sister had acquired something from the Cliff of Remorse without informing me? At this moment, a seed of suspicion began to sprout within Yu Buchuan's mind, his gaze piercing into Ning Zhongzi, hoping to discern some clue from her expression. Feeling the weight of Yu Buchuan's stare, Ning Zhongzi's heart trembled slightly. In that instant, she felt a sense of foreboding, as if a venomous serpent or ferocious beast had fixated upon her. Brother, what is the matter? Oh, nothing at all, Yu Buchuan replied, shaking his head as a smile broke upon his face. I must congratulate you, junior sister. Becoming an extraordinary master means our Huashan sect has gained a top-tier powerhouse, and thus, our standing in the martial world shall be greatly enhanced. I am confident that through our collective efforts, we shall surely elevate the Huashan sect to new heights. Yes, brother. I will certainly strive to do my best, Ning Zhongzi nodded, feeling a momentary relief. Excellent. Yu Buchuan said no more, his face adorned with a benevolent smile. However, from that moment onward, an invisible wall began to rise between them. Yu Buchuan continued to assess the identities of the black-clad individuals. After a brief while, he approached Ning Zhongzi and spoke slowly. From the scene, it appears there are approximately 20 to 30 individuals. It is certain they are masters from the Songshan sect, all of whom are at least second-rate experts, with at least 10 first-rate masters among them. Even the 4 pinnacle first-rate masters from the Songshan sect's 13 protectors are present. The 9, the Divine Whip Ding Bagong, the Great Inyang Han Lu Ho, and the Golden Lion Gao Kursin. What business do these Songshan sect members have here at Huashan? Could it be related to that celestial phenomenon? And who exactly killed them? The most alarming aspect is that they seem to have been slain in an incredibly short span of time by a powerful sword qi, unable to muster any resistance. From the expressions of Zhongjin and these individuals, they appear to be engulfed in fear, as if they encountered a terrifying entity. What on earth is happening? To achieve this is certainly beyond the capability of even extraordinary masters. Not even ordinary top-tier experts could accomplish such a feat. Could it be that our esteemed uncle took action? Yu Buchuan connected the events at the Cliff of Remorse and surmised that it was highly likely Feng Qingyang had intervened. Ning Zhongzi, upon hearing this, fell into a contemplative silence, harboring a different suspicion from Yu Buchuan's. For some reason, as she gazed at the neatly cleared space amidst the corpses, she felt an image of Ling Hu Chong emerging in her mind. Chonger, was it you who did this? Ning Zhongzi pondered internally, a strong intuition leading her to believe that Ling Hu Chong was the one responsible. But how did he know these individuals would arrive here? Junior sister, Yu Buchuan called softly as he noticed Ning Zhongzi lost in thought. Startled, Ning Zhongzi replied, "Ah, what is it, brother? What troubles you?" "You seem preoccupied," Yu Buchuan remarked, his brow furrowed. "It's nothing. I was merely contemplating who might have executed them," Ning Zhongzi responded. "And who do you suspect?" "I share your thoughts, brother. Aside from our esteemed uncle, it is likely that no one else possesses such strength," she replied. "Indeed." Yu Buchuan nodded. "Brother, what should we do next?" "The Songshan sect, led by Zhuoling has repeatedly provoked our Huashan. We cannot allow this to stand." A frosty expression crossed Ning Zhongzi's face as a chilling killing intent erupted from her. The sight startled Yu Buchuan, who declared, "Junior sister, I shall demand an explanation from Zhuoling. This scoundrel is exceedingly arrogant, self-proclaiming as the foremost among the 5 mountains, with grand ambitions. How dare he bully our Huashan? It is utterly detestable." "Yes, brother. You shall decide the course of action." Ning Zhongzi nodded, recognizing that the Huashan sect was not yet in a position to confront the Songshan sect directly. Even if they located Zhuoling, Yu Buchuan would be powerless against him. This grievance, she might have to swallow for now, yet she would not let it go unchallenged. Nevertheless, seeing the lifeless bodies scattered on the ground brought her some satisfaction. "Brother, there is nothing more. I shall take my leave." Ning Zhongzi informed Yu Buchuan. "Very well, you may return. I will handle matters here," Yu Buchuan replied, nodding. Upon hearing this, Ning Zhongzi did not linger further, turning gracefully to depart. Yu Buchuan watched her retreating figure, his gaze sharpening as he thought, "Junior sister, why do you feel the need to deceive me?" After decades of companionship, how could he not understand Ning Zhongzi's nature? Since her return from the previous incident, he sensed a change in her demeanor, as though she were deliberately avoiding him. "Come," he called out to his disciples behind him. "Master, you summoned us." Several disciples approached. "Remove the corpses of these 13 protectors of the Songshan sect and transport them back to the Songshan sect. The rest, dispose of them in the mountains to feed the wild dogs." Yu Buchuan's expression darkened, his tone icy. By the end of his statement, his voice sharpened further, a sinister aura radiating from him. The disciples, witnessing this, turned pale, instinctively retreating a few steps, having never seen such a terrifying and fearsome display from Yu Buchuan. He appeared as a ghostly figure of retribution. "Understood," they responded tremulously, hastily beginning to clear the corpses. In the stillness of the night, within a secluded courtyard of the Huashan sect, "Chong'er, was it you who killed those masters from the Songshan sect?" Ning Zhongzi inquired, gazing into Ling Huchong's profound eyes. "Indeed, it was me, respected aunt," Ling Huchong replied candidly, without evasion. Ning Zhongzi's heart quivered at this revelation. It was indeed he who had acted, and for reasons unknown, she felt a sense of comfort. "Those individuals were the ones who ambushed us last time." "How did you know they would be there?" Ning Zhongzi asked further. "I used an informant to lure them out," Ling Huchong explained. "What? You know who the informant hidden within our Huashan sect is?" Ning Zhongzi questioned in astonishment. "Yes," Ling Huchong nodded. "Who is it?" she pressed. Ling Huchong remained silent, slowly approaching Ning Zhongzi. Sensing his movement, Ning Zhongzi's heart tightened. What was he planning? Chapter 46. Rekindling the relationship with the master's wife. Ning Zhongzi's madness. "Chong'er, what are you about to do?" Ning Zhongzi gazed at Ling Huchong, who was so close that she could feel the intense masculine aura emanating from him, causing her heart to flutter slightly and a charming blush to unconsciously grace her delicate face. After a moment of silent contemplation, Ling Huchong slowly leaned closer and whispered in her ear. "What? It's him." The intelligent and vibrant gaze of Ning Zhongzi sparkled with surprise and disbelief. Ling Huchong nodded affirmatively. "How could it possibly be him? Do you have any evidence, Chong'er?" Ning Zhongzi still found it difficult to fully believe. Lao Nua, known for his honesty and integrity, revered his master and cared deeply for his fellow disciples. When they were absent, he managed the Huashan sect with great diligence. How could he be an undercover agent? "Master's wife, what you see is merely the surface. However, I witnessed it with my own eyes. I even used him to lure out the masters of the Songshan sect," Ling Huchong replied softly. "This is too hard to believe. I must inform my senior brother immediately." Although Ning Zhongze found it hard to accept, she chose to trust Ling Huchang's words. With that, she turned to leave, her body radiating a subtle yet palpable aura of determination. Wait, Master's wife. If you go to tell Master this way, he won't believe you. Ling Huchang called after her. Yu Buchuan held Lao Dinua in high regard. Without substantial evidence, he would be skeptical. What should we do then? Ning Zhongze turned back, her delicate brows knitting in concern. Ling Huchang stepped forward, whispering in her ear about using the Zixia secret manual to draw out Lao Dinua, allowing Yu Buchuan to witness it firsthand. As Ning Zhongze absorbed Ling Huchang's suggestions, a warm breeze brushed against her, sending a shiver through her entire being. Her mind momentarily clouded, and her body trembled slightly as she found herself stumbling backward. Master's wife, be careful, Ling Huchang exclaimed in alarm, swiftly stepping forward to catch her graceful form. Ning Zhongze leaned back into Ling Huchang's embrace, slightly inclined. Are you all right, Master's wife? Ling Huchang asked, concern etched upon his face as he gazed down at her captivating visage, helping her regain her balance. I am fine. A fleeting blush swept across Ning Zhongze's fair face, yet she lingered in Ling Huchang's hold. Since their parting that night, her mind had been a tumultuous whirl of emotions over the past month, subconsciously yearning for Ling Huchang's presence. She endeavored to suppress these thoughts, yet an invisible force continually beckoned her closer to him. As time passed, this longing intensified, akin to a venom seeping into her very essence. At this moment, Ling Huchang exuded an intoxicating charm that, once encountered, made it impossible for her to escape its allure. The atmosphere abruptly fell into an eerie silence. Ling Huchang held Ning Zhongze close, astonished that she did not push him away. The nightingale sang its melody, time lingering. Ling Huchang's thoughts became animated, and he loosened his grip around her slender waist. Master's wife. Ning Zhongze murmured softly, her tone imbued with tenderness, as if she were melting the spring snow. This trial was unbearable for Ling Huchang, who gradually lowered his head, however, just as he was on the verge of success. No, Chonger, I am your Master's wife. Ning Zhongze suddenly regained her senses and, channeling her internal energy, struck Ling Huchang's chest with a palm. Ling Huchang staggered back as if struck by a powerful blow, a bitter smile gracing his lips as he landed heavily on the ground. Ah, that hurt, Master's wife. Your strike was too harsh. Ling Huchang gasped in pain, his complexion pale and tinged with distress, as he looked at Ning Zhongze with expressions of grievance and confusion. Stop pretending. My palm, though delivered with a hint of force, is nothing significant for you. Ning Zhongze huffed, having been deceived by Ling Huchang's antics too many times to take his current predicament seriously. Her long years of training had restored her clarity. She could not allow herself to succumb. Master's wife, under ordinary circumstances, it would be inconsequential, but having just battled with the masters of the Songshan sect, I am severely depleted and injured. Your palm nearly cost me my life. Ling Huchang clutched his chest, gazing at Ning Zhongze with a countenance of bitter sincerity, as if he were truly suffering. Ah, why didn't you say so earlier? Ning Zhongze exclaimed in alarm, hastening to support Ling Huchang as a look of concern and guilt flooded her features. Chonger, are you all right? You're not hurt, are you? Her voice was soft and filled with care as she hurried to examine him, anxious to ascertain the extent of his injuries. Yet, after her thorough inspection, it became evident that Ling Huchang was entirely unscathed, leaving her feeling deceived once more. Ning Zhongze lifted her head, ready to scold Ling Huchang, only to find his face drawing near. The reprimand faltered on her lips, gradually transforming into warmth. Ling Huchang was unabashedly domineering. After a prolonged moment, they separated. He flipped her onto the grass, gazing at her enchanting visage with a wicked smile. Master's wife, I have captured you. Chonger, let me go. Ning Zhongze feigned resistance, her fair cheeks flushing a deep hue, her eyes shimmering with uncertainty and shyness as she turned away, unable to meet Ling Huchang's gaze. In that instant, her heart raced with anxiety, pounding like a startled deer. Ling Huchang's lips curled into a smirk. He could not let this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity slip away. He leaned closer, whispering softly in her ear, Master's wife, I know you were out that night. I found evidence of your presence left behind in the morning. Ning Zhongza's pupils dilated in shock as she turned her head to look at Ling Hucheng with a face full of terror. In the next moment, her cheeks flushed crimson, rapidly spreading to her ears, her eyes reflecting a flurry of panic as she turned away again, stammering, "I don't know what you are talking about." Yet within, a storm raged. She never expected Ling Hucheng to know about her being out that night, and no wonder they had confronted her. It was all part of Ling Hucheng's scheme. Ling Hucheng's handsome face broke into a devilish grin, choosing not to elaborate further. She understood well enough. He then leaned in once more, whispering gently, "Master's wife, I have missed you dearly over this past month. I know you wish to avoid me, that your heart is in turmoil, conflicted and suffering. You appear to have grown frail during this time. Surely, you must feel a heavy burden within. Allow me to help you unravel your inner turmoil and ease your mind and spirit." Ning Zhongza trembled slightly at his words, her eyes wide, her expression momentarily frozen. Indeed, she had been tormented and in pain, feeling lost and helpless. Her yearning for Ling Hucheng had only intensified, especially after their encounter a few nights ago when the flood of longing surged within her heart. Gradually, her gaze softened with a tender glow. She could no longer endure the anguish of her suppressed emotions and needed to pour forth her feelings. Seeing this change in Ning Zhongza, Ling Hucheng's heart soared with joy. The soft fabric of her gown fluttered, and his hand reached in. Chapter 47. Ning Zhongza Chong'er. Pause for a moment. Someone is approaching. Chong'er, we cannot linger here. What if someone arrives and discovers us? Ning Zhongza pressed her palms against Ling Hucheng's chest, feeling the intense warmth radiating from him, nearly losing herself in its heat. Where does the esteemed teacher wish to go? Ling Hucheng was momentarily taken aback by her words, then inquired, prioritizing her perspective. Yet, how could Ning Zhongza muster the courage to voice her desires? I don't know, she murmured, turning her flushed face away, her eyes brimming with boundless shyness. I have an idea, Ling Hucheng declared, and without hesitation, he lifted Ning Zhongza's perfectly graceful form into his arms. She clung to his neck, burying her face in his warm, sturdy chest, a gentle, blissful smile gracing her lips. With a display of lightness akin to a specter, Ling Hucheng traversed the night, skillfully navigating through dim and secluded paths. Ning Zhongza bit her crimson lip, stifling any sounds, allowing Ling Hucheng to lead her away. Time passed, though its measure was lost on them. Eventually, Ling Hucheng brought her to the courtyard adjoining Yu Ling Shan's chamber. Ning Zhongza gazed at her surroundings in shock, exclaiming, "Chong'er, why have you brought me here? We must leave at once. This is Shauner's room. What if she sees us? Fear not, esteemed teacher. Shauner is not here." Ling Hucheng replied with a faint smile. He was at a loss as to where else to take Ning Zhongza. His own room was off limits with Yu Ling Shan present, and his master's quarters were absolutely out of the question. Thus, he had no choice but to bring her to Yu Ling Shan's chamber to rest. Even if Shauner is absent, what if she returns? It is too dangerous. We must go, Ning Zhongza urged, shifting slightly in his embrace to prompt him to leave. Everything will be fine, esteemed teacher. Shauner will not return, Ling Hucheng assured her, gazing confidently into her enchanting face. Why are you so certain? Ning Zhongza asked, intrigued by his unwavering assurance. Because I was just practicing internal martial arts with Shauner. After our training, she was utterly exhausted and fell into a deep slumber in my room. She will not awaken for a while, Ling Hucheng explained. Upon hearing this, Ning Zhongza felt a slight sense of relief, yet her worries lingered. I am still somewhat apprehensive. Let us find another place. Her expression bore a hint of pleading. Do you not trust in my abilities, esteemed teacher? Ling Hucheng asked, a touch of displeasure in his voice at her evident doubt. Ning Zhongza gasped, frightened, and helplessly replied, Let us not linger here. Let us go to the room instead. No need for that. Let us stay here for a while and converse before we enter, Ling Hucheng declared with an air of authority. Ning Zhongza narrowed her eyes, feeling powerless against his will, resigning herself to his wishes. In the depths of night, the Huashan school remained tranquil as ever, save for a few peculiar sounds. In the corridor, 2 disciples on night watch extinguished the remaining lanterns and candles within the Huashan school. Hurry up, at this pace. When will you return to sleep? The leading disciple called back to his companion. However, the other disciple seemed oblivious, lost in thought, or perhaps listening intently to something. The first was the 18th disciple, while the one trailing was the 19th. Hey, what's wrong with you? The 18th disciple asked upon noticing the silence. Brother, do you hear that strange sound? The 19th disciple inquired, lifting his head. What sound? The 18th disciple paused, puzzled. Brother, listen closely. It seems there's an odd noise, but I cannot discern what it is, the 19th disciple said, frowning. His youth and limited experience left him unable to identify the source. Could it be a ghost? The 18th disciple suddenly leaned in with a playful grimace, attempting to frighten him. The 19th disciple squeaked in fright, trembling, Brother, I am timid. Do not scare me. Ha ha ha. Look at you, so frightened. How will you ever walk in the dark? The 18th disciple laughed heartily, teasing the other and bringing a smile to his face. I? The 19th disciple stammered, his cheeks turning crimson, unable to articulate his thoughts. The 18th disciple's laughter faded as he remarked, Now that you mention it, I think I do hear a persistent, unusual sound. Is that so, brother? The 19th disciple caught up, brow furrowed. What could that sound be? The 18th disciple pondered, pausing to listen attentively. After a moment of contemplation, his brow unfurled as he seemed to discern the nature of the sound. It resembles the sound of weaving, but he was not entirely certain. Weaving? Who would be weaving at this late hour? The 19th disciple questioned, perplexed. Moreover, his keen hearing suggested that the noise differed from that of traditional weaving. From the direction of the sound, it appears to be emanating from the chamber of our junior sister. Is our junior sister weaving? The 19th disciple asked. Not necessarily. It could also be the esteemed teacher. I heard that she has been residing with our junior sister lately. I wonder why she is not with our master. Both the junior sister and the esteemed teacher are working so hard, staying up late to weave. The 18th disciple mused, admiration evident on his face. However, aside from the sound of weaving, I can't shake the feeling that I also hear a woman weeping, the 19th disciple remarked cautiously, scanning the darkness around them. Hearing this, the 18th disciple halted abruptly, a chill running down his spine. He turned to the 19th disciple, trembling as he said, What did you say? Do not frighten me with such tales. There is no such thing as a woman weeping. The 19th disciple fell silent, too frightened to speak further. Suddenly, a gust of chilling wind swept through, extinguishing the flames in the lanterns. The two disciples jumped in shock, clutching each other tightly, feeling a wave of cold wash over them. Brother, I'm scared. The 19th disciple quivered, peering into the oppressive darkness. The 18th disciple's composure was hardly better. At that moment, a rustling sound echoed from the shadows beyond the corridor. Their lips quivered as they slowly turned their heads toward the source of the disturbance, their teeth chattering uncontrollably in fear. In the next instant, a pair of glowing green eyes emerged from the darkness, startling them to the core. Ghost. They screamed in unison, scrambling away in terror. With their bodies fleeing ahead, their souls seemed to lag behind, their panicked cries reverberating through the inky night sky. Meow! As they vanished from sight, a cat's meow echoed from the shadows. A wild cat then appeared, leaping onto the corridor and sitting quietly, gazing in the direction the two had fled. Meanwhile, in another part of the compound, within Yu Ling Shan's chamber, Ning Zhongze regained her composure, a look of apprehension on her face. She gently tapped Ling Hu Chong's body, saying, Chonger, halt for a moment. I believe someone is approaching. Esteemed teacher, you are overly anxious. There is no one here. It is merely that your mind has been in a heightened state of tension lately, leaving you fatigued and overly sensitive. You must relax, Ling Hu Chong reassured her, keeping an ear out for any disturbances. He was aware of the two disciples' movements, but dismissed them, knowing they were still some distance away. Fortunately, they had moved on. Is that so? Ning Zhongze found comfort in Ling Hu Chong's words, realizing her earlier apprehension was likely a figment of her imagination. Indeed, Ling Hu Chong nodded. Seeing this, Ning Zhongze chose to disregard her worries, wrapping her arms tightly around Ling Hu Chong's form. Chapter 48 Apologies, Senior Brother, for my body and mind have gradually transformed into that of Chonga. In the stillness of the early morning, Ling Hu Chong cradled Ning Zhongze's exquisite and graceful form, lying quietly on his side. Chonger, enough now. Let your Shiji rest, and you should return. Otherwise, when Shaner awakens and cannot find you, she will surely be anxious. Ning Zhongzi nestled her head upon Ling Hucheng's arm, her delicate hand resting gently upon his robust chest, tenderly caressing it. A blissful and sweet smile graced her enchanting face, radiating happiness in her mind. There was nothing but the captivating figure of Ling Hucheng. With a breath as soft as an orchid, her long, curved eyelashes fluttered lazily, blinking slowly. Her charming phoenix eyes shimmered with tender autumn waves, yet deep within them lingered a trace of fear and trepidation. Ling Hucheng gazed down at the alluring woman in his embrace, a proud and contented smile adorning his face, his gentle eyes brimming with infinite affection. I understand, Shiji. You should rest now. Do not worry about Shaner. Once you are asleep, I will return. Ling Hucheng whispered softly in her ear. Hearing this, Ning Zhongzi felt a warmth envelop her heart, and without uttering another word, she shifted closer to him, seeking the softest and most comforting harbor, and then slowly closed her eyes. She was utterly exhausted, yet with the knots in her heart untangled, she felt an indescribable joy. Ling Hucheng tenderly stroked the silken strands of her hair, aiding her into slumber. Ning Zhongzi felt an overwhelming sense of comfort. Before long, the tranquil room was filled with the sound of her steady and peaceful breathing. Observing this, Ling Hucheng smiled tenderly, his hand continuing to caress her hair. After a long while, sensing that the moment had come to an end, Ling Hucheng decided it was time to withdraw. He donned his outer garment and cautiously left the room, moving with the utmost stealth. At the instant he stepped out, the sleeping Ning Zhongzi's delicate brows fluttered slightly before relaxing once more. Creak. Ling Hucheng carefully closed the door behind him, turning to gaze at the brilliant stars twinkling in the sky, stretching his body in a delightful manner. A serene smile graced his lips, a feeling of satisfaction blooming within his heart. He appeared invigorated, with a few stray hairs adorning his forehead, adding a touch of casual charm to his demeanor. Like plants refreshed by a gentle rain, he radiated a unique vitality and brilliance. Every movement exuded a sense of ease and tranquility. It's time to return, Ling Hucheng murmured with a light smile, striding away from the serene courtyard with a spring in his step. After his departure, in the room, the slumbering Ning Zhongzi lifted her languid eyelids, her lips curling into a soft smile, a faint blush gracing her cheeks. She turned her body, her eyes slightly half closed. After a while, she withdrew her gaze, looking at the space beside her pillow, where she extended her soft hand from the quilt, gently caressing the spot that still held Ling Hucheng's lingering warmth and scent. A sweet smile graced her lips, the curve a reflection of her blissful happiness. Soon after, Ning Zhongzi shifted her body forward, lying in the very spot where Ling Hucheng had just been, closing her eyes to savor the faint warmth, as if she had returned to the embrace of his warmth. After a moment of silence, she opened her eyes once more, a hint of complexity reflected within them. Forgive me, senior brother. I am a sinner, unable to forget Chonger. It seems I have become inseparable from him. My body and mind have gradually taken on his shape, Ning Zhongzi thought to herself. She felt a pang of guilt within, yet she knew not how to escape. Ling Hucheng was like an abyss, once touched, there was no retreat, and the deeper she fell, the more entrapped she became. At this moment, she wished not to ponder anything further, closing her eyes, content and happy, drifting into a sweet dream. Ling Hucheng returned to his own courtyard, pausing at the door, gently pushing it open. As the door creaked ajar, he leaned his eye against the crack, observing the room within. Though dimly lit, he could still make out the outlines, and saw that Yu Ling Shan lay still. A sigh of relief escaped his lips, however, the next moment. Chong-gu, is that you? Yu Ling Shan's voice floated from within, laced with a hint of drowsiness. This startled Ling Hucheng. Then, he saw Yu Ling Shan slowly propping herself up. Not wishing to hide any longer, Ling Hucheng opened the door and softly said, It's me, Shaner. He approached her bedside and sat down behind her, wrapping his arms around her. Chong-gu, where have you been? Yu Ling Shan squinted her hazy eyes and inquired. Ling Hucheng did not respond immediately. Instead, he asked, Shaner, when did you wake up? The innocent Yu Ling Shan replied, Chong-gu, I just woke up a little while ago and found you gone. I was so scared. Where did you go? Upon saying this, she turned slightly, enveloping Ling Hucheng in her embrace, curling into him, emanating an aura of fear and unease. Ling Hucheng's heart ached for her. He held her tightly, softly assuring, "It's all right. I'm here. I just want to take care of something." "Oh?" Yu Ling Shan murmured, feeling the warmth of Ling Hu Cheng's embrace, her heart instantly filled with a sense of safety and warmth. "All right, let us rest now." Ling Hu Cheng gently patted her back. Yu Ling Shan remained silent, her nose slightly twitching as she gently inhaled the scent of Ling Hu Cheng. "What's wrong?" Ling Hu Cheng asked, his heart. Could it be that she could still detect something? "Cheng Gu, why do you smell strange? It seems like the scent of another woman." Yu Ling Shan looked up at him, her face filled with confusion. Ling Hu Cheng chuckled bitterly within, secretly admiring Yu Ling Shan's keen sense of smell. It was indeed alarming. "What other woman's scent? Are you implying that I went to find another woman while I was out?" Ling Hu Cheng replied calmly, his words carrying a hint of reproach toward Yu Ling Shan. "And no, that's not what I meant. It's just that I understand, Shan'er. You just woke up and are a bit disoriented. How could I possibly smell like another woman? Besides, on Huashan, aside from Shiji and you, are there any other women? Am I to do something with Shiji?" Yu Ling Shan hurriedly explained, but was interrupted by Ling Hu Cheng. "No, Cheng Gu, I was wrong. I shouldn't have said that. It was my overthinking." Seeing Ling Hu Cheng's slight irritation, she panicked and quickly admitted her mistake. Indeed, on Huashan, there were only her and her mother. It was impossible for her senior brother to have anything with her mother, right? She had merely overthought it, still groggy from sleep, misinterpreting the scent. "All right, it's fine. You should be well rested now, right?" Ling Hu Cheng gazed at Yu Ling Shan's gentle and lovely demeanor, his heart swelling with affection. "Cheng Gu, what do you mean?" Yu Ling Shan lowered her head, a faint blush creeping onto her cheeks, her voice timid. "Since you're rested, let us continue our internal training." Ling Hu Cheng's lips curled into a slight smile, a hint of mischief dancing in his gaze. "Whatever you say." Yu Ling Shan's cheeks flushed, her voice barely a whisper, akin to the soft murmur of petals falling in spring, gentle and ethereal. Ling Hu Cheng smiled slightly, gently setting Yu Ling Shan down. Chapter 49. Ning Zhong's Initiative. The following day, as dawn gently broke, the sun had just begun to rise, illuminating Huashan as if it were a colossal giant awakening from slumber, exuding an enchanting and unique charm. The eastern horizon was painted with a soft blush by the half-illuminated sun. The tender light gradually spread, cloaking Huashan in a beautiful golden veil. The undulating peaks became increasingly defined and robust in this interplay of light and shadow. The sheer cliffs, resembling knife-cut edges, were adorned with a tapestry of light and dark, akin to a natural masterpiece, showcasing their unparalleled peril and grandeur. Ling Hu Cheng sat upon the brocade couch, gazing at the strands of sunlight filtering through the window's crevices, a look of astonishment gracing his countenance. Daylight has arrived. He and Yu Ling Shan had been so engrossed in their internal cultivation that they had lost track of time, unaware that dawn had broken. Yu Ling Shan lay sprawled on the brocade couch, her face turned towards Ling Hu Cheng, exuding an aura of languor and sleepiness. At that moment, her half-closed eyes caught sight of the many crimson marks adorning Ling Hu Cheng's sturdy back. "Brother Cheng, why is your back so covered in red streaks?" "It looks as if you've been scratched," she remarked, her speech slightly muddled by fatigue and drowsiness. Upon hearing this, Ling Hu Cheng was taken aback, swiftly turning around to respond, "Oh, didn't we scratch each other's backs while playing? Is that so?" Yu Ling Shan murmured, her eyes still closed, before drifting back into a deep slumber. Subconsciously, she recalled not having scratched him much, which struck her as peculiar. Yet, the overwhelming drowsiness clouded her thoughts, compelling her to seek a good night's rest. Ling Hu Cheng, observing the peacefully sleeping Yu Ling Shan, felt a wave of relief wash over him. He had narrowly avoided a disaster. A smile of survival flickered across his face. Turning to glance at his own back, he was met with a horrifying sight. An array of dense crimson marks, most of which were the handiwork of his master's wife. Reflecting on the blissful moments shared with her, he acknowledged the bittersweet nature of that experience. Gently, he covered Yu Ling Shan with the brocade quilt and placed a soft kiss on her fair forehead. After completing these gestures, Ling Hu Cheng tidied his attire and stepped out of the room, making his way towards the grand hall of the Huashan sect. Today, he was to descend the mountain, not solely for the purpose of forging the Xiantai heavy sword. Yesterday, Yu Buchuan had instructed him to gather several disciples and venture down to collect supplies, as the resources on the mountain were dwindling. Ling Hu Cheng understood that the plot was about to unfold. Upon arriving at the grand hall of the Huashan sect, he found Yu Buchuan and the other disciples already present. "Good morning, master." Ling Hucheng approached the front, greeting Yu Buchuan with a respectful tone. At that moment, he stood before Yu Buchuan with an air of confidence, having just enjoyed a blissful night. Yu Buchuan replied, his hands clasped behind his back, casting a discerning glance at Ling Hucheng, sensing a change in his demeanor, as if he radiated a newfound vigor. "Since everyone is here, Chonger, you shall lead them down the mountain. Remember, do not stir up trouble. I have enough on my plate these days and do not wish to deal with your mischief, understood?" Yu Buchuan spoke sternly, fixing his gaze on Ling Hucheng and the disciples behind him. "Yes, master," Ling Hucheng replied, standing tall and composed. "Your disciple understands." The disciples behind him bowed in unison, responding with respect. Satisfied, Yu Buchuan nodded slightly. "All right, you may depart. Then we shall take our leave, master," Ling Hucheng declared. Once outside the hall, Ling Hucheng turned back to Lu Dayo and the others, saying, "Lu Hoer, you take the others down the mountain first." "Senior brother, where are you going? Aren't you coming with us?" Lu Dayo inquired, puzzled. "I need to fetch something." "I will catch up with you shortly," Ling Hucheng replied, dismissing their concerns as he turned to leave. "Senior brother, hurry back." Lu Dayo called after Ling Hucheng's retreating figure. Ling Hucheng did not respond. Instead, he raised his hand in an okay gesture, turning his back on Lu Dayo and the others. What does that gesture from senior brother mean? It resembles the shape of a bird? Could it be that he doesn't want us to follow? Lu Dayo and the other disciples debated among themselves, perplexed by Ling Hucheng's signal. Ling Hucheng first made a detour to visit Yu Lingshan's residence to check on his master's wife. He entered the room silently. Ning Zhongze was still asleep. She lay there serenely, her exquisite face adorned with a gentle smile, embodying the essence of a sleeping beauty. A tender smile spread across Ling Hucheng's face as he sat beside her on the brocade couch, reaching out to tuck a few playful strands of hair behind her ear. Sensing a presence, Ning Zhongze's delicate brows fluttered slightly. Ling Hucheng leaned down to place a gentle kiss on her fair forehead. When he raised his head, he found Ning Zhongze gazing at him with her drowsy eyes wide open. This startled Ling Hucheng, who exclaimed, "Master!" Ning Zhongze, not angry, gently inquired, "Are you descending the mountain?" Ling Hucheng, taken aback by her awareness, felt a surge of joy and nodded, "Yes." "Be careful, and do not cause any trouble," Ning Zhongze cautioned. "Yes, thank you for your concern, master." "Chonger will keep that in mind," Ling Hucheng replied with a charming smile. After a moment of silence, he added, "Master, well, that I must take my leave." Ling Hucheng felt a pang of reluctance as he prepared to depart. Just then, Ning Zhongze's voice rang out. "Chonger!" Ling Hucheng turned abruptly, his eyes widening in surprise, filled with a bright light. Ning Zhongze suddenly rose, wrapping her arms around his neck, her lips pressing against his. She pulled him down. At the foot of Huashan, Lu Dayo and the other disciples waited anxiously for Ling Hucheng. "What is taking senior brother so long? It's been ages." Lu Dayo looked up the mountain path, his gaze straining to catch a glimpse. "If senior brother doesn't arrive soon, it will be dark by the time we reach the city," remarked the 15th disciple. "Indeed, didn't senior brother say he was merely fetching something? Why is he taking so long?" the 16th disciple added. "Forget it, you all go ahead. I will wait for senior brother," Lu Dayo decided, turning to the others. But the disciples hesitated. "For the sake of the mission, you should go first," Lu Dayo insisted. "All right, then we shall set off, senior brother," the disciples agreed. They said no more, mounting their horses and bidding farewell to Lu Dayo as they rode off. Meanwhile, atop Huashan, clang! Ling Hucheng emerged from his room, an expression of excitement and triumph lighting up his face, his smile so broad it seemed impervious to any weight. He adjusted his belt slightly, radiating confidence as he strode out of the courtyard with the gait of a dragon. Inside the room, Ning Zhongze lay on her side, her hands clutching the brocade quilt beneath her chin, her gaze fixed on the door with a dreamy glimmer in her eyes, filled with boundless tenderness. A delicate blush graced her fair cheeks, revealing her profound shyness and a hint of disbelief. She was bewildered by her own boldness and impetuosity, questioning how she could have acted in such a manner. Could she truly be the kind of person who would do such a thing? Ning Zhongzi felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her, pulling the quilt over her head, unable to believe she had engaged in such a reckless act. Chapter 50, Descent. Yu Ling Shan, Mother, what has happened to your leg? Ling Hucheng returned to his chamber, his gaze falling upon the embroidered couch, where Yu Ling Shan remained in peaceful slumber. She lay there quietly, the delicate silk quilt failing to conceal her alluring and voluptuous form. Approaching the couch, Ling Hucheng observed the hint of a smile playing upon her lips in her dreams, and he couldn't help but smile in return. After gently adjusting the quilt around her, he leaned down and placed a soft kiss upon her silky hair. Subsequently, he picked up a large bag of silver that had been packed and exited the room. In the courtyard, a gentle ray of sunlight graced his vision. Ling Hucheng lifted his gaze to the sky, where the clouds drifted leisurely, and he felt a sudden sense of disorientation. The recent days had unfolded like a dream, so splendid that it seemed almost unbelievable. Yu Ling Shan had returned to him, yet the days of shared meals with his master and junior sister seemed to stretch endlessly ahead. The road ahead is long and arduous. We must strive onward. A slight smile curled at the corners of Ling Hucheng's lips, revealing a hint of mischief, and then he vanished into the courtyard with a graceful leap. At the foot of Mount Hua, there was a small inn built by the Hua Shan sect to facilitate travel. Horses and carriages were prepared for departure. Ludu sat on a stool, his elbows resting on the table, his chin cradled in his hands as he stared vacantly at the winding path down the mountain, his eyes filled with longing. "Senior brother, where are you? What could possibly be taking you so long?" he muttered, repeating the question for what felt like the umpteenth time. "What are you daydreaming about?" Suddenly, Ling Hucheng's voice materialized behind Lu Diyu like a specter. Startled, Lu Diyu leaped from his seat. "Senior brother, where did you come from?" His eyes widened in disbelief as he regarded Ling Hucheng, who had seemingly appeared out of nowhere. "Are you daft? Of course, I came down from the mountain." Ling Hucheng playfully tapped Lu Diyu on the head with a dry twig. "But I was watching the path the whole time, and I didn't see you come down." Lu Diyu protested. "Enough with that. Go fetch the carriage," Ling Hucheng instructed, evading further explanation as he prepared for their departure. "Huh? A carriage? Aren't we riding horses?" Lu Diyu's head was filled with question marks. "Not today. It's more comfortable to take the carriage," Ling Hucheng replied nonchalantly. After a sleepless night filled with labor, he was feeling somewhat weary. Their journey to Yangzhou would be long, and if they set off now, they would likely arrive by evening. In the carriage, he could enjoy a restful nap. "Oh," Lu Diyu replied, not pressing further, and obediently went to retrieve the carriage. A short while later, he returned with the carriage in tow. "What about the other disciples?" Ling Hucheng inquired. "I sent them ahead," Lu Diyu replied. Ling Hucheng nodded in acknowledgement and said to Lu Diyu, "You take the reins." "Huh? Why?" "Why indeed? Do you want me to drive for you? You can dream on. Sit in my position when you're ready. Just drive the carriage like a good disciple." Ling Hucheng stepped onto the carriage, lifted the curtain, and settled inside. "Oh." Lu Diyu's face was etched with a sense of grievance. Alas, being a junior disciple meant he had to bear the brunt of the labor. He took his place at the front of the carriage. "Let us go." Ling Hucheng's voice called from within the carriage. "Yes." Lu Diyu cracked the whip, urging the horses forward. "Senior brother, where have you been? Why did it take you so long to come down?" Lu Diyu asked as they traveled along the road to Yangzhou. "Mind your own business, child. Don't pry into your senior brother's affairs. Just drive the carriage and let me have a nap." Ling Hucheng's voice drifted lazily from the carriage, landing in Lu Diyu's ears. Lu Diyu responded with an "oh," and then asked in confusion, "Senior brother, you want to sleep?" "Indeed, I was quite busy last night and hardly slept at all. I need to catch up on some rest." "Ah, I understand. Then sleep well, senior brother. I'll take care of the journey and call you when we arrive." Such a teachable child, Ling Hucheng declared, before falling silent and settling down to rest in the carriage. Before long, the sound of Ling Hucheng's soft breathing reached Lu Diyu's ears, and he continued on the road in silence, filled with admiration for his senior brother. Senior brother works so hard, practicing diligently even at night. I too must strive to improve my skills and aim for the position of the second senior brother. Lu Diyu mused, determination gleaming in his small eyes as he harbored his own aspirations. With dreams in their hearts, the two gallantly journeyed forth into the distance. Afternoon, Huashan sect. Ning Zhongzhe and Yuling Shan awoke simultaneously in their respective chambers. Ning Zhongzhe bent down to gather the tattered fabric strewn about, casting a glance at it, a faint blush blooming on her fair cheeks. This rebellious disciple, like a ravenous wolf, knows not the meaning of gentleness. Another piece ruined. She scolded under her breath, though no trace of anger marred her countenance. After tidying up the disarray, she retrieved a delicate blue and white palace dress from her wardrobe and draped it over herself, cinching the waist to accentuate her alluring curves. She then approached the embroidered couch, gracefully arranging the bedding. However, as she tidied, the blush on her face deepened. Have I truly lost my senses to allow it to come to this? She found it hard to believe the scene before her, utterly absurd, and she could scarcely fathom that it had been her doing. Ning Zhongzhe, where has your usual poise and decorum gone? How could you have acted so recklessly? A look of pain and regret suddenly crossed her face. She was a woman of marriage, respected by the disciples of the Huashan sect, yet here she was, embroiled in such folly. After a moment, she raised her head, her expression now devoid of the earlier softness, replaced by a cold and solemn demeanor. I cannot continue down this path of error. A resolute glint sparkled in her eyes as she resolved to sever the thoughts that plagued her heart, determined to end this absurd entanglement. Ning Zhongzhe replaced the bedding on the couch and stepped out of the room, intending to wash it. Meanwhile, Yuling Shan, clutching her own recently changed bedding, headed in the same direction. Unbeknownst to them, they both arrived at the laundry courtyard simultaneously. At that moment, Ning Zhongzhe, reciting a calming mantra, was the first to spot Yuling Shan. Her heart skipped a beat. She hadn't expected Yuling Shan to be here at this time. Without hesitation, she turned to leave. However, Yuling Shan had already seen her. Mother! Yuling Shan called out, waving her arms. Ning Zhongzhe bit her lip, realizing there was no escape. She turned around, adopting a nonchalant expression, and said, Shaner, what brings you here? I came to wash clothes for Chongge. Yuling Shan replied with a sweet smile. Ning Zhongzhe's gaze fell upon Yuling Shan's hands. Those were not clothes, they were clearly bedding, just like her own. Mother, are you here to wash bedding? Yuling Shan inquired, noticing the fabric in Ning Zhongzhe's grasp. Yes. Ning Zhongzhe nodded faintly. But didn't you just change it the day before yesterday? Yuling Shan asked, her brows furrowing in confusion. Ning Zhongzhe's eyes flickered, betraying a hint of guilt. In your absence these past few days, I had nightmares and sweated excessively, hence the need to wash it. Her words were half-truths. The nightmares were fabrications, but the sweating was genuine, as she had indeed been drenched. Upon hearing this, Yuling Shan felt a wave of guilt wash over her. Mother, I'm sorry. I'll come back and sleep with you tonight. She stepped closer to Ning Zhongzhe, lowering her head in apology. Ha! You only come back when Chong isn't around. From now on, you are not to go to him. Ning Zhongzhe shot her a glare. This girl never thought of her when she was happy. She had issued an ultimatum. Yuling Shan was taken aback, hastily asking, Why, mother? She couldn't comprehend why things had shifted so dramatically when just a few days ago everything had seemed fine. Why? You a girl yet to be wed, and you run off to a man's side every day. What kind of behavior is that? I do not oppose your relationship, but it must wait until you are married. Until then, stay put. Ning Zhongzhe declared sternly. No, mother. I'm only practicing with senior brother. There's nothing else. Yuling Shan exclaimed, flustered as she hurried to defend herself. Regardless, it is not permissible. Ning Zhongzhe resolutely denied her, pushing past Yuling Shan. Yuling Shan's expression fell, watching her mother walk away, wanting to voice her thoughts. Suddenly, she noticed Ning Zhongzhe walking with a slight awkwardness. Mother, what is wrong? Did you hurt your leg? Yuling Shan asked in confusion. Ning Zhongzhe paused, a delightful blush unexpectedly rising to her cheeks, though it vanished just as quickly. She hadn't anticipated being discovered despite her efforts to conceal it. Was all that rebellious disciple's fault for teaching her such peculiar and difficult techniques. The various challenging moves had left her legs feeling sore. It's nothing, I just tripped. Ning Zhongzhe replied coolly, turning her back to Yu Ling Shan. After saying that, she continued towards the laundry courtyard. You tripped? Yu Ling Shan questioned skeptically. Could her mother really have stumbled? Mother, let me wash for you. You can rest over there, Yu Ling Shan offered, not thinking too much about it as she hurried to catch up, eager to assist Ning Zhongzhe with the bedding. No need. Ning Zhongzhe's face flashed a moment of panic as she pulled the bedding away, refusing to let Yu Ling Shan help. Yu Ling Shan was astonished, unable to comprehend her mother's exaggerated reaction. Was it really such a big deal to wash some bedding? If it wasn't to be washed, then so be it. Thus, the mother and daughter went about their respective tasks in the laundry courtyard, each tending to their own laundry. Chapter 51. The stunning Oriental maiden, eyes intertwined in the void as evening fell, a carriage rolled into the city of Yangzhou. Master brother, we have arrived in Yangzhou? Lu Hoer exclaimed, lifting the curtain of the carriage and peering inside. Aha! Ling Hu Chong yawned widely, stretching luxuriously. By the time the carriage entered the city, he was already awake. Although the journey had been somewhat bumpy, he had enjoyed a deep and restful sleep. Dismounting the carriage, he stood at the forefront with an air of exuberance, gazing into the distance. The scene was replete with the charm of the southern waterways, featuring white-walled, black-tiled buildings, small bridges over flowing streams, and picturesque pavilions. Along the lengthy road, shops lined both sides, bustling with people, creating an atmosphere alive with vibrant energy. Master brother, shall we now proceed to meet the junior disciples? Lu Dayo inquired, standing beside Ling Hu Chong. Junior brother, you go ahead and inform them of our arrival. I wish to make a brief visit to the blacksmith's shop first. We can indulge later in the evening, Ling Hu Chong replied, leaping down from the carriage and strolling along the lively street, curiosity evident in his demeanor. What business do you have at the blacksmith's shop? Lu Dayo called out from behind, but his query went unanswered. With a resigned shake of his head, he urged the horse towards the inn. Guided by the memory etched in his mind, Ling Hu Chong made his way to the blacksmith's shop. This was not his first visit to Yangzhou. He had been here several times before, and while he might not know every detail, he was certainly familiar with the place. After wandering for a while, the sky began to darken. Fearing the blacksmith might close, he employed his lightness skill to ascend to the rooftops, his figure flitting like a wisp of light among the buildings as he sped towards the horizon. Before long, a magnificently ornate loft appeared before him. As he drew closer, the vibrant sounds of merriment grew louder, and a faint scent of perfume wafted through the air. Could it be? Ling Hu Chong pondered, his brows arching slightly at the delicate fragrance that surrounded him. He soared towards the resplendent loft in no time. He arrived at his destination. Looking down, he observed a throng of people, guests coming and going in a continuous stream. The flowing years. Ling Hu Chong murmured, his gaze fixating on the grand characters adorning the entrance of the loft. Was this perhaps a scene reminiscent of the legendary beauty Qiao? If so, this Oriental maiden was certainly someone to behold. This version of the Oriental maiden was a breathtaking beauty, captivating the world with her allure. Not only was she striking in appearance, but her personality was also rich and multifaceted, intelligent, tender-hearted, decisive, and shrouded in mystery. She exuded a unique charm and magnetism. Ling Hu Chong's gaze drifted to the top of the loft, where it intertwined with that of an enchanting woman. In that fleeting moment, both seemed momentarily entranced. Beauty, unparalleled beauty. Handsomeness, unmatched handsomeness. He had never encountered such a breathtaking visage. Ling Hu Chong silently admired the woman. Her beauty was indeed extraordinary, akin to the brightest celestial star illuminating the night sky, radiating an intoxicating sensuality. Her brows, like distant mountains, arched gently like willow leaves poised to flutter. They conveyed both spirit and grace. Adorning her forehead was a vivid vermilion, reminiscent of a red plum fallen upon snow, striking and bewitching, adding an air of mystery to her visage. Those eyes, resembling cold stars in the dark night, held the soul of her captivating beauty, elongated and profound, reflecting the shimmering light of a candle, sometimes alluring, sometimes frosty, exuding an enchanting charm that stirred the heart. Her high, elegant nose added a sculptural quality to her face, while her lips, as luscious as ripe cherries, were a vibrant crimson. The slight upward curve of her mouth hinted at a smile that concealed countless secrets and allure. Her long, lustrous black hair cascaded like a waterfall, shimmering under the light, with a few strands playfully framing her face, enhancing her languorous sensuality. Leaning lazily against the window, her arms crossed before her, she showcased the perfect silhouette of her curvaceous form. Her skin, whiter than snow and translucent, resembled unrefined jade. Ling Hucheng furrowed his brow slightly, nearly certain that the exquisite figure before him was none other than the formidable Dongfang Bubi, whose martial prowess was fearsome. At the very least, she resided at the pinnacle of skill, if not beyond. Yet, the matter at hand was of utmost importance. Ling Hucheng flashed a faint smile at the oriental maiden before swiftly departing. Who is he? Dongfang Bubi observed Ling Hucheng's retreating silhouette, curiosity and surprise flickering in her lively phoenix eyes. She found it perplexing that she could not discern his martial abilities, for his control over his internal energy was of an extraordinarily refined caliber, a feat even she found daunting. Having achieved mastery over his sword intent, Ling Hucheng had become impervious to scrutiny. No one could penetrate the depths of his martial prowess. Dongfang Bubi straightened her proud figure, intent on pursuing him, only to find that he had vanished. She darted in the direction he had disappeared, but after circling about, she found no trace of him and reluctantly returned. Back in her quarters, Dongfang Bubi parted her crimson lips. Summon someone? No sooner had she spoken than a shadow slipped into the room. Your Excellency, may you be at peace. The shadow knelt on one knee, awaiting orders. Investigate this individual for me. He has recently arrived in Yangzhou, and I require, within the hour, I wish to possess comprehensive information about him. Dongfang Bubi detailed Ling Hucheng's appearance and demeanor to her. Meanwhile, Ling Hucheng, after several twists and turns, finally located the blacksmith's shop. Fortunately, it had not yet closed as he stepped inside. A wave of heat rushed to greet him, akin to a surging. The roaring flames within the furnace raged like a captive tongue of fire, licking the air above and illuminating the entire space in a fiery glow. The blacksmith, bare-chested, his bronze skin glistening with sweat like a meandering stream, shone brilliantly in the furnace's glow. His muscles rippled, and with each strike of the hammer, he seemed to wield immense strength. The clash of hammer against anvil resonated with a thunderous clang, echoing throughout the modest confines of the shop. The blacksmith shop was filled with various forged ironworks. Esteemed guest, do you wish to forge something, or merely browse? The blacksmith inquired upon noticing Ling Hucheng's arrival. Master, I wish to forge a heavy sword of black iron. May I inquire if this is possible? Ling Hucheng asked the blacksmith, his tone measured. Oh? A heavy sword of black iron? The blacksmith expressed mild surprise at Ling Hucheng's request. He then inquired, what kind of heavy sword do you envision? Nothing too grand. Just a standard design, but the weight should be as heavy as possible. Ling Hucheng's requirements were straightforward. He simply desired substantial weight. Oh? And what weight do you consider appropriate? The blacksmith probed. Ling Hucheng pondered for a moment before responding, over 1,000 pounds. What? The blacksmith and the patrons in the shop gasped in astonishment, disbelief etched across their faces. Is it impossible to forge? Ling Hucheng's brow furrowed slightly. Indeed, 1,000-pound heavy sword would pose a significant challenge. He had prepared himself for the possibility of scaling back his request. And no, it can be forged, but can anyone even wield such a heavy sword? The blacksmith questioned. Just ensure it is forged. Ling Hucheng's heart soared with joy upon hearing that it could indeed be made. Are you serious? You're not merely jesting with us, are you? The blacksmith regarded Ling Hucheng with a mix of disbelief and caution. Of course, do I appear to be joking? Ling Hucheng replied earnestly. Very well. However, forging a black iron heavy sword differs from crafting an ordinary sword. Black iron is relatively expensive. To forge a 1,000-pound black iron sword will require 8,000 taels of silver. A deposit of 5,000 taels is needed up front. The blacksmith, speaking with deliberation, outlined the costs. 5,000 taels? That is acceptable. Ling Hucheng wasted no time and swiftly retrieved his bundle, tossing it onto the... With a glimmer, a hefty silver ingot tumbled out. Here is exactly 5,000 taels for the deposit, he stated nonchalantly. What? You truly have it. The blacksmith was taken aback. He had anticipated Ling Hucheng would back down upon hearing such a steep price, only to discover in this world, few would turn away from wealth, Chapter 52. An uneventful night. Listening to melodies at the brothel, Ling Huchong stepped out of the blacksmith's workshop. The forging of the Xintian heavy sword had commenced, with the master blacksmith estimating that the process would take approximately a month. This meant that he would need to return in a month's time. At this moment, the sky had fully darkened. However, Yangzhou City was far from shrouded in darkness. The streets were ablaze with lights, bustling with a steady stream of people, vibrant and lively. The night market had opened its doors. As Ling Huchong strolled through the streets, he couldn't help but notice a few individuals whose behavior struck him as peculiar, as if they were covertly observing something. He paid them no mind and continued to wander until he encountered Lu Dayo. The two continued their leisurely promenade. "Dayo, have you seen the other disciples?" Ling Huchong inquired with concern. "Yes, I met with the eldest senior brother. I let them explore on their own. We'll start preparing for tomorrow." Lu Dayo nodded in response. "That is good," Ling Huchong remarked as they walked. "Eldest brother, what shall we do next?" Lu Dayo suddenly chuckled mischievously, casting a knowing glance at Ling Huchong. Upon seeing the grin on his companion's face, Ling Huchong understood what he was insinuating. Well, his stomach was beginning to rumble, so he suggested, "Since the night is still young, let us indulge in the music of the brothel." With that, he strode forward with purpose. "Music at the brothel? Eldest brother, you are truly remarkable. Wait for me." Lu Dayo initially paused, but soon his eyes sparkled with excitement as he hurried to catch up with Ling Huchong. Shortly thereafter, they arrived at the entrance of Like Water for Tea. The sweet fragrance of cosmetics wafted through the air. "Come in, gentlemen. Join us for some fun." The young women at the entrance were busily beckoning customers. Each of them was graceful and enchanting, dressed in vividly colored silk skirts, with exquisite makeup, smiles adorning their faces, and a glimmer of seductive allure and anticipation in their eyes. Their attire was relatively cool and inviting. "Two young masters, do come inside. We have fine wine and delectable dishes, along with splendid performances," one strikingly beautiful woman exclaimed as she spotted Ling Huchong and Lu Dayo, her enthusiasm palpable. She and her companions approached the two men, linking their arms and guiding them into the establishment. Under the irresistible influence of their charm, Ling Huchong wore a smile, allowing himself to be led inside, like water for tea. Upon entering, they were greeted by a grand spectacle of singing and dancing. The spacious hall was lavishly adorned, with brightly colored floral tiles covering the floor and golden silk curtains draping the walls, shimmering softly in the candlelight. Several round tables were arranged in the center, draped with brocade cloths, adorned with exquisite wine vessels and fruit platters, surrounded by comfortable seating for patrons to enjoy their drinks and revelry. On the stage, elegantly dressed dancers twirled gracefully, their movements light and fluid, with silk scarves fluttering in the air like colorful butterflies. Musicians played intently, their melodies harmonizing beautifully with the dancers' performances, creating a lively and enchanting atmosphere. The ornately attired maidens flitted among the guests, their laughter and flirtation adding to the intoxicating ambience as they encouraged patrons to indulge in the pleasures of the night. Ling Huchong gazed around, utterly captivated by the scene before him. It was a level of revelry beyond anything he had previously witnessed, entirely incomparable. Indeed, in a place like Water for Tea, where song and dance flourished, the possibilities seemed limitless. "Eldest brother, do you have any money?" Lu Dayo whispered, his eyes wide with wonder. "Don't you have any?" Ling Huchong retorted, for he had none to spare. However, he presumed Lu Dayo had saved up enough for them to enjoy music, wine, and food. "Hee, you can't fool you, can I?" Lu Dayo chuckled. "Let us go take a seat," Ling Huchong declared, leading the way into the hall. "Ah, such a handsome young man." At that moment, a flamboyantly dressed matron approached Ling Huchong, her face alight with warmth and hospitality. "Our establishment offers not only exquisite wine but also beautiful companions," she exclaimed, her fan skillfully sweeping across the chests of the two men. Ling Huchong felt a twinge of unease at her exuberance. "Oh, is that so? Do tell," he replied, raising an eyebrow. "We have luxurious private rooms, with drinks priced reasonably across 3 tiers, the finest at 998, the mid-range at 6. "You are assured satisfaction," she chirped, her voice sweet and inviting. "Oh, what makes them so different? The disparity is quite striking," Ling Huchong remarked, narrowing his eyes slightly. The differences are manifold. Would you care to experience it for yourself? I guarantee boundless joy, the matron replied with a playful smile. Is that all? Ling Hucheng suddenly inquired. Oh? Are you unimpressed with these options? She asked, puzzled by his tone, then added, there is also the supreme service, but it requires more than just wealth. Status matters as well. Supreme service? Ling Hucheng mused as he took a seat at a round table, suspecting it referred to Dongfang Bubi. Bring forth fine wine and food, he commanded. Certainly, young master. The matron maintained her radiant smile. She turned with arms outstretched, calling out, bring forth the fine wine. Before long, an array of exquisite wines and snacks was presented. Ling Hucheng and Lu Dayo savored the delicacies while enjoying the performances. Meanwhile, in one of the private rooms at the top of, like water for tea, Dongfang Bubi's face was as cold as frost as she reprimanded the man kneeling before her. A bunch of useless fools. It has been so long, yet you have failed to find anyone. I accept my fault, the man trembled, lowering his head further, his voice quaking with fear. Just as Dongfang Bubi was about to speak, a woman appeared at the door, respectfully announcing, Master, we have found him. Dongfang Bubi's eyes brightened. Where is he? Downstairs, the woman replied. Downstairs? Dongfang Bubi questioned, confused. Yes, that young master is in the hall on the first floor, she confirmed with a nod. Very well, you may leave. Dongfang Bubi turned away. I take my leave. The kneeling man responded respectfully, his heart racing with relief at having narrowly escaped death. After the man and woman exited, Dongfang Bubi's gaze sharpened, the corners of her mouth curling into a meaningful smile. Eye in the hall. Ling Hucheng lifted his gaze, peering through the layers of obstacles towards the upper floor, lost in contemplation. At that moment, several crimson ribbons cascaded from the second floor, accompanied by a flurry of fluttering petals. Soon after, Ling Hucheng beheld a breathtakingly beautiful woman descending gracefully from the loft, adorned with a golden hairpin that sparkled brilliantly in the light. She radiated an air of nobility. Clad in a flowing blue silk gown that danced with the breeze, her figure was perfectly accentuated, embodying elegance and allure. As she floated down, her every movement was enchanting, captivating everyone present. The audience was drawn in, gasping and cheering, applauding in admiration. Wow! How beautiful! Who is the fortunate guest that will have the honor of being her audience today? The matron exclaimed in awe. Dongfang Bubi bestowed upon the crowd a mesmerizing smile that could enchant all. After spinning gracefully twice in the air, she landed softly. Ling Hucheng remained composed, his expression tranquil as he cast a fleeting glance at Dongfang Bubi. Her slender waist seemed almost impossibly delicate, yet it bore the weight of her impressive curves with grace. She exuded a regal and captivating demeanor, her every gesture radiating an irresistible charm that ensnared all who beheld her. Their gazes intertwined in the as she gracefully approached. Ling Hucheng was momentarily taken aback. When she reached his side, she gently caressed his cheek with her delicate hand. A shiver ran through him, as if an electric current coursed through his body, the sensation exquisite beyond measure. The sweet fragrance of orchids enveloped him, intoxicating his senses. As Dongfang Bubi's hand glided across his face, she swiftly shifted to the other side, taking a seat beside him, her hand resting lightly on his shoulder. Her gaze locked onto Ling Hucheng's cheek, her eyes sparkling with beguiling allure. Ling Hucheng faced forward, a faint smile gracing his lips. He then extended his hand, reaching around her slender waist, drawing her closer. Dongfang Bubi's eyes narrowed slightly, a glimmer of intrigue flashing within them. In the next moment, she returned his smile, wrapping her arms around his robust frame. Then, the two rose from their seats, soaring towards the... Chapter 53. The Dominant Kiss of the Eastern Maiden. Crack? Ling Hucheng tightly embraced the voluptuous figure of Dongfang Bubi as he pushed the door open. Upon entering the room, a sea of crimson flooded his vision. The interior was adorned in warm hues, such as reds and pinks, creating an atmosphere of intimacy and allure. A grand, intricately carved couch lay draped with pink and red drapery, gently swaying like a dream. The couch was adorned with vibrant satin bedding, embroidered with exquisite patterns. In front of the window stood a dressing table, upon which various ornate jewelry boxes were displayed, filled to the brim with gold, silver, pearls, and an array of jade trinkets. In one corner, a folding screen embellished with delicate depictions of flowers, birds, fish, insects, and landscapes added to the elegance of the room. The floor was covered with a thick, plush carpet, soft and comfortable, adorned with intricate floral designs. Additionally, a faint hint of incense wafted through the air, enhancing the room's mysterious and enticing allure. Bang! Ling Hucheng raised his heel and firmly shut the door behind him. This action momentarily stunned Dongfang Bubi. The next instant, she burst into a melodious laugh, captivatingly beautiful. Dongfang Bubi guided Ling Hucheng to the edge of the couch. With a gentle but firm push, she attempted to send him sprawling onto the couch, seeking to free herself from his grasp. However, Ling Hucheng was not one to comply with her wishes. As he fell backward, his large hand hooked around her delicate waist, pulling her down with him. Ah! Dongfang Bubi gasped in surprise. They both tumbled onto the couch, her alluring and voluptuous form entirely atop him. The waft of fragrant orchid filled his nostrils, the softness of her presence enveloping him. Any man would be unable to remain indifferent, especially one as vigorous and passionate as he, who had cultivated extraordinary abilities. Sensing a change, Dongfang Bubi's noble visage flushed with a charming hue. She shot an indignant glare at Ling Hucheng and exclaimed, "You? What is it, my lady?" Ling Hucheng replied, feigning innocence as he gazed at her. "Remove your hand." Dongfang Bubi's expression suddenly turned icy, her voice cold enough to freeze. Her slender arms pressed against Ling Hucheng's broad, sturdy chest as she wriggled and struggled, attempting to rise from his embrace. Yet, Ling Hucheng's strong arm firmly encircled her willow-like waist, refusing to let her go. Dongfang Bubi was taken aback. Her strength was no match for his. She found herself staring blankly at his handsome face, a potent aura of masculine dominance washing over her, momentarily rendering her dazed. Ling Hucheng, too, was captivated by her breathtaking beauty, particularly her alluring lips, reminiscent of a blooming rose. In a moment of impulse, Ling Hucheng made a bold move. He captured her lips with his own. Dongfang Bubi's eyes widened in disbelief, filled with incredulity. In the next heartbeat, a surge of blue flame ignited in her eyes, radiating a chilling, murderous intent. Her internal energy surged as countless silver needles concealed within her sleeves suddenly materialized. Ling Hucheng sensed the shift and his heart raced. He hastily pushed Dongfang Bubi away. "You scoundrel, perish!" A terrifying aura erupted from Dongfang Bubi as she raised her delicate hand, poised to pierce Ling Hucheng with her silver needles. "Wait, wait, wait!" he exclaimed, raising his hands defensively, his expression one of pure innocence. "Wasn't it you who brought me here? How have I become the scoundrel?" "You?" Dongfang Bubi was momentarily speechless, her internal energy nearly spiraling out of control as she glared at him with a deathly, "You bear some responsibility too. You suddenly embraced me and were so flirtatious. Who could withstand such a provocation?" Ling Hucheng replied, feigning indignation while secretly thinking, "Ha! Playing with fire? Now you can't handle it. If you dare to play, you must be prepared to pay the price. I've indulged you too much." Dongfang Bubi's furious eyes nearly ignited with flames. She was baffled as to why she hadn't acted yet. Typically, anyone who crossed her would meet immediate doom. Yet, faced with Ling Hucheng, perhaps due to a sense of trepidation and curiosity, she refrained from striking him. Ling Hucheng maintained a calm demeanor, gazing unflinchingly at the fuming and silent Dongfang Bubi. Her anger only intensified. Ling Hucheng's eyes narrowed. Would she truly make a move? The more Dongfang Bubi contemplated, the angrier she became. Having always held herself in high regard, she had never been bested by anyone. "Die!" she declared resolutely, testing Ling Hucheng's strength. In an instant, countless glimmering needles flew towards him like shooting stars in the night. Ling Hucheng's expression turned serious as he unleashed a torrent of terrifying energy, swiftly forming a protective barrier around him. The needles struck his barrier with a ferocious force, but they did not penetrate it, merely ringing out like chimes against solid iron. "What?" Dongfang Bubi was taken aback by this sight. Though she had not unleashed her full power, no ordinary master could withstand her needles with mere energy. This man was indeed extraordinary. Dongfang Bubi's gaze sharpened as she focused her full energy, preparing to unleash her true strength. She leapt forward, channeling formidable energy into her palm to shatter Ling Huchang's protective barrier. Ling Huchang, unwilling to underestimate her, swiftly sidestepped. Dongfang Bubi seemed to anticipate his movement, adjusting her stance and shifting her attack, her delicate hand slicing towards him like a blade. Ling Huchang raised his hand to block her. Bang, bang, bang. Their figures flickered like phantoms in the room, engaging in close combat. The clash of their formidable energies reverberated throughout the chamber, causing a cacophony of destruction. The furniture, vases, and other objects within the room shattered under the force of their blows, splintering wood and shards of porcelain flying about, some even bursting through the walls and into the bustling streets of the outside world. The tremendous commotion brought the once lively atmosphere of the establishment to a sudden hush. All eyes turned towards the upper room. What is happening? The crowd murmured in confusion and bewilderment. Could it be that their battle is so fierce? Someone speculated. Are you joking? It's clearly a fight. Yes, they are indeed fighting. My definition of fighting is different from yours. This is about martial conflicts and vendettas, you know? Oh, the exchange between them was entirely misaligned. But how could this happen? Why did they suddenly start fighting? Could someone have intruded and posed a threat to the Eastern Maiden? Another suggested. Who would dare? Don't they know who protects this place? It's backed by both martial and noble powers. They must be mad. Who could it be? The crowd buzzed with speculation. Big Brother. Lu Hoer gazed up at the upper room with concern, preparing to rush forward. Just then, boom! The upper loft erupted in a shower of splintered wood, the door crashing down. Not good, Run. Help! In an instant, the establishment descended into chaos as guests and staff alike scrambled for safety. Lu Hoer did not flee but sought cover, his eyes still fixed on the loft, searching for Ling Huchang's figure. Ling Huchang and Dongfang Bubi continued their fierce exchange, their forms bursting through the roof and into the night sky. Chapter 54, The Invincible East. But I must kill you. Beneath the night sky, shimmering like flowing water, a clash of crimson and azure light intertwined and collided. Bright flashes of white light flickered, and the surge of true energy reverberated through the void. Ling Huchang's formidable sword aura surged around him, slicing towards the invincible east. Her expression hardened, for Ling Huchang's sword energy was overwhelmingly fierce. She could not afford to be careless. With all her might, she summoned her embroidered needles, glinting coldly around her. She waved her hand gently, wielding profound true energy to counter Ling Huchang's fierce sword attack. Bang, bang, bang. The sword energy collided with the needles, producing a cacophony of sound. Although the invincible East's needles possessed great power, they did not entirely fend off Ling Huchang's sword energy, allowing several blades to slice towards her. She was slightly taken aback but remained unfazed, employing her uncanny agility to evade the incoming strikes. Observing this, Ling Huchang smiled lightly. He had not yet exerted his full strength, nor had the invincible East. However, her formidable prowess excited him increasingly. Breaking sword style. This time, Ling Huchang took the initiative, unleashing the breaking sword style of the Duga Nine Swords. With his fingers as his sword, he moved like a specter, the paths of his strikes weaving through the air. Each stroke seemed to anticipate the invincible East's offensive maneuvers, seeking to dismantle her fierce assault. Yet, the invincible East was no pushover. Her mysterious footwork matched his, and her needles darted gracefully amidst the sword shadows, neutralizing the gusts of wind with a series of delicate ding sounds, akin to the subtle clash of metal. As Ling Huchang witnessed this, his excitement intensified, and his attacks grew increasingly relentless. The invincible East, however, found herself increasingly astonished. Ling Huchang's martial prowess and swordplay exceeded her expectations, as she had never encountered anyone with such extraordinary skill. In an instant, the air was filled with interwoven sword energy and flashing needle glints, their figures intertwining as the surrounding atmosphere thrummed with the intensity of their fierce duel. Ha ha! How exhilarating! Ling Huchang exclaimed in sheer delight. Realizing that the breaking sword style alone was insufficient to secure victory, he combined it with the breaking chi style. It was a remarkable feat, as normally, executing both styles simultaneously was a daunting challenge. Even Feng Qingyang had been taken aback during their previous encounter. The sword energy surged like a dragon, intent on dismantling her fierce offense and enigmatic defenses. What? The sudden and bizarre sword energy caught the invincible East off guard. leaving her momentarily defenseless. It was utterly perplexing. Just then, a streak of sword energy pierced through her offensive and defensive lines, aiming directly at her chest. Sensing the imminent danger, she swiftly evaded, but not before her exquisite attire was torn, revealing a tantalizing glimpse of her alluring skin. Glancing at her damaged collar, her heart raced, and she quickly retreated, putting distance between herself and Ling Huchong. They landed on a rooftop, each standing at opposite ends. Ling Huchong stood tall, a calm and carefree smile gracing his face, while the invincible East regarded him with a darkened expression. After traversing the martial world for so many years, she had never encountered an adversary as formidable and tenacious as Ling Huchong. To her, he was a significant threat. Well, what now? Shall we continue? Ling Huchong inquired with a light chuckle. Do not get ahead of yourself. Do you think you have one? The invincible East huffed, her expression rife with indignation. Observing Ling Huchong's nonchalant demeanor, she felt a surge of irritation. She was unable to contend with him. Once, she had faced the world's greatest masters with similar composure, yet today, the tables had turned. Such pride as hers could hardly accept this turn of events. Then let us continue our duel. Without further ado, Ling Huchong launched another fierce assault against the invincible East. Her expression grew serious as she channeled all of her true energy, letting out a sharp cry as she soared into the sky like a blue cloud. The embroidered needles rained down upon Ling Huchong like a torrential downpour, each one aimed at a vital point, seeking to bring him to his demise. Ling Huchong, undeterred, summoned his true energy, pointing his fingers skyward as if they were a sword. Instantly, countless strands of sword energy erupted, racing towards the invincible East's needles. In a heartbeat, the sword energy and needles clashed with a crisp resonance, while several blades bypassed the needles, slicing towards the invincible East, who easily countered them. With his feet firmly planted in the 8-trigram stance, Ling Huchong surged forward, his true energy pulsating. Once more, the two engaged in a fierce melee, the air around them filled with intersecting sword energy and flashing needle glints. This grand battle raged on for a considerable time, drawing the attention of all onlookers below, who gazed in awe at this extraordinary confrontation, their hearts racing as the world around them dimmed in comparison. After what felt like an eternity, the figures of the two vanished from the rooftop and the void above. Where did they go? Who emerged victorious? The crowd, stirred by the spectacle, searched frantically for the two who had disappeared. In a desolate and silent alley, Ling Huchong and the invincible East faced each other. Ling Huchong stood straight, his expression serene, gazing at the invincible East before him. He casually raised a hand to brush against his nose. The invincible East appeared utterly disheveled, her vibrant blue attire in tatters from the sword energy, revealing glimpses of her alluringly pale skin. She looked somewhat disheartened, beads of sweat glistening on her forehead as she gasped for breath, her true energy waning significantly. With a mixture of shame and fury, she glared at Ling Huchong, unable to comprehend how her full-force assault had failed to inflict even a scratch upon him. A storm of emotions surged within her. The most vexing part was that he appeared to be toying with her, causing her to look like this without suffering any harm himself. She had never endured such profound humiliation. Her proud phoenix eyes filled with an endless rage, wishing she could devour Ling Huchong whole. Shall we continue? Ling Huchong asked with a calm smile. Who are you? The invincible East bit her silver teeth, her voice laced with irritation. To reveal it would frighten you. I am the invincible East, Ling Huchong replied with a mischievous grin. Curse you. I am the invincible East. The invincible East retorted, her brows furrowed in frustration. Is that so? I do not believe you. Ling Huchong's lips curled into a slight smirk. Humph. The invincible East huffed, seeing that Ling Huchong refused to disclose anything. She fell silent, her true energy once again radiating as her needles glimmered ominously at her fingertips. Are you coming again? Ling Huchong chuckled softly. I will surely kill you. The invincible East declared, her eyes ablaze with murderous intent. Very well. If that is the case, I shall have to unleash my true abilities, Ling Huchong conceded, realizing that he needed to exert his full strength to bring an end to this endless confrontation. Humph, bring it on. The invincible East understood that Ling Huchong had yet to unleash his full potential, but she felt unperturbed. No sooner had she spoken than Ling Huchong's gaze sharpened, his entire demeanor shifting dramatically. An invisible, mysterious force surged forth, filling the alleyway with an overwhelming presence. The surroundings fell into a hushed silence, as if time itself had frozen in that moment. The invincible East felt as though she was ensnared by a terrifying force, rendered immobile. In the next instant, Ling Hu Chong stood before her, his finger poised like a sword against her brow, sending a chill coursing through her, an aura of impending death enveloping her heart. Her pupils dilated, trembling violently with disbelief. Suddenly, she saw Ling Hu Chong's figure dissipate, not retreating but vanishing entirely. The invincible East blinked, regaining her senses as she gazed at Ling Hu Chong, who stood at a distance, wearing a look of bewilderment and incredulity. He remained perfectly still, a gentle smile on his face, having never moved from his spot. What is this? The invincible East bit her lip, her heart shaken, as she inquired. Would you like to learn? I can teach you, Ling Hu Chong replied with a slight smile. The invincible East remained silent. She had lost, utterly defeated. A self-deprecating smile graced her lips. Why did you not kill me? She asked. Why should I kill you? Ling Hu Chong replied, momentarily taken aback by her question. But I want to kill you, the invincible East insisted. I know, Ling Hu Chong replied nonchalantly. You? The invincible East was at a loss for words, her expression complex as she regarded him. Well, I must be off. Until we meet again by chance, Ling Hu Chong said, turning to leave. Suddenly, he glanced back, his brow furrowing in concern. In the next moment, he swiftly approached the invincible East, draping his outer garment over her shoulders. Chapter 55. The enigmatic Eastern Maiden Bang. The formidable force of Dongfang Bubi's palm, imbued with her internal energy, struck Ling Hu Chong, leaving him momentarily stunned. Although he emitted a muffled groan, his stance remained steadfast, his hands still clutching his outer garment draped over Dongfang Bubi. Her phoenix eyes locked onto his handsome visage, revealing a blend of astonishment and confusion. She refrained from retaliating. At that moment, two figures emerged from the alleyway. Could it be this? In an instant, her gaze towards him transformed, the murderous intent dissipating. Are you all right? Dongfang Bubi inquired, her delicate lips parting slightly, a hint of embarrassment coloring her words. She was acutely aware of the sheer power she had unleashed. Her enchanting eyes betrayed a flicker of fear and regret. What do you think? Ling Hu Chong shot her a sidelong glance, releasing his grip while pressing a hand to his aching chest. The unexpected strike had been overwhelming, far beyond the capabilities of his master's usual strength. Had it not been for his robust physique and profound internal skill, the blow could have shattered his very organs, leaving any lesser expert in dire straits. Truly, her attack was merciless. Dongfang Bubi grasped his outer garment, her expression betraying her uncertainty. The proud woman within her could never bring herself to utter an apology, especially since her current disheveled state was a result of his actions. Ling Hu Chong remained silent, focusing on his internal cultivation. Renjia, look over there. The two intruders in the alley had spotted Ling Hu Chong and Dongfang Bubi. Luo Renjia turned to follow Yu Renhao's gaze, and upon seeing Dongfang Bubi, his eyes widened in disbelief. His jaw slackened as drool nearly escaped his lips. Ling Hu Chong glanced up, his gaze sharpening. The intensity of the situation was palpable. The newcomers bore the insignia of the Qingqing sect, and it was highly probable they were among the four beasts of Qingqing. Who would have imagined? It seems fortune smiles upon me today. Luo Renjia smirked, a wicked grin spreading across his face. The two men, with their shifty eyes, approached Ling Hu Chong and Dongfang Bubi with deliberate slowness. Get lost. Ling Hu Chong rose to his full height, his gaze fierce as it bore into them. Do you know who I am, brat? How dare you speak like that? Today, I'm in a good mood. Leave the girl and scram. Luo Renjia retorted arrogantly, completely disregarding Ling Hu Chong. Seeking death, are we? Ling Hu Chong's voice turned icy as his brows furrowed, and a palpable sword energy erupted forth. Thud! The blade of energy pierced through Luo Renjia's skull, blood sprang forth as his body was sent hurtling away, crashing heavily onto the ground several feet away. The suddenness of it all left Yu Renhao momentarily stunned. A warm rush coursed down his face as he snapped back to reality, turning to look. Renjia! Yu Renhao shouted in terror, rushing to Luo Renjia's side. Ling Huchong's abrupt action startled Dongfang Bubi as well. She observed his chiseled profile, a strange glimmer flashing in her eyes. It seemed he had acted to protect her. Renjia. Yu Renhao gazed helplessly at the fallen Luo Renjia. He then turned to Ling Huchong, his eyes brimming with fury and fear. It was you. You killed Renjia. I warned you to leave, but you chose not to listen, Ling Huchong replied coldly, showing no remorse for Luo Renjia's demise. Yu Renhao's heart raced with dread. His expression hardened as he reached into his robe for a fire thunderbolt to retaliate against Ling Huchong. However, Ling Huchong had already anticipated this move. With a subtle shift of his right foot, a stone was propelled towards Yu Renhao, striking him squarely in the forehead, dropping him lifelessly to the ground, his pupils dilated in a blank stare. Ling Huchong's demeanor remained unperturbed. These two dared to forcefully seize a maiden. Their deaths were of no consequence. Had they targeted someone else, the outcome would have been dire indeed. Turning to Dongfang Bubi, he offered a faint smile. Farewell, Miss Dongfang. With that, Ling Huchong soared into the air, vanishing into the distance with such swiftness that Dongfang Bubi scarcely had time to react. As she finally regained her composure, she called out after him, Hey, you still haven't told me who you are. Hua Mountain, Ling Huchong. There was nothing to conceal. With Dongfang Bubi's capabilities, it would not be long before she discovered his identity. Ling Huchong. Dongfang Bubi murmured softly, a subtle smile gracing her lips as she gazed at the warm garment still in her grasp. A moment later, she too took flight, departing from the scene. Ling Huchong perched upon a rooftop, watching her receding figure with a smirk, a hint of wickedness in his smile. Reflecting on their encounter, he could not deny the allure of the Eastern maiden. He eagerly anticipated the sparks that would fly between them in the future. Returning to the realm of fleeting time, he found Lu Hoer. Master brother, what transpired between you and that girl after you entered the realm of fleeting time? Why did the entire room explode? Where did you go? Lu Hoer queried, his expression brimming with curiosity. You ask too many questions. Nothing happened between that girl and me. After sitting for a while, I had to relieve myself, and when I returned, this was the result. Ling Huchong fabricated a tale. Ah? What on earth happened? Ling Huchong gazed at the destroyed rooftop, a look of bewilderment etched on his face. I'm not certain either. Shortly after you entered, the room exploded, apparently due to a battle between two martial artists. They burst through the roof and fought fiercely in the sky. It was quite the spectacle, Master Brother. Did you see it? Lu Hoer exclaimed excitedly. What? A duel between experts? Oh, how unfortunate that I missed it. Ling Huchong lamented, a look of regret washing over his features. Master Brother, you didn't see it? What a pity. Some say it was a confrontation between top-tier experts. Top-tier experts. Those are the legendary figures of the martial world, elusive as a dragon's tail that I wonder if I will ever ascend to such heights in my lifetime. Lu Hoer expressed admiration and longing evident in his expression. Top-tier experts, the ultimate goal sought after by all in the martial realm. Do not reach for the stars. Focus on your training, and one day, we shall achieve greatness, Ling Huchong said, patting Lu Hoer on the shoulder reassuringly. Yes, Master Brother, I understand, Lu Hoer replied with a smile and a nod. Indeed. Ling Huchong nodded, then suddenly remembered something, turning to Lu Hoer. By the way, do not speak of our affairs today to anyone, especially not to junior sister or Master Mother, understood? Yes, Master Brother, I understand. I shall keep it sealed tight and will not speak of it, Lu Hoer promised solemnly. Ling Huchong smiled with satisfaction. All right, it is getting late. Let us return and rest, for there are matters to attend to in the morning. With that, he strolled leisurely towards the inn, his steps calm and unhurried. Yes, Master Brother, Lu Hoer followed closely behind. Meanwhile, in the alleyway, two more figures entered. Renjia, Renhao, where are you? Ho Renning called out. Master Brother, look over there. Hong Renxiong pointed to the two lifeless bodies on the ground, his voice trembling. Panic and disbelief filled his eyes. Upon hearing this, Ho Renning turned, and his eyes widened in horror as he shouted, Renjia, Renhao. The two rushed to the side of Yu Renhao and Luo Renjia, staring in shock at their fallen comrades, rendered motionless by the sight before them. What happened here? Who did this? Who killed them? Ho Renning roared in anger. How despicable! Who could have the audacity to slay disciples of the Qingqing sect? Hong Renqiong seethed, an aura of terrifying wrath emanating from him. Their faces contorted in disbelief, they struggled to comprehend the scene before them. Search the area for any clues. Ask if anyone has seen anything. Ho Renqiong commanded coldly. Understood. Hong Renqiong nodded in agreement. The two set off in search of leads, even intruding upon nearby homes to inquire if anyone had witnessed the murderer. Before long, they returned to the alleyway. Any discoveries? Ho Renqiong asked Hong Renqiong. None, Hong Renqiong replied, shaking his head before asking, what about you, Renqiong? I found nothing either, but nearby, someone mentioned hearing the name Ling Huchong from Hua Mountain. Ho Renqiong said, his brow furrowed, his expression dark. What? Could it be that Hua Mountain's Ling Huchong killed Renhao and Renjie? Hong Renqiong exclaimed in shock. It remains unclear, but if he is in the city, confronting him should provide answers, Hong Renqiong articulated coldly, a crimson glint of murderous intent flickering in his eyes. Hong Renqiong nodded in agreement. With that, the two departed with the bodies of Yu Renhao and Luo Renjie. Chapter 56. Purchasing Gifts for the Master and Junior Sister, and the Mischief of Miss Dongfang. The following day, the morning in Yangzhou exuded a unique charm. As the morning mist enveloped the ancient city's streets and alleys like a delicate veil, bestowing a dreamlike quality upon the world. Sunlight filtered through the mist, casting a soft halo that bathed the thoroughfares in a golden hue. Shadows of people began to sway rhythmically, and various shops and stalls gradually came to life. The cries of hawkers mingled with the laughter of passers-by, creating a vibrant symphony of daily life. Ling Huchong slowly opened his eyes, initially displaying a hint of confusion and drowsiness. Reclining on the brocade couch in the inn, he caught sight of golden rays of sunlight streaming through the window, illuminating the dust motes dancing in the air. Furrowing his brow slightly, he reminisced about the wonderful dream from the previous night, simultaneously acclimatizing to the arrival of dawn. Why do I always dream of the master and junior sister together? Ling Huchong sighed, questioning whether he had become too obsessed. It had only been a day since he left, yet he found himself yearning for them so deeply. He wished fervently that the dream could transform into reality, where he, along with his master and junior sister, shared joyful laughter in a warm and harmonious atmosphere. Knock, knock. A sudden sound of knocking interrupted his thoughts, followed by the voice of Lu Hoer. Eldest senior brother, are you awake? We need to go procure some rice and grains. Lu Hoer pressed his ear against the door, straining to hear any movement inside. Creak. The door swung open unexpectedly, startling Lu Hoer, who stumbled back a few steps. The eldest senior brother. Let us go. Ling Huchong replied nonchalantly, stepping out of the room. Where to? To buy rice and grains. Oh. The duo exited the inn and ventured onto the bustling streets, while the other disciples were assigned to procure various supplies. Ling Huchong and Lu Hoer purchased some steamed buns to satisfy their hunger before heading to the grain shop. Once their shopping was complete, the time had nearly approached noon, and the two continued wandering the streets, seeking a place to dine. As they strolled, a jewelry stall caught their eye, adorned with an array of exquisite and intricate ornaments that sparkled enchantingly under the sunlight. Ling Huchong halted, carefully examining the jewelry, and the image of his gentle master looking down at him from above, alongside his junior sister's lively smile, floated into his mind. He thought to himself, considering how hard his master and junior sister worked for him, it was only fitting that he select a meaningful gift for them. Sir, why not buy one? My items are of excellent quality and reasonably priced. The stall owner cheerfully beckoned to Ling Huchong. His gaze wandered among the wares, his fingers lightly brushing against the smooth jade hairpins and delicate bracelets. Eldest senior brother, are you planning to buy jewelry for junior sister? Lu Hoer observed Ling Huchong's focused demeanor, grinning with curiosity. Children should not pry into adult matters, Ling Huchong replied dismissively. Eventually, his eyes settled on a jade hairpin intricately engraved with a plum blossom design, its jade radiating a lustrous sheen, the plum branches carved with such lifelike precision that one could almost perceive the fragrance of the blossoms. It was perfectly suited to his master's elegant demeanor. Ling Huchong reached for the hairpin. A slender hand swiftly snatched it away. Frowning, he raised his head to confront the audacity of the thief. To his astonishment, it was none other than the girl disguised as a boy, Miss Dongfang. Boss, I'll take this jade hairpin, she declared, her voice ringing with a melodious clarity. Though she was dressed convincingly as a male, the unique fragrance of orchids surrounding her was unmistakable. Ling Hu Cheng's lips twitched slightly. She had arrived much sooner than he anticipated. "Hey, friend, where are you from? I saw it first." Ling Hu Cheng feigned ignorance, tapping her arm with an air of arrogance. Miss Dongfang turned, a subtle smile gracing her lips. "I wander through this world, following the sun and stars. Wherever there is joy, that is where I roam." "Oh, what a coincidence. I do the same," Ling Hu Cheng replied, pretending to be surprised. "Is that so?" "It seems we share a taste for adventure," Miss Dongfang responded with a laugh. "Indeed. Let us be friends, and you may relinquish that jade hairpin to me," Ling Hu Cheng said, gazing intently into her eyes with a subtle smile. "You desire this hairpin?" Miss Dongfang teased, wiggling it before him, her smile widening. Ling Hu Cheng felt a sense of foreboding wash over him. "That won't he do. I want it as well," she suddenly declared, retracting the hairpin and playfully taunting him. "Brother, that's rather unkind of you," Ling Hu Cheng retorted, sensing that Miss Dongfang was purposefully provoking him. He then turned to the stall owner and stated, "Boss, how much for that hairpin she is holding? I'll buy it." 30 coins, the proprietor indicated with 3 fingers. "Very well, I'll take it," Ling Hu Cheng replied, reaching for his money. "Wait a moment, boss. I already said I wanted to buy this hairpin. You can't sell it to him," Miss Dongfang interjected. "Why are you doing this? There are so many other ornaments. Why must you insist on taking this one from me?" Ling Hu Cheng shot her an annoyed glance. "You're mistaken. I clearly picked it up first. You're the one trying to snatch it away," Miss Dongfang countered, meeting his gaze head-on. "You?" Ling Hu Cheng paused, realizing that she was deliberately seeking trouble. Observing the helpless expression on his face, Miss Dongfang's smile broadened, as if reclaiming some dignity after last night's humiliation. Ling Hu Cheng discreetly focused on the hairpin in her hand, preparing to make a move. Noticing his intent, Miss Dongfang held the hairpin out of his reach, tauntingly asking, "What's the matter? Planning to snatch it?" Ling Hu Cheng smiled awkwardly. Her vigilance was indeed impressive. He turned to the stall owner, pointing to the hairpin in Miss Dongfang's grasp. "I'll offer 40 coins for that hairpin. What do you think?" "I'll bid 50 coins. "You?" Ling Hu Cheng's irritation flared as he glared at Miss Dongfang, wishing he could silence her. Unfazed, she returned his glare defiantly, puffing out her chest in a provocative manner. Esteemed guests, perhaps you should discuss this amicably. My modest business cannot withstand such turmoil," the stall owner suggested timidly. Ling Hu Cheng stole a brief glance at Miss Dongfang's chest, realizing that if he confronted her head-on, she would only become more obstinate, making it impossible to reach an agreement. "How about this? You let me have the hairpin, and I'll buy you any other ornament you fancy from this stall," he proposed, softening his tone and taking a step back. "Do you truly want it?" Miss Dongfang asked, her interest piqued by his earnestness. Who was he intending to gift it to? "Yes." Ling Hu Cheng nodded seriously. After a moment of contemplation, she glanced from him to the hairpin in her grasp. She had no particular desire for it. She merely sought to tease him. Her enchanting eyes shimmered as she raised her head and said, "I can part with it," but Ling Hu Cheng's face brightened at her concession, and he eagerly inquired, "But what?" "You must help me choose another one," she replied, a playful smile dancing on her lips. Ling Hu Cheng was taken aback. "Why must I choose?" he exclaimed, feeling somewhat embarrassed. After all, Miss Dongfang was dressed as a man, and in the eyes of onlookers, it would appear as though he was selecting jewelry for another man, a situation that would be quite compromising for him. "What? Are you unwilling?" she teased, relishing in his discomfort, as it reminded her of the humiliation she had experienced the night before. Yet, there were other thoughts swirling in her mind as well. "Fine, I'll choose." "I concede to you," Ling Hu Cheng relented, redirecting his gaze to the stall to search for an ornament. Seeing his determination, a smile of delight emerged on Miss Dongfang's handsome face. Ling Hu Cheng's fingers glided over the smooth jade pendants and resplendent jewels. At last, his gaze settled upon a uniquely shaped jade hairpin, its body a brilliant azure, resembling a pool of autumn water. Each petal was meticulously crafted, glimmering softly under the sunlight, perfectly matching Miss Dongfang's extraordinary beauty and unique aura. Without hesitation, he picked it up and presented it to her, saying, "What do you think of this one?" Miss Dongfang regarded the hairpin in his hand, her smile growing. This was the only piece she truly fancied from the stall, and she hadn't expected Ling Hucheng to select it. Thrilled, she had anticipated that he would randomly choose something less suitable. All right, it'll do, I suppose, she pretended to deliberate. Yet her hands swiftly snatched the hairpin from Ling Hucheng, tossing the plum blossom hairpin back to him. Here you go. Don't toss it around. Ling Hucheng exclaimed, startled as he caught the hairpin she had thrown, casting a disapproving glance at her before admiring the exquisite plum blossom hairpin in his hand, his expression brightening. He then turned his attention back to the stall, meticulously selecting a delicate pearl bracelet, each pearl round and lustrous, radiating a soft glow, perfectly suited for Yu Lingshan. Having completed his selections, he inquired of the stall owner, how much for everything? Just then, Lu Hou'er tugged at him from behind, but Ling Hucheng paid him no mind. Esteemed guest, the total for the 3 items is 100 coins, the owner replied with a smile. 100 coins. Ling Hucheng frowned. Indeed, the 3 items originally amounted to 30 coins, but since you mentioned offering 40 coins for that jade hairpin, it totals 100, the owner explained good-naturedly. Very well, 100 it is, Ling Hucheng conceded, reaching into Lu Hou'er's pocket for the money, only to find it empty. He turned to Lu Hou'er with a questioning expression, who sheepishly smiled back at him. Ling Hucheng was left bewildered. Chapter 57. The lifeline arrives, the invitation from Dongfang Bubi. Where is the money? Tell me, where has it gone? Ling Hucheng leaned closer to Lu Hou'er, whispering his inquiry into her ear. Upon hearing his words, Dongfang Bubi could not help but twitch her lips slightly, momentarily stunned. How could one procure jewelry for a lady without funds? All the money has been spent on provisions, Lu Hou'er explained in a voice laden with grievance. Is it truly all gone? Ling Hucheng asked in disbelief. Indeed. You just waved your hand grandly and tossed all the money to that shopkeeper. Have you forgotten? Lu Hou'er murmured softly. Ling Hucheng was taken aback, feeling a wave of embarrassment wash over him. What a disaster, not a single coin to his name. How humiliating. Beads of sweat formed on his forehead as his eyes darted about, rapidly devising a plan. Sir, do you still require anything? The stall owner, sensing Ling Hucheng's distress, offered a sheepish smile. Furrowing his brows, Ling Hucheng turned to the owner, forcing a smile and replied, Yes, please wait a moment. Having made his selection, he could not easily relinquish it. Yet where could he procure money? Observing Ling Hucheng's awkward yet resolute demeanor, Dongfang Bubi found it amusing and smiled. She then reached into her sleeve, intending to retrieve some money for the stall owner. Ling Hucheng. At that moment, an arrogant voice rang out from behind the group. Ling Hucheng spun around to see the newcomer, his eyes suddenly sparkling with brilliance, as if he had found a lifeline. He grasped Dongfang Bubi's hand, halting her gesture. The newcomers were disciples of the Qingqing faction. Ling Hucheng beamed at the 2 Qingqing disciples, recognizing them as his saviors, the bringers of fortune. Wow! Is this not the illustrious talent of the martial realm, the 4 talents of Qingqing? It is an honor. Ling Hucheng exclaimed, his face radiant with joy as he swiftly embraced the 2 newcomers. Meanwhile, his hands, like phantoms, stealthily searched their bodies, discreetly relieving them of their wealth. Dongfang Bubi witnessed this scene and raised a hand to cover her mouth, stifling a giggle. This fellow was incorrigibly mischievous. What is this? Get away from me. Ho Renying and Hong Renqiang angrily shoved Ling Hucheng aside. Hey, that is not right. If it were not for the silver, would you really consider yourselves the 4 talents of Qingqing? Perhaps the 4 beasts of Qingqing would be more fitting. With the silver secured, Ling Hucheng felt no need to be courteous to these 2. How dare you? Ling Hucheng, you audaciously insult us, the 4 talents of Qingqing. Hong Renqiang shouted, pointing an accusatory finger at Ling Hucheng. I insult you. Lu Hou'er, have I insulted them? Ling Hucheng feigned innocence, glancing at Lu Hou'er. Not at all, senior brother, Lu Hou'er replied with a chuckle. Listen, Ling Hucheng remarked, looking at Ho Renying and Ho Renjia with a light laugh. You 2 appear to be nothing more than a pair of well-dressed beasts. I have not spoken falsely. Dongfang Bubi smiled lightly. Should you continue your nonsensical ramblings, do not blame me for being impolite that I ask you. Did you kill you? Have those 2 beasts perished? If so, that would be a great fortune for the martial world. I wonder which hero accomplished this feat. I would dearly like to pay my respects to such a figure, Ling Huchong feigned surprise, an expression of nonchalance gracing his features. You are insufferable. To repeatedly insult us, the four talents of Qingqing, is unforgivable. Senior brother, do not waste words on him. This fellow is all talk. Let him experience the pine wind sword technique of our Qingqing faction and be taught a lesson, Hong Renxiong suggested. With that, both men drew their swords and charged at Ling Huchong. The pine wind sword technique? More like the wind-blown sword technique. Ling Huchong scoffed, completely disregarding the approaching duo. Senior brother, be careful, Lu Hoer called out, ready to assist Ling Huchong. However, before she could step forward, Ling Huchong effortlessly kicked both Ho Renying and Hong Renxiong away. Bang! The two landed heavily on their backsides, sliding several feet across the ground. What sword technique is this? How is it that they sit upon the ground? Ling Huchong chuckled. Beside him, Dongfang Bubi also stifled a light laugh. Master brother, you are incredible, Lu Hoer exclaimed in astonishment, struggling to believe. We merely let our guard down. The next strike will end you, the two men declared as they rose to their feet, charging at Ling Huchong once more. Ling Huchong's gaze sharpened, and with two swift kicks like lightning, he struck their abdomens, this time with slightly more force, though he had no intention of killing them. It would not bode well to slay them in front of so many witnesses. Pfft. Ho Renying and Hong Renxiong were once again sent flying, blood spewing from their mouths in an arc before they crashed heavily onto the ground. A crowd gathered, watching in disbelief. The two lay on the ground, propped up on their elbows, their faces etched with horror as they gazed at Ling Huchong, completely baffled as to why they had been so inexplicably overpowered, unable to perceive his movements. I must ask you, why did you come here accusing me of killing your Yuanhao and Luo Renjia? Ling Huchong inquired with a puzzled expression. He was curious how they had come to believe he had slain Yuanhao and Luo Renjia. He had left no trace of evidence. Humph! Someone overheard. It was none other than you, Huashan's Ling Huchong, Ho Renying retorted coldly. Ling Huchong, upon hearing this, smiled wryly. So that was the case. He cast a discreet glance at Dongfang Bubi behind him. It seemed he had been careless, but they possessed no substantial evidence. It mattered little. This is clearly a frame-up. How could I have killed disciples of the Qingqing faction? Begone. I do not wish to see you again, Ling Huchong declared coldly. They were merely insignificant clowns, inconsequential. You? Ho Renying seethed with anger. Hong Renxiong, sensing his agitation, pulled him back and suggested, Senior brother, this fellow is suspicious. We should withdraw for now and report back to our master. Very well, Ho Renying conceded after a moment's thought. The two assisted each other to their feet. Ling Huchong, wait for me. This matter is far from over, Ho Renying spat before swiftly departing with Hong Renxiong. I shall wait, Ling Huchong called after them. It seemed he would need to pay a visit to the Qingqing faction. He wondered how many strikes Yu Songhai could withstand. The surrounding crowd exchanged glances, having enjoyed quite a spectacle. Master brother, how did you do that? You are amazing, Lu Hoer exclaimed, rushing to Ling Huchong's side, her face filled with wonder and curiosity. They are merely a pair of insignificant clowns. I have them well in hand. Do you think I have been toiling in arduous training for the past month in jest? Ling Huchong replied with a slight smile. Wow. Master brother, you are truly incredible. I shall also train diligently when I return, Lu Hoer said, her face aglow with admiration. Keep it up. Ling Huchong encouraged lightly. He then approached the jewelry stall, tossing a silver ingot to the stall owner. No need for change. With that, Ling Huchong turned and walked away, with Lu Hoer closely following. Hey, wait. At that moment, Dongfang Bubi, irritated by Ling Huchong's disregard, called out to him. Ling Huchong did not pause, continuing forward as if she were invisible. Dongfang Bubi, flustered, hurried after him. Are you deaf? How can you ignore me? She said, catching up to him with an expression of discontent. We are even now. Why do you persist in following us? Ling Huchong replied, his gaze fixed ahead, his tone indifferent. Do not be like that. It is unbecoming for a grown man to be so petty. I find you quite intriguing. Shall we be friends? Dongfang Bubi smiled warmly at him, her curiosity piqued by his formidable martial prowess and enigmatic demeanor. Ling Huchong remained silent, continuing his forward march. Your name is Ling Huchong, correct? I am Dongfang Bubi, she introduced herself cheerfully. Greetings. Ling Hu Chong replied with a faint smile. Dongfang Bubi beamed and suggested, "How about this? It is noon. Allow me to treat you to a meal." At her words, Ling Hu Chong halted his steps. Chapter 58. Yu Ling Shan discovers the string of the bodice, response of the Qingqing sect, within a bustling tavern. On the second floor by the window, one can behold the vibrant scenes of the lively street below. Ling Hu Chong sat opposite Dongfang Bubi. "Brother Dong, I truly apologize for the expense," Ling Hu Chong said with a broad smile directed at Dongfang Bubi. Though he feigned regret, it was he who had chosen this esteemed establishment in Yangzhou, a place renowned as the finest tavern in the city. After all, it was Dongfang Bubi, a wealthy and aloof female executive. It would be a missed opportunity not to indulge. "Not at all. Today I am in high spirits, so feel free to eat to your heart's content," Dongfang Bubi replied with a serene smile. "I can't believe we are fortunate enough to dine here," Lu Hoer exclaimed, his excitement mirroring Ling Hu Chong's sentiments. Like Ling Hu, he hailed from humble beginnings, and such opulence was beyond his wildest dreams, necessitating a long accumulation of... Ling Hu Chong then turned his gaze to Dongfang Bubi's cheek. Caught off guard by his scrutiny, Dongfang Bubi averted her eyes and asked, "Ling Hu, why do you gaze at me so?" "Brother Dong, you seem somewhat familiar to me. Have we met somewhere before?" Ling Hu Chong inquired lazily, propping his elbow on the table and resting his chin on his hand. At this, Dongfang Bubi's heart skipped a beat. Had Ling Hu Chong truly recognized her? "Oh, I see now. You bear a resemblance to that young lady from last night's flowing years." Ling Hu Chong feigned surprise. Relieved that her identity remained concealed, Dongfang Bubi shot him a glare and retorted, "Please, Brother Ling Hu, what kind of eyes do you have? I am a man. How can you not distinguish between the genders?" "Oh dear," she was truly vexed. Ling Hu Chong felt a wave of amusement, though he managed to maintain a conciliatory smile as he replied, "Perhaps I have made an error." "That's an understatement." "You most certainly have," Dongfang Bubi replied. Suddenly, she asked, "Brother Ling Hu, that pearl bracelet and jade hairpin, are they for some cherished lady?" With a deep gaze at Dongfang Bubi, Ling Hu Chong smiled slightly and replied, "A secret." "Well, if you choose not to share, it remains a secret," Dongfang Bubi said with a light chuckle. "And what about you, Brother Dong? To whom do you intend to gift your talents?" Ling Hu Chong countered. "Must I give it away? Can't I keep it for myself?" Dongfang Bubi laughed. Ling Hu Chong was momentarily taken aback by her response. "Just a jest." "It is for my younger sister," Dongfang Bubi clarified. She indeed had a sister, though they had been separated for many years without any trace. "I see. In truth, it would suit you quite well if you were to wear it," Ling Hu Chong remarked. "Is that so?" Dongfang Bubi smiled. Ling Hu Chong nodded in affirmation. Dongfang Bubi fell into silence, and an awkward stillness enveloped the air for a moment. "Brother Dong, you seem to possess quite the martial prowess. Which sect do you hail from?" Ling Hu Chong inquired, feigning ignorance to shift the topic. "Without a sect, I roam the rivers and lakes," Dongfang Bubi replied. "Is that so? Yet your demeanor is extraordinary, and your discourse exudes elegance. You hardly appear to be a mere drifter," Ling Hu Chong said with a slight smirk, enjoying the banter. "Esteemed guests, your dishes have arrived." "I apologize for the wait," interrupted the waiter as he entered with the food, halting their conversation. "Dear guests, please enjoy," he said, placing the dishes before them and then departing. "Wow, it smells delightful," Ling Hu Chong exclaimed, his eyes sparkling at the sight of the abundant delicacies before him, nearly drooling in anticipation. Lu Hoer shared his enthusiasm, gazing eagerly at Ling Hu Chong and Dongfang Bubi as if unable to wait any longer. "Dig in. Do not hold back," Dongfang Bubi urged with a smile. "Haha, thank you, Brother Dong," Ling Hu Chong replied with a slight grin. He exchanged a knowing glance with Lu Hoer, and soon they began to feast heartily. "Do eat as well, Brother Dong," Ling Hu Chong remarked, noticing Dongfang Bubi had yet to touch her food. "Very well." Dongfang Bubi smiled, picking up her chopsticks and elegantly joining in the meal. After a considerable time, the group finished their meal and exited the tavern. "Brother Ling Hu, what are your plans next?" Dongfang Bubi inquired, gazing at him. "Once the junior disciples gather their supplies, we shall return," Ling Hu Chong replied. "And you, Brother Dong?" "I must take my leave," Dongfang Bubi stated. "Departing so soon?" Ling Hu Chong furrowed his brow. "Indeed, there are matters at home." "Matters at home?" More likely, issues within the sect. I see. Then until we meet again, I hope we can engage in a more profound exchange in the future, Ling Hucheng said, casually placing a hand on Dongfang Bubi's shoulder and smiling broadly. Startled, Dongfang Bubi swiftly dodged away, clasping her fists together and declaring, "Until we meet again. Farewell." Ling Hucheng replied with a charming grin. Dongfang Bubi walked into the throngs of. On the morning of the 5th day, a caravan gathered at the inn's entrance. "All right, let us return," Ling Hucheng announced, standing at the front of the caravan and glancing back at the assembled group. Soon, the Huashan sect's caravan set forth towards the gates of the City of Silence, embarking on their journey back to Huashan. Meanwhile, far away at Huashan, Yuling Shan rose early, missing Ling Hucheng dearly. She made her way to his room. Reclining on the exquisite couch, enveloped in the familiar scent of his bedding, her heart felt considerably lighter. Master Brother mentioned in his letter that he would return today. I long to see him soon, Yuling Shan mused, lying back and gazing at the drapes above. Her eyes filled with boundless longing, in her boredom. She began to wander around the room, exploring every nook and cranny. Opening the wardrobe, she found only a few tattered garments. In a corner, she stumbled upon a ragged piece of cloth. What is this? Yuling Shan picked it up curiously, and upon unfolding it, she recognized it as the garment Ling Hucheng had worn after returning from an ambush a month prior. Those despicable fiends. How could they be so ruthless? I will hunt them down and avenge Master Brother and Mother, Yuling Shan declared, her brow furrowing with intense fury as she gazed at the damaged clothing in her hands. Her hatred for those assassins swelled, and she vowed to exact revenge for Ling Hucheng and her mother, Ning Zhongza, a moment later. Although she did not understand why Ling Hucheng would keep this tattered garment, she resolved to refold it and put it away. Just then, a red string fell from within the fabric. What is this? Yuling Shan picked up the red string from the floor, noticing it was connected to two small fragments of torn red silk at either end. As she caressed the silk, feeling its delicate softness and coolness, an ominous premonition washed over her. Inspecting it closely, she increasingly believed it resembled the ties of a bodice. But how could such a thing belong to Master Brother? Could it be that he is seeking another woman? The thought made Yuling Shan's face pale, and she slumped onto the couch, anxiety flooding her heart. Yet, she quickly regained her composure, realizing that Ling Hucheng was not that sort of person. Perhaps she was simply overthinking it, and this was merely an ordinary string. I will ask him when he returns, Yuling Shan pondered. Until she clarified the matter, she could not shake the uncomfortable feeling enveloping her heart. At the Qingqing sect, in the Grand Hall. How outrageous! This insolent wretch dares to humiliate my Qingqing disciples in such a manner. Yu Songhai bellowed, smashing the table beside him with a single palm. The disciples present trembled in fear at his fury. Master, you must seek justice for us and for our two junior brothers, Ho Renying and Hong Renxiong pleaded, standing before Yu Songhai, bowing slightly and wearing mournful expressions. Is it true that Ling Hucheng is so formidable that you could not best him even when united? From the wounds on Renhao and Renjia, it is evident they perished at the hands of a highly skilled individual. Their assailant must be at least a top-tier master. Could it be that Ling Hucheng's martial arts have reached such heights? This is impossible. He is still so young. How could he possibly attain such mastery? Even if he had trained since birth, it would be implausible for him to achieve such prowess so swiftly, Yu Songhai remarked coldly. Master, we cannot discern his moves. He may have employed some trickery, Ho Renying speculated. He too was skeptical of Ling Hucheng's martial abilities, suspecting some underhanded tactics were at play. Regardless of the means, we shall put him to the test. Yu Songhai's expression darkened, his eyes glinting with a dangerous and ruthless light. Send a message to Yu Buchuan. Chapter 59. Ning Zhongza, this rebellious disciple, behaving thus in broad daylight. The following afternoon, Ling Hucheng led the Huashan sect's caravan back to the foot of Mount Huashan. Their journey was fraught with minor obstacles, encountering several bands of bandits. However, they managed to communicate amicably, persuading the rogues to mend their ways. At last, we have returned. Master, junior sister, I am here. Ling Hucheng gazed upon the majestic and towering Mount Huashan. A faint, wicked smile graced. After a few days apart, he felt a profound longing. Should he seek out his master or his junior sister first? Lost in thought, he decided to ascend the mountain first. Shaking off his whimsical musings, Ling Hucheng turned to the sect disciples and commanded, "Unload the goods and ascend the mountain." "Yes, senior brother." Lu Hoer and the other disciples promptly unloaded the supplies from the carts. Subsequently, they began their ascent of Mount Huashan, laden with numerous items. Ling Hucheng bore the weight equivalent to 3 men on his own. "I shall go ahead. You may take your time." Ling Hucheng called back to Lu Hoer and the others. If he were to dawdle alongside them, it would take an eternity to reach the summit, at least an hour. "All right, senior brother, you go ahead," Lu Hoer replied, and no sooner had he spoken than Ling Hucheng dashed towards the peak, vanishing from Lu Hoer's sight in the blink of an eye. Senior brother is truly remarkable. The disciples gazed in awe at Ling Hucheng's swift speed, their eyes brimming with admiration. Once out of their line of sight, Ling Hucheng harnessed his internal energy, executing his lightness skill to its fullest as he soared towards the mountaintop. A few minutes later, he arrived at the entrance of the Huashan sect. "Senior brother." X-22 disciples guarding the gate greeted him with surprise. Ling Hucheng nodded in acknowledgement. "Senior brother." At that moment, a graceful figure leapt from behind a pillar, darting towards him like a swallow in flight. Yuling Shan's eyes glistened with tears, her gaze heavy with unspoken emotions, as she rushed into Ling Hucheng's embrace, wrapping her arms tightly around his robust frame, as if to meld her longings and worries into this single embrace. "Shaner!" Ling Hucheng opened his arms, enveloping Yuling Shan's delicate waist, his face alight with joy. Yuling Shan's body trembled slightly, her cheek pressed firmly against Ling Hucheng's chest, tears swiftly soaking his attire. "Senior brother, you have finally returned. Shaner has missed you dearly." Her voice, tinged with a sob, was filled with both grievance and elation, akin to an injured fawn whispering its sorrows. Ling Hucheng momentarily froze, then his heart swelled with tenderness and affection as he held her close, his warm hand gently stroking her back. "Shaner, senior brother is back. Do not weep." His voice bore a hint of hoarseness, his gaze filled with deep affection as he looked at the tearful beauty in his arms. The weariness of his journey was rendered inconsequential. Ling Hucheng tenderly lifted Yuling Shan's chin, softly wiping away her tears. Noticing the faint dark circles around her eyes, his heart quivered. "Shaner, why do you appear so haggard? And what of these dark circles?" Ling Hucheng's smile faltered, his expression shifting to one of shock and concern as he furrowed his brow, his gaze fixed intently on Yuling Shan, seeking to unravel the cause behind her distress. "Oh, right, senior brother, come with me quickly." Yuling Shan suddenly. Ling Hucheng, bewildered, set down the burden on his back and followed her. Yuling Shan pulled Ling Hucheng swiftly towards her courtyard. Bang! She closed the door behind them, fixing her gaze intensely on Ling Hucheng. "What is the matter, Shaner?" Ling Hucheng asked, perplexed. He had been questioning her throughout, yet she remained tight-lipped, causing a sense of unease to well up within him. Yuling Shan produced a red ribbon from her bosom, presenting it to Ling Hucheng. "Senior brother, what is this?" "Ah, what is this?" Ling Hucheng stared blankly at the red ribbon, utterly confused, though it seemed somewhat familiar. "Senior brother, you do not know what this is." Yuling Shan paused, realizing from his reaction that he appeared oblivious. "Shaner, did you rush me here simply to show me this? What is this object, and why is it of any significance?" Ling Hucheng chuckled, bemusement evident on his face, unable to discern its importance. "It appears you truly do not know. This seems to be something from a belly band, which I found among the tattered garments in the wardrobe. How could it possibly be on your clothing?" Yuling Shan, relieved that it did not pertain to another woman, pressed for further clarification. Upon hearing her words, Ling Hucheng's heart plummeted as realization struck him. He had neglected to shake out his clothes that day, and in his haste upon waking, he had forgotten to discard them. He had been careless, allowing Yuling Shan to see it. "Junior sister, I am equally uncertain how this came to be on me." The situation was dire at that moment. We were fleeing for our lives, and it may have snagged somewhere. This is not a belly band. Do not let your imagination run wild, understand? Ling Hucheng gently embraced Yuling Shan's lithe form, chuckling as he explained, adopting a mock-irritated tone at her unfounded suspicion. Upon hearing this, Yuling Shan's apprehension dissipated, and her face flushed with guilt. "So it is. I apologize, senior brother. I was overthinking things. Given how urgent the situation was, I should not have entertained such thoughts about you. I truly, her expression was laden with self-reproach. It is all right, Shaner. Do not let it trouble you in the future. Ling Hucheng reassured, though a twinge of unease lingered within him. Yu Ling Shan nodded. Is this the reason you have not been sleeping well? Ling Hucheng discerned the cause of her dark circles. You silly girl. Ling Hucheng felt a pang of sympathy and, reaching into his pocket, produced a string of exquisite pearls, waving them before Yu Ling Shan with a smile. Look, senior brother has brought you a gift. Wow. What a beautiful bracelet. Did you prepare this for me, senior brother? Yu Ling Shan's eyes sparkled with delight upon seeing the bracelet. Yes, come here. I shall put it on for you. Ling Hucheng said gently, smiling. Yu Ling Shan nodded, her joy palpable. Ling Hucheng took her delicate hand and adorned her wrist with the bracelet. After securing it, he held her hand, praising, It is truly beautiful. This bracelet looks best on you, Shaner. What do you think? Do you like it? It's so lovely. Shaner adores it. You are the best, senior brother. Yu Ling Shan exclaimed, excitement radiating from her as she wrapped her arms around Ling Hucheng's neck, gazing into his eyes with a tenderness that mirrored the depths of her affection. Shaner, senior brother has arrived late, and you have grown weary. Allow me to make it up to you. Ling Hucheng gazed upon Yu Ling Shan's enchanting visage, his eyes brimming with boundless affection. Senior brother, it is still daytime. Yu Ling Shan felt a blush rise to her cheeks under Ling Hucheng's ardent gaze, yet her heart fluttered with desire, for she too missed him dearly. Ling Hucheng smiled softly, uttering no further words, as he swept her into his arms and carried her towards the opulent couch. In the Huashan Great Hall, after nearly an hour, Lu Hoer and the others finally returned to report back. Master, mistress, we have returned. Lu Hoer and the disciples entered the hall, depositing their burdens before greeting Yu Buchuan and Ning Zhongze. However, the expressions of Yu Buchuan and Ning Zhongze were markedly different. Yu Buchuan's countenance was dark, his face etched with anger. What is the matter, master? Lu Hoer inquired cautiously, sensing the tension. Where is your senior brother? Yu Buchuan asked in a low voice. Senior brother has gone to see junior sister Linger. Lu Hoer replied, his voice trembling. This rebellious disciple is becoming increasingly unruly. Fetch him for me. Yu Buchuan's voice thundered with fury. Yes. Lu Hoer, frightened, hurried to comply. Wait a moment. Ning Zhongze suddenly called out to stop Lu Hoer. Mistress? Lu Hoer turned back. I shall go. Ning Zhongze stated calmly. With that, she gracefully departed, her alluring figure moving with purpose. Upon realizing that Ling Hucheng and Yu Ling Shan had already left, she recollected that Lu Hoer might inadvertently stumble upon something. Thus, it was prudent for her to intervene, despite her reluctance to confront Ling Hucheng. Ning Zhongze swiftly arrived at Ling Hucheng's courtyard, eavesdropping on their tender exchanges, as expected. This rebellious disciple, behaving thus in broad daylight. A faint blush of crimson graced her exquisite features. Chapter 60. The master's wife supports the tree, while I support the waist within the confines of the chamber. Ling Hucheng lay quietly, cradling the delicate form of Yu Ling Shan in his embrace. She curled up like an adorable and enchanting kitten, her breath soft and even, lost in a fragrant and sweet slumber. Due to the matter concerning the red string, she had not rested well the previous night, bearing dark circles under her eyes, her entire being weary and fatigued. Ling Hucheng felt a pang of compassion, refraining from treating her condition for too long, allowing her to replenish her sleep and drift into a deeper slumber. His gaze settled upon Yu Ling Shan's serene and captivating visage, where her long, delicate eyelashes cast a faint shadow beneath her eyelids. Her rosy cheeks bore a hint of intoxication, and the corners of her lips curled into a barely discernible smile, as if she were immersed in a realm of sweet dreams. Ling Hucheng's eyes brimmed with boundless tenderness, mingled with pity and affection. He gently leaned in, bestowing a soft kiss upon her forehead, fair as jade. Subsequently, Ling Hucheng turned his attention to the door, his gaze seemingly penetrating the sturdy wooden barrier, catching sight of Ning Zhongze seated in the courtyard. A subtle smile graced his lips, carrying an implication of anticipation. Finally, it is settled. She must know I am waiting outside. I hope she emerges soon. Ning Zhongze sat in the courtyard, her legs demurely together, her posture slightly uneasy. Her eyes, shimmering like rippling water, betrayed a sense of urgency, while a faint blush graced her elegant, fair cheeks. She had been waiting for Ling Hu Chong outside for a quarter of an hour, only just entering the courtyard. Should he remain absent much longer, she would have no choice but to call out for him. As she nervously rubbed her knees, she hoped for Ling Hu Chong to appear soon. Otherwise, Yu Bu-kun would send someone else to fetch him. Ling Hu Chong was aware of Ning Zhongzai's presence, but paid little mind, assuming she would eventually depart. To his surprise, she persisted in her wait, suggesting either a matter of urgency or an unwillingness to leave. Moments later, Ling Hu Chong gently extricated his arm from beneath Yu Ling Shan's head, his movements soft enough not to disturb her. Rising, he prepared to meet Ning Zhongzi. The instant he departed, Yu Ling Shan sensed a chill and slightly furrowed her delicate brows. Yet, she soon calmed, surrendering once more to the embrace of sweet dreams. After ensuring all was in order, Ling Hu Chong did not exit through the front door but rather slipped out through the rear window. Ning Zhongzai's gaze remained fixed on the courtyard, her anxiety palpable. Unable to bear the weight any longer, she rose, ready to knock on the door and summon Ling Hu Chong. Suddenly, powerful arms wrapped around her from behind. Startled, she opened her mouth to scream, but a large hand swiftly covered her lips, stifling any sound, her eyes wide with terror. "It's me, Master's wife." The familiar voice at her ear brought her a sense of calm. Yet, the accompanying warmth left her momentarily dazed, as if the resolve she had maintained for days crumbled in that instant. "Let go of me," she murmured, twisting slightly in an attempt to liberate herself from Ling Hu Chong's embrace, her voice barely above a whisper for fear of waking Yu Ling Shan. Should Yu Ling Shan witness this sight, it would be difficult to explain. Ling Hu Chong tightened his embrace around her familiar form, his heart swelling with joy. Despite their many previous embraces, each one ignited an exhilarating thrill within him. He felt Ning Zhongzai's struggle. Though her efforts were feeble, he turned her around, locking his gaze onto her eyes. Ning Zhongzai, caught under the heat of his stare, felt a surge of panic, as though he intended to consume her whole. She averted her gaze, lowering her head, unwilling to meet his eyes. "Let go of me, or it will be disastrous if Shaner sees us." She continued to resist, her delicate hands pushing against his chest in a symbolic attempt to break free. Her heart raced wildly, like a startled fawn, pounding with intensity. Ling Hu Chong could distinctly feel the fervor of her heartbeat. "Master's wife, it's all right. Shaner is sound asleep, deeply so, and she won't awaken any time soon," he reassured her with a gentle smile. What do you intend to do?" "Release me at once." Ning Zhongzai's face flushed crimson, her voice tinged with apprehension. "I mean no harm, Master's wife. I merely wish to hold you. Have you missed me?" Ling Hu Chong's lips curled into a mischievous smile. I do not wish to. Why would I miss you, you ungrateful disciple?" Ning Zhongzai's mind went blank, forgetting the purpose of her visit, utterly incapable of rational thought. She was bewildered by her own feelings, having resolved to maintain her distance, yet crumbling in Ling Hu Chong's presence. Ling Hu Chong gazed at her lips, reminiscent of blooming peach blossoms, and without hesitation, pressed his own against them. A gentle breeze rustled the leaves above, causing a few withered ones to flutter down. Ning Zhongzai widened her eyes in disbelief, staring at Ling Hu Chong. Then, summoning strength from somewhere, she forcefully pushed him away. You are being too forward." "How dare you?" she exclaimed, her voice a blend of shame and indignation. Ling Hu Chong merely pressed his lips together, silent yet wearing a satisfied smile. Ning Zhongzai felt utterly at a loss against this man, glaring at him with fierce determination. "Your master is looking for you. Come with me." With that, she hastily fled the small courtyard. "Yu Bu-kun seeks me?" Ling Hu Chong paused, realizing Ning Zhongzai had come to find him for this reason. But what could Yu Bu-kun possibly want with him? "Wait for me, Master's wife." By the time he regained his composure, Ning Zhongzai had already vanished from sight, prompting him to chase after her. Ling Hu Chong caught up to Ning Zhongzai on a tranquil path through the forest. "Master's wife, slow down," he called after her. Ning Zhongzai seemed oblivious to his words, pressing forward without looking back. Ling Hu Chong admired her graceful silhouette, swaying like a serpent, exuding an irresistible allure with each movement. Gathering his strength, he surged forward, embracing her from behind once more. Ning Zhongzhe trembled, her voice rising in protest. What do you intend to do? Release me. We must continue our journey. Her voice was crisp and ethereal, laced with a hint of fear. Masteress wife, I know you miss me. I have proof, or you wouldn't have waited so long outside. He whispered tenderly in her ear. At his words, Ning Zhongzhe froze, realizing the truth of her feelings. Despite her efforts to suppress them, thoughts of Ling Hucheng had persisted. Seeing her silence, he continued, Masteress wife, I sense an unusual energy radiating from you, far more potent than usual. Allow me to assist you in refining it. With his extraordinary cultivation abilities, he indeed sensed the unique energy emanating from her, and at this moment, she yearned for him the most. Suddenly, a powerful and fervent aura erupted from Ling Hucheng, enveloping Ning Zhongzhe entirely. Her taut form relaxed within his embrace, her eyes shimmering with a captivating allure, her mind consumed with a singular thought. To bask in the warmth of his tenderness. Ling Hucheng glanced around, then led her into a secluded thicket. Chonger, you should go see your master. If he grows impatient and sends someone else to find you, what then? Ning Zhongzhe clutched a gnarled tree, her brow furrowed with concern as she glanced back at him. Do not worry, masteress wife. Let me assist you first. You are in this state. Ling Hucheng replied with gentle insistence. Ignoring her protests, he continued to help her refine her energy. Ning Zhongzhe, resigned to her fate, felt her previously furrowed brow gradually ease. In the grand hall of the Huashan sect. This is the situation, master. Lu Hoa respectfully narrated the events of their recent encounters in Yangzhou to Yu Bukun. However, he omitted any mention of their visit to the Yearning Waters establishment. Yu Bukun's countenance darkened, the frown upon his brow unwavering. Having unnecessarily offended the Qingqing sect, he understood that mishandling this matter could diminish his support in uniting the Five Mountains. Therefore, irrespective of the reasons, it was imperative to maintain harmony between their factions. He cast his gaze towards the great hall's entrance, where twilight had begun to descend, yet he still awaited the arrival of his beloved wife. What could this sister-in-law be up to? It has been nearly half an hour, and she has yet to bring that young man here, Yu Bukun remarked, perplexed and displeased. Chapter 61. Ning Zhongzhe, you rebellious disciple, why such anger? Dayo, go take a look, Yu Buchuan instructed, his brow furrowed as he regarded Lu Dayo with a somber and deliberate tone. Yes, master, Lu Dayo replied respectfully, clasping his fists in salute before hastily exiting the grand hall. Where am I supposed to find the senior brother? Never mind, I shall first check the Peach Blossom Grove. Lu Hoa grimaced, deciding to head towards the grove in the tranquil little forest. Ling Hucheng cradled the delicate and enchanting figure of Ning Zhongzhe in his arms, gazing at the increasingly alluring woman before him, his eyes sparkling with affection and pride. Ning Zhongzhe nestled against Ling Hucheng's chest, quietly listening to the powerful rhythm of his heartbeat, her languorous eyes shimmering with autumnal brilliance, a captivating blush gracing her cheeks. Chonger, it's getting late. You should go find your master. Don't keep him waiting, Ning Zhongzhe gently admonished, her breath fragrant as she spoke. All right, masteress wife. Ling Hucheng nodded, a mischievous smile curling at the corners of his lips. Go quickly. Ning Zhongzhe rose from Ling Hucheng's embrace, casting him a shy glance. Masteress wife, wait for me. Once I find master, I shall return to you, Ling Hucheng said, tenderly caressing her exquisite face and smiling. Ning Zhongzhe did not shy away, merely lowering her charming face slightly, her dark, expressive eyes glinting with contentment. She murmured softly, her lips parting slightly. As Ling Hucheng beheld her gentle beauty, his fervor intensified. He lifted her chin and leaned down, placing a soft kiss upon her lips. Wait for me, he whispered in her ear, his voice imbued with an alluring magnetism that ensnared her heart. Ning Zhongzhe nodded, her heart aflutter. After Ling Hucheng departed, she watched his retreating figure, her gaze filled with longing and tenderness. Since that day, her heart had plunged into a deep abyss, unable to extricate itself, constantly yearning to lean towards Ling Hucheng. Without his support, Ning Zhongzhe's delicate form faltered, her legs giving way as she sank to the ground, leaning against a gnarled tree. She gently caressed her rising and falling chest, inhaling the fresh air to soothe her tumultuous emotions. After a brief moment, feeling considerably calmer, she stood up and tidied her slightly disheveled attire. Once composed, She swayed her slender waist and ventured out, though her steps were somewhat unsteady. Ling Hucheng exited the serene grove, heading directly for the Grand Hall, where he soon encountered Lu Hoer. Lu Hoer, what brings you here? Ling Hucheng inquired. Senior brother, I finally found you. Master sent me to look for you both, as Master's wife has yet to locate you, Lu Hoer replied. By the way, senior brother, where is Master's wife? Why isn't she with you? Lu Hoer asked, pleased to have come across him after failing to find Ling Hucheng in the peach blossom grove. Master's wife is behind us. There's no need to worry. Let us go meet Master first, Ling Hucheng responded, pulling Lu Hoer along towards the hall, ensuring he did not wander into the dense forest. Senior brother, what were you and Master's wife doing? You've been gone so long that Master is quite anxious, Lu Hoer pressed. It was nothing significant, just a minor delay. Let's not discuss it. We should see Master first, Ling Hucheng replied. Lu Hoer nodded, refraining from further questions. What does Master want with me? Both Ling Hucheng and Lu Hoer inquired. It seems to concern the Qingqing sect. News of our encounter with those two detestable individuals has reached Master's ears, Lu Hoer explained. I see, understood, Ling Hucheng said, realizing the Qingqing sect had indeed sent word. Senior brother, you must be cautious. Master appears extremely displeased over this matter, Lu Hoer cautioned. Not to worry. Ling Hucheng dismissed. Before long, they arrived at the entrance of the Grand Hall. Lu Hoer peered inside, catching sight of Yu Buchuan with his hands clasped behind him. Turning back to Ling Hucheng, he said, Senior brother, you go and I shall not join you. Fearful, he preferred to stay outside. Ling Hucheng paid him no heed, stepping over the threshold and slowly approaching Yu Buchuan. Master! Ling Hucheng greeted from behind. Yu Buchuan turned slowly, his already gaunt features now clouded with anger, his brow tightly knit, eyes flashing with ire and discontent. You truly have the audacity to strut about as the senior brother, finally deigning to arrive. Do you even regard me as your master? You return, and your figure vanishes. Where is Master's wife? Yu Buchuan thundered, his voice heavy with displeasure. I apologize, Master Dai Ti, was my fault. Master's wife is behind us. I was delayed comforting the junior sister, who did not sleep well last night. Ling Hucheng feigned contrition. I have told you, as the senior brother, you must set an example and serve as a role model for the younger disciples, rather than indulging in romantic entanglements, Yu Buchuan admonished, realizing the nature of their relationship, which he had typically chosen to overlook. His ire stemmed not from their personal matters, but from Ling Hucheng's failure to report back after offending the Qingqing sect, despite numerous reminders before his departure. Yu Buchuan regarded Ling Hucheng with a mixture of disappointment and frustration. Yes, master, I acknowledge my error, Ling Hucheng replied slowly. Yu Buchuan chose not to delve further into the issue, presenting Ling Hucheng with a note. Here, take a look at this. This is a message from the leader of the Qingqing sect, who claims you have insulted their disciples. How do you propose we resolve this? Master, this is not my fault. They accused me of having killed one of their disciples right from the start. I could not tolerate the slander and engaged in a debate with them. Who could have anticipated their pettiness? They simply cannot accept defeat, Ling Hucheng explained. Did you not insult or harm their disciple? Yu Buchuan inquired sternly. Absolutely not, master, Ling Hucheng insisted with conviction. I have heard from Dayo. The Qingqing four heroes are renowned figures in the martial world. Why did you bestow upon them such disgraceful nicknames? The entire martial realm must unite against the evil cult. Your actions only serve to create discord and undermine the camaraderie between our sects, Yu Buchuan said gravely. I understand now, master. I shall speak with them to mend the relationship between our sects, Ling Hucheng acknowledged, realizing that he was being tasked with the responsibility. Though aware of the likely outcome, he felt a pang of disappointment. Is that true? Yu Buchuan exclaimed in surprise. Yes. Tomorrow I shall visit the Qingqing sect and engage in a friendly sparring session with them. Upon my return, I will demonstrate the techniques to you, master. Ling Hucheng nodded, aware he was embellishing the truth, as those two had hardly demonstrated any skills worth mentioning. Very well, Cheng-er, you have truly accomplished a significant task this time. Yu Buchuan's expression brightened, his attitude shifting dramatically as he now referred to Ling Hucheng affectionately. It is my duty to alleviate Master's burdens. I shall take my leave now, Ling Hucheng said with a bow. Good, go on. Yu Buchuan repeated, his voice warm. Ling Hucheng exited the grand hall, finding that Lu Hoer had already departed, and his focus shifted to seeking Master's wife. At this moment, Ling Hucheng felt rather irritable. As he turned a corner, he unexpectedly collided with Ning Zhongze, who was approaching. Ah! Ning Zhongze gasped, caught off guard. Master's wife. Ling Hucheng exclaimed joyfully. Chong'er, have you finished your discussion with your master? Ning Zhongze asked, surprised at the quick conclusion of their conversation. Ling Hucheng nodded, a hint of gloom shadowing his brow. What's wrong? Did something happen? Did Master scold you? Ning Zhongze inquired with concern. Master's wife, it's not my fault. Master insists I apologize to the Qingqing sect, which feels utterly humiliating. Ling Hucheng frowned, discomfort evident in his expression. Do not blame your master. He is considering the unity of the martial world and the greater good, Ning Zhongze replied gently. Upon hearing Ning Zhongze defend Yu Buchuan, a surge of frustration welled within Ling Hucheng. Yes, so I should endure this humiliation and apologize to them, he replied, his tone reflecting irritation and discontent. My dear child, that was not Master's wife's intention. Ning Zhongze corrected him with a disapproving glance. Ling Hucheng misinterpreted her meaning. Come with me. Ning Zhongze suddenly grasped Ling Hucheng's hand and led him away. Master's wife, where are you taking me? Ling Hucheng asked, puzzled. Ning Zhongze offered no response. After a brief while, in Yu Ling Shan's chamber. Master's wife, what is this? Ling Hucheng seated himself beside the embroidered couch, supporting Ning Zhongze on his lap, gazing at her in bewilderment, uncertain of her intentions. Ning Zhongze looked down at Ling Hucheng from her elevated position, her eyes brimming with tenderness, a faint blush adorning her enchanting visage. You rebellious disciple, why such anger? She teased, then playfully pushed him down onto the couch. Ling Hucheng furrowed his brow, utterly perplexed. Ning Zhongze said nothing, slowly crouching down. Chapter 62. The Master's wife secretly masters the art of calming anger. Once more, that night, the entirety of the Huashan sect appeared tranquil and serene, save for a few secluded spots. Within a discreet loft, where light flickered softly, a warm glow emanated from within. A winding path led to the door, flanked by lush greenery, as if guarding the secrets held within. The door itself was crafted from solid wood, dark in hue, adorned with ancient yet exquisite patterns, and a simple brass knocker. The passage of time had rendered the knocker somewhat tarnished and worn. This was a crucial stronghold of Huashan, where, apart from Yu Buchuan and Ning Zhongze, few dared to tread. Inside, the dimly lit room was illuminated only by the flickering flame of a solitary candle on the meticulously cleaned desk, which reflected the owner's evident care and pride. An old wooden chair accompanied the desk, showing signs of age. On either side of the room, several bookshelves were filled with an array of tomes, treasured by Huashan over the years, their surfaces maintained in a pristine condition due to diligent cleaning. Yu Buchuan stood before one of the shelves, reaching for a wooden box that caught his eye. Shortly after Ling Hucheng's departure, he had entered this chamber. The box, made of dark sandalwood, appeared remarkably sturdy. It was rectangular with rounded corners, devoid of extravagant embellishments, save for some ancient engravings on the lid that conveyed a sense of understated luxury. Upon the lid was inscribed the elegant characters Kueiwa Baodian, revealing that it contained the legendary martial arts manual, the Kueiwa Baodian. As Yu Buchuan slowly lifted the lid, he found it empty. Alas! He sighed deeply, a sound imbued with helplessness and profound determination. Could this extraordinary martial arts manual be connected to the Qingqing sect? Reflecting on Ling Hucheng's recent words, a contemplative expression crossed his lean face, igniting a flicker of hope within him. If it truly pertains to the Qingqing sect, he mused, his eyes narrowing slightly, revealing a glint of danger and ruthlessness beneath. After a considerable pause, Yu Buchuan closed the lid and began practicing the few remaining moves that had been passed down through generations, repetitions that he had performed countless times before. Meanwhile, at Blackwood Cliff, within a mysterious and imposing chamber of the evil cult, the lights blazed brilliantly, illuminating the lavish decor that exuded both grandeur and solemnity. The room was adorned with exquisite artifacts and antiques, showcasing the immense wealth of the Sun Moon Holy Cult and the esteemed status of Dongfang Bubi. The warm color palette enveloped the space, imparting an ambience that was both inviting and oppressive. With a loud creak, the heavy doors swung open, Dongfang Bubi, clad in male attire. At that moment, a graceful woman emerged from the back hall, gliding toward Dongfang Bubi. Her beauty was striking, her figure tall and slender, with gentle curves that swayed as she walked, each step imbued with a rhythmic grace that showcased her feminine charm and delicacy. Her waist, as supple as a willow, twisted naturally with every movement, enhancing her allure. She was Yunyang, Dongfang Bubi's devoted maid. "Master, I hope your journey was well," Yunyang said, jogging to Dongfang Bubi and gracefully curtsying, a warm smile gracing her lips. "What challenge could I not overcome? While I was away, were affairs within the sect in order?" Dongfang Bubi replied with an air of superiority. Yet, as she spoke, her voice lacked its usual conviction, her thoughts drifting involuntarily to Ling Huchong. "Yes, everything is splendid. Master, you must be weary from your travels. I have prepared bird's nest soup for you. Would you care for a taste?" Yunyang's voice was melodious, flowing naturally. Dongfang Bubi remained silent, casting a penetrating glance at Yunyang before bypassing her to take a seat upon an opulent chair. As she departed, Yunyang's gaze flickered momentarily, betraying a hint of anxiety and unease. Seated, Dongfang Bubi regarded the bowl of bird's nest in Yunyang's hands, but made no move to consume it. "What troubles you, master? Will you not drink?" Yunyang's concern intensified as she noticed Dongfang Bubi's reluctance. "Yunyang, do you truly believe such a trivial poison could end my life? I shall grant you a chance. Reveal the mastermind behind this, and considering your years of service." Soon after, two subordinates entered, escorting a nearly lifeless figure. "Along." Yunyang's expression shifted to one of terror upon recognizing the man. "Yunyang, I never imagined you would betray me for such a wretch." "You have disappointed me gravely," Dongfang Bubi remarked, her gaze filled with disillusionment. "Master, I beg you to spare Along. All of this is my doing, and he is innocent," Yunyang pleaded for. "I offered you my heart, and you repay me with this betrayal." Along glared at Yunyang, his eyes filled with venomous resentment. "What? Along, you?" Yunyang was struck dumb, her heart pounding as if thunder had struck her. "It was not me. I never betrayed you, Along." "Still attempting to wriggle out of this, are you? If it weren't for you, they would never have found me. Truly, a maid of the evil cult is still a maid of the evil cult, dreaming of climbing to greater heights." Along spat, unleashing a torrent of vitriol upon her. "Along, how could you say such things to me?" Yunyang's complexion drained of color, disbelief washing over her at the harsh words from her former lover. "Yunyang, is this the person you wish to entrust your heart to? How tragic." Dongfang Bubi observed Yunyang with a mix of sympathy and mockery. Then, with a delicate flick of her wrist, a needle shot forth, piercing Along's brow, ending his life instantly. "Along." Yunyang's eyes widened in horror, a cry of anguish escaping her lips. "Take her away. Do not let her die." "Yes, master." Dongfang Bubi refrained from killing Yunyang, sealing her acupoint before instructing her subordinates to escort her away, as the night deepened towards dawn. In the quarters of Huashan, Ling Huchong held Ning Zhongzi's supple, sinuous form closely in his embrace, gazing upon her enchanting visage with a smile that radiated pride and satisfaction. Resting her head upon his arm, Ning Zhongzi's elegant cheeks flushed with a delicate hue, her languid eyes shimmering with affection and contentment. She exhaled softly, her alluring lips breathing in the fresh air. "Master's wife, you truly are a siren," Ling Huchong remarked playfully, planting a gentle kiss upon her alabaster forehead, his wicked smile evident. "How can you say such things?" Ning Zhongzi playfully chided, lightly striking his chest with her delicate hand, feigning displeasure. "I am merely paying you a compliment, dear master," he replied, caressing her fragrant shoulder with tenderness. "Is this how you compliment someone? Is it not because you are simply too beautiful?" Ling Huchong chuckled, admiring the woman in his arms. "By the way, master, how did you learn that move?" "You executed it even better than Shaner." His lips curled into a mischievous grin at the thought of such a dignified woman mastering such a skill, though he suspected she had observed it a few times. "Really? I merely chanced upon it, unsure if I executed it correctly," Ning Zhongzi replied, her eyes sparkling with surprise as she gazed at Ling Huchong. "Indeed, you are remarkable, dear master," he praised with a smile. "Is your heart now at ease? You troublesome fellow, even after we share such intimacy, You still harbor grievances, she remarked, her gaze softening as she looked at Ling Hu Chong's handsome face, a blend of grievance and irresistible charm. I apologize, dear master. I shall not do so again, Ling Hu Chong swiftly replied, embracing her tightly, his eyes brimming with affection and tenderness for the beautiful woman in his arms. The more he gazed, the more he found her delightful. You are truly my nemesis. Ning Zhongzi, feeling the heat of his gaze, could not help but understand, her eyes reflecting infinite tenderness. With a gentle sigh, she pulled the silk quilt over her head, hiding her flush. Chapter 63. The master's wife at the dressing table. Half an hour passed, and the night had deepened into the early hours of dawn. In the chamber, Ling Hu Chong cradled the exquisite form. A delicate blush adorned her resplendent cheeks, her willow-like brows arching gracefully, the corners of her mouth curving upward in a contented smile, reminiscent of the warmest breeze of spring that could melt away the frost of the world, rendering her visage utterly gentle and captivating. Ling Hu Chong fell silent, his gaze soft as he regarded the beauty in his arms, lifting his hand to tenderly tuck away a few stray strands of hair that had fallen across her forehead. Moments later, gentle breaths filled the air, and at that instant, Ning Zhongzi resembled a lotus in full bloom amidst the tranquil night. Her brows, like distant mountains, slightly furrowed, as if weaving a sweet dream. Her long, delicate lashes cast a fan-shaped shadow beneath her eyelids, fluttering gently with each breath, akin to butterfly wings dancing in the wind. Ling Hu Chong quietly admired her, believing this to be her most beautiful moment. After a long while, Ning Zhongzi succumbed to a deep slumber, prompting Ling Hu Chong to carefully rise, the moment he departed. Ning Zhongzi's brows furrowed slightly, yet upon receiving a gentle kiss on her forehead from him, she relaxed and slipped back into her sweet dreams. Subsequently, Ling Hu Chong tiptoed out of the room. Standing in the courtyard, he gazed up at the cold moon in the sky, a faint smile gracing his lips as a sense of freedom washed over him, invigorating his spirit. He returned to his own chamber, where Yuling Shan remained in slumber. Ling Hu Chong lay beside her, gently drawing her graceful form into his embrace. At that moment, the beauty, previously lost in sleep. The familiar voice dispelled Yuling Shan's confusion, replacing it with warmth and reassurance. Chong-gu, what time is it? It's so dark outside, she remarked, glancing toward the paper window where only a faint light filtered through. It's just past midnight, Shan'er. Ling Hu Chong replied softly. Has it been that long already? Yuling Shan exclaimed in surprise. Are you hungry? Ling Hu Chong inquired. A little, she nodded, extending her arms to embrace his sturdy frame, nestling her head against him in search of a comfortable spot. Ling Hu Chong smiled gently, his large hand affectionately stroking her silky hair. I'll take you to eat something. Wait a moment. Yuling Shan murmured in his embrace, utterly absorbed in the warmth and comfort of his presence. Ling Hu Chong held her quietly, allowing her a moment to gather herself. After a while, Yuling Shan regained her composure, and Ling Hu Chong led her to the kitchen, preparing a simple meal for her before they returned to rest once more. Naturally, a drink after the meal was in order. The following morning, Ning Zhongzi stirred awake, opening her captivating eyes to find the space beside her empty, a twinge of disappointment welling up within her. She knew Ling Hu Chong must have returned to Yuling Shan's side, and she longed to see him upon waking, but alas, it was not to be. Just as she was about to rise, a pair of strong arms wrapped around her from behind. Feeling the warmth of that familiar embrace, Ning Zhongzi turned in surprise to find Ling Hu Chong's handsome visage before her, disbelief etched across her features. Master's wife, you're awake. Ling Hu Chong exclaimed, his charming smile illuminating his face as he gazed upon her gentle beauty. Chonger! Ning Zhongzi cried in delight, eagerly burrowing into Ling Hu Chong's embrace, astonished that he had not left. He held her tightly, his hand tenderly stroking her inky locks. Ning Zhongzi lifted her head, her lips parting to offer. After a long moment, they separated. Chonger, didn't you go back to Shan'er? Ning Zhongzi asked, her eyes searching his face with curiosity. I did return, he replied. Then how come you? She questioned, her confusion deepening. I anticipated you would awaken at this hour, so I sealed Shan'er's sleep points and came back, Ling Hu Chong explained with a smile. Ah, I see, Ning Zhongzi replied, a gentle smile gracing her lips as she felt reassured, sinking back into the warmth of his embrace. Not long after, she said, all right, let us get up, Shan'er will wake soon. Ling Hucheng nodded in agreement. They both rose, and he tenderly draped an outer garment over Ning Zhongzi. Even clad in a delicate blue palace gown, her graceful curves remained undeniable. Ling Hucheng, from behind, embraced her gently, burying his face in her cascading hair, intoxicated by her fragrance, as if lost in a dream. "All right, I need to get ready," Ning Zhongzi said with a smile. "Let me help you, masteress wife." Ling Hucheng replied with a grin, leading her to the dressing table. As Ning Zhongzi sat before the mirror, gazing at her flowing hair, a blush crept onto her cheeks, and she felt an overwhelming sense of shyness. Ling Hucheng quietly picked up a comb, standing behind her with eyes filled with tenderness, slowly weaving the comb through her hair, which cascaded like a waterfall. Strands slipped through his fingers as he meticulously combed, treating her hair as if it were the most precious treasure in the world. Each stroke carried with it a deep affection and longing for Ning Zhongzi. Focused, Ling Hucheng diligently untangled all her hair. Ning Zhongzi watched him in the mirror, his concentration warming her heart, a whirlwind of emotions flooding her being. Yet, above all, she felt tenderness and sweetness. Never before had anyone cared for her in such a way, and a different warmth surged within her. Once he had untangled her hair, he gently styled it and secured it with a plum blossom jade hairpin that he had purchased for her. His movements, though somewhat clumsy, were imbued with deep affection, as if he sought to infuse all his tenderness into this simple act of grooming, wishing to freeze time at this moment, leaving only their shared warmth. Ning Zhongzi beheld this tender scene, a gentle smile gracing her lips. "All done, masteress wife. How do you feel?" Ling Hucheng leaned down slightly, resting his chin atop her head, gazing at the beautiful woman in the mirror, speaking softly. It's wonderful, beyond my expectations." "Thank you, Chong'er," Ning Zhongzi replied with a smile. Her smile was enchanting, causing Ling Hucheng to momentarily lose himself, exclaiming, "Masteress wife, you are truly beautiful. Haha. Always trying to make me happy, but I'm no longer young. How could I be beautiful?" Ning Zhongzi laughed lightly, her joy evident. "You are beautiful in every way. Your heart is even more beautiful, more radiant than celestial maidens. This is the kind of masteress wife I adore," Ling Hucheng declared sincerely. "You're just flattering me. Don't say such things. I am your masteress wife," Ning Zhongzi chided playfully, her heart filled with sweetness. "Hee hee." Ling Hucheng chuckled in silence. "Chong'er, do you think we will go to hell?" Ning Zhongzi asked, her expression shifting to one of pain, sorrow, and fear as she gazed at their reflections in the mirror. "Not at all, masteress wife. I will never let you descend into hell. I will only take you to the realm of the immortals," Ling Hucheng spoke earnestly. "How annoying. I'm being serious," Ning Zhongzi said, her cheeks flushing as she playfully swatted at his hands. Ling Hucheng turned her gently to face him, gazing deeply into her eyes with sincerity. "Trust me, masteress wife. I am also serious." "Chong'er." Ning Zhongzi looked into his earnest and affectionate eyes, her heart racing uncontrollably as she felt an overwhelming surge of emotion. Ling Hucheng, captivated by her exquisite beauty, slowly lowered his head, planting a gentle kiss upon her lips. In that moment, she would have welcomed even hell itself. Afterward, Ning Zhongzi gazed at Ling Hucheng with tender affection. He, in turn, beheld her gentle and enchanting visage, his eyes flickering with fervor as he whispered sweetly into her ear. Upon hearing his words, a captivating blush enveloped her fair cheeks. Rising, she leaned over the dressing table,